Sign-In system awakened. To ensure the host's survival, issuing a novice starter pack immunity. Mission released. Please sign in before the god of destruction by Beerus. Reward prototype of the Ultra Instinct realm. Hiss. Ling Xuan held his head as a stabbing pain made him feel as if his skull were about to split open. He was not a native of this world. In his previous life, he had inexplicably died from drinking cold water, and his soul had somehow crossed over into this realm. Ling Xuan felt utterly helpless, yet he had no choice but to accept the reality of his transmigration. Fortunately, after arriving in this unfamiliar world, a sign-in system had awakened within him. Listening to the electronic voice echoing in his mind, Ling Xuan froze. God of Destruction. By Beerus. His pupils contracted violently, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. System, is this the world I'm thinking of? Replying to host, yes. Hiss. Ling Xuan sucked in a sharp breath. Wasn't the God of Destruction by Beerus a character from Dragon Ball? Did that not mean he had crossed into the Dragon Ball world? Ling Xuan swallowed repeatedly. If it had been some ordinary world, it would have been manageable. No matter what, it likely would not have been so lethal. But the Dragon Ball world was different. It was a realm of extreme martial might where planets and even entire universes could be obliterated at a whim. For an ordinary person, such circumstances left no room to speak or resist. In disasters of that scale, common folk had almost no chance of escape and could only be buried together with their planets and universes. Can I really survive in the Dragon Ball world? Ling Xuan's face twisted with bitterness. Of all the worlds he could have crossed into, it just had to be one of such overwhelming power. He was doomed, or so he thought, until he suddenly noticed something. A tail. He had a tail. I'm a Saiyan. Yes, host. Novice starter pack is now being issued. Please prepare to receive it. Before Ling Xuan had time to rejoice, his entire body convulsed. His face twisted into a ferocious grimace as if he were enduring unbearable agony. Moments later, a sacred aura erupted from Ling Xuan's body. Boom. That aura swept across the entire planet and surged outward. It reached the realm of the Kaishin. It reached the realm of the God of Destruction. It crossed into Universe 6. It even reached the palace of the Zeno king. Every deity in the Dragon Ball world abruptly lifted their heads, frowning deeply, each lost in their own thoughts. At the same time, after receiving the entire novice starter pack, Ling Xuan lay sprawled on the ground. The pain in his body was so intense that even breathing felt like his chest was being torn apart. Sis, am I dead yet? Replying to host, from now on, unless your lifespan runs out, you absolutely cannot die. What do you mean? The novice starter pack is named Immunity. As the name suggests, it grants immunity to all negative effects. Explain it more clearly. It means that from now on you can ignore any form of harm within the Dragon Ball world. So that means I can ignore Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Correct. I can ignore the God of Destruction's energy of destruction. Correct. I can ignore the Zeno king's erasure. At that, Ling Xuan, still lying on the ground, held his breath, not daring to inhale. His heart was taut with extreme nervousness. He waited for a long time. Correct. As the electronic voice finally echoed in his mind, Ling Xuan forgot his bodily pain, sat bolt upright, and burst into foolish, uncontrollable laughter. He had thought that after crossing over he would end up like those cannon fodder earthlings. Who could have imagined that fate would treat him so generously? With immunity in his hands, who in this world could still harm him? Moreover, on top of immunity, Ling Xuan had discovered that he was a Saiyan. With immunity combined with a Saiyan's physique, if he cultivated to the extreme, then one day, punching Beerus and kicking the Zeno king might not remain mere fantasy. However, even though Ling Xuan had obtained immunity and no one could truly harm him any longer, he still possessed enough self-awareness to remain cautious. Ling Xuan understood that he merely possessed immunity to all negative effects. It did not mean he could already look down upon gods like the God of Destruction. The Dragon Ball world was inherently a high-level martial realm. Beyond sheer force, it contained all manner of bizarre techniques, such as Master Roshi's evil containment wave. If Ling Xuan truly believed that possessing immunity allowed him to act without restraint, then what awaited him would certainly be secret arts even more terrifying than the evil containment wave. Such secret techniques merely sealed a person away and did not inflict negative effects upon the body itself, so immunity would be useless against them. Having thought all this through, Ling Xuan finally calmed down from his previous excitement, and the pain in his body dissipated. He moved his hands and feet, rolled his shoulders, and twisted his neck. Ling Xuan also sorted through the memories in his mind. He realized he was still on Planet Vegeta and that the current year was age 736, with only 1 year remaining before Planet Vegeta would be destroyed by Fully Sha. He was only 6 years old now, still a child, and his name here was Beerus. From now on he would be Beerus. Looking down at his short legs, he could not help but find it amusing that he had to relive childhood all over again. However, there was good news. He was an elite class Saiyan warrior with a battle power of 500. Liyisi knew that the division into elite mid-class and low-class warriors was not entirely accurate. For instance, the original protagonist Sun Wukong had been classified as a low-class warrior at birth. Yet he repeatedly broke through his limits to become the legendary Super Saiyan spoken of among their race. Still possessing an elite warrior status did offer definite advantages, at least in the early stages. With the identity of an elite warrior, even though he was still a child, Liyisi could all but walk sideways across Planet Vegeta. After all, among the entire Saiyan race, elite warriors were exceedingly rare, and each one was incomparably precious. Fully aware of the position his strength and status afforded him, Liyisi remembered the mission issued by the system sign in before the god of destruction by Rusi and received the prototype of the Ultra Instinct Realm. Ultra Instinct Realm. Seeing the reward, Liyisi's mind reeled, not from fear, but from sheer excitement. That realm belonged to the level of angels. Even gods of destruction found it difficult to comprehend. In the anime, only Sun Wukong had ever truly entered that state. During the Tournament of Power with his perfected Ultra Instinct, he suppressed Jiren so much that the latter could scarcely breathe. In the end, if Sun Wukong had not exhausted himself, Jiren would have been defeated much sooner. Liyisi was now utterly thrilled, yet amid his excitement, he could not help furrowing his brow once more. Sign in before by Rusi. With his current battle power of 500, he did not even have the qualifications to meet the North Kai, let alone the supreme deity of Universe 7. System, does this mission have a time limit? No. Only then did Liyisi's knitted brows relax slightly. Without a time limit, things were much better. He could wait until his strength had grown sufficiently before seeking out by Rusi. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed through Ling Xuan's mind. He remembered something. It seems I might have a chance. Liyisi was wild with joy. The destruction of Planet Vegeta had not been solely Fully Sha's idea. There was a hidden secret behind it. In the original story, Beerus had ordered King Vegeta to find him the best pillow in the world. Yet King Vegeta kept the finest pillow for himself and only gave Beerus the second best one. As the mightiest god in the universe, Beerus naturally flew into a rage when someone dared to deceive him. Before going back to sleep, he ordered Fully Sha to annihilate the Saiyan race. Liyisi recalled the current timeline. At this moment, Vegeta was the same age as he was, and the anime had mentioned that when Beerus stepped on King Vegeta's back, Vegeta had been present. At that time, Vegeta had seemed to be exactly this age. Hiss. Liyisi drew in a cold breath. Doesn't that mean Beerus is very likely to descend upon Planet Vegeta in the near future? If that were the case, he would be able to complete the sign-in mission. Just as Liyisi was rejoicing, a vast aura filled with destructive intent suddenly enveloped all of Planet Vegeta. He's here. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people cannot perceive a godly aura at all, yet Lewis, perhaps because of his peculiar immunity, clearly sensed that presence. A godly aura naturally exerts an oppressive pressure on mortals, the crushing dominance of one on a far higher plane. That oppression itself is a kind of negative influence. If Lewis had guessed correctly, the god of destruction by Lucy and his attendant had descended upon Planet Vegeta. From this very day onward, the fate of Planet Vegeta would be irreversibly altered. The fate of Planet Vegeta and of the Saiyan race could wait, for now Lewis cared only about meeting by Lucy. As long as he could stand before the god of destruction and complete his sign-in, the embryonic form of the autonomous realm would be his. The more Lewis thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. In order to complete the sign-in task, he left his room and headed toward the royal palace of King Vegeta. Along the way, the surrounding architecture was steeped in an industrial aesthetic, and before long Lewis arrived at a towering palace. The palace was enormous, and 2 Saiyan guards stood watch before the great doors atop the stairway. Lewis walked up toward them. Lewis, King Vegeta has decreed that no one is permitted to enter the palace. The 2 guards stepped forward and spoke. I have important business with King Vegeta. Lewis climbed the steps, his childish voice ringing out. No. King Vegeta has ordered that no one may enter. I must go in. This concerns the fate of our Saiyan race. Lewis widened his eyes and spoke grandly. In truth, he had little interest in this evil Saiyan race, but if he wanted to enter the palace, this seemed the only excuse available. His scouter had shown that each of the 2 guards before him possessed a power level of 1200. They were adult Saiyans. For them to have such high combat strength was hardly surprising. Lewis had only 500 points of combat power and was still just a child. Forcing his way through was out of the question. He spoke with utmost seriousness, leaving the 2 guards momentarily stunned. Was he serious? In their eyes, Lewis was still only a child. What could he possibly know about the fate of the Saiyan race? Yet an ordinary Saiyan would never joke about such a matter, and Lewis was a highly anticipated elite warrior besides. Fine, I will go report this. Wait here, one of the guards said at last. One guard was about to turn and enter the palace. This is urgent. I will go in first. I will explain everything to King Vegeta, Lewis said as he strode directly past the guard. If he let the guard go in to announce him, would he still have a chance to meet by Lucy? Lewis overtook the guard, moving at a brisk pace. Wait. The guard tried to stop him. Forget it. He's an elite warrior. We can't afford to provoke him. Leave him be. If there is punishment, it will fall on him. Besides, I feel like what Lewis said might actually be true. Lewis did not hear the conversation behind him. He walked along the corridor and quickly entered the inner hall of the palace. Red carpets, ornate lamps. The interior of the palace was lavish. King Vegeta, how dare you try to fool me? Lord by Lucy, I did no such thing. The pillow I gave you truly was the finest. You still dare to quibble. A cold voice swept through the entire palace, murderous intent flooding the hall and causing the temperature to plunge. In a corner, a small boy watched his father being trampled into the ground and trembled uncontrollably. King Vegeta, you have greatly disappointed me. Bai Lucy ground his foot down on King Vegeta's head, then suddenly frowned and lifted his gaze. Beside him, Whis also shifted his eyes toward the palace doorway where a small figure had appeared. The child at the door blinked his round eyes, the tail behind him swishing restlessly. Lewis, what are you doing here? Get out. Pinned beneath Belusi's foot, King Vegeta could not help but regret ever defying the god of destruction's will. Now he had done it. Belusi was surely furious. And now Lewis, an elite warrior of their race, had appeared here as well. If Lewis provoked Belusi in the slightest, Planet Vegeta would truly be doomed. However, King Vegeta suddenly realized that Belusi had fallen silent. At this moment, Belusi was staring fixedly at the small figure by the door, his brows knitting tighter and tighter. It was baffling. Why did this little fellow dare meet his gaze directly? Belusi glanced again at Vegeta's son in the corner. Vegeta was collapsed on the floor, shivering. Shouldn't that child be reacting just like King Vegeta's son? Whis was equally astonished. With a single glance, he had seen through Lewis's strength, such an explosively weak mortal, and yet he could ignore the oppression of a higher realm. In truth, angels had already returned to a state of simplicity and did not exert any pressure of status on mortals. But gods of destruction were different. They could not reach that level and would always unconsciously radiate the oppressive presence of those above. When faced with a god of destruction, ordinary people at best collapsed to the ground and at worst lost control of their bowels. Just as Belusi and Whis were mired in confusion. Ding. Sign in before Belusi completed. Reward: embryonic autonomous realm. The palace that had been saturated with murderous intent was suddenly suffused with an ethereal aura. It was as if clear spring water flowed and washed away every trace of cold, killing intent. Boom. Witnessing this, Belusi and Whis were as if struck by divine lightning. They both stared wide-eyed, shaken to their core. Autonomous Ultra Instinct. No, that's not autonomous Ultra Instinct. It is merely the embryonic form of autonomy, not to mention any so-called Ultra yet. But how could this little fellow possibly comprehend such a realm? Autonomous Ultra Instinct was in fact composed of two realms, autonomy and the ultimate intent. These two realms were exceedingly intricate and beyond doubt were not something ordinary beings could ever grasp. Compared to Belusi, Whis found it even harder to believe. As an angel, he naturally understood how difficult it was to attain the autonomous realm. Yet this little fellow had inexplicably broken through into that state, a notion that felt utterly impossible. Lewis, get out. Leave at once. Taking advantage of the fact that Lewis had not yet angered Belusi, King Vegeta shouted for him to hurry away. Shut up. Say one more word, and I'll destroy you. Belusi lifted his foot from King Vegeta's head and spoke coldly, then strode forward, Whis following closely behind. Standing before Lewis, Beerus looked at him and said, Kid, did you just comprehend the realm of freedom? Whis remained silent, but his mind was occupied with another matter. Before they arrived at Vegeta, Star, a sacred aura had emerged in the universe. Could it be related to him? Big Kitty, what are you saying? I don't understand. Lewis blinked his round eyes and shook his head. Big Kitty. Vegeta, lying on the ground, felt darkness engulf him. Just before losing consciousness, he muttered, We're doomed. He had ultimately provoked Beerus. Indeed. Boom. A destructive aura erupted from Beerus, instantly transforming the entire palace into scattered stardust that dissipated into nothingness. Beerus' eyes flared with anger, struggling to suppress the urge to kill Lewis, gritting his teeth and saying, Do you know who you are facing? I don't know, but I can see that Big Kitty seems quite strong, Lewis replied, innocently showcasing the naivete of a child to the fullest. Though Lewis praised Beerus, in his eyes Beerus was still just a big kitty. An uncle could endure, but an aunt could not. Don't think that just because you comprehended the rudiments of the realm of freedom, you can act recklessly. If this little rascal is not taught a lesson, he might truly believe that the title of Destroyer God is mere pretense. Buzz. The divine aura suddenly erupted, forming two giant hands in the void. One hand reached out to grab Lewis, while the other slapped Lewis on the backside. Slap, slap, slap. Beerus didn't destroy Lewis immediately for two reasons. First, he was eager to understand how Whis could ignore the pressure of divine rank. Moreover, he was curious why this little guy suddenly comprehended the rudiments of the realm of freedom, a level he had not even grasped. Second, he had seen geniuses before. Frisia was a prime example of someone born with over 100 million battle power, certainly a genius. However, no matter how talented in the eyes of the divine, they were merely mortals, ultimately insignificant. But Whis was different. This little guy had comprehended the angelic level of the realm of freedom, far surpassing the likes of a commoner like Frisia. As a destroyer god, Beerus could destroy everything without a second thought, but faced with such a genius, he couldn't help but feel a sense of cherishing talent. Slap, slap, slap. The giant hand continued to smack Whis' backside, delivering over 100 slaps. Beerus felt it was enough. If he really killed this little guy, it would be quite the joke. Yet, big kitty, why are you hitting me? Whis protested angrily while being suspended in midair. You. How come you're fine? Beerus was stunned by the scene before him. He was a destroyer god who, aside from the suppression of rank, he had landed over 100 slaps on Whis' backside. Though his strength wasn't overwhelming, it was still the attack of a destroyer god. How could a weakling with only 500 battle power withstand it? Why would I have any issues? Whis huffed, appearing angry on the outside, but internally he was already bursting with joy. Things were developing just as he had imagined. First, signing in front of Beerus would definitely lead to an encounter with him. Whis could sense the existence of the divine, and the divine could naturally detect his uniqueness, which referred to his immunity. If Whis didn't do something, he might not be able to leave this palace. Of course, this doesn't imply he would be destroyed on the spot. With his immunity, no one could harm him. But just because no one could hurt him doesn't mean no one could deal with him. Whis knew it would be quite simple for a destroyer god to deal with him, much like imprisoning him and denying him food and water. In his mortal form, he would still die. Thus, Whis, leveraging his unique aspect, piqued the curiosity of Beerus and Whis. When the reward for comprehending the rudiments of the realm of freedom was given, it was like a royal flush. Such a rare occurrence would surely be irresistible to any divine being. That sacred aura erupted near Vegeta's star. Could it be? Whis, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly widened his eyes, as if realizing something. He leaned against Beerus' ear, whispering something that made Beerus jump in surprise. Upon seeing this, Whis couldn't help but be puzzled. What was going on? Moments later, Beerus and Whis turned their heads, keenly observing Whis suspended in midair. Beerus solemnly asked, "Kid, would you be interested in becoming a candidate for Destroyer God?" "What's a candidate for Destroyer God? Can I eat it?" "A candidate for Destroyer God isn't an object, it's a divine position. If you agree, you will become the most esteemed person in the universe." "That big kitty can becoming a candidate for Destroyer God make me stronger. We Saiyans want to become powerful." Whis clenched his little fists and huffed. Again with the big kitty. Beerus twitched the corner of his mouth, but nodded slightly. "Yes, as long as you agree, you'll soon surpass King Vegeta." "Then I agree." Whis beamed. After saying so much, he thought Beerus would regard him merely as a genius, and for the sake of the average level of the universe would at most just let him be. Who would have thought there would be unexpected gains, and Beerus actually wanted to recruit him as a candidate for Destroyer God. Whis had underestimated the impact of comprehending the rudiments of the realm of freedom on Beerus. Indeed, at the angelic level, it was quite astonishing for a mere Saiyan to comprehend it. Good. Beerus laughed heartily, saying good 3 times, dissipating the anger that had arisen from King Vegeta's deception. "Little guy, I initially wanted to destroy your Saiyan race, but for your sake, I will spare you. However, the Saiyan race is inherently malevolent. Continuing to let them be isn't good for the 7th universe. One Frisia is enough." At this moment, Beerus looked at the limp Vegeta in the corner and coldly commanded, "You seem to be King Vegeta's son. I order you to have the Saiyans join the Galactic Patrol." Little Vegeta was already trembling in fear. He didn't know Beerus' background. It was only after this incident that King Vegeta told him everything about Beerus. At that moment, he realized the Saiyan race had walked a fine line between life and death. Of course, that was a later story. Now, hearing Beerus' words, Vegeta quickly nodded his little head. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Whis glanced at Beerus. It turned out that the destruction of the Saiyans wasn't a trivial matter. It was because the Saiyans were too malevolent. They followed Frisia in committing all kinds of atrocities, even more wicked than Frisia's army. This kind of race allied with Frisia's army would undoubtedly have a massive impact on the stability of the 7th universe. Now, allowing the Saiyans to join the Galactic Patrol would not only restrain Frisia's power, but also give the Saiyans a chance to survive. "Whis, let's go." Beerus lifted Whis in his hand and looked at Whis. Whis, holding his staff, gently pointed. With a whoosh, the 3 vanished from Vegeta's star. In the corner, Vegeta finally got up from the ground and quickly ran to King Vegeta's side. After Beerus recruited Whis as a candidate for Destroyer God, everyone was in shock. At the palace of the Omni King, Grand Minister, what was that aura just now? Replying to the Omni King, I am still investigating, but that sacred aura seems to have originated from the 7th universe. The 7th universe. Is that where the skinny kitty is? Yes, I will have Whis investigate it thoroughly. Grand Minister is truly remarkable. You must investigate while I'm off to play star elimination. 6th universe. Bardos, what's going on with that aura? Lord Kampa, you'll have to ask your brother about that. Oh, is it from the universe of the skinny ribs? 4th universe. Kornick, investigate why this sacred aura has appeared in the 7th universe. Yes, Lord Katra. The reactions from various universes were similar. They were uncertain of the origin of that divine aura, but they discovered that it emanated from the 7th universe. Immediately after the 7th universe announced that the position of the candidate destroyer had been inherited and it was taken on by a mere child. The gods were initially puzzled by the source of that divine aura, but they were soon amused by the actions of the 7th universe. The destroyer of the 6th universe Kampa directly mocked, asking if the 7th universe had no one else. They actually let a child become the candidate destroyer. The destroyer of the 4th universe Quatella also stepped in to say that if it came to that he could send some people from his universe to the 7th lest it be said that a child inherited the position of candidate destroyer, it would truly be laughable. All 11 destroyers reacted similarly, with not a single one standing by Beerus, all mocking him instead. This was to be expected, as ever since the incident during Hidden Seek years ago, few had a favorable impression of Beerus. Faced with the mockery of the other destroyers, Beerus did not rise to defend himself, which only fueled their excitement, making them laugh even harder. According to Beerus' character, if he were mocked, he would certainly retaliate, and it wouldn't be surprising if he crossed universes to confront the offender. But now Beerus showed no reaction at all, which clearly indicated that they were right. The 7th universe was beginning to decline, and Beerus could find no other powerful successor for the candidate destroyer position, so he could only cultivate a child from a young age. All the destroyers were ecstatic. Little did they know Beerus was truly unable to pay them any mind, as he was now frightened by Lewis. In the realm of the 7th universe destroyers, Beerus had brought Lewis back for a month. At that moment, a small child stood at the center of a lake enveloped in a layer of silver light. The explosive gusts of energy sent the surrounding divine trees rustling, while Beerus and Whis stood by with cold sweat dripping down Beerus' forehead. Kid, are you in a free state? Lord Beerus, what is a free state? I don't know, Lewis replied, waving his little arms. Beerus was dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had Whis show him an image of his younger self fighting Lewis, only to find that Lewis had effortlessly crushed it. How could this be possible? He was a destroyer. Having battled countless opponents throughout his life, whether in his youth or after becoming a deity, he had never faced defeat at the same level. Moreover, the image summoned by Whis was stronger than Lewis. Lewis had triumphed against a stronger opponent. The victor was still this destroyer. This was simply unbelievable. Whis, did I win? Lewis turned to Whis. Whis, wiping the sweat from his face, smiled and said, Lewis, you won. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus is not my opponent. Lewis put his hands on his hips, feeling quite pleased. In truth, his victory over the young Beerus was largely thanks to the embryonic form of the free state. It wasn't that immunity was useless, but rather that it was merely a passive skill that prevented him from taking damage, but immunity wouldn't allow him to harm others. The embryonic form of the free state was different. When he entered this state, not only did his combat power increase significantly, but he also gained the ability to react freely and naturally. This reaction was extremely abnormal, allowing him to anticipate the opponent's attack patterns. It was not about foresight, but rather instinctively sensing the opponent's muscle movements to respond accordingly. In this state, let alone the young Beerus, even the current Beerus, if Lewis' power was similar to his, could likewise make Beerus spit blood based on the embryonic form of the free state. Lewis' hands on his hips laughed heartily, while Beerus felt a dark line cross his forehead. You little brat, have you laughed enough? Ha ha ha. Do you believe I will smack you? Hee hee, Lord Beerus can't hurt me, am not afraid. Lewis was now a child, fully embodying the nature of childhood, as he wrinkled his nose and stuck out his tongue at Beerus. You little rascal. Beerus scolded with a laugh. In the months since he brought Lewis to the realm of the destroyers, he had long been aware of Lewis' unique physique. He could ignore all negative influences in the world. He had asked Lewis the little brat what was going on, but Lewis claimed he knew nothing. Without Lewis speaking, Beerus had no means to find out. He glanced at Whis beside him and recalled what Whis had said back on Vegeta. That divine aura seems to have erupted near Vegeta. Lewis' origins are not simple. It was also for this reason that Beerus had the idea of taking Lewis as the candidate destroyer. There were two reasons for this. First, Lewis was very special. If he exhibited any strange behaviors, keeping him close would allow Beerus to react immediately. Second, the other universe destroyers were not wrong. The 7th universe had truly declined, aside from the low average level of humans. According to what Beerus knew, the strongest in his 7th universe was actually that pathetic Frisia. Such a failure. In such a vast universe, it turned out that a being with a combat power of only 120 million was the strongest. In fact, the strongest in the 7th universe was not Frisia. There were many hidden bosses yet to appear. Once it reached the later stages, any random boss could surpass what other universes could offer. But Beerus was unaware of these things. He only wanted a powerful fighter to emerge from his universe. And Lewis was the one he had chosen. Lewis was truly a genius, and he was likely connected to that divine aura from a month ago. Such a genius, if he were to grow smoothly, the 7th universe would thrive. All right, Whis, teach him well. I'm going to sleep now. Beerus looked at the quirky Lewis and couldn't help but want to give the little guy a good beating. However, he couldn't bring himself to hurt Lewis, which was quite a dilemma. Whis asked, Lord Beerus, are you trying to avoid them? The divine aura that erupted near Vegeta would surely be known to all the gods in the universe. They would definitely come to investigate. Since you already know, why say anything? Beerus yawned and disappeared from the lakeside. He had no desire to deal with that group of destroyers. Seeing Beerus vanish, Whis walked over to Lewis, patted his small shoulder, and said, All right, Lord Beerus has left. You can stop laughing now. Lewis stopped laughing and realized that Beerus had truly disappeared. Where did Lord Beerus go? He went to slack off. Now that you've become the candidate destroyer, you must accept the training that belongs to the destroyers. Slack off. Sleep. It seems the Dragon Ball plot is about to begin. Lewis squinted his eyes. The Dragon Ball plot could be said to have started with Beerus instructing Frisia to eliminate the Saiyan race. However, would the Saiyan race still be sent to Earth now that Vegeta had not been destroyed due to his influence? As Beerus fell into slumber, the mocking voices from other universes towards the 7th universe gradually faded away. However, the angels from other universes began to contact Whis, inquiring about the origin of the divine aura. Whis said he did not know. In fact, Whis truly did not have any knowledge of the reason behind the appearance of that divine aura. Without an answer, the angels from other universes were left helpless. Just when Whis thought the matter had passed, the projection of the Grand Minister appeared in the 7th universe's God of Destruction realm. The Grand Minister also inquired about the origin of that divine aura. Faced with his father, Whis still said he did not know, but he revealed everything regarding Lewis, including his immunity physique. After Whis finished, he realized something was amiss as the projection of the Grand Minister raised his hand and shouted at Lewis, who was in meditation, Eradicate. Lewis was struck by a beam of white light, but remained unaffected. Whis had known for a long time that Lewis could ignore all negative influences from the world, yet he was still startled by this scene. Indeed, Lewis' physique was capable of achieving this. In the end, the Grand Minister left behind a profound message: teach him well. After saying that, the projection of the Grand Minister disappeared. Whis was shocked but still obeyed the Grand Minister's command, and in the following time, he began to teach Lewis. To become a true candidate for the God of Destruction, one must make efforts in 3 aspects: power, dimension, and rules. The rules mentioned here naturally refer to the rules of destruction. Lewis has been practicing in these 3 areas. Time passed, and 10 years went by. In the God of Destruction realm, a silver light flickered in the sky. Bang! Bang! The projections collided with Whis, creating shockwaves that pushed for miles, shattering the ground, cutting through the divine tree, leaving a scene of devastation. After the collision, a small, slender boy hovered in midair, gasping for breath. He had black hair and black pupils. His features were handsome and bright under the sun. A brown tail wrapped around his waist. His physique was similar to that of a character from an anime, looking small, but the muscles beneath his clothing were well developed. Whis, take this. The boy was none other than Lewis as he raised his hand, concentrating a purple energy bead in his palm. Buzz! The sky suddenly boiled as if a glowing red iron block had fallen into ice water. Good kid, when did you comprehend destructive energy? Just recently, Whis, watch out. Lewis laughed heartily and threw the energy bead with all his might. The bead, the size of a grain of rice, tore through the sky, causing even the stable space of the God of Destruction realm to tremble. Well done. Whis smiled slightly and waved his staff, causing the incoming purple energy bead to suddenly disintegrate. Then Whis' figure vanished. Relying on the instinctive reaction from the nascent stage of the realm of freedom, Lewis suddenly looked up only to see his staff swinging towards him. Lewis raised his hand to block. However, the power Whis used already belonged to the angelic level. Vast power shattered the entire sky. Transparent shards of void fell, merging back into the void, mending the broken sky. At this moment, the God of Destruction realm also exploded, with only Beerus' sleeping palace being protected. Boom! Struck by the force of the angelic level, Lewis instantly turned into a cannonball, hurtling deep into the cosmos. Unbeknownst to how many stars he shattered in the next second, Lewis was teleported back by Whis. The God of Destruction realm, which had been destroyed by Whis, restored to its original state through his time reversal. Lewis hovered in the air, looking at Whis on the ground, and said with a bitter smile, "Whis, you're so strong. I can't beat you at all." On the ground, Whis, with a face full of black lines, replied, "Lewis, I can't beat you either. Even the Grand Ministers Eradicate couldn't kill this kid. Oh, what could I do? This is truly absurd. However, fighting against Lewis was quite comfortable for Whis. Unlike fighting with Beerus, where he had to be cautious, he could go all out without worry since Lewis wouldn't die. I don't know what's going on either. Alright, don't take advantage and act innocent. Come down here, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Lewis flew down from the sky and stood in front of Whis. Since you've become a candidate for the god of destruction, you now have responsibilities for the destruction of cosmic planets. But I just comprehended destructive energy not long ago, but do you want me to work so soon? Lewis was dumbfounded. Hiring a miner to work is illegal. You are already a candidate for the god of destruction. Whis shook his head and smiled. Regarding your training, I've always wanted you to balance your power training while also not forgetting to cultivate your dimensional realm. In this regard, you've done well. In terms of dimension, you've already reached the level of a Kai, and in terms of power measured by the combat power standard of the 7th universe, you have also reached 1 billion. Although your power is still far from that of a divine level, you've comprehended the realm of freedom and destructive energy. There are hardly any who can rival you in the 7th universe. You also know the current situation of the 7th universe. The average level of humanity is among the lowest in the 12 universes. As a candidate for the god of destruction, you have the responsibility to change all of this. Also, who allowed you to be stuck with Lord Beerus, this lazy bum? If you don't care, who will? Whis stifled a laugh. Beerus is the strongest god of destruction, but he is lazy. Lewis twitched the corner of his mouth and said, when I was young, I didn't understand. Can I back out from being a candidate for the god of destruction now? What do you think? Whis smirked and teased Lewis. You are unlucky. Without Whis saying it, Lewis naturally knew the current situation of the 7th universe. In the early days, the strongest boss of the 7th universe was still Frisia, whose combat power of 120 million could be considered the strongest. One must admit that the 7th universe truly is in a poor state. Not being destroyed by the Omni King, the 7th universe was indeed quite lucky. Ding, please sign in at the King Kai's realm. Rewards Super Saiyan 1. After 10 years of silence, the system finally made a sound, and upon hearing this, Lewis was immediately overjoyed. He knew the method to transform into a Super Saiyan was to use extreme anger to draw out the power deep within. He had also tried to transform before, but each time he was just a little short, which was strange. However, now the system had issued a task with the reward being Super Saiyan 1. Lewis was very excited. According to the Cosmic Combat Power Scale, Lewis' power was 1 billion, which was merely his normal power. If he truly transformed into Super Saiyan 1, his power would increase by 50 times. This meant Lewis' combat power would break through to 50 billion. Whis noticed Lewis' silly smile and couldn't help but wonder, Lewis, what are you laughing at? Nothing, let's go. We will set off to carry out the task soon. However, we will first make a trip to the King Kai's realm. What do we need to go to the King Kai's realm for? Why do you care so much? If Lord Beerus isn't around, I am the god of destruction, or just listen to me. A 7-colored light suddenly enveloped both of them, shooting up into the sky. The cosmic starry sky was incredibly splendid and enchanting, with points of starlight scattered from north to south, forming a stunningly beautiful star river. In a certain sacred domain within the star river, a milky white aura permeated the air, which upon closer inspection emanated from a gigantic planet. The gigantic planet was grass green and radiated holy light, appearing extremely sacred, as if it were a domain inhabited by deities. This was the King Kai's realm. What's going on? King Kai-Shin sat by the lake, holding his chest, feeling suddenly restless. His servant Jebet hurriedly asked, Lord King Kai, what's wrong? I don't know, I suddenly have a bad premonition. Could it be that Majin Buu has broken his seal? King Kai-Shin's expression changed, and he quickly stood up, preparing to check on the seal of Majin Buu. Upon hearing this, Jebet's face turned pale. If the legendary Majin Buu had really broken his seal, then the universe would be doomed. At that moment, a thick beam of 7-colored light descended from the sky. Ding successfully signed in at the King Kai's realm. Rewards Super Saiyan 1. A warm current suddenly flowed through Lewis' body, as if completing the compensation of the defects within him, leaving him feeling tingly and extremely comfortable. Lewis smiled slightly. So that's how it is. The reason he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan through his own efforts before wasn't due to lack of talent. It was because his S cells within were not activated enough, which is why he couldn't successfully transform. Now, with the system's reward, he had compensated for his S cells, and he finally mastered the state of Super Saiyan. In a good mood, Lewis looked around and said, Whis, the environment here is better than in the God of Destruction realm. How about we switch places with the King Kai? Lewis, if Lord Beerus hears you say this, he will be angry. If he gets angry, then so be it. After all, he can't kill me. Whis was speechless. This kid was infuriating, as should he take advantage of his youth and lock him up for a couple of days without food. Whis shook his head, looking at the King Kai's realm, counting with his fingers. He hadn't been here for over 10 million years. He didn't even know how the old King Kai was doing. At this moment, who are you daring to trespass the sacred King Kai's realm? At the lake's edge, Jebet was startled by the sudden seven-colored light, then discovered it was two unfamiliar men. The auras of the two were quite ordinary. One was immortal, while the other seemed to have reached the Kai level in dimensions. Upon seeing their appearance, King Kai Shin's inner turmoil vanished. It was these two who caused the disturbance, but who are they? King Kai Shin, Jebet. Lewis smiled slightly, recognizing the identities of the two by the lake. King Kai Shin and Jebet stepped forward. Without King Kai Shin speaking, Jebet coldly said, "Which Kai are you? Don't you know that trespassing the King Kai's realm is a grave sin?" "I am a Kai." Lewis was stunned, then recalled that his dimension was indeed at the Kai level. It was normal for them to think so. However, Jebet's tone was quite irritating. Whis couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this person was the current King Kai? But that didn't make sense. Why was the current King Kai not exhibiting the rules of creation? Instead, the little one beside him possessed a dense aura of creation rules. Lewis coldly said, "Do you know who I am?" Jebet indeed acted arrogantly, like in the anime. "Oh, if one didn't know better, they would think he was the King Kai. Isn't it just a mere realm king? Speak up, which realm king is it?" "Truly ignorant." Lewis shook his head. "Me ignorant? Without the permission of the realm king god, trespassing into the realm king god's domain will incur the corresponding punishment. Considering your status as a realm king, you may escape the death penalty, but you cannot avoid the living punishment." After Jebet finished speaking, he raised his hand ready to take action. "Jebet, hold on." The realm king god Xian rushed to Lewis' side, closely watching both Lewis and Whis, feeling that these two were quite extraordinary. Jebet, not being a realm king god, naturally could not perceive this, saying, "Lord Realm King God, one is immortal and the other is a realm king. Such a sacred domain of the realm king god is not something they can step into." "Enough, listen to me. Lord Realm King God, you should listen to me. They cannot step into the realm king god's domain. They must be punished." Jebet disregarded this and turned to face Lewis and Whis, his eyes flashing with ferocity. In his mind, the realm king god's domain was the most sacred place and should not be sullied by mortals. Whis finally understood, looking at Jebet with a frown. "After saying so much, it turns out you are not the realm king god. I almost thought you were the master of the realm king god's domain." Lewis stood with his arms crossed, expressionless. "You? Shut your mouth. I am merely the servant of the Lord Realm King God." Jebet felt a sudden panic. After Whis' statement, he realized that his previous conduct might have indeed crossed the line. In fact, Jebet's actions could not be entirely blamed on him. The main reason was that the Realm King God Xian was still too young in inheriting the position, and his character was relatively weak. So many matters were handled by Jebet. Over time, this had fostered Jebet's character. "Lord Realm King God, trust me, I truly didn't." Jebet was sweating profusely, bowing deeply to Realm King God Xian. All right, I know you mean no harm." Realm King God Xian turned to Lewis, seemingly aware that he was the one in charge. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Without responding to Realm King God Zen's question, Lewis kept staring at Jebet, the cold, killing intent startling Jebet. What do you want? Do you know that ignorance is actually a crime?" After saying this, Lewis raised his hand, and a purple bead suddenly appeared on his fingertip. The Realm King God's domain suddenly lost its color, and a destructive aura swept through every corner, as if a god of death had descended. "You? How could a Realm King be so powerful?" Jebet was in a panic. Realm King God Xian was also startled, rushing in front of Jebet and urgently saying, "Stop." Jebet felt a warm current in his heart. The Realm King God was risking his life to save him. Seeing the Realm King God's actions, Lewis prepared to unleash the destructive energy, but halted. "Trash, I'll let you off this time for the sake of the Realm King God." Lewis glanced at Jebet coldly, saying. Whis remained expressionless. As long as Lewis didn't attack the Realm King God, he thought killing Jebet would be fine. "Hello, Lord Realm King God, my name is Lewis, the current candidate for the God of Destruction." Lewis finally bowed to Realm King God Xian. "Hello, Lord Realm King God, I am the servant of the God of Destruction, my name is Whis." Whis respectfully bowed. The sudden actions of Whis and Lewis left Jebet and Realm King God Xian stunned. Especially Jebet. Wasn't that young Realm King just about to kill him? Why suddenly bow to the Realm King God? Could it be? That young man is a Realm King, and no matter how strong he is, he must show respect to the supreme deity, the Realm King God. Realm King God Xian thought the same way. But what is this candidate for the God of Destruction? Xian, I know you're very confused. You'll understand soon. After bowing, Lewis directly called out the Realm King's name. Xian. Realm King God Xian. Jebet and even Whis were momentarily stunned. "You dare to directly call the name of the Realm King God?" Jebet instinctively wanted to reprimand, but seeing the murderous gaze from Lewis, he quickly shut his mouth. However, it was already too late. Lewis swung a punch, the powerful force penetrating the void, causing Jebet's chest to cave in by 5 centimeters. Jebet was thrown away by the residual impact, landing 1,000 miles away. Jebet, Realm King God Xian, was taken aback, wanting to fly over. It's fine, he's not dead. Come with me. I know you have many questions, and soon you'll know everything. Lewis retracted his fist. He had already given Realm King God Xian enough face. Is he okay? Realm King God Xian looked in the direction where Jebet had disappeared, then looked at Lewis and Whis. In fact, he was indeed very curious about who these two were. Even before their arrival, they had stirred unease in his heart. After arriving in the Realm King God's domain, the power unleashed by that young Realm King shocked him immensely. The power of the young Realm King was even stronger than that of the Realm King God. Moreover, the young Realm King claimed to be the candidate for the God of Destruction. What exactly is a candidate for the God of Destruction? Realm King God Xian was extremely puzzled. Whis, let's go first. Unseal the old Realm King God. Lewis' purpose for coming here, aside from completing the sign-in task, was to release the old Realm King God. Whis was right. He had become the candidate for the God of Destruction, and the 7th universe was closely related to him. He had the responsibility to change the current state of the 7th universe. And the old Realm King God was the key figure in changing the status quo. Lewis soared into the air. However, a voice filled with deep meaning resonated from the ground. How do you know about this? Whis was still pondering how Lewis would explain everything to the ignorant Realm King God Xian. Unexpectedly, Lewis directly spoke about the old Realm King God. In midair, Lewis' body stiffened. He suddenly remembered that Whis had never spoken to him about this. Oh no. Let's go. Whis smiled slightly, looking at Lewis with deep meaning. It would seem this kid's uniqueness was not just simply ignoring all negative influences. Whis did not ask Lewis how he knew about the old Realm King God. Lewis sighed in relief and quickly flew towards the center of the Realm King God's domain. According to the original work, the place where the old Realm King God was sealed is right there. Lewis and Whis flew through the sky while Realm King God Xian ultimately chose to follow. He was simply too curious about the identity of the candidate for the God of Destruction. As for Jebet, the young Realm King said he wasn't dead, so he shouldn't be lying to him. In the center of the Realm King God's domain, there was a shimmering silver lake, and in the center of the lake stood a stone tower. A sword was stabbed into the tower with only the hilt visible above the stone. What are you doing here? Realm King God Xian and Lewis flew together, glancing at the two, increasingly sensing their inscrutable nature. Do you see that sword? As they reached above the lake, Lewis pointed at the sword on the stone tower. Whis remained silent, continuously watching Lewis, astonished by how much he knew. That sword is called the Realm King God Sword. It is said that whoever pulls it out will gain the most powerful force in the world. Realm King God Xian, being the master of the Realm King God's domain, naturally knew the origins of that sword. Upon realizing this, he suddenly awakened and exclaimed, "Are you peering at that sword? You intend to obtain the most powerful force in the world." Realm King God Xian cautiously flew aside, preparing for battle, feeling helpless inside. Could he even defeat others? Lewis and Whis were left speechless, peering at the most powerful force. Truly ignorant. Moreover, if they were indeed peering at the so-called strongest power, did he think that retreating a dozen meters would solve everything? Lewis did not explain. He directly flew to the stone column and grasped the sword's hilt with one hand. "Stop!" Realm King God Xian shouted. Lewis ignored him and released the aura of destruction, applying slight force. Boom! The Realm King God's sword was instantly pulled out, and the stone column exploded, turning into fragments that fell into the vast lake, creating towering waves. Gulp! Realm King God Xian gulped nervously. Every past Realm King God, including him, had tried to pull out the Realm King God sword, yet no Realm King God had ever succeeded. Yet this kid managed to pull it out. This can't be real. Lewis held the Realm King God sword, feeling the faint aura of destruction emanating from it. No wonder previous Realm King Gods could not pull it out. It turned out to be the doing of Beerus. It's over. Realm King God Xian felt despair. The opponent had pulled out the Realm King God sword and would surely gain the most powerful force in the world. He could only hope the opponent was not evil. Otherwise, the universe would be in danger. However, after a while, no energy fluctuations appeared from Lewis, and Realm King God Xian furrowed his brows. Could it be that the legend was false? If it's false, that would be great. This way no one would gain the so-called strongest power. Just as Realm King God Xian was relieved, Lewis shouted, "Break." Lewis gripped the hilt with one hand and the sword tip with the other. His posture startled Realm King God Xian. This young Realm King actually wanted to break the Realm King God sword. Are you insane? Realm King God Xian realized that the legend was indeed false, but how could anyone break the Realm King God sword? That's impossible. But the next moment, Realm King God Xian was left dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, frozen in midair. He saw Lewis break the Realm King God sword in two. "All right, Xian, come down." Lewis landed by the lake with the broken sword, and Whis closely followed. Come down. My great sword is shattered. This was the long-inherited Realm King God's sword. In the sky realm, King God Xian looked at the broken sword in the young man's hand, his nostrils flaring as tears welled in his eyes. The long-inherited Realm King God's sword was destroyed in his generation. He was a sinner. Realm King God Xian descended to the lake like a soulless puppet. The Realm King God's sword was destroyed, and the young Realm King still wanted him to come down. Was he not planning to let him go, but rather to let him die? Realm King God Xian resigned himself to his fate. Mainly he had no choice but to accept it. He simply couldn't fight back against the overwhelming destructive aura that left one gasping for breath. Lewis and Whis had no idea what Realm King God Xian was thinking. Otherwise they would definitely say, "Kid, you are overthinking it." Lewis spoke, "Old Realm King God, come out." The Kaioshin heard this, and was taken aback. The old Kaioshin. Cough, cough, cough. I've finally come out, old man. A lecherous old man dressed in Kaioshin attire appeared by the lake, stretching his waist and savoring the taste of freedom. Who is this old man? How did he appear? The Kaioshin was dumbfounded. Old man. The old Kaioshin cursed directly. I am your ancestor. While scolding, the old Kaioshin frowned and said, I thought some junior had released me. I didn't expect the current Kaioshin to be so weak. Ancestor. The Kaioshin looked at the old Kaioshin's outfit and the patera earrings hanging from his ears. His body shook violently. Could this old man be a former Kaioshin? Yes, it must be, because that young Kaioshin said he would release the old Kaioshin. It should indeed be this old man. Are you really my ancestor? The Kaioshin was overjoyed, his small fists clenched tightly together. The old Kaioshin glanced at this bean sprout and finally nodded. Ancestor, you must be very strong. Please help me beat him up, he just bullied me. The Kaioshin felt he had found a support and pointed at Lewis. Lewis Vados, ouch. As soon as the Kaioshin finished speaking, his head throbbed with pain. He covered his head and squatted on the ground howling. Shut up, you don't even know who he is. You as a Kaioshin are truly a failure. The old Kaioshin scolded, giving a hard knock to Xian. The old Kaioshin turned his head and looked at Lewis and Vados, saying, Mr. Vados, long time no see. Vados smiled and nodded. Old Kaioshin, long time no see. The old Kaioshin shifted his gaze to Lewis and said, this must be the current candidate for the god of destruction. Yes, Lord Beerus found this little guy 10 years ago, and then he fell into slumber. I am now taking him out to destroy planets. Nice to meet you, old Kaioshin. You can just call me Lewis. Lewis respectfully bowed. The old Kaioshin looked Lewis up and down and praised, the power within you is very special, and you have also comprehended the rules of destruction. Your talent is very good. Wait a second. Lewis, what is this ethereal aura around you? The old Kaioshin realized something and exclaimed, is it the state of complete freedom? Hiss. From Vados he learned that this boy was found by Beerus only 10 years ago, which means he has only trained with Vados for a maximum of 10 years. In just 10 years he comprehended the rules of destruction and the angel skill of complete freedom. This talent is not just good, it's terrifyingly explosive. Lewis looked at the old Kaioshin in shock, how terrifying he could see through his essence with just one glance. The other party wouldn't have seen the system within him too, would they? Host, please rest assured this system cannot be seen by beings from the Dragon Ball world. An electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Lewis finally breathed a sigh of relief. The old Kaioshin truly has sharp eyes, but Lewis has not comprehended complete freedom. Rather, it's the embryonic form of the state of freedom. Vados explained. The old Kaioshin was still shocked, swallowing hard. Even if it's just the embryonic form, that is still quite terrifying. After all, this is a realm that even Beerus has not comprehended. The old Kaioshin was immersed in a world of shock, while the Kaioshin was left confused. Didn't the young Kaioshin say that once the old Kaioshin was released, he would know everything? Why was he getting more and more confused as he listened? Old Kaioshin, many universes are waiting to see our universe 7 being destroyed by the Grand Zeno. I will need your help moving forward. Vados spoke again. Oh, why? The old Kaioshin was taken aback, and even Lewis did not know about this matter. Vados, seeing their expressions, recounted the events from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, a divine aura erupted near Planet Vegeta, and then Beerus found Lewis to be the candidate for the god of destruction. Initially, it was nothing. But other universes heard that Beerus' successor was actually a little brat who was weak to the point of explosion. With Beerus' reputation, all the gods of destruction came out to mock. They laughed, saying, is there really no one left in Universe 7? They actually chose a child as the candidate for the god of destruction, which is laughable. The average level index of humans in Universe 7 was already at the bottom. Coupled with Beerus' poor decision, Universe 7 found itself in a very passive situation. Because the Grand Zenus universe did not originally have only 12 universes, there were originally 18 universes. However, due to the poor development of other universes, and some universes offending the Grand Zeno, only 12 universes remain after being destroyed. If the development of Universe 7 continues to decline, it is very likely that it will truly be destroyed by the Grand Zeno. Divine Aura. The average level index of humans continues to decline. I didn't expect that during the years I was sealed, Universe 7 has actually fallen to this extent. The old Kaioshin just wanted to curse. It's all that skinny skeleton's fault. If he hadn't sealed himself, Universe 7 under his management would definitely not have faced such a situation. Old Kaioshin, please calm down. Our universe is indeed not optimistic, but now that Lewis is here, Universe 7 will improve. Vados finally spoke again. Yes, with Lewis here, with your talent, Lewis, our Universe 7 will rise again soon. The old Kaioshin nodded. This was the first piece of good news he had heard since being released. Meanwhile, Lewis felt a bit uneasy. Is my talent really that great? How could it not be? In 10 years of cultivation, he comprehended the rules of destruction and grasped the embryonic form of the state of freedom. Plus, with that special immunity, who else in the Grand Zenus universe could have better talent than Lewis? Lewis finally spoke. Old Kaioshin, the current Kaioshin, still knows nothing. I need you to teach him a lot. This is the key. After all, the position of Kaioshin is no longer held by the old Kaioshin. The management of the universe requires a Kaioshin. Who said I know nothing? I understand everything. What do you understand? The old Kaioshin gave a Xian another hard knock on the head and sighed. Alas, it's all Beerus' fault. This bean sprout knows nothing, so it can't really be blamed on him. The old Kaioshin then recounted the matter of Majin Buu. Hearing about the past, the Kaioshin's eyes slightly reddened, realizing that the ancestor knew about Majin Buu. Junior, from now on I will teach you. The old Kaioshin glanced at the Kaioshin and then at Lewis, realizing that Lewis is truly the key figure now. Thinking about the shocked expressions of other universes' Kaioshins upon seeing Lewis, he felt happy, just imagining it. Old Kaioshin, since you are out, I will leave a Xian to you. I need to go destroy a batch of planets. Lewis expressed his intention to leave. Destroy planets. The Kaioshin's eyes widened in anger. Why do you want to destroy planets? No way, casually destroying planets is no different from you and Majin Buu. Ouch. The Kaioshin's head throbbed again. This was the third time he had been hit by the old Kaioshin. Ancestor, why are you hitting me? You don't understand anything. The old Kaioshin finally began to educate a Xian about the divine responsibilities of the Grand Zenus universe. Meanwhile, Lewis glanced at Vados. His mission in the Kaioshin realm was complete, and it was time to leave. Vados understood Lewis' expression and then waved his staff, wrapping the two in a colorful glow shooting up into the sky. Not long after Lewis and the others left. What? The god of destruction is the strongest in the universe. The god of destruction is even stronger than Majin Buu. Lewis left the king of the world realm and began to destroy planets incessantly over the next month. One barren planet after another vanished at Lewis' hands, and he became increasingly proficient in the use of his destructive powers. Now the destructive energy he had gathered had grown from the size of a grain of rice to that of a fist. In the cosmic expanse, he shouted destruction. Lewis raised his hand, aiming at a planet still in its primitive tribal era, and hurled the destructive energy. A buzzing sound echoed as a flash of purple light streaked by, and the planet transformed into flowing light, dissipating into the cosmic void. The planet Lewis destroyed had once harbored life, but due to an erroneous evolutionary path it failed to develop into intelligent human life, thus deemed a useless planet. Whis observed the young man in the cosmic sky, a smile never leaving his face. Lord Beerus has hit the jackpot. Whis, what are you talking about? Lewis turned his head. This was the 5,608th useless planet he had destroyed, revealing how irresponsible Beerus had been. It's nothing. By the way, you Saiyans cannot survive in the universe, you. Haha, it seems that due to ignoring negative influences, I can now survive even in the universe. You little freak. Normally, a regular person can only survive in the universe after reaching the level of the great king of the universe, but I never expected you to survive in the universe with that special power, even at the king level. Haha, it's not that big of a deal. Lewis scratched his head and said, Whis, I've pretty much completed my task. What should I do now? Whis waved his staff, checked the destroyed planets, and found that they were indeed nearly obliterated, saying it's true. However, to raise the average level of cosmic humans relying solely on planet destruction is not very useful. Ultimately, there are simply too few strong individuals in the 7th universe. Moreover, too many planets cannot be destroyed, as it would affect the development of a universe. Now it's time for Asin to take action. Only by balancing destruction and creation can more powerful beings be born from the universe itself. Hearing this, Lewis nodded. Whis, since I have nothing to do now, can I relax a bit? Sure, but where do you want to go? Whis' eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Lewis spoke, I want to return to Planet Vegeta and see how the Saiyans are doing. Lewis had never had a good impression of that group of evil Saiyans. But for some reason, over the years he couldn't help but want to know how the Saiyans had developed, especially since their fate had been changed, making him even more curious about their current development. Lewis, I'm afraid you might not be able to return to Planet Vegeta. Oh, did Frieza destroy Planet Vegeta? You actually know this. Whis looked at Lewis meaningfully. Oh no. Lewis swallowed hard, accidentally saying the wrong thing again. Whis didn't press further, glanced at Lewis, and then said, don't worry, Planet Vegeta did indeed explode, but the Saiyans did not perish. Oh, now Lewis was confused. Do you remember the order Lord Beerus left when he departed from Planet Vegeta? I remember initially Lord Beerus allowed the Saiyan race to join the Galactic Patrol. As long as you remember that, it's fine. Lord Beerus's order was one that King Vegeta dared not defy, so King Vegeta led his entire clan to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, and when Frieza saw King Vegeta's betrayal, he attacked and destroyed Planet Vegeta. What? Lewis instinctively felt anxious and quickly asked, so my Saiyan clan is now at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Yes. The Galactic Patrol headquarters is no ordinary place, so Frieza didn't dare to invade there. Now the Saiyan clan is living quite well. Whis nodded, checked some information, and widened his eyes in surprise. I didn't expect that after 10 years your Saiyans have developed quite well, with more than a dozen Saiyans breaking through to a battle power of 1,000. 1,000 battle power. Lewis frowned deep in thought. Could it be that the S cells within the Saiyans had begun to awaken? That would explain their rapid growth over the past 10 years. Whis, help me find a Saiyan named Kakarot, see where he is now. Lewis' voice was urgent, and Whis frowned, wondering who Kakarot was. Soon. That Saiyan named Kakarot is currently on a planet called Earth. He now goes by the name Son Goku, and is undergoing training from someone called Master Roshi. He went to Earth. He's already started training under Master Roshi. Lewis pondered. He never expected that Son Goku had indeed gone to Earth. Based on the timeline, Son Goku was indeed receiving Master Roshi's guidance at this time. Since the Saiyans had not perished, would Vegeta still invade Earth? Would Son Goku still transform into a Super Saiyan? Let's go to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Since Son Goku went to Earth, and Earth has not been significantly affected by the butterfly effect, Lewis had no intention of interrupting Son Goku's training just yet. After all, Son Goku's continued breakthroughs in the future were not only due to his talent and will, but also the martial arts training he received in his youth on Earth. Alright. Whis did not ask about Lewis' purpose for going to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, and he disappeared with Lewis into the cosmic expanse. In the 7th universe, at the very center of the North Galaxy, a massive planet floated there, surrounded by several smaller planets. On this giant planet was the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the mission hall, Jay sat on the sofa watching the Saiyans coming and going and couldn't help but exclaim, who would have thought that the fierce and ruthless Saiyan race would actually join the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Are Saiyans really that frightening? A woman with short golden hair and an alluring figure sat beside Jace, exuding a mature feminine aura. Of course they are frightening. They once followed that cosmic tyrant Frieza. Hearing this, the blonde woman couldn't help but tremble. She and Jace had nearly been captured by Frieza's forces during their space travels, but fortunately Jace's spaceship was advanced enough, allowing them to escape. So how did these Saiyans suddenly join the Galactic Patrol? I don't know. However, thanks to the Saiyans joining over the past decade, our workload in the Galactic Patrol has indeed become much lighter. How strange. The blonde woman rested her chin on her hand, watching the Saiyans coming and going in the mission hall. Just then, 2 figures walked in from the mission hall, and the newcomers were none other than Lewis and Whis. Is that her? The moment Lewis entered, he noticed the woman beside Jace, Ties. In the original story, Ties was Bulma's sister and a novelist who followed Jace into space in search of good material for her novels. He never expected to see her at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Ties also noticed Lewis gaze, her brows slightly furrowing. Ties, what's wrong? That person is looking at me. Ties pointed at Lewis. Jace hurriedly pressed her hand down, panicking. Are you trying to get us killed? Didn't you see that tail at his waist? He's a Saiyan. Ties then noticed the tail at Lewis' waist and quickly covered her mouth. But, oh no, that Saiyan is coming this way. He must have heard what you just said. Jace felt like crying. Women are really troublesome. As Lewis approached, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Jace and Ties held their breath, their palms sweating, praying that the other party wasn't here to cause them trouble. Miss, are you Dr. Brief's daughter? Lewis approached Ties with a gentle smile. He had of course recognized Ties at once, yet he chose not to reveal it outright lest Whis cast that peculiar, knowing glance his way again. Ties blinked in surprise, lifting a slender finger to point at herself, her eyes widening. You know my father. Her expression of astonishment was utterly endearing. Lewis rubbed his nose lightly. No, I don't. Huh. Would you be willing to deliver a message to him for me? Why, Wise? Relief washed over Ties. This young man seemed quite courteous. Surely Saiyans weren't as fearsome as Kakarot had claimed. Not fearsome. She had yet to witness Lewis shatter over 5,000 planets. Had she seen it, her judgment might well have changed. Ask him to construct a gravity chamber calibrated to 100 times Earth's standard gravity for Son Goku. Lewis hadn't originally planned to visit Earth so soon, yet the moment he laid eyes on Taiz, the idea crystallized. After all, Goku's early growth had been painfully slow. With such a chamber, his power would surge forward with breathtaking momentum. And when Lewis finally met Goku face-to-face, perhaps they could engage in a glorious, unrestrained battle, the kind worthy of the Dragon Ball Saga's legendary protagonist. Ah yes, I'll certainly relay it to my father. Thank you very much. As Lewis turned to leave, something occurred to him. He paused and looked back at Taiz. Should you ever find yourself in peril, simply call out Whis, and I will return at once to your aid. Consider it my token of gratitude. In the original chronicle, Taiz severed contact with Bulma and the others after departing Earth. Lewis suspected she might have encountered grave danger and vanished as a result. Whether or not this conjecture would come to pass, it would still be a profound loss to let such a radiant woman meet an untimely end. Before Taiz could fully process his words, Lewis had already turned away. Kakarot watched his retreating figure and asked, Taiz, do you know this Saiyan? No, I don't. Then how did he? Lewis no longer heard their exchange. He and Whis ascended to the pinnacle of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. A large green octopus sat in an office chair, its tentacles methodically sorting through mission assignments. Beside him stood a youth clad in the formal uniform of the Galactic Patrol. Moira's have those Saiyans remained compliant. Galactic King, they pose no concern. Oh, how can you be so certain? Moira's began, then abruptly paused, sensing something. Galactic King, my elder brother has arrived, and the contender destroyer is with him. What? The Galactic King paled instantly and tumbled from his chair. As ruler of the galaxy, he knew many ancient secrets, and Moira's true identity was among them. If Moira's was a trainee angel, then his elder brother could only be a full-fledged angel. And now, a contender destroyer had also appeared. Impossible. Since when had the 7th universe even appointed a contender destroyer? As the Galactic King reeled in bewilderment, Moira's declared, they're here. And two figures stepped calmly through the doorway. Whis smiled warmly. Moira's, long time no see. Brother, indeed it has been too long. Moira's nodded, then turned toward Lewis. This must be the honorable contender destroyer. Whis gave a gentle affirming nod. Greetings, Moira's. Lewis offered a courteous bow. Before arriving, Whis had already briefed him on the unique significance of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, namely Moira's himself. Moira's was Whis's younger brother, and precisely because of that bond, Frieza dared not set foot here to harass the Saiyans. Honorable contender destroyer, I humbly greet you. Moira studied Lewis, intently sensing an ethereal, otherworldly aura emanating from the youth. The realm of unfettered existence. How intriguing. It seemed the other universe's hopes of witnessing the 7th universe's humiliation would likely be dashed. The Galactic King hurried forward and bowed deeply before Lewis and Whis. Galactic King, summon King Vegeta to me. At once. Without hesitation, and without questioning Lewis's intent, the Galactic King rushed off to fetch him. Once the Galactic King departed, Whis and Moira's exchanged quiet words. Lewis observed Moira's closely. Like Whis, he possessed pale blue skin and silvery hair. According to the original chronicle, Moira's would perish during the Moro arc, only to be resurrected later by the Grand Priest, though thereafter stripped of his divine essence and reduced to mortality. Moira's angels remain neutral. They must neither intervene excessively in cosmic affairs nor unleash their full power upon mortals in the mortal realm. Brother, evildoers must be restrained. That is precisely why I joined the Galactic Patrol. Moira's such conviction alone will not forge you into a worthy angel. Whis gently stroked Moira's head, his voice serene yet unyielding. Moira's lowered his gaze, falling silent. Listening to the brothers exchange, Lewis mused that Moira's temperament remained perfectly aligned with the chronicle's portrayal. Gentle in nature, yet unwavering in justice. His deepest aspiration was to safeguard the universe he held dear. Just then, a towering figure entered through the doorway behind the Galactic King. Lewis spoke coolly, King Vegeta, long time indeed. Moira's and Whis ceased their conversation and turned toward him. Lewis, did you not become Lord Beerus's disciple? Why have you returned? King Vegeta's joy was unrestrained. 10 years earlier, upon regaining consciousness from his coma, he'd learned from Vegeta himself that Lewis had been selected as the contender destroyer by the Destroyer God. How fare the Saiyans? For the past decade, our people have endured relentless pursuit by Frieza's forces. Many perished in the early days, but once our combat power inexplicably surged, Frieza's legions ceased to pose any real threat. And Vegeta? Lewis settled into a chair with a faint nod and asked again. We joined the Galactic Patrol under Lord Beerus's direct command. Yet Frieza remains ignorant of this decree, believing we betrayed him. Hence he continues hunting us without cease. King Vegeta clenched his jaw. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz vanished 10 years ago under Frisia's persecution. No word of them has reached us since. Lewis, you are the pride of our Saiyan race. Our homeworld planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frisia. You must avenge us. Vanished. Lewis stiffened, genuinely taken aback. He glanced instinctively at Whis. Whis raised his staff and conducted a swift divine inquiry, then replied, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz live still, evading Frisia's forces even now. King Vegeta erupted in jubilation. Truly, then esteemed Mr. Whis, might you retrieve my son for me? Whis turned his gaze toward Lewis. Lewis shook his head unmoved. There's no need. If he falls to Frisia's hunters now, it is only proof of his own inadequacy. Could Vegeta, the Dragon Ball Saga's second protagonist, truly perish so easily? Perhaps this very flight would carry him to Earth instead. Who could have foreseen that Lewis's casual speculation would unfold exactly as imagined, though that of course lay far in the future. Lewis, Vegeta is your kin. How can you speak so heartlessly? King Vegeta's voice cracked with urgency. Lewis fixed him with a cold, unblinking stare. Truthfully, I bore no objection when Lord Beerus contemplated annihilating the Saiyan race. I never anticipated he would ultimately spare them solely for my sake. Since you survive, do not trouble me further. Saiyans were born with savage instincts. Not everyone would, like Son Goku or Vegeta, ultimately embrace the gentler soul of Earthlings. Lewis was native to this world, and thus harbored little sympathy for the race's innate cruelty. Whis, hearing these words, paused, genuinely startled. He had assumed Lewis came to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to rally his kin and lead them against Frisia. Who could have guessed otherwise? Then, what truly was Lewis's purpose here? Whis studied Lewis with newfound depth. King Vegeta fell silent, stunned. A Saiyan, speaking such words about his own bloodline, abandoned by his own kin, and relentlessly hunted by a galactic sovereign. He as their sovereign felt profoundly powerless. Very well. If you refuse to help, I shall devise my own solution. Fists clenched, King Vegeta strode away, his silhouette heavy with sorrow and solitude. Lewis stood up from his chair and cast a deep glance at King Vegeta's back. Why did he feel like King Vegeta had changed? Was it just an illusion? Lewis, are you really not going to help your people? Survival of the fittest, that's the natural law you told me. Lewis replied coldly. In fact, with his current strength, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could easily defeat Frisia. But what reason did he have to help the Saiyans? Moreover, Frisia would be killed by the protagonist of Dragon Ball later, so it wouldn't even be his turn. But Lewis felt a bit restless, though he couldn't quite understand why. He always felt that King Vegeta seemed different since joining the Galactic Patrol. Oh ho ho, Lewis, you're quite insightful, truly worthy of being Lord Beerus' candidate. Whis then turned to Meruz and said earnestly, so do you understand the Angel's neutrality rule now? Meruz completely ignored Whis, just like King Vegeta, turning around and leaving without looking back. Whis, after leaving the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Lewis wandered around the headquarters again. He was constantly distracted, only focusing when he encountered Saiyans on the way, occasionally nodding. The Saiyans had indeed changed a lot, especially in terms of their combat power, with nearly everyone surpassing a battle power of 8,000. A battle power of 8,000 was what Nappa had when he invaded Earth. Don't forget, this was still in the early stages of the Dragon Ball storyline. 8,000 battle power was already quite strong. Has the cell within the Saiyans truly awakened? But how could this group of inherently evil Saiyans awaken their cells? In the end, Lewis still left the Galactic Patrol headquarters with Whis. On the way back to the God of Destruction's realm, he asked, are you really not going to help your people, eh? Whis noticed that Lewis seemed a bit distracted and laughed while covering his mouth. What's so funny? I said I want help, so I want. Lewis placed his hand on Whis' shoulder, speaking irritably. Whis chuckled. Someone is quite stubborn. Clearly before coming to the Galactic headquarters you were in a hurry. I thought you had some purpose, yet it turns out your attention has been on your people all along. Stop beating around the bush and scolding me. Lewis thought for a moment and asked, Whis, help me investigate what happened after the Saiyans joined the Galactic Patrol. Whis nodded, first stopping in the cosmic starry sky, then waved his staff. A moment later, after the Saiyans followed Lord Beerus' command to join the Galactic Patrol, they stopped invading other planets and began carrying out missions issued by the Silver Patrol. In these 10 years, the Saiyans have completed 300 galactic missions and protected 3605 races. They have destroyed 4083 cosmic pirate groups, killing a total of 10300 silver criminals. Whis became increasingly astonished, finally looking at Lewis and saying, Lewis, it seems your Saiyans have changed. Changed? Lewis furrowed his brow. Aren't Saiyans inherently evil? No, wait. In the original story, the Saiyans weren't initially evil, they became so after a civil war. Lewis suddenly recalled someone. Yamoshi. In Yamoshi's story, it was said that he and 5 kind-hearted companions broke free during a civil war and transformed into Super Saiyans at a critical moment. This is the beginning of the legend of the Super Saiyan. It's also the beginning of the legend of the Super Saiyan God. Lewis smiled and said, "Whis, if the Saiyans encounter danger, please let me know." Lewis, didn't you say? Aren't I thinking about the 7th universe? Just look at the Saiyans now. Oh, in just 10 years, some have already surpassed a battle power of 1000. If they are given more time to develop, wouldn't they easily raise the average power index of the universe's humans? Hey, Lewis, I have to say you make a valid point. Whis stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up. Right? I thought of this, which is why I wanted you to pay attention to the safety of the Saiyans. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to cultivate a gifted race in the universe. Lewis raised his chin proudly. He spoke as if it was indeed true, and Whis did not expose him, covering his mouth and laughing. You are right, Lord Lewis. I was too worried. Oomph. Lewis was quite stubborn and snorted twice. Just then Whis suddenly frowned. Lewis, Miss Ties is in danger. What? Has she encountered danger so soon? Let's hurry. In another part of the cosmic starry sky, 2 people aboard a galactic patrol spaceship looked anxious, because behind them were 5 other ships chasing them. What to do? I didn't expect to be targeted by Frisia's army as soon as I stepped out. Ties grabbed Jace's shoulders, shaking him incessantly. Stop shaking. If you keep shaking, I'm going to faint. Jace saw many stars floating before his eyes and hurriedly said. Ties stopped shaking and shouted. You still say you're an elite of the Galactic Patrol. You can't even handle those little Kalami behind us. You're such a liar. I didn't lie to you. Jace wanted to say something, but suddenly his face changed. We're finished. The ships behind are more advanced. We can't shake them off, and they're about to attack. Warning. Detected strong energy fluctuations behind. Please pay attention, pilot. The alarm was blaring, and the deafening sound made Ties panic. Could it be that she wouldn't escape this time? No, she still hadn't written the novel that would make her famous throughout the universe. Ties, do you remember what that Saiyan said at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? A dying horse is treated like a live one. Oh, quickly call Whis. Hearing this, Ties recalled the earlier memory. If you encounter danger, just call Whis, and I will come to save you. This is my gratitude to you. Ties treated her dying horse like a live one and raised her head to shout, Whis. Buzz. Waves appeared outside the spaceship and 2 figures emerged. Lewis received Ties' distress call and immediately instructed Whis to rush over. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too far. Otherwise, given Whis' space travel capabilities, it might have been too late. After all, the speed of space travel couldn't compare to instant transmission. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to learn the secret technique. Lewis appeared outside the spaceship. 5 electromagnetic shockwaves surged toward him. He raised his hand and waved, deflecting the shockwaves aside. Then Lewis reached out into the void. The 5 spaceships in front of him were instantly compressed into a mass, turning into 5 pieces of scrap metal, and the people inside were squashed into pulp. After Ties shouted, Whis, she kept her eyes closed. In fact, she had already given up hope. After all, how could someone come to save her just by calling their name? But after a while, the energy fluctuations behind have disappeared. The alarm has been lifted. The alarm has been lifted. Ties was stunned and slowly opened her eyes. Jace pointed outside the spaceship and exclaimed excitedly, Ties, look outside. What could be outside? When Ties looked, she was instantly dumbfounded. There were 2 figures floating outside the spaceship, smiling as they looked at her. These 2 were none other than the Saiyan she met at the Galactic Patrol headquarters and his servant. Hiss. Ties inhaled sharply, realizing that it was true. Just by calling someone's name, someone could come to save her. Suddenly, the 2 figures outside the spaceship disappeared. The next second, the 2 appeared inside the spaceship. Lewis smiled and said, I didn't expect you to encounter danger so quickly. It's you actually came to save me. Ties, excited, jumped onto Lewis. This really scared her as she thought she was doomed. Lewis' body stiffened. Ties had a great figure, curvy and soft. Could you please get down and talk? The scent wafted into his nose and Lewis felt something awakening in a certain part of his body. If Ties didn't get down soon, he was going to embarrass himself. Ties seemed to sense something and hurriedly jumped down, laughing. I'm so glad you came, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. After speaking, Ties lifted her fair chin and glanced at Jace. It was as if to say, look, this is something you, an elite of the Galactic Patrol, couldn't handle, and it was solved by that fierce Saiyan you spoke of. TCH. Jace huffed unhappily. At this moment, Lewis smiled and said, Miss, the universe is too dangerous. Shouldn't you return to Earth after this? Miss? Just call me Ties. Ties' eyes turned firm as she continued. No, I will continue to travel in the universe until I write a novel that shakes the universe. Lewis, Whis, you're just an ordinary Earthling, and even after encountering danger, you still dare to travel in the dangerous cosmic starry sky. Lewis fell silent for a moment and said, Since you've chosen to continue your journey, I wish you good luck. After saying this, Lewis prepared to leave with Whis. Wait, what's wrong? Lewis was taken aback and turned to look at Ties. Can you protect me? They'll pay you, my dad has a lot of money. Ties blushed. She was brave for her dreams, but still afraid of danger. This handsome young man looked like a really nice person. Moreover, he was a Saiyan. His earlier sudden appearance to save her was enough to show that he was strong. If she could have him protect her, she wouldn't have to follow that weakling Jace. Ties, I'm sorry, but I really don't have the time. Lewis shook his head. He was a candidate for the God of Destruction and needed to return to the God of Destruction's realm to continue his training. Otherwise, with his current 1 billion battle power, when the Dragon Ball boss appears, he wouldn't stand a chance. No, Jace is so weak, he can't protect me, you. Hearing Tice's words, Jace couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sister, I'm still here. Just call me Lewis. Still, you are stronger. Those Frisia army members are no match for you. Lewis, you're the best, I'm begging you. Ties blinked her big eyes playfully. Being flattered like this, Lewis couldn't help but smile slightly. He had to admit Tice's flattery was truly impressive. Whis looked at this and sneered. Huh, man. Lewis felt a great sense of comfort in his heart as he lifted his head and hummed, Stop, stop, stop. Although what you said is true, I really am great and awesome, but... Lewis, you're the best. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? A barrage of sweet words came at him, leaving Lewis in silence. Inside the spaceship, it was very quiet. He looked at Ty-C and suddenly asked, Can you cook? Cook? Ty-C was taken aback. Wasn't it about protecting her? However, Ty-C nodded. I can. As the daughter of the richest man on Earth, she would normally not know how to cook. But she had followed Jack into the universe alone, and after years of wandering, she had learned to cook. I can protect you, but you have to cook for me. Can you agree to that? Lewis spoke. He also wanted to refuse Ty-C, but this beautiful big sister said he was great and awesome. Who could resist that? Moreover, Lewis couldn't cook either, and the food made by Whis was terrible. If Ty-C could cook for him, protecting her wouldn't be a problem. Sure, let's say that then. Ty-C turned around and smiled. Jack, I have Lewis to protect me. We will meet again someday. Let's go. Women are really annoying. They only know how to burn bridges. Jack was speechless. Whis, let's go back and destroy the God Realm. Lewis looked at Whis. Wait, Lewis, are you planning to take her to destroy the God Realm? Whis finally spoke. Is there a problem? I don't have a problem. Whis shook his head. But if Lord Beerus wakes up and sees a stranger in the God Realm, he might get angry. Lewis replied irritably. Why do you care about that lazy guy? He is sleeping. I am the God of Destruction. You should listen to me. Whis' mouth twitched slightly, but Lewis was right. With Beerus not around, he had to listen to Lewis. Besides, it might not necessarily make Lord Beerus angry if he wakes up. Lewis looked at Ty-C again. Ty-C had short golden hair. She was very cute and beautiful, but if she had longer hair, she would probably look even better. Oh, why are you so sure that Lord Beerus won't get angry when he wakes up? Whis asked curiously. Would you get angry if there's something delicious? Lewis turned his head to look over. Delicious? Whis' eyes instantly lit up, saying, I agree to protect Ty-C. Lewis. Ty-C wanted to say something, but hesitated. Lewis laughed. Just say whatever you want. Ty-C swallowed and said, what you mentioned about the God of Destruction and the candidate God of Destruction, what are those? Could it be some kind of divine existence? Lewis and Whis exchanged glances and both laughed. You'll know in the future. Let's go. Lewis grabbed Ty-Ci's wrist, glanced at Whis, who immediately waved his staff, and the three of them disappeared from the spaceship. Only Jack remained in the spaceship, feeling bewildered. The God Realm of Destruction. Affected by the destructive aura for many years, the land of the God Realm of Destruction was all purple. In front of a lake. With a swish, three figures appeared. Few after being out for a month and finally back. Lewis walked to a lounge chair by the lake and lay down. Whis went to contact the old Kaioshin, telling him about Lewis completing the task. The old Kaioshin of the Kaioshin realm was extremely excited to hear that Lewis had destroyed over 500 useless planets. If those 500 planets were assigned to Beerus, it would take him at least 1,000 years to complete the task. The old Kaioshin felt that it was a very correct decision for Beerus to take Lewis as the candidate God of Destruction. Over here. Wow, this planet is so beautiful. Ty-C exclaimed as it was her first time in the God Realm of Destruction, wandering around like a curious cat. It's surprising. Lewis took a sip of the drink beside him and suddenly remembered something, asking, Ty-C, do you still have instant noodles in your universal capsule? Instant noodles? Ty-C returned to Lewis' side and frowned. Yes. Do you want some? As long as there are, it's fine. Don't let Lord Beerus suddenly wake up and see you here. That would be bad. Who is this Lord Beerus you are talking about? Ty-C threw out a universal capsule, which transformed into a warehouse over 10 meters high, filled with dry food. Uffed. Seeing this, Lewis immediately sprayed the drink in his mouth and wiped his mouth, saying, Are you trying to survive a disaster? You are the one surviving a disaster. am traveling in the universe and have to be fully prepared. Taisi huffed. The universal capsule she had taken out was just one of thousands. If she took all of them out, Luis would probably be shocked to death. Hey, what are you guys doing? After Whis finished contacting the old Kaioshin and returned, he saw the warehouse beside Taisi and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Didn't you say you wanted something delicious? Luis walked into the warehouse and took out 3 buckets of instant noodles, saying, Whis, hot water. Okay. Whis waved his staff, and a pot of boiling water appeared out of thin air as he picked up one of the unopened buckets of instant noodles from the table. He looked at it carefully and sniffed it. Can it be delicious? Taisi, you help Whis with that. Okay. Taisi began to unwrap the plastic packaging on the instant noodles. Only then did Whis realize what was going on, and it turned out that the outer packaging had to be removed first. Whis occasionally showed expressions of surprise like a country bumpkin. Luis ignored him as Whis would continue to be astonished. Soon Luis and Taisi poured the boiling water. They just had to wait a minute or two and the instant noodles would be ready. Luis looked at the instant noodles on the table and couldn't help but reminisce about the instant noodles from his past life, feeling quite nostalgic. Luis, what are you and Whis talking about regarding the god of destruction and the candidate god of destruction? What are those? Taisi, sitting on a long bench at the table, asked this topic again. The god of destruction is the god of destruction. However, the god of destruction is the deity that governs the destruction of the universe and is the highest deity in the entire universe's dimensions. Luis' voice was soft, but it stirred up a tremendous wave in Taisi's heart. You? Are you telling the truth? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Gulp. Taisi swallowed nervously as she seemed to uncover a secret from the conversation between Luis and Whis, saying anxiously, Luis, are you the candidate god of destruction? Is Lord Beerus the god of destruction? Luis tilted his head, looking at Taisi's fair little face, and smiled. You truly deserve to be a novelist. Just from my conversation with Whis, you deduced all this information. Yes, you are right. I am the candidate god of destruction, while the real god of destruction is still asleep. Knowing that mere words would be hard for Taisi to believe, Luis raised his hand and threw a destructive energy towards a distant mountain range. Buzz. The towering mountain range vanished without a trace. Taisi's face turned pale, scared into silence. Ha, weren't you very brave? You dared to travel alone in the universe. Candidate god of destruction, you want kill me, right? Taisi hugged her shoulders and backed away, her tense little eyes revealing that she was truly frightened. It's fine, come here. If I wanted to kill you, why would I bring you here? Plus I said I would protect you, and I will definitely protect you. As Luis said this, he chuckled, but you have to say more nice things first. Taisi let out a sigh of relief. A large mountain had just vaporized in an instant, and this candidate god of destruction was too terrifying. Fortunately, the other party did not have any killing intent. Candidate god of destruction, you are truly amazing. You are so handsome, like the stars in the sky, no matter where. Taisi returned to the chair, flattering, but before she could finish, both Luis and Whis instantly got goosebumps. Stop, don't say that, just talk to me normally, Luis said irritably. At this moment, Whis ignored Taisi and looked at the instant noodles on the table, swallowing. Luis, do you smell that? It smells so good. Luis glanced at the time and said, it's time we can eat now. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow flashed in the void, and one of the buckets of instant noodles on the table instantly disappeared. Slurp. Whis couldn't wait to take a bite of the instant noodles. Wah, what kind of earthly delicacy is this? It's so delicious. Slurp. Every noodle is wrapped in broth, and when it enters the mouth, the rich aroma bursts, directly hitting the soul. Gulp. This broth is even more exquisite. It must have been made by boiling countless precious ingredients to create that small pack of seasoning. Drinking the broth, it slides down the throat and into the stomach. Whis didn't take a bite of the instant noodles. With every sip of broth, he was sharing his insights on the food. His flushed expression was like a post-coital high. Luis, are these additives really that delicious? Taisi was dumbfounded. Some people just love additives. We can't control that much. Come on, let's eat too. Luis' mouth twitched slightly as he handed a bucket of instant noodles to Taisi and took another for himself. Just as he was about to eat, boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the distant god of destruction palace. Taisi, who was eating instant noodles, was startled. What was happening? Meanwhile, Whis accelerated, finishing a whole bucket of noodles in seconds, leaving not a drop of soup behind. In the next moment, Whis, are you secretly eating good food without me again? A purple figure flashed through the void as Beerus, dressed in pajamas, flew directly from the god of destruction palace to the lakeside. Taisi, eat quickly. Luis felt his scalp tingle. Who would have thought this instant noodles had such power that it could wake the slumbering Beerus? He hurriedly pushed Taisi, urging her to eat, or else there would be nothing left. Taisi was taken aback. What was going on? However, she still obeyed Luis and quickly started eating the instant noodles in her hands. Beerus had already discovered that the mouth-watering food was the instant noodles in the hands of the three, while Whis had already finished eating his. Only the boy and a woman were left holding the noodles. But the boy pushed the woman, and the two of them immediately began eating the noodles. Beerus swallowed hard, drawn in by the enticing aroma. He really wanted to eat the instant noodles, but he couldn't bring himself to eat what others had already touched. Kid, who are you? Do you want to die? With no good food left to eat, Beerus was furious, his chest heaving, his body radiating a purple glow, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He did not recognize Lewis as the Lewis he had brought back 10 years ago. Well, of course, boys grow up and change dramatically. Beerus had slept for 10 years and Lewis had grown from a child into a handsome young man. How could he recognize him? Lewis ignored Beerus and continued eating the instant noodles. To be honest, the instant noodles in the Dragon Ball world were far more delicious than those he had in his past life. Tai Si felt the destructive aura emanating from Beerus, struggling to breathe. This must be the god of destruction Lewis had mentioned. So terrifying. I'm going to die, help me. At that moment, Lewis held the instant noodles in front of Tai Si. The terrifying pressure instantly vanished, and Tai Si gasped for breath. Finally surviving, Lewis said calmly, Lord Beerus, she is mine. Whis finished his noodles, a smile creeping onto his face as he watched the drama unfold. Beerus clenched his fists, not sparing a glance at Tai Si, and coldly said to Lewis, a trashy king of the universe dares to steal food on my territory. Who gave you the guts? Stealing food. This lazy bum still hasn't recognized him. 2 black lines ran across Lewis' forehead. And how is what's in others' hands yours? You might as well say everything in the 7th universe belongs to you. Actually that doesn't sound too unreasonable. Then let's have a fight. Lewis laughed heartily, throwing the instant noodles into the lake, instantly making them disappear. Seeing the food wasted, Beerus was furious. You want to die? Then I'll grant you your wish. Boom. He was enveloped in destructive energy, purple lightning dancing around him, evoking the wrath of heaven and earth, the light waves incredibly terrifying. Crash. Beerus' figure also disappeared. Tai Si trembled in fear. Is this the so-called god of destruction? Whis waved his staff, protecting Tai Si, ensuring that the aftermath of Beerus' battle wouldn't kill her. That would be quite the joke. In the sky, swish. Swish. 2 figures were flying rapidly. Kid, didn't you eat? Why are you so slow? Beerus suddenly appeared behind Lewis, speaking coldly. Didn't you just see if I ate or not? Seeking death. Beerus was truly angry, showing no mercy. He condensed a basketball-sized ball of destructive energy and smashed it onto Lewis, quickly wrapping him up. The destructive energy upon contact with any object would fundamentally destroy it. Beerus' attack was terrifying. Even when it touched the air, it made sizzling sounds. Daring to steal food from me. Now you're dead. Beerus confidently turned back, feeling better after destroying his opponent. However, Lord Beerus, returning a favor is only polite. You should take a hit from me too. A laughter came from behind. What? Beerus's pupils constricted, quickly turning around to see a fist-sized ball of destructive energy rushing towards him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Beerus was struck by the destructive energy, feeling an incredible tingling sensation. That kid actually survived his attack, and he could also wield destructive energy. No way. Suddenly, a small figure flashed through Beerus' mind, and then a celestial aura appeared in the sky, reminiscent of nature's essence. Looking at Lewis again, he was enveloped by a silver glow. The initial form of the free and unfettered realm. This confirmed Beerus' suspicion, and he smiled. Good lad, I didn't expect you to grow so big. The only one who could ignore a strike from the strongest god of destruction in the Omni King's universe, apart from gods of angelic rank and above, was his former successor. Ha ha, Lord Beerus finally recognized me. Lewis laughed. But you wanted to hit me just now. Now it's my turn to hit you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lewis flickered, darting through the sky. Beerus assumed a defensive posture. After all, the opponent was none other than that exceptionally special little guy from back then. If he slipped up, it would be quite the spectacle. Soon a multitude of destructive energy blasts fell like flowers from heaven, and Beerus shattered one in midair with a punch. Seeing that his prince's combat style was ineffective, Lewis switched up his attack method. Countless phantoms appeared in the sky, each resembling a colossal beast charging towards Beerus. Bang, bang, bang. Naturally, Beerus wouldn't be fooled by the phantoms. He found Lewis' true form. The two engaged in close combat. Silver and purple lights surged into the sky, intertwining and separating. From the sky to the ground, each collision generated terrifying aftershocks. The overwhelming aura spread throughout the god of destruction realm, causing it to begin to collapse. Protected by Whis, Tai Si could not see the details of their battle, but she knew it must be an incredibly intense fight. Whis, will Lewis be okay? Tai Si clenched her small fists, her palms sweaty with anxiety. Whis smiled. He'll be fine. Lord Beerus is strong, but he can't harm Lewis. Not to mention Beerus, even I can't harm Lewis. Of course, Whis did not say this. He kept watching the battle between the two. Don't be fooled by the spectacular battle scenes. In fact, none of these visuals were created by Whis. They were all due to Beerus exerting his full power. Because Beerus knew that even if he went all out, Whis would not die. Whis was still too weak. His power in front of Beerus was like that of a small ant, having no effect whatsoever. Even in the initial form of the free and unfettered realm, he was still crushed by Beerus. Suddenly, Whis widened his eyes, staring at the sky. In the sky, Whis was undergoing some kind of transformation. The aura around him turned golden, and a voice echoed from the heavens. Lord Beerus watched the upcoming transformation. High above, Whis clenched his fists as the silvery radiance enveloping his body faded, replaced by a blazing golden light. Veins bulged across Whis's forehead, his roar swelled louder and louder. Boom! The mountains shattered, the earth split apart. A pillar of golden light erupted skyward. His hair instantly turned golden. Super Saiyan. His battle power surged from 10 billion to 500 billion. Well now, what is this transformation, young man? Haha. Hovering midair, Whis gasped for breath and declared, this is a unique transformation of our Saiyan race. The Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Beerus suddenly recalled a vision from his dreams. A formidable foe he would one day face, the Super Saiyan god. Yet, frowning, Beerus gazed at Whis and asked, boy, is this truly your utmost strength? Yes. Though Whis's power had multiplied 50-fold, it remained utterly insufficient. In the Ultra Dragon Ball continuity, 500 billion battle power roughly matches Son Goku's strength when he first confronted Beerus on King Kai's planet. And yet when Goku challenged Beerus, the destroyer crushed him beneath a single fingertip. To Beerus, Whis, despite his transformation, was still grievously weak. Whis, you've ascended to the Realm King tier in just 10 years, vastly enhanced your strength, and even begun cultivating the nascent form of the unfettered realm. Your talent is extraordinary, but you remain far too weak. You should train further before attempting such a confrontation again. Shaking his head, Beerus withdrew from battle, not out of mercy, but because continued combat would irrevocably unravel the fabric of the Destroyer realm itself. Molten lava spewed violently across the Destroyer realm, acrid sulfur choked the air, its desolation evoking the very end of worlds. Another minute would soon pass, and once 2 minutes elapsed, Whis would no longer be able to restore the Destroyer realm to its original state. Lord Beerus, allow me one final strike. Whis had fought Beerus with profound frustration. He'd done nothing but endure relentless blows. Now, having achieved his first transformation, he was determined, no matter the cost, to experience the full might of the strongest destroyer in the Grand Priest's multiverse. Then come. Beerus stood motionless, arms folded behind his back, his expression grave and unyielding. Whis, rest assured, he'll be unharmed. Below, Whis shielded Tai from the scorching lava. Above, Whis tightened his fist, golden aura blazing around it, warping the surrounding space with subtle tremors. Power surging forth. 500 billion units of force coalesced into that single fist. Beware. Whis moved. A streak of gold tore across the heavens, hurtling toward Beerus like a celestial comet. Beerus remained impassive, then raised his index finger and tapped forward ever so lightly. Boom. Where fist met fingertip, blinding light erupted, the thunderous shockwave reverberated across the entire Destroyer realm. The molten ground surged like an ocean whipped by a typhoon, waves of lava cresting 1,000 feet high. The Destroyer realm fractured, its collapse accelerating with terrifying speed. Recoil hurled Whis backward through the sky for over 10,000 kilometers. His upper body now bare, the Destroyer's uniform had disintegrated under the sheer force of the Supreme Destroyer's touch. Yet Whis bore no injury, thanks to his innate immunity. My stars, how impossibly strong. Whis swallowed hard, realizing, despite exhausting every technique at his command, he hadn't even stirred a single hair on Beerus's head. Soon, under Whis's temporal reversal, the Destroyer realm restored itself to its pristine, undamaged state. Tai, awestruck by the impossible reversal of time, glanced sidelong at Whis, sensing perhaps that the angel dwarfed even these two destroyers in sheer dreadfulness. By the lakeshore, the battle ended. 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles sat upon the table. Beerus sat slumped in his chair, eyes locked on the bubbling broth, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Whis fared no better. His gaze burned with ravenous intensity, fixed unblinkingly upon the noodles, as if willing the next 2 minutes to vanish so he could devour them anew. Whis's earlier dishevelment had vanished entirely. With a wry smile, he teased Beerus, Lord Beerus, these noodles were brought by Tai. May she reside here in the Destroyer realm. Who dares banish Tai? I'll tear them limb from limb. Beerus didn't glance at Whis. His eyes remained riveted on the noodles. Whis glanced at Whis, silent yet eloquent. See, I told you Lord Beerus wouldn't object. Whis rolled his eyes. With such divine cuisine at hand, not only would Lord Beerus never refuse, but if he did, Whis would pummel him until he relented. Haha, Tai, how will you thank me? Having secured Beerus's approval, Lewis beamed proudly at Tai. She covered her mouth, giggling. Master Lewis is the handsomest and most brilliant of all. Indeed, indeed. Lewis tilted his chin upward, basking in the praise. His tail curled jauntily behind him, nearly brushing the heavens. Ah, by the way, as part of your protection agreement, all future meals fall under your responsibility. And when I depart on missions, I'll take you along to gather inspiration for your novels. Rest assured on that count. Agreed. Tai exhaled in quiet relief. Her safety at long last guaranteed. 2 minutes later, Beerus and Whis devoured the noodles with unrestrained fervor. Though Whis had tasted them once already, he still marveled aloud. The noodles were transcendently delicious. Beerus, tasting them for the first time, wept openly, bewildered at how wretched his prior fare had been. After a while, once their hunger was sated, Lewis asked Lord Beerus, "How much stronger must I grow to attain the divine realm?" Reclining in his lounge chair, Beerus sipped the beverage Tai had provided and mused thoughtfully. The chasm between mortals and deities lies not in raw power, but in dimensional transcendence. Though you've ascended to the Realm King tier, strictly speaking, you remain fundamentally mortal. Thus, mere strength alone cannot bridge the gulf between mortal and destroyer. For destroyer power is saturated with divine essence, a force no ordinary mortal can withstand. Beerus looked directly at Lewis. Still, there are exceptions. In Universe 11, a warrior named Jiren appears capable of challenging a destroyer, even as a mortal. If you wish to stand against me, Lewis, well, you'd need to amplify your Super Saiyan power by at least 100,000 times before you'd even earn the right to test yourself against me. 100,000 times. Lewis stared dumbfounded. Even Super Saiyan Blue amplified power only 400-fold. Starting from 10 billion, a 100,000-fold increase would yield a figure beyond comprehension. And that was merely the threshold to engage, not to win. Lewis, in the eyes of a destroyer, battle power has long ceased to be a meaningful measure of true strength. Sensing Lewis's confusion, Whis explained dimensions ascend, thus Yamaking Realm King Divine being Angel. And power tiers progress as Mortal Divine Realm Angelic Realm. The Divine Realm itself comprises 5 ascending layers. Lord Beerus stands at the 5th layer. Among destroyers across the multiverse, only Katra of Universe 4 has recently brushed the 5th layer. All others dwell firmly within the 4th. At this, Tai gasped in astonishment. Wow, so Lord Beerus is the strongest destroyer of all. Absolutely. Absolutely. Beerus, hearing Tai's exclamation, swelled with immense satisfaction. No wonder Lewis had insisted she stay. She possessed the rare gift of flattery. Excellent, excellent. Lewis sighed inwardly, then turned to Whis. How then may I elevate my power to the divine realm? Whis replied, there are 2 paths to attaining the divine realm. First, as Lord Beerus mentioned, Jiren of Universe 11 confronts destroyers using purely mortal power. He has refined mortal strength to its absolute zenith. From what I understand, Jiren's mortal power surpasses even the 4th layer of the divine realm. Observing Lewis's and Tai's stunned expressions, Whis continued, second, cultivate your dimensional tier. Ascend your very being to the divine level. Thereupon your power undergoes a fundamental metamorphosis, from mortal energy into divine energy. Divine energy remains imperceptible to mortals, and its supremacy is beyond mortal reckoning. Take Aizen, for instance, a creator deity whose raw strength is modest. Yet his dimensional tier is divine and his energy divine in nature. Hence he eclipses even Frisia in power. Lewis nodded in sudden clarity. I see. So at equal numerical power levels, divine energy inherently surpasses mortal energy. In other words, if my current 10 billion battle power were transformed from mortal to divine energy, would that suffice to break into the divine realm? That is the principle, but 10 billion remains woefully inadequate. So if you truly seek the divine realm, focus first on elevating your dimensional tier to the divine level. Whis smiled, then grew solemn. Incidentally, Lewis, that transformation you just used is flawed. Abandon it henceforth. Before Lewis could respond, Tai interjected. Why? Lewis's golden hair looked absolutely magnificent. Tai, you misunderstand. Maintaining that state demands colossal stamina and inflicts severe strain upon the body. The moment Whis witnessed Lewis's transformation into a Super Saiyan, he perceived its inherent flaws. Setting down his drink, Beerus affirmed, Whis speaks truth. True strength arises from within, not from external transformations. Your path is misguided. Forsake it. Is it truly flawed? Lewis recalled the perfected form from the canon, the Super Saiyan 4. No, it is a sacred transformation unique to our Saiyan lineage. In time you will understand. You little brat. Beerus shook his head, saying nothing more. On the path of cultivation, many geniuses often think too highly of themselves, yet their decisions are frequently misguided. Only when they realize their mistakes will they genuinely give up, although it may waste some time. Lewis is simply too talented. Even if he wastes 10,000 years, it won't be a big deal. Whis also believed so. He didn't think it was bad for the youth to make mistakes, but rather felt that it would make their memories more profound. Beerus' unexpected awakening coupled with Tice's arrival disrupted the tranquility of the God of Destruction realm, making it a bit more lively. Beerus learned from Whis that Lewis had destroyed over 500 planets in the past month. Beerus was very excited. Indeed, his decision to take Lewis as a candidate for the God of Destruction was correct. Finally, he could lazily enjoy himself without any guilt. Upon hearing Whis' words, Tice gained a new understanding of Lewis, realizing he had destroyed over 500 planets. It turned out that this boy was not as gentle as he appeared. However, Tice was not afraid of Lewis. After all, he had appeared to save her when she was in the most danger and had promised to protect her. How could she fear him? In the following time, Lewis finally resumed his cultivation. Beerus did not continue to fall asleep, as Tice's presence in the God of Destruction realm ensured he always had delicious food to eat. How could he bear to continue sleeping? Besides guiding Lewis' cultivation every day, Whis had another task: to introduce Tice to the wonders of the universe. At first, Tice thought there couldn't possibly be someone who knew so much about the world. It wasn't until she continuously tempted Whis with earth delicacies that she discovered he was like a walking encyclopedia. Whis knew everything, which also sparked new inspiration for her creative endeavors. Lewis was cultivating. Tice was creating. Meanwhile, Whis and Beerus were enjoying their meals. The scene in the God of Destruction realm was quite peculiar. A year passed. Lewis cultivated for another year, but his strength did not significantly improve as he had been focusing on dimensional cultivation. Unfortunately, it seemed that he had hit a bottleneck in dimensional cultivation and couldn't advance further. Let's go, Tice. I need to execute a task to destroy planets, and I'll take you out to gather material for your novel along the way. By the lake, Lewis stood up from the grass and stretched. I'm coming. Tice, cooking in the distance, brightened up at his call, dropping her utensils and rushing toward him. Lewis, you finally decided to take me out. She had been in the God of Destruction realm for a year and had never gone outside. Although she had listened to Whis talk about the outside world, it was still not the same as experiencing it firsthand. Now that she could go outside, Tice was very happy. Well, I wasn't planning to, you know. Please excuse me, I can at least take you out for a stroll this time, alright? Lewis scratched his head. Lewis was only 17, was still a boy, and his silly demeanor made him look nothing like a candidate for God of Destruction. Alright, I forgive you. Tice covered her mouth and laughed, finding this little brother quite adorable. Wait, Tice, if you go out, what about my lunch today? Beerus jumped up from his lounge chair by the lake and shouted, Lord Beerus, just have instant noodles, and I'll cook for you when I return. Tice pointed to the nearby warehouse. Beerus was left speechless. Meanwhile, on Lewis' side, Ding sign in at Frisia's headquarters. Reward, King Kai's instant transmission, sounded in his mind. Instant transmission. Lewis was overjoyed. He had been thinking about when to learn this skill for a while. After all, as a candidate for God of Destruction, it was quite troublesome to rely on Whis every time he went out. Moreover, besides traveling, instant transmission could also play a significant role in battles. It was truly a divine technique for escaping. How convenient it was. Whis, take us to Frisia's headquarters, and after that you don't need to worry about us. Lewis quickly turned to Whis. Alright. Whis did not ask why and took Lewis and Tice out of the God of Destruction realm. North Galaxy, Frisia's headquarters. Whis brought Lewis and Tice here before returning to the God of Destruction realm. Ding, successful sign-in at Frisia's headquarters. Reward, King Kai's instant transmission. Lewis felt a rush, and the information about instant transmission filled his mind. He realized that he could now appear anywhere as long as he had the coordinates. This was fundamentally different from the instant transmission on Yardrat. There one could teleport to wherever they sensed chi. Lewis, what's wrong? Tice waved her hand in front of him. Nothing, just recalling something. Oh, I see. But why did you come to Frisia's headquarters? Tice recalled being hunted by Frisia's army and couldn't help but tremble. Don't worry, I will protect you. Lewis didn't mention that he was here just to complete the system's sign-in task. He patted his chest, looking very serious. Tice forgot her fear, covering her mouth and saying, Alright, I know Lewis is strong. Lewis suddenly remembered. By the way, weren't you chased by Frisia's army before? Do you want revenge? Revenge? Tice was taken aback, then shook her head. Forget it, I've almost forgotten about being chased by Frisia's army. It can't be forgotten, Humph. I said I would protect you, and I will. How can we just forget it when you've been bullied? Lewis pulled Tice towards Frisia's palace. Lewis was still a boy, holding her hand and walking forward. His serious demeanor made Tice chuckle, finding him increasingly adorable. Since this little candidate for God of Destruction wanted to help her take revenge, Tice no longer stopped him. Remembering the past truly made her angry. In this universe, no one could defeat this boy before her, so she would let him be. Frisia's headquarters was indeed heavily guarded with aliens patrolling everywhere. Along the way, Lewis encountered many patrol teams. They approached to inspect, and Ties couldn't help but feel scared of these guys. Without hesitation, Lewis unleashed a destructive energy blast to eliminate them. A boy was rampaging through Frisia's headquarters with a human girl. It was Ty's first time seeing such a ruthless side of Lewis, but she wasn't afraid. After all, he had promised to protect her, and this little brother was currently helping her take revenge. Soon they arrived at a palace. Frisia's palace was much grander than King Vegeta's palace. "Stop! Who are you?" Two aliens at the entrance said coldly. "Let your King Frisia come to see me," Lewis said, stopping with Ties, and teasingly added, "How bold to let King Frisia meet you. Are you tired of living?" The aliens shouted attack. Two guards flew into the air, raising their hands to fire. Two beams of blue light shot out. Lewis smiled, raised his hand, and lightly tapped. A purple destructive aura enveloped the blue light, directly disintegrating it. "What?" The two aliens were dumbfounded, then howled to the heavens, "Enemy attack!" Inside the palace, Frisia was sitting in his baby carriage listening to Genius report about the Saiyans when he was suddenly disturbed by the shout of enemy attack. "Have I, Frisia, not acted for too long? How dare someone invade my headquarters?" His sinister voice echoed throughout the palace, causing the temperature in the hall to drop rapidly, as if it would freeze over in the next moment. Jinyu trembled in fear, thinking how terrifying King Frisia was. "Come, let me see who has the audacity to do this." Frisia, riding in his baby carriage, flew outside the palace with Jinyu hastily following. Outside, Lewis held Tice's small hand, looking at the countless aliens surrounding them. There were countless aliens, estimated to be around 1,000. Tice looked at Lewis, holding her hand, feeling safe under his protection, and she wasn't scared at all. "Frisia, if you don't come out, your subordinates will all be dead." Lewis scanned the surroundings, baring his teeth. Eliminating this bunch of trash should please King Vegeta. Lewis still remembered the lonely figure of King Vegeta he had seen at the Galactic Patrol headquarters a year ago. From the moment the Saiyans transformed, he had no intention of ignoring them. Lewis glanced over at Tice beside him, remembering how she had been hunted by Frisia's army. Old grudges and new hatred. A hoarse voice came from the palace entrance as Frisia floated in front of the aliens in his baby bed, with Jinyu closely following. "Kid, who are you?" Frisia's arms crossed, his eyes icy cold. Lewis remained silent, simply gazing at Frisia. With skin of purple and white, his body encased in a layer of hard bone. Triangular eyes. Extremely evil. Just like in the anime. "Kid, my king is asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Jinyu scolded. "Captain Jinyu." Lewis recognized the purple-skinned figure beside Frisia. "You actually remember me." Jinyu snorted, suddenly noticing something pointing at Lewis' tail behind him, and exclaimed in terror, "Lord Frisia, he is a Saiyan." It's no wonder Jinyu was so frightened. The Saiyans had changed dramatically over the years, with some even possessing power close to his own. This is a Saiyan. If he transforms into a great ape, his combat power could increase tenfold. Frisia squinted, feeling troubled by the Saiyan issue for years. He never expected that the Saiyans would dare to invade his headquarters now. "Show me how much power he has." "Yes, I want to see how strong he is to dare invade Lord Frisia's headquarters." Jinyu pressed down on the scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power 10000 combat power. Gulp. Jinyu swallowed. This guy actually possesses 10000 combat power. Frisia, who was lying in the baby pod, noticed Jinyu's expression and squinted. "What is his combat power?" Jinyu wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Report to Lord Frisia, he has 100 combat power." Wow. The surrounding aliens stepped back in fear. Jinyu Force Captain only has 10000 combat power. How could this kid have 100 combat power? Frisia raised an eyebrow, the killing intent around him suddenly dissipating as he smiled. "This gentleman's strength is quite impressive. Join my ranks, and I can overlook your invasion of my headquarters." Frisia loved talented individuals, and when he saw someone with good strength, he couldn't help but want to recruit them. Lewis smirked and said mockingly, "What if I refuse?" Tice held Lewis' hand and quietly listened to the boy converse with the Cosmic Emperor. It felt really good to be protected. "Refuse." Frisia's expression darkened instantly, saying, "Then you won't be able to leave my headquarters." Hearing their lord's words, the surrounding aliens stepped forward. The atmosphere became very tense. "Whether you can leave here, we'll talk about later." Lewis chuckled. "Frisia, I came here to find someone." "Finding someone?" Frisia was slightly taken aback, then coldly said, "I think you're looking for death." Jinyu attack. As a Cosmic Emperor, Frisia could no longer conceal the anger in his heart when someone invaded his headquarters and dared to provoke him repeatedly. "Yes." Jinyu twisted his body and vanished from his spot. The next moment, he appeared behind Lewis. "Kid, the gap between 10000 and 12000 combat power is still significant. A die." Jinyu gathered a violent energy ball in his palm and slammed it towards Lewis. Louis remained expressionless while Ties, who was holding his hand, showed no signs of fear. Is this surrendering? Frisia on the baby pod frowned. At this moment, he said 100 combat power is weak, but what about 100 combat power? Louis smiled, his power erupting. In an instant, bang, bang, all the scouters of the aliens present exploded. Boom. The powerful shockwave scattered Jinya's energy ball and then blasted Jinyu away, smashing him hard onto the ground. No. Impossible. Jinya's pupils dilated as he looked at the scouter at his ear, which had now turned into a piece of scrap metal. Everything that just happened was in an instant. He had just seen the combat power data soaring rapidly, and then the scouter couldn't handle it and exploded. Ties, were you scared just now? Louis asked with a smile. You said you would protect me, so I'm not scared. Ties smiled sweetly, with her snow-white skin and golden hair. Looking at Ties, Louis paused and said, I think you would look even better with long hair. Long hair. Ties touched her hair, wanting to ask. Louis had already turned to Frisia, so Ties could only hold her question in her heart. All right, my time is precious. Frisia, have all your subordinates come here. Louis said coldly. Otherwise? Otherwise what? Frisia jumped down from the baby pod and walked forward. You don't think that with 100 combat power you can do whatever you want in my headquarters, do you? Frisia had just heard the conversation between Louis and Jinyu. He didn't expect this kid to still be hiding his strength. Jinyu, lying on the ground, looked delighted. It was rumored that Frisia had always hidden his strength. Could it be true? Ties, who was chasing you? Do you remember? Louis ignored the approaching Frisia and asked sideways. Ties thought for a moment and said it seems to be a gang called Chioi. Chioi. Louis frowned. That trash was seemingly killed by Vegeta in the anime. Kid, you're looking for death. Frisia, who was walking over, was furious. He couldn't believe he was being ignored by someone with only 100 combat power. Frisia prepared to transform. Louis suddenly vanished from beside Ties and appeared in front of Frisia, raising his knee to strike Frisia's abdomen. Bang! Frisia was sent flying. Ugh! Frisia fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone present was stunned. This can't be real. This was the Cosmic Emperor Frisia, yet he was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a stranger. Oh, you've successfully angered me. I will kill you. Frisia stood up, screaming desperately as his power erupted. The first stage of transformation was unlocked. At this moment, Frisia changed his form, becoming more robust, resembling King Cold. His power broke through 100. All the aliens present were delighted. Their king had also hidden his strength. Talk too much. Louis appeared in front of Frisia the next second, throwing a punch. Boom. The terrifying force shattered all of Frisia's teeth. Frisia's shattered teeth and blood mixed and sprayed into the air. Oh. Frisia was flung away, lying weakly on the ground, wondering how this happened. Why couldn't he beat someone with the same combat power of 100? Frisia, look at this. Louis instantly teleported in front of Frisia, grabbing his head and lifting him up. With his other hand, he gathered a destructive energy ball. The destructive aura enveloped the entire Frisia headquarters. The wind howled. Thunder roared. The surrounding aliens were instantly knocked to the ground, their souls trembling. Destruction. God. The destructive energy was pressed in front of him, and Frisia's pupils shrank, sharply trembling from deep within. He recognized this power. It was the power of the god of destruction. Who is this Saiyan? Isn't the god of destruction of the 7th universe Beerus? Why does this person before him possess the power of destruction? Bring Chioi here. Louis casually tossed Frisia aside, as if he were trash, and the destructive energy in his hand dissipated. Yes. Frisia gritted his shattered teeth. Humiliation invaded his heart, but because he was unsure of this person's identity, he dared not voice any complaints. He got up from the ground. Have Chioi come find me. Frisia shouted at his subordinates. Jinyu quickly used the communication device to summon Chioi to come to Frisia's palace. This lord you are. Frisia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cautiously approached, bowing and asking. On the surface he appeared terrified, but deep in his eyes there was a hint of shadow. Louis looked at Frisia, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Are you feeling quite resentful? Louis faced Frisia from a high position, his charming smirk looking exceedingly domineering. Ties held her chest. Louis was so handsome. No, I wouldn't dare. Frisia clenched his fists and could only utter insincere words. Ha ha, truly worthy of being Lord Beerus's representative. Frisia, you are quite interesting. Louis laughed. A hint of confusion flashed in Frisia's eyes. This person knows Beerus. By saying this, it means Beerus is still alive. So this person before him couldn't possibly be the new god of destruction, yet he possesses destructive energy. Frisia weakly asked, this lord must be a disciple of Lord Beerus. Oh, you guessed it. I've met the candidate for the god of destruction. I didn't recognize your identity just now. Please forgive me. Frisia trembled, worried that this candidate for the god of destruction might be here for revenge after seeing his kin being hunted. Lewis seemed to see through Frisia's heart, saying, "Cut the nonsense. I won't interfere with your matters with the Saiyans. I'm here solely to avenge Ties." Ties watched Lewis closely, a warm current flowing through her heart. She wanted to ask Lewis why he was so good to her, but seeing the ugly cosmic beings around her, she held her words back. Lewis didn't notice Ties' expression. He kept his gaze on Frisia. In fact, besides completing the Saiyans task, he also intended to destroy Frisia and his group. But thinking of Son Goku, Vegeta, and the Saiyan race. If he didn't leave some trials for them, how would they grow? Perhaps the Saiyan race would produce more Super Saiyans under Frisia's pursuit. So Lewis let Frisia and his group go. Frisia glanced at the woman beside Lewis. Is he avenging her? Just avenging her would cause such a commotion. Frisia was extremely furious, but he spoke cautiously. "Candidate god of destruction, are you saying you won't interfere with my matters with the Saiyans?" At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, landing at the palace entrance. It was Choi. What happened? Choi suddenly noticed Ties' presence and laughed heartily. "Lord Frisia, this woman has a very special capsule. If we can acquire the technology of this capsule, that would be a fortune." After he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something was off. Why was there a dead silence around? Everyone was looking at him with strange eyes. "Ties, is it him?" "Yes." Ties looked at Choi, remembering the days of being hunted, gritting her teeth. "Then die." Lewis raised his hand. Destruction. A purple destructive energy struck Choi, and he instantly evaporated, not even having the chance to struggle before dying. Gulp. All the aliens present swallowed hard. Oh, what a terrifying Saiyan. "Ties, let's go." After killing Choi, Lewis used the instant teleportation rewarded by the system to take Ties away from there. Only a group of stunned aliens remained. "Lord Frisia, should we pursue the Saiyans now?" "Let's hold off for now." Frisia clenched his fists. The Saiyans hiding in the Galaxy Patrol headquarters was one thing, but he never expected them to have a candidate god of destruction. However, that guy just said he wouldn't interfere with his matters with the Saiyans. Also, the god of destruction is known for being cold and ruthless. The candidate god of destruction just now might really have been telling the truth. But no matter what the other party is a Saiyan, or will he really not care? After leaving Frisia's headquarters, Lewis took Ties to a primitive forest planet. This planet was subpar, and Lewis planned to destroy it. Lewis. Lewis was walking in the forest and turned back. Ties, wearing a tight-fitting outfit, showcased her graceful figure perfectly. Lewis rubbed his nose and asked, "What's up?" Ties hesitated. Lewis smiled. "Just say it." "Nothing, just wanted to ask if long hair really looks good." Ties wanted to say, "You only promised to protect me. Why do you want to avenge me?" But in the end, she still couldn't ask it out. "I think it would look good." Lewis nodded. Long golden waves. How could it not look good? "All right, I'm going to destroy this planet now." Lewis threw a destructive energy ball towards the ground, then pulled Ties with him and used instant teleportation to leave. After destroying several hundred planets, this mission was completed. Lewis brought Ties back to the realm of the gods of destruction. Lewis entered into cultivation again, while Ties, brought back, remained distracted. 3 years passed after Lewis returned to the destruction god realm. During this time, the 7th universe underwent earth-shattering changes. Due to the Saiyans joining the Galactic Patrol grew stronger, and the Frisia force began to be suppressed in the northern galaxy. The main reason was that the Frisia force was short on manpower. The strongest under Frisia was Jinyu, with only a battle power of 1/0. Meanwhile, ever since the Saiyan race joined the Galactic Patrol for various unknown reasons, their battle power surged. Now every Saiyan possesses at least 15000 battle power. The strongest Saiyan, named Bardock, has a battle power that has surpassed 15000. Moreover, King Vegeta is not to be underestimated with a battle power of 12000. The entire Saiyan race numbers over 2000. Their overall strength is incredibly formidable. However, no matter how powerful they are, if Frisia personally intervenes with the current power of the Saiyans, even if all Saiyans transform into great apes, it would be of no help. But because 3 years ago Lewis and Ties visited Frisia's headquarters, Frisia is aware of Lewis' identity, and he dares not act recklessly. He also does not dare to openly hunt the Saiyans, which is one of the reasons the Saiyans can steadily increase their strength. In addition to the aforementioned changes in the 7th universe, the average level of humans has greatly improved, rising from second to last to third to last. This change left the gods of destruction from other universes dumbfounded. Over a decade ago, Beerus made a terrible decision by appointing a small child as a candidate for god of destruction. Now 14 years later, how has the 7th universe not been destroyed by the Omni King? Not only that, but the ranking of the 7th universe has also risen by 1. The 7th universe is changing, and Earth is also changing. Although Earth has not been directly interfered with by Lewis, its storyline is progressing normally. However, Earth is still affected by the butterfly effect. For years ago, Lewis instructed Ties to ask Dr. Brief to create a gravity chamber for Goku to use. With the gravity chamber, Goku's battle power greatly increased. However, Goku, being a slow-growing type of Saiyan, did not experience an exaggerated rise in battle power. 14 years after arriving on Earth, 17-year-old Goku has a battle power of only 5000. Aside from this change, for years later, 3 extraterrestrial visitors appeared on Earth. These 3 invaded Earth 3 whole years earlier than in the original story. Came House. Goku, these 3 energies are extremely evil and particularly powerful. Can you handle them? Krillin stood at the door staring intently at the sky. I don't know. If they intend to harm Earth, I won't let them go. Goku also looked at the sky, his voice youthful. At 17, Goku is still a child. Due to being a slow-growing type of Saiyan, he will only grow taller on the day he becomes an adult. This is different from Whis and Vegeta. I didn't expect that on the day Goku was going to train in the other world, enemies would invade Earth. Came House's master showed concern. You stay here, I'll go take a look at the situation first. Goku took off, flying toward the direction where the 3 spaceships were descending. Outskirts of West City. Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa emerged from their spaceship. Each of them was in tattered clothing with clotted blood smeared on them, looking quite disheveled. Damn, Frieza won't even let us return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Raditz lay on the ground, gritting his teeth and saying, but fortunately Frieza's elite forces didn't come personally, or otherwise. What now, Vegeta? We've been fleeing for 14 years, do we continue to run? Nappa said bitterly. Shut up. Vegeta clenched his fists. It's been over a decade. Why hasn't Whis returned? If he were here, Frieza would definitely be dead, without a complete corpse. Vegeta still remembers the scene from 14 years ago when Whis was accepted as a candidate for God of Destruction by Beerus. That was a candidate for God of Destruction. Who would dare to provoke him? Yes, if Whis returns, we definitely won't be in such a predicament. Raditz and Nappa nodded in agreement. Alright, let's not say more useless things. This planet is where Kakarot was exiled. Oh, we should find him. The more people, the more strength. Vegeta shook his head and pressed the scanner by his ear. Beep. Beep. Southeast direction battle power is 2000. What's going on? 2000 battle power. Vegeta was startled and scanned again, confirming there was no mistake. Vegeta, could this be Kakarot's power? Why is this lower-class warrior so strong? Nappa scanned as well and was shocked. It should be noted that their strongest Vegeta had a battle power of 3000. He had 8000 battle power while Raditz had 2000 battle power. The data of the 3 was significantly higher than in the original story when they invaded Earth. This was because the 3 had been hunted by the Frieza force, constantly facing life and death situations. A battle power of 2000 is indeed hard to believe. If it truly is Kakarot, then we have gained another source of strength. Vegeta raised his head, looking towards the southeastern sky. They're coming. Raditz clenched his fists, sensing the incoming power was exactly like his own, becoming cautious. Crash! A beam of white light descended from the sky. Who are you? Goku gazed at the 3 ragged figures before him, speaking in a serious tone. His youthful voice combined with his small stature momentarily stunned Vegeta and the others. But soon Raditz recognized Goku's identity. Vegeta, he's Kakarot, and he looks just like my father. Vegeta understood why the other party was still so small and newborn, has only 2 battle power. Lower-class warriors grow slowly. But he'll probably grow to adulthood in about a year. Who are you? What are you doing on Earth? Goku frowned, his 2 little eyebrows knitting together. Earth. He must be referring to this planet. Vegeta looked at the scanner again, noticing many terribly weak readings. Kakarot, you didn't kill the people on this planet. Not all of them. That's strange. With his 2000 battle power, he should have long since killed all the natives here. Nappa was taken aback. Raditz shouted, Kakarot, what's going on? Goku looked at the 3 with confusion. Tell me, what are you here for? And who is Kakarot? At this, Vegeta and the others exchanged glances, clearly seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. You're not Kakarot. Raditz was taken aback, but looking at Goku's appearance, which was exactly like Bardock's, he exclaimed, no, you must be Kakarot. Vegeta and Nappa nodded in agreement, as Goku's appearance closely resembled Bardock's. Goku scratched his head, feeling puzzled. He was clearly Goku, so why were these 3 calling him Kakarot? Vegeta asked, do you know you're a Saiyan? Goku blinked his big eyes and replied, what is a Saiyan? Raditz and the others exchanged glances again, undoubtedly realizing he had forgotten about Saiyans. Raditz hurriedly asked, did you hit your head when you were a child? How did you know I hit my head? Goku pouted and replied, I fell off a cliff when I was young and hit my head and my grandpa saved me. These were stories his grandfather had told him. Remembering Gohan made Goku feel a bit down. Indeed. Raditz rubbed his head, looking at Vegeta, saying helplessly, Vegeta, what should we do now? If I were still following Frieza's forces, I would have no hesitation in killing everyone on this planet and selling it. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, but since we Saiyans joined the Galactic Patrol, we can't do that anymore. Raditz and Nappa also remembered this matter. Back then when the Saiyans followed the orders of God of Destruction Beerus and joined the Galactic Patrol, they no longer obeyed Frisia's commands. Now the Saiyans in the Galactic Patrol act more like mercenaries accepting missions issued by the Galactic Patrol headquarters daily and no longer engage in plunder and murder. At this moment Raditz looked at Goku and said, "Your real name is Kakarot. I am your brother, we are not Earthlings. My name is Son Goku. I am an Earthling, not your little brother." Goku clenched his fists angrily. He is clearly an Earthling, why do these people say he is not? Affected by his anger, the power he had been hiding began to leak out. Beep, beep, battle power 3000, battle power 3500, battle power 5000. Goku's battle power soared, finally stopping at 5000. Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Raditz swallowed hard. This must be a joke. He's just a lower-class warrior, right? Why is his power stronger than mine, a higher-class warrior? Vegeta's eyes narrowed. This must be his original battle power. The earlier 2000 battle power was due to him hiding it. Vegeta saw through Goku's secret at a glance and took a step forward. Saiyans never use such tricks. This planet has something special. Clearly Goku learned this hiding technique on this planet. Kakarot, where did you learn this technique? Vegeta appeared behind Goku and grabbed his small shoulder. Goku surged with power, shaking off Vegeta's hand, jumping forward a few meters, and angrily retorted, "My name is Son Goku. I am an Earthling. Tell me, are you planning to harm Earth?" "Don't worry, we won't harm Earth." Vegeta twisted his wrist, having been shaken by this little guy, feeling quite painful. "Really?" Goku asked, innocently, no longer angry. "Really?" Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. This kid was indeed easy to fool. However, he was indeed telling the truth. He had no intention of harming Earth and had developed some interest in its martial arts. "Then I'll take you to learn how to control Chi." "Actually, I haven't fully learned it yet. Just when I was getting ready to go to the other world to train, you all came down from the sky." Goku tilted his head and blinked his big eyes, looking adorably foolish. He flew into the sky, and Vegeta and the others exchanged glances before following him. In this way, through a series of misunderstandings, Vegeta and the others invaded Earth. However, unlike the original story where they wreaked havoc, they followed Goku to the other world to receive guidance from Bobo. In the realm of destruction, a handsome figure sat by the lake, eyes closed in meditation. Beside him, a voluptuous woman rested on the grass. She propped her delicate chin and mumbled, "It's been 3 years of training, why hasn't he woken up yet?" "Taisi, it's time to cook." A commanding voice came from afar. Taisi did not turn her head, snorting, "Lord Beerus, am in a bad mood, you and Whis can eat instant noodles." On a nearby lounge chair, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. "Whis, when will this girl be in a good mood?" "Sai, another day of instant noodles." "Lord Beerus, don't you realize that Taisi cares a lot about Lewis? When Lewis wakes up, Taisi's mood will improve." "TCH, who doesn't know that? If you know, why ask?" "Cut the nonsense, hurry up with the noodles, I'm starving." Beerus licked his lips, still not tired of instant noodles after 4 years. Whis nodded and began preparing the noodles, of course, making a bucket for Taisi as well. By the lake, Taisi looked at Lewis, who was meditating. "Stupid Lewis, you said you'd take me to collect novel materials after your training, but it's been 3 years. Lewis' brows were like swords, his nose well-defined, and his lips thin. Compared to 3 years ago, he had grown taller and more handsome. Sitting by the lake, Lewis exuded an ethereal aura, and Taisi felt very comfortable beside him. "When will you wake up?" It had been 3 years since she last spoke to Lewis, and Taisi felt a bit down. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted. A wave of silver energy exploded from Lewis like boiling steam, wildly sweeping outwards. Taisi, almost burned by the intense heat, was fortunately protected by Whis, who appeared by her side with Beerus. Whis and Beerus stared in disbelief, holding their instant noodles. The state of naturalness. Taisi was startled by the blast of energy from Lewis and patted her ample chest, saying, "Whis, why are you so surprised? Didn't Lewis already know this move?" Beerus swallowed a mouthful of noodles, solemnly saying, "Taisi, we're talking about the perfect state of naturalness." Whis added, "Before Lewis only grasped the rudiments of the natural state, but I didn't expect that in just 4 years he directly comprehended the perfect state of naturalness." Beerus gritted his teeth. "Thank goodness it's not the perfect ultimate state of naturalness, or I would cry." Whis retorted, "So what if it's not the perfect ultimate state of naturalness?" "The perfect state of naturalness is impressive enough. When will Lord Beerus comprehend the rudiments of the natural state?" "Well..." Beerus looked up at the sky. Taisi exclaimed, "Whis, does that mean Lewis is about to awaken?" Thinking about finally being able to talk to Lewis made her uncontainably happy. The repression of 3 years was released at this moment, and Taisi smiled beautifully. But Lewis still had his eyes closed and couldn't see. He should be waking up soon. "Oh, let's stand back." As soon as was finished speaking, boom! The lake suddenly surged with enormous waves, and a figure circled above the surging waters. It was Lewis. "Lord Beerus, let's fight." With a splash, Lewis vanished from the crest of the wave and appeared beside Beerus, delivering a punch. This punch was incredibly natural. Beerus' gaze sharpened, throwing his instant noodles aside and countering with a punch. Boom! The mountains crumbled and the earth split. Dust filled the air. Silver and purple energies intertwined rapidly. Whis, what's Lewis' situation now? Can he win against Lord Beerus? Taisi asked urgently. Taisi, it seems you care a lot about Lewis. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. No, I don't. Taisi's heart raced and her fair cheeks flushed slightly. She didn't care about Lewis, she just hadn't spoken to him for so long. Yes, it must be that. Really? Really? Taisi huffed. Hurry up and tell me, how is Lewis doing now? Ha! Whis laughed heartily and stopped teasing her, saying seriously, the perfect state of naturalness is formidable. Even if the power difference is several times, those who comprehend the perfect state can still contend with the opponent and might even defeat them. However, Lewis has been training in the natural state, so his power and dimensions haven't improved much. Lewis currently only has a combat power of 1.5 billion, and even if he enters the perfect state of naturalness, it won't help him. The main issue is the overwhelming power difference. Seeing Taisi's anxious expression, Whis gently reassured her, but don't worry. Don't you remember Lewis' unique constitution? He can disregard all negative influences, and Lord Beerus can't do anything to him. Sure enough, in the sky, after 2 minutes of battle between Beerus and Lewis, the sky shattered with a gap. Your physique is truly infuriating. Lord Beerus is truly strong. I'm no match for him at all. Lewis descended from the sky, looking at Beerus, who was also flying down. To be honest, entering the natural state doesn't significantly enhance power, even less than Super Saiyans. But the natural state emphasizes going with the flow, letting the body act with the mind. In the face of enemy attacks, one can anticipate in advance. This is the key to overcoming the strong with the weak. However, Beerus truly lives up to being the strongest destroyer. Even in the perfect state of naturalness, Lewis was not his opponent. If your power were to break through to the divine level, I'd probably have a hard time dealing with you. Beerus crossed his arms, speaking seriously. That's still far away. Lewis shook his head. He looked at Whis and Taisi, waving. Whis, Taisi, long time no see. Whis smiled and said, it's been 3 years of training. It really has been a long time. Stupid Lewis, you're so infuriating. You clearly said you'd only train for a bit, yet you trained for so long. Taisi pouted angrily, rubbing her small fangs. I didn't expect to meditate for so long. Lewis scratched his head, puzzled about why she was so angry. I don't care. You promised to take me to collect novel materials. Didn't I take you out 3 years ago? Lewis finally understood why Taisi was so angry. It was because he trained for too long, causing her to miss out on collecting novel materials. You said that was 3 years ago. Well, they'll take you to play in the universe right after this. You'd better keep your word. Taisi's pout showed a smile, her lips curving upwards. Whis, Lord Beerus, wait, I'm going to make a big meal for you. Taisi turned and left the lakeside, preparing to cook herself. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. Beerus clicked his tongue, saying, is she in a good mood now? Of course. Since Lewis has awakened, how could her mood be bad? Whis rolled his eyes. Since the last time Lewis took Taisi out, she had been gazing at him in a daze. Even with his eyes closed, it was evident that Taisi was a bit off. Who doesn't know? I was just asking. Beerus shrugged, then exclaimed joyfully. This means we'll have good food. Taisi's cooking is genuinely delicious. Beerus hopped excitedly towards Taisi's direction. Lewis scratched his head, looking at Whis, confused. Whis, what are you all talking about? What do you mean my awakening made Taisi's mood better? It's nothing, come on, let's go too. Just thinking about Taisi's big meal makes my mouth water. Whis blinked and left with a smile. That's strange. Lewis looked at Whis' retreating figure and followed him. On the grassy area beside the Destroyer Palace, Taisi finished preparing the feast. Tempura sushi. Whis and Beerus began to eat like crazy. Lewis couldn't help but salivate. He had to admit that Taisi's culinary skills were truly impressive, completely concealing her identity as the daughter of the richest man on earth. Taisi, your cooking is still so good. Whis, satisfied, sat to the side. If I can travel through the universe for so long, how could I not have some skills? Taisi sat at the dining table, resting her chin, not looking at Whis, but continuously gazing at Lewis. If I didn't have this cooking skill, I'd have gone crazy eating instant noodles every day. Lewis raised his head. Oh, why was Taisi staring at him? He couldn't understand. Lewis buried his head back into his food. Beerus, having eaten his fill, wiped his mouth and said, I think instant noodles are great. Lewis took a sip of his drink, annoyed. That's just you, and Whis, you eat those additives every day without getting tired of them. That's impressive. Giggle. Taisi, hearing Lewis teasing towards Whis, covered her mouth and laughed softly. Lewis looked over and met Taisi's gaze. Her bright eyes, white teeth, and slightly parted red lips were captivating. Lewis noticed Taisi was staring at him, his heart racing. To be honest, Taisi was quite beautiful. Lewis coughed twice and shifted his gaze to Whis. Whis, what is the current situation in our 7th universe? Whis naturally understood what Lewis meant and replied, for years ago you destroyed a batch of unqualified planets, and with the intervention of Asin, everything is steadily progressing. However, the time is still too short. The average level index of humanity has not changed, remaining in the third-to-last position. What does it matter being third-to-last? Even if Lord Zeno intervenes, it won't involve our universe. Beerus, sitting on the side, picked at his teeth. And I remember how other universes mocked us over a decade ago. Lewis, when do you have time? Let's go play in other universes. Play. I think you just want to show off. Whis couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course he didn't stop it, because when Beerus accepted Lewis as a candidate for God of Destruction, even he was heavily mocked. Lewis stroked his chin and said, Lord Beerus, there's no rush. Even with my current strength, it would be difficult to make an impact in other universes. Let's wait until my dimensional breakthrough reaches the divine level. And also, Lewis looked at Ties and said, Ties hasn't gone out in 3 years. If I don't take her out soon, she'll start bothering me again. In fact, aside from this matter, Lewis had another thing to do. That was to visit Earth. According to the original story development, it's estimated that soon Vegeta will invade Earth, followed by the battle on Namek. He absolutely didn't want to miss this clash between the protagonist and the Dragon Ball boss. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta and the others had already invaded Earth a long time ago, and were now training with Son Goku in the other world. Naturally, Lewis was unaware of this. Lewis, who are you saying is annoying? Ties bit her little tiger tooth. This big wood. I'm annoying, okay. If you don't hurry up and eat, I'll leave. Are you really taking me out? You don't think I'd lie to you, do you? I wouldn't lie to Lord Beerus either. Lewis looked at Beerus and laughed heartily. Mainly it felt a bit guilty to deceive such a beautiful girl like Ties. Lewis, do you want to die? What do you mean you wouldn't lie to me, but would lie to Ties? If we're really serious, I'm still your master. How can you treat me like this? Beerus instantly puffed up his cheeks. Ha ha ha. The other three burst into laughter upon hearing this. Lewis' awakening made this gathering very joyful. It had been a long time since the God of Destruction's realm was this lively. After a while, everyone was full. Regarding Lewis's suggestion to visit other universes later, Whis and Beerus did not refuse, as Lewis was right, he was still too weak. If they were to go to other universes, others might be surprised by his talent, but with Lewis' current strength, he still couldn't make an impact. He couldn't even defeat the other candidate God of Destruction. How could he make an impact? Soon Lewis took action regarding his promise to Ties. He took her out of the God of Destruction's realm. North Galaxy. In the cosmos, a spaceship flew by. Inside the spaceship, Ties rested her chin on her hand, staring intently at Lewis. For years ago, when she first met Lewis, he was still a boy. At that time, he was carefree and loved to hear others praise him. With just a few sweet words, Lewis promised to protect her. Looking back now, Ties couldn't help but laugh. Lewis was truly a big fool. Others easily gained his trust with just a few words. With that level of intelligence, he might get sold out by others and help them count the money. Unbeknownst to her, Lewis already knew Ties' identity. She was an inconspicuous character from Dragon Ball, but was also considered a friend of the Z Fighters. If anything happened to her, it would be a pity. Ties was watching Lewis, and Lewis noticed this. He also slightly tilted his eyes to look at Ties. Ties, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Lewis touched his face and finally spoke. Since his awakening, he felt that Ties was a bit off. No, it's just that I haven't talked to you in a long time. Ties' eyes drifted, clearly not matching her words. Over the years, she had been living in the God of Destruction's realm. There were only 4 people in the God of Destruction's realm. Whis knew many things, and aside from Lewis, the person she talked to the most was Whis. As for Beerus, he was the true God of Destruction. Ties understood Beerus' character and knew that he was a tough exterior but soft-hearted big cat. However, Beerus occasionally exuded an aura of authority, so she spoke less with him. In the God of Destruction's realm, when Lewis was not training, he would always keep her company. Lewis was very interesting to talk to and often made her laugh heartily. But when Lewis was training, the person who spoke to her decreased. Whis was too humble and polite, and Beerus was too stern and serious. Without Lewis' company, Ties always felt something was missing. When Lewis was training, she would always accompany him. Ties recalled the first time she arrived at the God of Destruction's realm. When Beerus wanted to make a move on her, it was the young Lewis who said, "She is mine." Ties touched her long hair. That was 3 years ago when she went to Frisia's headquarters, and Lewis said, "I think you would look good with long hair." So she let her hair grow long. At that moment, Lewis noticed, "Hey Ties, why did you grow your hair long?" Ties rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "I want to grow it long. Do I need your permission? You clearly said I would look good with long hair. Yet now you ask this question." Ties clenched her fists, wanting to punch Lewis. Before she knew it, her heart had been occupied by a boy who had now transformed into a handsome young man. Ties admitted that she was moved, but the guy opposite her was just a big blockhead. "By the way, Lewis, where are we going now?" Ties changed the subject, as she didn't know how Lewis viewed her and she didn't dare to express her feelings. Lewis looked at Tai's strange expression and felt that she was quite odd but still smiled, and said, I'm taking you to a more enjoyable planet now. What's so fun about it? Have you heard of the Dragon Balls? No. Tai shook her head. Lewis chuckled and explained the Dragon Balls are a very magical thing. They can grant any wish. What? Such a magical thing exists in the world. Summoning Shenron can grant any wish. Is it real? Granting any wish is unrealistic. Lewis shook his head. Even with the Super Dragon Balls, it wouldn't necessarily be achievable. Can it really say it can eliminate Zeno? Lewis continued, aren't you collecting material for your novel? I think Dragon Ball material is great and can definitely be included in your novel. All right. Tai's eyes lit up, unconsciously wrapping her arms around Lewis' arm. Lewis, you're so smart. After you mentioned it, I really have inspiration now. Lewis looked down and saw his arm nestled between her ample bosom, so soft. He wanted to pull his arm out. But he didn't expect Tai's to hug so tightly. If he didn't use force, he couldn't pull out, and if he used force, he was afraid of hurting her. Lewis could only let her hold him while his heart raced wildly. Heavens, Tai's is going to kill him. The spaceship's speed was not fast. It would take 2 months to get from the God of Destruction's realm to Namek. But along the way, the two of them strolled, ate, drank, and had fun in the universe, while Lewis casually destroyed some unqualified planets. A lone man and a woman stayed together. Especially Tai's, she often accidentally exposed herself, making Lewis' blood boil. Their interactions also began to change slightly. Half a year later, they finally arrived at Namek. Phew, phew. The spaceship descended from the sky, the hatch opened, and Lewis flew out holding Tai's. Tai's pressed her small face against his chest, tightly hugging Lewis around the waist. Lewis landed on the ground with Tai's in his arms, and Tai showed no intention of letting go. Tai's was truly beautiful, with a delicate figure. Holding her felt like holding a fragrant cotton candy. So soft, so fragrant. After a while, Lewis felt parched, and sensed something awakening in a certain area. He quickly patted her back. Tai's, we've arrived. Are we there? Tai's bit her little tiger tooth, seeming a bit angry that Lewis disturbed her embrace. However, she still wriggled out of Lewis' arms. Wow, is this Namek? The grass is blue, how strange. But the environment here is pretty good. Tai's, dressed in a white long dress, walked on the grass with her long legs. Lewis looked at her long white legs and touched his nose. Namek has experienced a major climate disaster in the past. To recover to this state, the Namekians must have put in a lot of effort. As Lewis was speaking, a faint aura appeared in the sky. It felt like a power level of about 20000. Tai's noticed his expression. Lewis, what's wrong? Lewis smiled and said, it should be the Grand Elder of Namek sensing my arrival. The Grand Elder of Namek is a mysterious person. He seems to know many secret arts, and he likely knows the prophecy techniques. He must have foreseen the arrival of this candidate God of Destruction, which is why he sent someone over. Lewis explained the Grand Elder of Namek to Tai's, and her little mouth formed an O shape. I never realized there were such magical races in the universe when I was with Jack. That's because you were always on the run, so you just didn't notice. After Lewis finished speaking, a Namekian that resembled Piccolo landed in front of him. Nailu respectfully said, I have met the candidate Destroyer God, my lord. This surprised Lewis, as he did not expect the Elder to know his identity. I want to meet your Elder. The Elder has been waiting for the candidate Destroyer God. Please follow me. Nailu was constantly observing Lewis. Lewis did not exude a strong aura. Could he really be the terrifying deity mentioned by the Elder? Nailu flew into the sky. Lewis embraced Taisai and soared into the air. Taisai, not touching the ground, hurriedly wrapped her arms around Lewis' waist, unsure if it was out of fear of falling or a desire to take advantage of him. They arrived at a village at the end of which stood a stone tower with a white house atop it. The house was filled with Namekian characteristics resembling those from the anime. Lewis and Nailu landed on the stone tower and then entered the house. Nailu wanted to tell the woman to wait outside, but considering Lewis was the terrifying deity mentioned by the Elder, he decided against it. Upon entering the house and reaching the second floor, Taisai saw the giant Namekian and was so frightened that she hid in Lewis' arms. Lewis was speechless, wondering why he had never noticed how clingy Taisai was before. It seemed she had become clingy ever since he awakened. Don't be afraid, this is the Elder of Namek. The Elder of Namek. Taisai finally revealed her face from Lewis' embrace and looked at the Elder. The Elder of Namek was indeed very large, towering at 3 meters tall, but his age was evident from his yellowed skin. The Elder glanced at Taisai before finally looking at Lewis. I have met the candidate Destroyer God, my lord. The Elder said apologetically, due to my physical condition, I cannot rise to greet you. Please forgive me, candidate Destroyer God. It's fine. Lewis waved his hand and smiled. It seems the Elder has long predicted my movements. The Elder was startled and quickly replied, please forgive me, my lord. I discovered your movements while predicting the future of Namek. Sweat beads rolled down his face. Discovering the movements of a deity was surely a risk of annihilation for his race. Lewis understood that the elder indeed possessed prophetic skills, and said, "Ha, elder, rest assured, I do not hold it against you." "Then, my lord, do you have any requests for your visit to Namek?" "I wish to use your wish orbs." "All right, I will have Nailu take you to gather the wish orbs." The elder agreed without hesitation. Compared to how the original story depicted the elder's interactions with Frisia, his response to Lewis was remarkably straightforward. How could he not be straightforward? Offending Frisia would at most lead to death, but offending Lewis meant losing the chance to be reborn. Upon receiving the elder's order, Nailu led Lewis outside. "Lewis, that elder seems very afraid of you." Taisai, being held by Lewis and flying in the sky, enjoyed the warmth of his embrace. "The elder knows my identity, of course he would be scared. Did you forget about the planets that angered me before? Indeed, he should be afraid of you." The thought of a destroyer god was terrifying. With just a casual gesture, they could obliterate a planet, leaving not a trace behind. The three of them set out from the village where the elder lived, traveling to 6 other villages, finally collecting all 7 Dragon Balls. In an open area, Nailu piled the Dragon Balls together and glanced at the young man. What kind of power does this deity possess to frighten the elder so? Nailu breathed a sigh. Being around an unknown entity was quite pressuring. "Come forth, Shinran." Nailu shouted loudly in the Namekian language. The sky suddenly fell silent. Taisai held her breath. Lewis observed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. It was the first time he had seen Dragon Balls in this world. I must say the Dragon Balls of Namek are indeed large. Compared to the size of a fist-sized ball on Earth, the Namekian Dragon Balls are almost the size of a basketball. Of course, the wishes that could be granted by Namek's Dragon Balls are naturally more abundant than those of Earth's. While Lewis contemplated the advantages and disadvantages of Namek's Dragon Balls from the original story. Boom! Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered. A thick beam of golden light suddenly burst forth from the 7 massive Dragon Balls, shooting into the sky. Lightning crackled. The dark sky instantly brightened, and that golden light began to take form. This scene left Taisai utterly astonished. Although Lewis had seen such a scene in the anime, witnessing it firsthand was still quite shocking. Roar! A gigantic green dragon appeared in the sky. "State your wishes. EY can grant any wish you desire." "Hiss! Candidate. Candidate Destroyer God, how did you get here?" Shinran pulled out a handkerchief from somewhere and wiped the sweat off his face. Nyla's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Even the dragon is bowing to this young man. Is it wrong for me to be here? Lewis twitched the corner of his mouth, wanting to ask where Shinran got that handkerchief from. Taisai covered her mouth and giggled at the dragon's obsequious demeanor. Having traveled with Lewis from the realm of destroyers, she had seen too many scenes of subservience like this. "No. I Shinran have met the candidate Destroyer God." Sweat was increasingly pouring down Shinran's face. "All right, enough chit-chat. Grant me my wish." Lewis said, "For my first wish, let the Saiyans be able to survive in the universe." He knew that after the changes the Saiyans underwent, he did not plan to ignore the Saiyan race any longer. For years ago, he had refused King Vegeta's request, so now he would do something for the Saiyan race. Please, my lord, say that again," in the Namekian language. Shinran became increasingly flustered. He feared that requesting the candidate Destroyer God might lead to his immediate destruction. However, he really needed this step, otherwise he wouldn't be able to fulfill this wish at all. Lewis was slightly taken aback by this request. He thought that since Namek's dragon had recognized his identity, it would be pressured into fulfilling his wishes without needing to use the Namekian language. It turned out that was not the case. After a moment of thought, he realized the key point. The methods of granting wishes by these dragons had already been fixed by Salam. Like a program, if any condition is missing, the final execution would be impossible. Nyla, hearing Shinran's words, quickly recited the wish in the Namekian language. Buzz. Shinran's eyes flashed with a red light. "Candidate Destroyer God, your wish has been granted." Lewis felt a slight tremor in his body, immediately sensing some change occurring. From now on, Saiyans could alter their breathing in the universe by utilizing their own chi. Once their chi was depleted, they could no longer survive in the universe. Strictly speaking, this did not mean they could truly survive in the universe. However, considering the level of Namek's dragon, Lewis felt that the fulfillment of the wish was already quite good. Suddenly, bang! The miraculous power within Lewis abruptly dissipated. Lewis froze. Taisai asked in confusion, "Lewis, what happened?" Lewis waved his hand and smiled. "It's nothing." It turned out that the immunity had taken effect. Because of the immunity, he could naturally survive in the universe. The miraculous power bestowed upon him by the dragon altered his survival method in the universe. This change had its weaknesses. For Lewis, this wish had a negative impact. Immunity would naturally eliminate the miraculous power granted by the dragon. "Please, candidate Destroyer God, state your second wish." "For my second wish, let me think." Lewis suddenly froze. It seemed he truly had no wishes to grant. He knew that the dragon's limitations were quite significant and not all wishes could be fulfilled. Immortality, eternal life. Whether Shenron could fulfill these was uncertain, but for Lewis, having become the candidate destroyer god, these were not challenges anymore. In other words, he had no wishes left. Taisai, do you have any wishes? Lewis then looked at Taisai. Taisai did not expect Lewis to care about her, smiling sweetly. No, just grant what you desire. There's no need to consider me. Lewis stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then looked up at Shenron in the sky. Let Taisai remain forever young. Lewis's voice was soft, yet to Tai's it thundered like a celestial drumbeat, striking straight into her very soul. She covered her small mouth in disbelief, scarcely daring to trust her own ears. After Nelu finished speaking in Namekian Buran's eyes once again shimmered with crimson light. Tai suddenly felt her skin grow smooth and fair, youthful as if she had returned to the bloom of 18. Honorable candidate destroyer god, your second wish has been granted. Please state your third wish. There is no third wish. You may depart now. Lewis clicked his tongue thoughtfully. He truly could think of no other wish. Very well, I take my leave. Relief flooded Buran's being. In an instant he dissolved into a streak of radiant light and vanished into the heavens. Honorable candidate destroyer god, if there are no further instructions, I shall also respectfully withdraw, Nelu said after a brief pause. Wait, convey this to the Grand Elder. The impending crisis facing Namek need not be feared. A Saiyan will intervene. Boom. Nelu staggered. Was Namek truly destined for peril in the future? Many thanks, honorable candidate destroyer god. His heart soared at the realization of Lewis's identity. Even should calamity truly descend, such a solemn vow from a candidate destroyer god guaranteed Namek's safety beyond doubt. Nelu departed, leaving only a dazed Tais and Lewis, his expression gently amused. Lewis smiled. Tais, what's the matter? Her nose stung, eyes glistening, she gazed up at Lewis. Why did you make that wish? You mean, the one to preserve my youth forever? Shall I confess I simply couldn't think of anything else, so I settled on that. Lewis teased her playfully. Tais had been deeply moved, until those words ignited her indignation. Lewis, you wretched scoundrel. Ha ha ha. Lewis stepped forward, tenderly ruffling her hair. The path of cultivation stretches endlessly. I wish for you to walk it beside me always. Boom. A surge of overwhelming emotion welled within her. Tais's eyes brimmed with tears as she pressed trembling fingers to her lips. You. Are you truly serious? I'm not foolish. I've long sensed the truth of your heart. Lewis reached out, gently brushing away her tears. Half a year earlier, upon awakening, Lewis had noticed something subtly different about Tais, though at first he'd paid it little mind. Yet as they journeyed together across the cosmos, he observed her growing ever more devoted, clinging to him like starlight to dusk. Lewis was no fool. He saw clearly what Tais felt. Nor had he failed to notice that somewhere along the way his own heart had begun to hold her in quiet, steady regard. Each time Tais laughed, joy bloomed warmly in his chest. Each time her brow furrowed, a shadow of unrest settled over him. Then, do you love me? She whispered, head-bowed voice trembling with fragile hope. Foolish girl, haven't I already told you? I wish only to remain with you, forever. Lewis drew her close, holding her with reverent solemnity. Tais, I love you. Lewis, I love you too. A radiant smile lit her face, so breathtaking that time itself seemed to still in awe. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she tilted her head upward and beamed. Lewis, I'm so happy. Ha ha ha, I'm overjoyed too. Who would have guessed that the flatterer I brought home all those years ago would become my wife? Odious Lewis, you're the flatterer. Pouting Tais gave his waist a gentle pinch before bubbling with delight. Lewis, does this mean I'll stay just like this forever? Indeed. Lewis gazed at her. Her cheeks delicately sculpted, her lashes long and fluttering, her gaze shy and tender beneath lowered lids. Though a woman grown, she radiated the innocent charm of a maiden, truly exquisite. Tais. Lewis lifted her delicate face in his palms. Their eyes met, and slowly she closed hers. Half an hour later, Tais's cheeks burned crimson as she touched her lips softly. Lewis, it's all your fault. They're swollen. It's truly not my fault. Lewis held her tightly against him, whispering near her ear, it's you, Tais. You're simply too enchanting. You. Her heart raced wildly. His honeyed words struck deeper than any key blast, melting her limbs with warmth. Head-bowed fingers twisting the hem of her garment, she murmured, Lewis, you're cheating. Once he'd blushed fiercely, even at the sight of her bare legs or shoulders, but now he acted like a seasoned master of romance. Now that their bond was confirmed, clumsy Lewis's had transformed into a consummate charmer. Lewis, were you pretending before? I adored you so openly. How could you possibly have missed it? Pouting, she huffed. At first, I truly didn't notice. Only later did it dawn on me. Lewis kissed her forehead tenderly. I never imagined my Tais would be so boldly courageous. Inside the ship, she often dashed out wrapped only in a towel, its edge slipping to the floor without a care. The memory alone sent his pulse racing wildly. I'm not bold. I'm only like this with you. Her entire face flushed burning like a ripe sun-kissed apple. She accused him of breaking the rules. Yet in Lewis's heart, that confession broke every rule more deliciously than any kiss. Cradling her face, he leaned down once more. Hours passed. All right, my ties. It's time we journey onward. Lewis held her close as they soared skyward. This world now held something precious he would forever cherish. Cradled in his arms, Ties glowed with quiet bliss. She could finally be held by Lewis, unreserved and unashamed. Returning to where their vessel had landed, they boarded and departed Namek. Elsewhere, Nelu returned to the Grand Elder's dwelling and relayed Lewis's words. The Grand Elder murmured, awestruck, so the honorable candidate destroyer god knows everything. Earth. From Namek to Earth, by circuitous routes, took another 3 months. Nearly a full year had passed since Lewis left the destroyer realm. Their ship descended upon the barren plains of West City. Lewis, why did you suddenly decide to come to Earth? There are kin of mine here, and I wish to introduce you to your parents. Lewis guided Ties toward West City's skyline. You still have Saiyan kin on Earth? Yes. He suddenly lifted his gaze skyward, astonished, and not just one either. 4 immense auras emanated from the divine realm. By combat power estimation, the strongest approached 80,000. One feels eerily like Vegeta's. How can he already be on Earth at this time? Shouldn't his invasion occur 2 years from now? Lewis frowned, muttering under his breath. Ties leaned against him, lifting a hand to trace the sharp, elegant line of his jaw. What's wrong? Nothing. I'll show you the divine realm. The divine realm. You'll see when we arrive. Instantly Lewis altered course, ascending swiftly toward the heavens. The divine realm. Sunlight bathed the temple plaza where a figure sat, strikingly reminiscent of Bardock. None other than Son Goku, newly come of age. Beside him stood 4 gravity chambers, 3 occupied by intense training. Near the realm's edge, a Namekian observer suddenly shuddered, sweat drenching his brow, his spirit unmoored. This oppressive aura, what is this? It grows stronger. It's here. Whoosh. A beam of light erupted from below, shattering into the divine realm, its shockwave hurling the kami to the ground. Who are you? The kami trembled. This dimensional resonance was unfathomably high. Was this a King Kai? Even Goku, seated at the plaza's center, stirred awake from his meditation. Who are you? Goku assumed a battle stance, eyes locked on Lewis and Ties. Precisely. Kakarot is training here at this moment. He'll train for 2 more years, then compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament. After marrying Shishi and fathering Gohan, Vegeta's invasion will finally begin. Lewis observed Goku silently, inwardly musing. Goku and the kami exchanged glances. Why did this stranger remain so unnervingly silent? Suddenly, Kakarot, is Vegeta inside that chamber? Lewis pointed to the central gravity chamber. Kakarot. Though still boisterous adult, Goku possessed matured insight and knew his true heritage. Hearing Lewis call him Kakarot, he blurted, "You're a Saiyan." The kami, noticing the tail coiled at Lewis's waist, exhaled in quiet relief. Goku. He appears to share your bloodline. To him, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa's arrival on Earth had borne no malice, so this Saiyan too posed no threat. Goku too noted the tail and asked, Vegeta is inside. Did you flee here as they did? For Vegeta's trio had escaped Frisia's forces and sought refuge on Earth. Flee. Ties stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Who dares chase Lewis? He's the one who makes others run. Lewis blinked, then recalled Whis's words. Vegeta's group had been hunted relentlessly. He shook his head. I did not flee. Summon Vegeta. I am Lewis. Understood. I'll fetch him at once. Goku strode to the central chamber and pressed the external comm button. Vegeta, a Saiyan named Lewis seeks you. Who? Who did you say? A roar erupted from the comm. Then the chamber door slid open, revealing a figure. His hairline receded sharply, his brow gleaming, clad in form-fitting training gear. Emerging, Vegeta seized Goku's arm. Is Lewis here? Where is he? Before Goku could reply, Lewis spoke. Vegeta, long time no see. Vegeta stared past Goku and staggered. It was Lewis. Lewis, you finally returned. Vegeta was extremely agitated. Upon seeing Lewis, he immediately voiced the frustrations that had been pent up inside him, recounting the escape from Planet Vegeta and how the Frisia force had stopped the 3 of them from returning to the galactic headquarters. In the end, out of desperation, he and Raditz, along with Nappa, chose to come to Earth in search of assistance. After hearing everything, Lewis finally understood why Vegeta had appeared on Earth. History truly has a way of correcting itself. Vegeta arrived on Earth and even trained alongside Son Goku in the other world. Lewis, our planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia. You must avenge us, Saiyans. Vegeta clenched his fists and shouted. Alright, I understand about Planet Vegeta. You all can seek revenge on your own. I won't interfere. Lewis waved his hand dismissively. Aren't you a candidate for the god of destruction? A mere flick of your finger could annihilate Frisia, so why don't you take action? Vegeta yelled back. In the past, King Vegeta had also questioned Whis in the same manner, and at that time Whis had coldly rejected King Vegeta's request. But now, I could indeed destroy Frieza, but are you willing to let me do it? Whis said calmly, not rejecting Vegeta's request with his usual coldness. Since the Saiyans joined the Galactic Patrol, they had changed significantly. Those fierce and brutal Saiyans who once burned, killed, and plundered had transformed into protectors of the universe. This had become akin to the Solid Defense Force from Universe 6. Vegeta fell silent. Whis asked again, "Do you still want me to intervene? If you want me to take action, I will immediately go to avenge." Whis glanced at Vegeta and Son Goku, then said, "I will immediately seek revenge for our Saiyan clan." "Forget it." Vegeta's poker face surprisingly revealed a smile. "Let us handle this ourselves." Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyan clan, was indeed a proud Saiyan. Faced with the enemy of his clan, he truly didn't wish for the candidate god of destruction to help. He wanted to take revenge himself. "Kakarot, will you join me in avenging them?" Vegeta looked at Son Goku, who was lost in thought. If it were before, he would never have had the confidence to say this. After all, Frieza was the emperor of the universe. But after coming to Earth, he had become confident. The cultivation methods on Earth, along with the gravity chambers. Besides, there was one most important person, and that was Son Goku right before him. "All right, I will go with you when the time comes." Son Goku scratched his head and laughed foolishly. "You idiot." Vegeta looked at the naive Son Goku, both amused and exasperated. Whis was also amused by Son Goku's personality. Vegeta had changed, yet Son Goku remained the same Son Goku. It was quite nice. Whis suddenly asked, "When do you plan to take revenge?" Son Goku looked at Vegeta. Vegeta frowned and said, "In 2 years. Within that time, Kakarot and I will surely surpass Frieza." "Very well, I will personally be there to witness your revenge then." Whis did not remind Vegeta of Frieza's true power. After all, how could one transform into a Super Saiyan without facing some difficulties? Whis took Tai's hand, preparing to turn and leave, when he suddenly remembered something, saying, "Do you both want to go learn some powerful techniques elsewhere?" "What techniques?" Son Goku asked. "Kaioken and Spirit Bomb." Whis slowly replied, "If you want to learn, I can have King Kai teach you." "Sure." Vegeta nodded in agreement. A technique praised by a candidate god of destruction must have its merits. Son Goku smiled and said, "Then, I want to learn too." With both agreeing, Whis did not immediately take them to King Kai. First of all, from his observations, Vegeta's combat power was only around 7,000, while Son Goku seemed to be at 8,000. Vegeta was still that 1,000-year second place. Secondly, their martial arts training was still insufficient, especially Son Goku. Whis, having received Whis teachings, could easily see that Son Goku's martial arts foundation was lacking. Only by fully accepting that person's guidance could Son Goku have a chance to enter the Ultra Instinct state in the future. As for that person, Whis was referring to Bobo. Whis suspected that Bobo might belong to the Angel clan. After all, in everyone's perception, Bobo had been serving the Earth God for a long time. Moreover, Bobo's behavior resembled that of an angel, neither sad nor happy, devoid of desires. Training the young Son Goku, he could achieve a perfect balance. Training Son Goten and Trunks to transform into Super Saiyans, he could also achieve that perfect balance. In the end, Whis chose not to disturb Bobo for the time being. He took Tai and left, allowing the 4 Saiyans to continue their training in the other world. "Whis, what was that place just now?" "That's the other world I mentioned. It's where the Earth God resides." "Earth has a god? How come I didn't know?" "You're not the only one who doesn't know. Many Earthlings are unaware, and besides, you've been in the universe, so you had even less opportunity to find out about it." "That's true." The two flew back to West City. Time flew by quickly. Another year had passed. During this year, Whis had been staying at Tai's home. Whis was very handsome, and he was quickly accepted by Bulma. As for the Briefs couple, they had no objections to Whis, and even thought it was quite good. Now that Tai had a husband, she should be more manageable. After all, it was too dangerous to let a woman venture alone into the universe. Whis, however, insisted that he would always protect Tai, and she could do whatever she wanted. Bulma did not believe that Whis, with his slender physique, could protect Tai from harm in the universe, unless he possessed the power of Son Goku and Vegeta, until Tai revealed Whis' true identity and had him demonstrate his abilities. After Whis destroyed a planet not far from Earth, Bulma realized she had misjudged him. She hadn't expected Whis to have such a noble identity and such powerful strength. Now the Brief family finally believed that Whis could truly protect Tai. Today, a year later, in the Celestial Realm, Whis arrived alone here, and among the 4 gravity chambers, only 3 were occupied. Sun Wukong was sitting cross-legged in the center of the temple square. "I have seen the esteemed candidate god of destruction," said a celestial, approaching respectfully. During this year, he had also learned of Whis' identity. No need for such formalities. "Yes. How long has Kakarot been meditating?" Sun Wukong has been meditating for half a year. Half a year. The Celestial pondered. Lewis stroked his chin, then glanced at the other 3 gravity chambers. It was evident that Vegeta and the others had a different training method from Sun Wukong. One was meditating to comprehend martial arts while the other was using the gravity chamber to enhance strength, tailoring education to the individual. Lewis looked meaningfully at the interior of the temple. It was clear that it was Bobo's teachings. Then I will come back later. Notify me when Kakarot awakens. Lewis prepared to leave the celestial realm. Suddenly, a faint ethereal aura emanated from Sun Wukong, then disappeared. Is this the foundation for achieving the ultimate state? Lewis looked at Sun Wukong in the center of the temple square, raising an eyebrow slightly. Sun Wukong's current state was identical to his previous training in the ultimate realm. However, unlike Sun Wukong, Lewis had achieved the prototype of the ultimate state as a reward from the system, and had spent 4 more years refining it to attain the perfect ultimate state. Sun Wukong truly deserved to be the protagonist of Dragon Ball. His talent was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Lewis confirmed his thoughts that Bobo was indeed not an ordinary person. Sun Wukong stood up, walked in front of Lewis, and smiled. Lewis, what brings you here? Have you forgotten what I told you? You said you were going to learn the Kaioken. Sun Wukong was delighted. Go and call Vegeta out. What about Raditz and Nappa? They lack that talent, so there's no need to call them. Just go. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded and didn't say much. Sun Wukong called Vegeta out, and Vegeta also appeared delighted. The Kaioken praised by the candidate god of destruction must be impressive. Lewis took the 2 of them and disappeared directly from the celestial realm. North Kai's planet was located in the underworld, and ordinary people could not find their way to the underworld. However, Lewis was different. He was the candidate god of destruction, and he had reached the Kai level in terms of dimensions, so he naturally knew where the underworld was. Lewis brought Sun Wukong and Vegeta, crossing the barrier of the human realm, arriving in front of the King of Hell's palace. Halt! A ghostly guard from the King of Hell stepped forward. Are you mortals? Mortals dare to intrude into the underworld. Someone send them back to the mortal realm. Before he could finish, a terrified voice came from inside the King of Hell's palace. Who is the king of the universe that has descended upon the King of Hell's palace? A huge bull-like figure resembling Bull Demon King rushed out, looking panic-stricken. However, he soon realized that the visitors were not the 5 kings he was familiar with, but a young man of equal dimension to the kings and 2 mortals. You are the King of Hell, right? I have business with North Kai, so don't bother me if there's nothing else. Lewis said indifferently, then flew towards Snake Way with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The King of Hell on the spot dared not speak, puzzled about who this new king of the universe was. Throughout Snake Way, Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained silent. Hey Vegeta, why are so many people afraid of Lewis? No kidding, who isn't afraid of the candidate god of destruction? Is the candidate god of destruction really strong? With a single finger he could kill you. Do you think he's strong? Lewis, is what Vegeta said true? Sun Wukong looked at Lewis with shining eyes. Lewis' mouth twitched slightly. This fool wouldn't want to challenge me, would he? Seeing that Lewis did not speak, Sun Wukong opened his mouth. Lewis, can you fight me? No, Lewis said directly, and after that he found the speed too slow, grabbed Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and instantly disappeared from Snake Way. The next second they appeared at the end of Snake Way. Above the end of Snake Way, a very small planet hovered. Let's go. Lewis took the 2 of them to North Kai's planet. The moment they landed, a big gorilla appeared in front of the 3. Babla, stop bothering me. Lewis easily recognized who it was and slapped it away. Sun Wukong and Vegeta swallowed hard. What a rude fellow. North Kai, come out. Lewis' voice echoed across North Kai's planet. North Kai, who was sleeping on the backside of North Kai's planet, immediately opened his eyes. Who is it? How dare they disturb the North Kai's sleep? Filled with rage, North Kai ran for a minute and finally came before Lewis. Who are you? Don't you know that disturbing someone? Hiss. North Kai suddenly inhaled sharply, looking at Lewis. Who are you? How can your dimension be so high? And 2 mortals. North Kai's eyes widened. Oh, what was going on today? Why was there a strange deity of divine level here? All right, North Kai, I came here to have you teach them both the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. How do you know I can teach those 2 techniques? And who are you? North Kai frowned. Stop talking nonsense. Oh, just teach them if I tell you to. Lewis replied impatiently. I can teach them, but you have to tell me a joke. North Kai was puzzled about Lewis' identity. Oh, when did another king of the universe appear? And he brought 2 mortals here to ask him to teach the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. However, the aura of this king of the universe in front of him wasn't evil, so it wouldn't be a problem to teach them. Lewis felt 2 lines of black sweat on his forehead. Oh, another joke. North Kai, do you recognize this? Lewis raised his hand, and a purple energy appeared in his palm. Suddenly, a violent wind erupted, shaking the entirety of North Kai's planet. Sun Wukong and Vegeta trembled at this sight. Faced with this power, they couldn't even think of resisting. Clearly, if hit, they would not survive. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances. Lewis was terrifying. You? How do you possess destruction energy? North Kai was startled, vividly recalling the scene when Beerus destroyed his planet. Could it be? Could it be that Lord Beerus has died? North Kai's face paled, swallowing hard, trembling in fear. Far away in the God of Destruction realm, Beerus suddenly sneezed. Who is speaking ill of him? If Lord Beerus finds out you said that about him, do you think your North Kai's planet will be safe? Lord Beerus isn't dead. North Kai collapsed onto the ground, as if protecting his North Kai's planet, tremblingly saying, "No. Don't, this is my last planet. Alright, I'm not interested in your North Kai's planet. Oh, just teach them well." Lewis dissipated the destruction energy in his hand. If Lord Beerus is not dead, then you must be the current candidate God of Destruction. North Kai stood up from the ground, shocked. Goodness, that lazy bum actually took on a disciple. Lewis said, North Kai, is that alright? North Kai dared not oppose, swallowing hard. Rest assured, candidate God of Destruction, I will teach them well. Alright, then they will be entrusted to you. Lewis turned to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Just focus on your training, he'll come back to pick you up in a year. As Lewis prepared to leave, he turned back and added, by the way, the spirit bomb may not be suitable for everyone, but it's okay if you can't learn it. Just make sure to learn the Kaioken. Before they can transform into Super Saiyans, the Kaioken is the most useful technique for them. As for the spirit bomb, it seems only those with a pure heart can learn it. Not everyone can learn the spirit bomb. Lewis was giving Vegeta a heads up to prevent him from collapsing if he couldn't learn it later. After finishing his words, Lewis left the place. Lewis returned to Earth, having spent time with Ties. Soon he received a communication from Whis asking him to bring Ties back to cook. But Lewis would never agree to that. He jokingly said that Ties was his woman now and she shouldn't have to cook anymore. This caused Whis and Beerus to roll their eyes, calling him a fool who prioritized romance over his teacher. At that moment, Ties suggested that they simply let Beerus and Whis come to Earth. Since her cooking was nothing special on Earth, there were many who could cook better than her. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis' eyes sparkled with excitement. However, there was something that prevented them from going, and they had to postpone their plans to visit Earth. Lewis asked them, but they did not reveal the reason. In the God of Destruction realm, Beerus and Whis stood before the God of Destruction's palace, looking up at the sky. Lord Beerus, aren't you going to tell Lewis that other universes' candidate gods of destruction are coming to the 7th universe? What good would it do to tell him? Don't forget, those guys are just here to annoy me. When they see I've taken on a candidate god of destruction, they'll follow suit. Beerus gritted his teeth and said they will definitely recruit some with power reaching the god realm. With Lewis' battle power of 1.5 billion, transforming into a Super Saiyan won't help at all. Just thinking about it was infuriating. Whis chuckled, saying, who told you, Lord Beerus, that your social skills are so poor? Every god of destruction in every universe wants to mock you. Even your brother wants to come over and mock you. Just wait a couple more years and see who mocks whom. Well, with Lewis' physique, no one can defeat him. Perhaps, Lord Beerus, you could mock them back. Whis smiled. Beerus' eyes lit up. That's right. The candidate gods of destruction from other universes must possess powers that reach the god realm. If they can't win against Lewis in a fight, I could mock them back. Lewis currently only has a battle power of 1.5 billion. But even with 1.5 billion, not even Whis could defeat him, let alone the other universe's candidate gods of destruction. Fortunately, Whis didn't know what Beerus was thinking. Otherwise, he would have said, not even I can do anything about it, let alone my father. Beerus laughed maniacally. Let's go. We need to head to Earth. Those guys will definitely come looking for me. Gulp. Whis swallowed and said with sparkling eyes, great. Ties said there are many delicious foods on Earth. This will be delightful. Let's hurry up. In the North Galaxy at Frisia's headquarters, a sharp and sinister voice echoed throughout the entire place. All the universe beings in the hall dared not speak, fearing to provoke the shaky vehicle of the universe's emperor. Frisia crushed the wine glass in his hand, gritting his teeth. Damn, those galactic patrols. Why are they opposing me? Frisia didn't know why the Saiyans joined the Galactic Patrol. All he knew was that the Saiyans had betrayed him. He despised betrayal the most. So Frisia had his army hunt down the Saiyans. In the beginning, there was some effect. They killed a dozen or so Saiyans. But as time went on, the Saiyans got wise and fled back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters upon encountering Frisia's army. The Galactic Patrol headquarters was a place even Frisia dared not invade. Plus, there was the incident 4 years ago when the candidate god of destruction invaded his headquarters. Frisia didn't dare to hunt down the Saiyans anymore. Over the past decade, the Saiyans had become increasingly powerful, especially that Bardock, whose battle power surpassed Jinyu. If he didn't take action, no one in Frisia's army could contain the Saiyans anymore. But he also had to consider that candidate god of destruction. At that moment, King Frisia, I've heard a legend. An alien hurried into the palace and rushed to Frisia. King Frisia, I've heard a legend about immortality. Upon hearing this, the enraged Frisia's expression immediately changed. Speak quickly. While on a mission, I heard an ancient race say that by finding the legendary Dragon Balls, any wish can be granted. Any wish can be granted. That means not only can one achieve immortality, but also gain immense power. If that ancient race isn't lying, it could be true. Quickly tell me, where are the Dragon Balls? Frisia's expression brightened. The alien wiped the sweat from his face and said, King Frisia, I only heard about it, I don't know where the Dragon Balls are. As soon as he said this, a chilling, killing intent filled the palace. Find out for me. You must find out where the Dragon Balls are. As long as I attain immortality and immense power, the Galactic Patrol headquarters will be the time I break through. On Earth, Lewis lay in Ty's backyard enjoying a drink and savoring life. Ty's wasn't there. She had gone shopping with Bulma, as the two sisters hadn't seen each other for many years. Sisterly love. Now they were inseparable. At that moment, a seven-colored light appeared in front of Lewis. Kid living comfortably, huh? Oh, isn't this my Lord Beerus? Lewis opened his eyes and smiled. Aren't you busy with something? You didn't come to Earth when I called you. Why are you here now? His tone was filled with mockery. Beerus gritted his teeth. That little brat. Beerus' eyes flicked teasingly, saying, Kid, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear? Whis on the side covered his mouth, chuckling. Lewis closed his eyes. Lord Beerus, I don't want to hear any of it. Beerus' forehead twitched with two black lines, and Whis burst out laughing. Even if you don't want to hear it, you'll have to. Beerus huffed. The good news is that you're going to stand out. What? Lewis raised an eyebrow and opened his eyes. And the bad news? The bad news is that you will have to fight against the candidate gods of destruction from other universes. What? Lewis shot up from his beach chair, staring hard at Beerus. He finally understood what Beerus meant by standing out. It was to have him fight against other universes' candidate gods of destruction, and with his immunity, he naturally wouldn't lose. This would make him famous across all universes. Lord Beerus, you have quite the plan. Huh, the weather is nice. Beerus whistled, looking up at the sky. Lewis' mouth twitched slightly. The reason he said Beerus had a good plan was that if he fought with other gods of destruction, he would already be in an invincible position. This way Beerus could mock them back, saying that a mighty expert of the god realm couldn't even defeat a mere mortal. Beerus could completely disregard such hatred. After all, he was already hated by all the gods of destruction and didn't care if others hated him more. However, Beerus now wanted to drag him into this. All right, you little brat, I'm your master. Just say whether you'll help me with this. Beerus patted Lewis' shoulder, speaking without a hint of shame. Sure, I can help. Lewis gritted his teeth. On the surface, Lewis looked angry, but inside, he was completely unfazed. In the cycle of rise and fall, he and the seventh universe were bound together long ago. Moreover, Beerus and Whis were in Lewis' eyes both mentors and friends. If Beerus wanted to mock back, Lewis would naturally help him. Lewis' mouth curled slightly. He was looking forward to the upcoming battle with the other candidate gods of destruction. Suddenly, Lewis frowned and said, Lord Beerus, besides the 11th universe, are there any other universes with candidate gods of destruction? Whis finally spoke, laughing, ha ha ha. Long ago, when Lord Beerus took you as a candidate god of destruction, other gods of destruction followed suit. Lewis covered his eyes. He finally realized how poor Beerus' social skills were. Others had long been prepared, just waiting to mock him. Beerus scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, not expecting to regain face through his successor's efforts. All right, Lord Beerus, when will they come to the 7th universe? In a year. In a year. Yes, what's wrong? Beerus looked at Lewis in confusion. Lewis shook his head. Vegeta and Son Goku had gone to North Kai to learn the Kaioken technique, and he would go to fetch them back in a year. Also in a year, these two were preparing to take revenge on Frisia. Unexpectedly, the candidate gods of destruction from other universes would also arrive in the 7th universe in a year. There was a bit of a scheduling conflict. In the end, Lewis said little more, and Beerus and Whis settled on Earth. As soon as Beerus and Whis arrived on Earth, they quickly found that Ty's was right. Earth was simply a paradise of food. Even the random street snacks were dishes they had never tasted before. Beerus and Whis lamented why they hadn't discovered this planet sooner. Besides the food, Beerus and Whis soon discovered that Earth had a very special feature. In the northern part of the Earth stood a towering stone tower, and above it was a mysterious heavenly realm. The two had gone to the heavenly realm once, but found nothing amiss. They only knew that both the heavenly realm and the stone tower were ancient. In the end, Beerus and Whis could only leave it at that. Beerus and the others were immersed in the world of delicacies while Lewis began his training. This was his first training session since leaving the realm of the god of destruction, and he focused on 3 aspects. In terms of power, his current fighting power was measured at 1.5 billion before transforming, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could reach 75 billion. In terms of dimensions, he was at the king level. As for the rules, he could only condense a destructive energy the size of a fist. Achieving breakthroughs in all 3 aspects within a year was unrealistic without system rewards. Since the system had not issued any sign-in tasks, Lewis could only work hard on one aspect, aiming for a breakthrough within a year. As for which aspect to focus on, Lewis thought for a moment and decided it would be better to concentrate on the dimensional aspect. There were several reasons for this. First, in terms of power, Lewis had already reached a bottleneck at his current stage, making it difficult to improve further. Even if he could, the increase would be minimal unless he broke through to Super Saiyan 2. If he could achieve that, he would amplify his original power by 100 times, reaching 1.5 trillion in fighting power. But let's not forget Lewis had just recently broken through to Super Saiyan 1, so striving for further breakthroughs was unrealistic. This was also the reason why Lewis chose not to train after leaving the realm of the God of Destruction, preferring to stay with Tai Si. Second, in terms of destructive rules, the size of the destructive energy blast he could condense depended on his own strength. The larger the container, the more water it can hold. Lewis was already at his limit, being able to condense a destructive energy blast the size of a fist. It was impossible for him to condense anything larger. Let's not forget the other candidates for the God of Destruction also have their own destructive rules. Even if Lewis could condense larger destructive energy, it would be incomparable to those who had trained for thousands of years. Third, the dimensional aspect was different from the first two. Lewis' dimensional level had already reached the king level. A further breakthrough would elevate him to the level of a deity. The deity level is the dimension occupied by the gods of destruction and the kings. Once Lewis breaks through to the deity level, his power will be transformed into divine power. As previously mentioned, divine power is different from mortal power. Under equal fighting power, the destructive force of divine power is significantly greater. Another significant benefit of breaking through to the divine dimension is that his lifespan will greatly increase. However, even if Lewis achieves a breakthrough in dimensions, he certainly cannot defeat the other candidates for the God of Destruction. Lewis did not believe he could win against others at this point, but neither could they kill him. The outcome was already destined to be a stalemate, and weighing the three aspects, Lewis chose to focus on dimensions. However, one point to note is that dimensional training requires more than just talent. It also needs a considerable amount of time along with opportunities and luck. Thus, Lewis ascended to the heavenly realm once again. In the heavenly temple, the heavenly gods continued to observe the mortal realm. The heavenly god wiped the cold sweat from his face, saying, "I didn't expect the true God of Destruction to come to earth." A beam of light flew from the mortal realm, and the visitor was none other than Lewis. The heavenly god asked curiously, "Lord, candidate God of Destruction, do you have something you need?" Lewis smiled and replied, "I came here to borrow your room of spirit and time. May I ask if the heavenly god can agree? If he doesn't agree, will he destroy the earth?" The heavenly god swallowed hard. Although he found it strange how Lewis knew about the room of spirit and time, he still nodded. "Of course, there's no problem." "All right, then please take me there." "Sure, please follow me." The heavenly god led Lewis into the temple through the long corridor. Along the way, the heavenly god explained the precautions for using the room of spirit and time to Lewis. Although Lewis already knew about the situation inside, he still listened quietly. They arrived at the door of the room of spirit and time. The heavenly god said, "Lord, candidate God of Destruction, please be sure to come out within 2 years, or you will be trapped inside forever." Okay. Lewis did not tell the heavenly god that as long as his power was strong enough, he could still break through the spatial barrier and return to reality. Lewis entered the room of spirit and time. Meanwhile, in another universe, Ramsey, have you chosen your candidate? I chose him more than a decade ago. And you, Zampa? You won't participate in this challenge just because Beerus is your brother, right? I wish I could mock that skinny skeleton every day. That's good. There's still a year left to let them train more. We don't want any mistakes later. The 11 gods of destruction gathered together to conspire against Lewis. On the other side, the attending angels also gathered. Bardos, have you found out the origin of that divine aura from back then? Sister, I haven't found anything. What about you all? We haven't found anything either. We asked Whis, but he claimed to know nothing. He might genuinely not know. All right, let's take this opportunity to investigate the 7th universe thoroughly. Yes. As time passed, a year went by just like that. In the West capital at Tai Si's family restaurant, Lewis, come eat this. Tai Si forked a piece of meat and held it up to Lewis' mouth. Lewis smiled slightly, opened his mouth, and ate the piece of meat she held. Seeing him finish, Tai Si picked up a tissue and gently wiped his mouth. On the other side of the dining table, Whis, don't snatch it, that's mine. Lord Beerus, that's mine. Beerus and Whis were fighting over the last chicken leg on the table, nearly ready to come to blows. Lord Beerus, I'm full. I'm going to see the North Supreme Kai for a bit, but he'll be back soon. Lewis greeted and took Tai Si's hand to leave the hall. Seeing this, the two in the restaurant stopped. Beerus seized the opportunity to snatch the chicken leg from Whis' hand, chewing, as he said, "Whis, don't you think this kid is a bit off? A year ago, Lewis went to that mysterious heavenly realm for over 10 days, and he has been a bit different since he returned." Whis pondered. It seems he is a bit different in terms of dimensions. Right, I have the same feeling. It seems like Lewis is about to break through to the deity level. Beerus took another bite of the chicken leg and shook his head. I must be going crazy. Lewis has only trained for 16 years. How could he break through to the deity level so quickly? At the North Supreme Kai's planet Whoosh, Lewis appeared with Tai Si in an instant. Suddenly, two overwhelming auras surged forward. Tai Si's originally rosy face turned pale in an instant. Don't be afraid. Lewis held Tai Si tightly, a purple brilliance suddenly appearing around him. The destructive aura tightly enveloped them, and the crashing waves of energy collided against the destructive aura, suddenly disintegrating. That startled me. Tai Si patted her chest. Tenfold King Punch. Tenfold King Punch. With two loud shouts, the rolling waves of energy became chaotic again, and the North Supreme Kai's planet trembled continuously, as if it would explode at any moment. You. Both of you stop right now. The North Supreme Kai clutched a crooked tree tightly, while his pet gorilla and grasshopper clung to his legs. Who are they? So strong. Tai Si was covered and still gasped in astonishment. They are my kin. I didn't expect them to have learned the King Punch. Lewis held Tai Si as the powerful waves of energy crashed against them, but ultimately could not break through the destructive aura. After a while, the two crimson lights dimmed, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta released their King Punch state. The North Supreme Kai and his two pets loosened their grip on the tree, collapsing weakly onto the ground. It's Lewis. Sun Wukong noticed Lewis, and of course, he also noticed Tai Si beside him. Lewis, who is she? She is my wife. Lewis smiled slightly and walked over with Tai Si. Tai Si beside him felt delighted, gazing at Lewis with tenderness. Lewis squeezed her little hand and looked at Vegeta. How was the King Punch? Vegeta grinned and said, very strong, Frisia is doomed now. Oh. Lewis sensed the auras of Vegeta and Sun Wukong. When Sun Wukong arrived at the North Supreme Kai's planet, his power was at 800, while Vegeta was slightly weaker at 7000. Now in Lewis sensing Sun Wukong's power should be around 2000. As for Vegeta, he still seemed to be slightly weaker than Sun Wukong, possessing only about 1700. Haha, it seems you all are very confident in your revenge plan. If I want to personally kill Frisia. Vegeta gritted his teeth. The scene of Planet Vegeta's explosion lingered vividly in his mind. Perhaps with his 1700 power, he could not defeat that cosmic emperor. But if he transformed into his great ape form, Frisia would definitely not be his opponent. At that moment, I have met the candidate god of destruction. The North Supreme Kai regained his strength and hurried over to pay his respects. He didn't want to risk offending him and have his remaining planets crushed. Lewis nodded to the North Supreme Kai and then looked at Sun Wukong and the others, saying, the year has passed since you have all learned the King Punch. Let's head back to Earth. Sun Wukong hesitated. Kakarot, what's wrong? Why don't you ask if we have learned another special move from North Supreme Kai? Sun Wukong grinned, a hint of boasting in his tone. Vegeta crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Is it that you learned it, but Vegeta did not? Lewis laughed heartily. How boring. Vegeta huffed again. Sun Wukong placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder and smiled at Lewis. Haha, Lewis, you're so clever. This made Vegeta's face grow even darker, and he finally spoke. What's so great about it? It's just a spirit bomb. It's not as powerful as the King Punch. The word jealousy was practically stamped on his face. Alright, didn't I say that this move can't be learned by just anyone? Vegeta, you don't need to take it to heart. Lewis spoke. Yes, this move can only be learned by those with a pure heart. The North Supreme Kai nodded eagerly. At this moment, Vegeta's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Wasn't this implying he was not pure-hearted? Finally, Lewis took Tai Si's hand and left the North Supreme Kai's planet with an annoyed Vegeta and a happy Sun Wukong. Returning to Earth, Sun Wukong arrived back at Bowsy Mountain, while Vegeta resided at Bulma's house. Just back, the two had no plans to seek revenge on Frisia immediately. They decided to take a moment to rest first. In the backyard, Tai Si and Lewis sat on a swing, their heads lowered, as Tai Si shyly said, Lewis, can you repeat what you said on North Kai's planet? Lewis pretended not to understand, a mischievous smile on his face as he looked at her. What did I say? I seem to have forgotten. Tai Si lifted her head, pouting angrily, resembling an indignant little lion. Her eyes were beautiful, especially when they went wide in anger, making her quite adorable. Clearly, she was an older sister, yet after being granted eternal youth by the dragon, she presented herself like a girl, truly captivating. Lewis' heart raced. Tai Si grabbed Lewis' hand and gently bit it, saying angrily, speak up quickly, or I'll bite you to death. Lewis pressed his lips together and rubbed her little head, saying, if you bite me to death, then you won't have a husband. Lewis, I'm so happy. Tai Si smiled radiantly, jumped down, and then leaped into his arms, hugging him like a tree. The girl in his arms was soft, and a fresh fragrance wafted into Lewis' nose, stirring strange feelings within him. It was a sweet happiness spreading in his heart. He had come to the Dragon Ball world always dreaming of being able to punch Beerus and kick the Omni King. Who would have thought he would meet Tai Si? There were many beauties in the Dragon Ball world, such as Bulma Chi-Chi and Android 18. Yet Tai Si was uniquely beautiful. She was mature and intelligent, yet playful and cute. Louis' hands rested on Tai Si's back, holding her close. Finally, he had someone to cherish. You clearly told me to protect you, yet I ended up being deceived by you. Suddenly, Tai Si's voice broke the silence in his embrace. What did I deceive you about? Louis asked. Tai Si looked up, her beautiful eyes reflecting only Louis' image. Louis clutched his chest, feeling as if a sweet arrow had struck him. He cupped her small face, saying, Sister Tai Si, how did you learn to tease people? Her long golden hair cascaded down her back, her fair and delicate face, her ruby lips parted and closed. I'm not teasing you, and I'm not your sister. I am your wife. Tai Si stuck out her tongue, looking adorably naive. A gentle breeze blew by, yet it couldn't dissipate the heat within Louis. His Tai Si sister was simply too cute. He held her small face and gently bit her rosy lips. Tai Si's eyes widened. He kissed me. Her mind went blank, forgetting to resist. By the time she reacted, she leaned in her bold action, making her ears burn. After a while, their lips parted. You? Tai Si suddenly felt something pressing against her. Her face flushed as she pinched the hem of Louis' clothes, saying, You. I'm sorry. Louis stammered. All semblance of the candidate god of destruction's authority vanished, appearing like a simpleton dazed. Louis prepared to release Tai Si. Tai Si covered her mouth and giggled, then tightly hugged Louis again, still in the tree-hugging position. Let them press. After all, he is my man. Louis felt increasingly stimulated as Tai Si clung to him, their shared hormones growing thicker. The two locked eyes. The air itself turned steamy. Louis lowered his head while Tai Si's lips curled up slightly. She closed her eyes once more. Suddenly, buzz! A dozen colorful rays appeared in the sky, a vast divine aura permeating the entire earth. Mortals could not sense it, but Louis could. At the same time, a notification sounded. Ding, mission activated. Please sign in before the numerous angel gods of destruction. Reward, divine dimension. Divine dimension. Louis was taken aback, then ecstatic. While in the god of destruction realm, he had been training for the dimension. After 4 years, he had made little progress until now. After coming to Earth, he practiced for over a year, plus the years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber. He finally made a breakthrough. He was about to step into the divine dimension. Yet this final step always eluded Louis. Now the system had actually issued this task. It was simply too delightful. Louis did not kiss her. Instead, he held Tai Si's small face and said softly, Sister Tai Si, they are coming. Who is coming? Tai Si opened her eyes, pouting. It turned out kissing was so comfortable. She was so close to kissing again. How infuriating. It's the candidate gods of destruction from other universes. They are here to find me. It's them. If it makes me furious. Tai Si clenched her fist, feeling very angry that she couldn't kiss her little boy. Unable to bear it any longer. She decided to kiss first and talk later. Tai Si lifted her head and kissed him. Not yet satisfied, her tongue slipped in. All right. Louis brushed her small nose and said, Once I finish dealing with them, I will come back to accompany Sister Tai Si. Hurry up, hurry up. In the end, Louis left the backyard. In the northern part of Earth, 11 colorful rays appeared, suddenly revealing 33 figures. Among them, the 11 figures with halos floating above their heads exuded a powerful aura. The god of destruction from Universe 1, Ewan, spoke up. Why is Beerus on such a trash planet? The god of destruction from Universe 10, Ramshi, mocked. Indeed, Universe 7 has begun to decline. Ha ha ha. The group of gods of destruction laughed heartily. The 11 angels next to them wore expressionless faces, their gazes fixated on the high tower in the northern forest of Earth. The remaining 11 figures were all candidate gods of destruction. At this moment, 2 figures appeared. Beerus coldly stated, So you really came. The god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa, laughed. Thin ribs, are you ready for a spar? Where is your heir? After saying this, Kampa pretended to look around. Your heir? Are you afraid of us, so you didn't bring him? Huh. I see Beerus is also afraid. Why doesn't he dare bring his people? The god of destruction from Universe 4, Quatella, sneered. Ha ha ha. The group of gods of destruction laughed without fear. After all, letting a little brat be the candidate god of destruction, how powerful could he become in just over a decade of training? Beerus snorted coldly. Laugh. You'll see if you can still laugh later. The god of destruction from Universe 2, Hela, spoke. Who can't boast? Let your heir come out if you have the guts. Stop wasting time, Beerus. It was agreed that our heirs would spar. Let your people come out now. The god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermouth, mockingly looked at Beerus. The candidate gods of destruction also revealed smiles. They had already received orders that this time they must make the heir of Universe 7 embarrass himself. At this moment, a ripple appeared in space and a figure appeared next to Beerus. It was none other than Louis. Ding signed in successfully before the numerous angel gods of destruction. Reward, divine dimension. Buzz. A divine aura suddenly erupted from Whis, and he finally stepped into that final step. The power of mortals completely transformed into the power of divinity. After breaking into the divine dimension, Whis' lifespan became equal to that of the Kaioshin and the gods of destruction. At this time, the angel gods of destruction noticed Whis' breakthrough, and the scene erupted into chaos. What is this? Divine dimension? Who is this guy? Why did he break into the divine dimension? Could he be the candidate god of destruction from Universe 7? How is that possible? Beerus has only trained the candidate god of destruction for a little over a decade. How could he possibly cultivate a little brat to the divine dimension in just that time? A crowd of gods of destruction stared in shock at Whis. Not only the other gods of destruction were stunned, but even Beerus and Whis were also left speechless. Isn't this kid from the Kaioshin dimension? How did he break through in the blink of an eye? I have seen the esteemed lords of destruction. Whis touched his nose, immediately recognizing the gods of destruction and the angels present. Beside him were another 11 individuals, their dimensions not very high, with the highest only at the level of King Yen. Although their dimensions were low, the aura emanating from them was exceptionally strong. These 11 individuals must be the substitute gods of destruction from other universes. Wait a moment. Whis suddenly spotted a familiar figure among these substitute gods of destruction. Toppo. In the Super Series, Toppo is the captain of the Pride Troopers from Universe 11. He faced off against Vegeta in the Tournament of Power, and ultimately both were eliminated. I didn't expect that he has already become a substitute god of destruction under the guidance of Wei Mei. It's only been over a decade and he's achieved this. His talent is remarkable. The talent for dimensional cultivation is useless if you don't notice his strength. Wait, he actually has the aura of destruction. He has comprehended the rules of destruction. The god of destruction of Universe 8, Agilier exclaimed, "This kid's talent is truly terrifying. No wonder, Beerus, you would take him as a substitute god of destruction." The god of destruction of Universe 12, Eugene said in disbelief. It's truly frightening that in just over a decade, he can cultivate his dimension to a divine level and even comprehend the rules of destruction. As for the angels, they were even more shocked. They looked at Whis. A faint aura emanated from Whis, which the other gods of destruction might not have noticed at first, but it was of angelic level. How could the angels not notice? The state of freedom. The substitute god of destruction from Universe 7 is only around 20 years old at most. This kid must have started cultivating from the womb. No, even cultivating in the womb would only add a year. This kid is too terrifying. So what do you think? Didn't you just say to call Whis over? How do you feel about my heir? Beerus placed a hand on Whis' shoulder, looking at the assembled deities, laughing heartily. In truth, Beerus was quite puzzled about how Whis suddenly broke through to the divine dimension. However, now is not the time to ask. Seeing the incredulous expressions on this group, years of frustration vanished in an instant. He felt quite relieved. Don't be too pleased with yourself, just because your heir has great talent doesn't mean he can win this match, Katra said, looking at Beerus and Whis with a sullen face. Beerus had a feud with him, and his strength was also superior, making him the one among the many gods of destruction who most hoped to see Universe 7 decline. For a long time, Universe 7 had been developing poorly and could be destroyed by the Omni King at any moment. He was genuinely happy, but unexpectedly, he saw signs of revival for Universe 7 in this kid. Right, this match is not solely about talent, it also relies on real strength. Wei Mei patted Toppo beside him. Toppo stepped forward. Boom. The aura of destruction surged into the sky, causing the ground to crack and the forest to vanish. So strong. His understanding of the rules of destruction is so formidable. He is a formidable opponent. The substitute gods of destruction spoke up one after another. The earth trembled, increasingly about to collapse under Toppo's aura of destruction. Whis remained by Beerus' side, watching expressionlessly as Toppo destroyed the earth. Kid, are you seeking death? Beerus' face was darker than ink. The earth was a delicacy he had worked hard to find out. Anyone who dared to destroy his earth was his enemy. A killing intent erupted from Beerus, and he vanished in an instant. Toppo beside Wei Mei suddenly felt short of breath, as if a colossal beast was staring at him. The aura of destruction around him suddenly dissipated. Stop! Wei Mei was startled. What was going on with Beerus? Why did he take action personally? He quickly intervened, moving in front of Toppo, muscles tensed, tightly clenching his fists. He charged forward. In the void, a purple fist appeared, colliding with Wei Mei's fist. Boom! The mountains crumbled, and the earth split. The earth exploded in an instant, and the North Galaxy was forcibly dented into a star domain. All the angels rushed to protect their substitute gods of destruction, and Whis pretended to protect Whis. In the vast cosmos. Beerus, have you gone mad? Yuan was dumbfounded. Gods of destruction cannot fight among themselves. Are you trying to be erased by Lord Omni King? Hell, he shouted. The other gods of destruction all stepped forward to accuse Beerus, but no one dared to take action. Even Kampa only dared to vent his anger with words, knowing that Beerus was angry. At this moment, Wei Mei stepped back to Topo. Beerus, if you want to fight, then I will fulfill your wish. Wei Mei's words were tough, but his hand that collided with Beerus was still trembling. Topo behind him noticed this. He looked up intently at Beerus. The god of destruction from Universe 7 was so powerful that even Lord Wei Mei could not withstand a single punch. The other substitute gods of destruction also showed incredulous expressions. It turns out there are indeed differences among gods of destruction. Beerus didn't look at the deities and turned to say, "Whis, restore the earth." Yes. Whis waved his staff, rewinding time by 2 minutes, and the earth returned to its undamaged state. Lewis slightly raised the corners of his mouth, watching the spectacle. Why destroy the earth when they could just mock each other? Wasn't that courting death? However, Beerus is indeed strong. Kid, I will spare you this time. Beerus looked at Topo behind Wei Mei, then coldly said, "I warn you all, whoever dares to destroy my earth, I will kill you." A shiver ran through the substitute gods of destruction, a powerful killing intent. Topo's back was already drenched in cold sweat, clearly frightened. "Cut the nonsense, skinny bones, are you ready? Let's start the sparring." At this moment, Kampa stepped forward. Only he dared to stand up when Beerus was angry. After all, he was Beerus' own brother. What's the rush? Beerus put away his cold expression and turned into a playful demeanor as if nothing had ever happened. "Lewis, you decide when you want to fight them." In a few days after all the esteemed gods of destruction have traveled far to Universe 7, they should rest for a while first. Lewis finally spoke. The other gods of destruction showed smiles. Jean mocked. "Beerus, look at your air, so considerate of others, then look at yourself. If you're not happy, I can fight you." After Beerus finished speaking, he and Whis vanished, leaving Lewis alone here with the deities. "I'm really pissed off after all these years. This skinny bones is still so arrogant. Damn it, I feel like killing Beerus." "Kill him. Do you have that strength?" Listening to the complaints of the other gods of destruction, Lewis chuckled and said, "Esteemed gods of destruction, please follow me." Lewis flew up into the sky. The gods of destruction exchanged glances and then followed suit. The other substitute gods of destruction closely followed, their eyes fixed on the flying Lewis. This kid's talent is truly terrifying. However, talent does not equate to strength. They still had confidence in this sparring. They could still mock that skinny bones. Thinking of this, the gods of destruction following Lewis felt quite pleased. The angels flew at the back. "I didn't expect the substitute god of destruction from Universe 7 to have such a high talent." Yes, that young man named Lewis seems to have comprehended the perfect state of freedom. No wonder Beerus would take that young man as a substitute god of destruction. Universe 7 is about to rise. The angels spoke one after another. At this moment, Bardos suddenly frowned. "Sister, did you notice the tall tower in the center of the forest? In the northern forest of Earth, there stands a towering tower." The angels' bodies trembled. They also noticed that tower, which was very ancient. Moreover, there are many mysterious markings carved on it. The angels all looked at Kes. Kes said gravely, "I see it. That tower is very ancient and I can't recognize its origins. This planet is not simple." Once this was said, the angels were all dumbfounded. Even their elder sister could not recognize that tower. "Let's let these kids finish their sparring before asking Whis." Kes' small brows furrowed together. "Ask him about the divine aura from years ago and see if he knows anything about the tower on this planet." Unaware of the angels' astonishment, Lewis instructed his sister-in-law Bulma to arrange accommodations for the deities. With Beerus's prior warning, all destroyers and candidate destroyers dared not cause chaos on Earth. Beerus was highly satisfied with the deities' conduct. Thereafter, he and Whis finally approached Lewis to inquire about his breakthrough into the divine dimension. Lewis explained that he had long since cultivated the dimensional path to the threshold of a Kaya-level bottleneck and had broken through purely by fortuitous circumstance. Beerus and Whis exchanged exasperated glances. Though they knew Lewis was extraordinary, even they were stunned by the sheer magnitude of his talent. Over the years, Lewis had never focused his cultivation on raw power. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to mastering the dimensional path, a fact Whis and Beerus had witnessed firsthand. Though Lewis currently lagged slightly in sheer strength, such a deficit could be remedied swiftly with time and effort. The dimensional path, however, was an entirely different matter. Some cultivators spent millions of years refining their dimensional awareness, yet remained trapped at the lowly Yama or Ko tiers. To ascend to true divinity, that was nearly impossible. Soon after, the destroyers spent 2 quiet days on Earth. But Kampa could bear it no longer. He had come specifically to mock Beerus. Yet he was forced to wait 2 more days before the so-called sparring could begin. With no pretext, he could hardly launch a direct taunt. So Kampa ordered Vados to produce his favorite delicacy, East bird eggs. He sneered that the 7th universe surely possessed nothing so exquisite. At first, Beerus assumed it must be some rare gourmet treat. until he took a single bite, then immediately fired back with scathing mockery. What wretched filth is this? Beerus snapped, waving his hand imperiously. Whis, bring the ramen. Instantly, every angel destroyer and candidate destroyer received a steaming cup. Holy, Beerus, what is this? Absolutely divine. Every strand of noodle, every sip of broth. It's perfection. Beerus, I'm done. Do you have more? Kampa shrank into the corner, slurping his ramen in silent, humbled awe. Days passed. The deities became utterly immersed in Earth's culinary wonders, nearly forgetting their original purpose. In the backyard of Tights' home, Quitella watched the destroyers devouring ice cream, pudding, and pastries. Enough. Have you all forgotten why we came here? Why did we come here? To spar with Beerus' successor, of course. Boom. 10 destroyers instantly snapped to attention. Kampa strode straight up to Beerus and jabbed a finger toward his nose. So Beerus, you dare tempt us with delicacies and think you'll just slip past this? Not a chance. No way. Hellies murmured between mouthfuls of pudding, savoring each bite. Beerus, you've truly crossed a line. Glad that rat reminded us, or we'd have completely forgotten. Rumshi belched after downing an ice-cold beer. Quitella said nothing. The assembled destroyers launched a full-scale verbal assault upon Beerus. Beerus rolled his eyes. You forgot, yet blame me. Enough talk. Let's begin sparring. Today? I only shared fine things because I was in a good mood, but now you feast at my table then curse my name. Fine. Let's see who blinks first. Lewis stands unassailable. If they're so eager to be humiliated, then let them try. Whis, summon Lewis. Yes, sir. At Whis's call, Lewis materialized instantly. Lord Beerus, what is it? They're impatient to be mocked. Let's begin. No delays. Understood. Though I'd like 2 observers present to witness candidate destroyer-level combat. Lewis asked Whis to locate Vegeta and Son Goku. Whis replied that Vegeta had already departed Earth with Goku, Raditz, and Nappa. What? Where are they going? Their trajectory points toward Namek. Lewis stood speechless. How could this be? Piccolo still lived. The Guardian still lived. Why would they go to Namek? It turned out that during his 3 years on Earth, Vegeta had grown close to Bulma. Knowing Bulma's elder sister maintained contact with Galactic Patrol Officer Jocko, Vegeta reached out through Tights to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Far away at Galactic Patrol Central, King Vegeta finally received word of his son and sent an urgent transmission. Frieza has learned of the Namekian Dragon Balls and is en route to Namek. If Frieza obtains the Dragon Balls, the Saiyans are doomed. Thus, King Vegeta mobilized the entire young Saiyan generation. Over 1,500 warriors surged toward Namek. In an instant, the 7th universe erupted in turmoil. The tyrannical Emperor Frieza versus the rising Saiyan race. 2 colossal powers poised for cataclysmic collision. Upon learning this, Vegeta immediately departed Earth with Goku and the others. Whis recounted the full sequence of events to Lewis. A surge of fiery blood rushed through his veins. The Saiyan race was about to confront Frieza. Just imagining it sent exhilaration coursing through his limbs. He longed to witness the spectacle, but duty held him fast. Lewis, what are you thinking? Beerus demanded. Lord Beerus, let's begin. Once this is over, I must depart for Namek. Lewis suppressed his excitement. Beerus nodded curtly at Whis. Construct the void arena. Whis smiled. Sister, lend a hand. From the courtyard corner, Kusu slowly set aside her ice cream and rose into the air alongside Whis. Together they soared into the void. A resonant hum filled the silence as twin arcs of prismatic light burst from their staves, seeping into the fabric of emptiness. In moments, the void transformed into a vast battlefield spanning 100,000 square meters. Angels, destroyers, and candidate destroyers alike ascended into the arena. Lewis entered last. The moment he stepped across the threshold, the outer boundary sealed itself in frozen stillness. Arak, destroyer of the 5th universe, asked, how shall we spar this time? Mule, destroyer of the 11th universe, replied coolly, how you spar matters little, so long as Lewis remains ours. Kampa, destroyer of the 6th universe, bristled with fury, what nonsense. Lewis belongs solely to the 6th universe. A cacophony of claims erupted. Every destroyer clamored to face Lewis. After all, Lewis had yet to reach his full potential. Defeating him now would deliver a crushing blow to Beerus's pride, whereas waiting until Lewis matured would forfeit that chance forever. Hold, lords. Why not send your successors all at once? Lewis had no time for theatrics. He wished only to end this farce swiftly and rushed to Namek. At those words, 11 candidate destroyers flared with outrage. Arrogant fool, do you truly believe your prodigious talent makes you invincible? Could you best any of us here? Do you fancy yourself a true destroyer already? Precisely. Your strength remains paltry, yet you've already mastered Beerus's trademark insolence. Beerus fell silent, his knuckles whitening. Quitella swooped forward, landed before Lewis, and slapped his chest with a cold, mocking grin. Boy, you're awfully bold. Beerus's temperament had always irked Quitella, and now this youth mirrored it perfectly. Lewis narrowed his eyes. Lord Quitella, may I ask, is something amiss? Do you hold some grievance against me? His tone remained placid, but to Quitella's ears it dripped with unmistakable provocation. The assembled destroyers watched with amused disdain. This boy truly has no fear. Would he truly risk death at Quitella's hands? Beerus merely nodded, finding nothing objectionable in Lewis's conduct. If anything, he thought well done. If Quitella despised him, Lewis reciprocated without reservation. Boy, do you know whom you address? A wave of killing intent radiated from Quitella, causing every candidate destroyer present to flinch violently. Lord Beerus, let them all come. I'm pressed for time. Lewis turned away, utterly dismissing Quitella. You. Quitella burned with incandescent rage. How dare this insignificant speck ignore him? He raised his palm, gathering destructive energy. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the void. The void arena's atmosphere warped violently. Then Beerus appeared behind Lewis, facing Quitella, heat in his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Quitella, you've gone too far. Too far. Mule, watching from the sidelines, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Just days ago you nearly executed Topo for scratching Earth, and now this isn't excessive. That wasn't excessive. This is parental favoritism taken to absurd extremes. The gathered deities exchanged incredulous glances. Humph. Since he seeks death, I'll oblige him. Quitella lowered his hand and turned sharply toward his own candidate destroyer. Troy, join the others. Crush that boy. Yes, Lord. Troy of the Fourth Universe bowed. Other candidates glanced at their respective destroyers, who all gave silent, solemn nods. Instantly, all 11 candidate destroyers rose into the air. The angels stared dumbfounded. Vados glanced at Whis's unruffled calm and asked puzzled Whis, is your candidate destroyer unhinged? Other angels voiced similar bewilderment. Does Lewis truly believe attaining the perfect ultra instinct grants him omnipotence to challenge Quitella and simultaneously face 11 candidate destroyers? Either he was profoundly foolish or utterly mad. When their peers pressed Whis for answers, he simply smiled, silent. Kusu tilted her head thoughtfully. Could it be? He feels utterly secure. Aside from madness, that was the sole explanation she could fathom. Secure. Conic Angel of the Fourth Universe chuckled dryly. His talent is exceptional. His dimensional mastery has reached divine rank, but his raw power remains vastly inferior. How could that inspire confidence? Vados and the other angels concurred. Very well, watch closely and you'll understand. Whis smiled gently. Lewis's uniqueness cannot remain hidden forever. Better it be revealed now than later. Indeed, the Grand Priest himself was already aware and had explicitly instructed Whis to nurture Lewis diligently. Clearly, there was no cause for concern. Above them, 1 versus 11. Lewis gazed calmly at the 11 opponents before him. Among them, Topo was the one he knew best. Topo was immensely powerful, capable of matching even Vegeta in his deep blue state within the anime. Such strength was beyond the reach of ordinary beings. As for the other candidate destroyers, Lewis had neither met nor heard of any of them. Lewis did not know which among them was the strongest, but regardless of who it was, no candidate destroyer could be defeated by his current power. That much was certain. Boy, you're quite arrogant. Troy frowned as he spoke. Over a decade ago, Quitella had chosen him as a candidate destroyer, specifically to one day defeat the 7th Universe's candidate destroyer. At last that moment had arrived. What? Is arrogance illegal? Lewis's lips curved faintly upward. Far too insolent. You'll weep before this is over. What drove you to dare challenge all 11 of us at once? The candidate destroyers shook their heads in unison. Unfazed, Lewis declared, enough talk. Let's begin. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Troy caught a subtle glance from Quitella in the distance. The other candidate destroyers readied themselves for battle. At that moment, ganging up violates justice and contradicts my principles. You go ahead. Topo shook his head and drifted aside. TCH. Who does he think he is? Ignore him. We attack. The sparring match commenced, and the atmosphere over the void battlefield instantly thickened with tension. 10 candidate destroyers erupted into violet light, tearing across the void. An overwhelming tide of destructive energy surged toward Lewis. In the distance, Destroyer God Golden shook his head. This boy is finished. How on earth did he dare face 11 alone? Quitella laughed heartily. Beerus, your protege is truly foolish. Foolish, yes, but his talent is extraordinary and his courage commendable. How splendid it would be if he hailed from my universe. Rumsey remarked indifferently. Dead elephant. Don't presume he's your man. You're dreaming. Beerus glared furiously at Rumsey. Skinny cat, you're asking for death. Rumsey's chest burned with fury. He hated being called a dead elephant more than anything. Want to fight? Fine. Beerus strode forward, his gaze icy and unblinking. Startled, Rumsey clamped his mouth shut. Fighting Beerus alongside others might be bearable, but facing him alone, not in 1,000 years. Suddenly, enough, commence. At that voice, all destroyer gods turned toward the distant void. Whoosh, whoosh. 10 streaks of violet light hurtled toward Lewis. Though he knew he wouldn't be injured, the thought of being overwhelmed by 10 candidate destroyers sent chills down his spine. Surrendering is simply not in my nature. Lewis clenched his fists, channeling the power coiled deep within. Boom. An explosive surge of 15 billion battle power erupted, then instantly transformed into golden aura. His hair shimmered, gold and black in alternating flashes. Boom. The heavens trembled. Super Saiyan. 75 billion battle power. Normally that figure would stand at 75 billion, but just days earlier Lewis had broken through to the divine realm, transmuting his strength into divine energy. His present power could no longer be measured by mere battle power. As Whis put it, Lewis had not yet reached the first tier of the divine realm, but he was close. Very close indeed. A colossal shockwave surged outward, scattering across the void. The 10 candidate destroyers charging toward Lewis froze midair. What is that? Such overwhelming power. No wonder he dared challenge all 11 of us. Humph, still insufficient. He remains far short of the first tier of the divine realm. Attack. Troy led the charge, the others followed without hesitation. The sky darkened beneath a torrent of violet light. Troy appeared before Lewis, gathering second-tier divine realm energy into his fist, and struck. Lewis raised his arm to block. Incredible strength. Though he felt no pain, the sheer impact hurled him sideways like a ragdoll. In that single exchange, Lewis revealed signs of defeat. Topo, watching from the side, furrowed his brow. Is this truly the 7th universe's candidate destroyer? Wasn't he boasting about taking on 11 alone? Yet he couldn't withstand even one punch. From afar, the assembled destroyer gods clutched their stomachs and burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. Beerus, what is this thing from your universe? Thinking golden hair makes one invincible. Yet he can't endure even Troy's single blow. How absurd. He actually believed himself a 5th-tier divine realm expert, yet proves utterly feeble. His stubborn pride mirrors yours, Beerus, down to the last detail. Why learn that of all things, especially your brand of reckless pride? This youth has squandered an unparalleled gift. Hearing their ridicule, Beerus's cheeks flushed faintly. His plan had never been for Lewis to defeat the other candidate destroyers, but merely to endure until the sparring concluded. None of them could kill Lewis. Thus he could deliver a devastating retort. 10 second-tier divine realm candidate destroyers, ganging up, yet failing to subdue a youth who hadn't even attained the divine realm. Beerus knew words now would be futile. He remained silent, waiting. Only when the outcome was clear would he speak. Seeing Beerus say nothing, the destroyer gods intensified their mockery. In stark contrast, the angels stared dumbfounded as Lewis was struck full force. Whis, your universe's young man endured Troy's full-strength blow unscathed. Impossible. Facing their stunned questions, Whis offered only one reply. Wait. You'll see soon enough. Only then did the angels realize Lewis had entered this battle utterly unafraid. Pathetic. And this is what dares play the garlic. After striking Lewis, Troy hovered midair, arms crossed, roaring with laughter. The tremendous impact shattered Lewis's candidate destroyer uniform, sending him hurtling backward across the void. The other candidate destroyers flickered into motion, obeying their respective destroyer gods' commands. Refusing to let Lewis escape, they pursued relentlessly. Each formed a destruction energy sphere. The heavens dimmed. This was no longer sparring. It was outright execution. Boy, let's see how arrogant you feel now. Died. With synchronized force, they hurled 10 spheres, each radiating crushing, annihilating might, straight toward Lewis. They filled the sky. Lewis slammed into the barrier of the void battlefield, halted, but faced the incoming barrage. Once I ascend to the divine realm, I'll erase every last one of you. Lewis gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and his golden aura vanished entirely. The distant destroyer gods assumed he'd surrendered, debating whether to order their candidates to halt. After all, this was Beerus's chosen successor. If Lewis were truly slain, disaster would follow. Only Quitella grinned wildly, utterly indifferent to Beerus's wrath. Lewis's talent was simply too extraordinary. If allowed to mature, the 4th universe would once again fall under the 7th shadow. Unacceptable. He bore a grudge against Beerus, and Lewis had to die. He shot Troy a sharp, knowing glance. Suddenly, far away, Lewis's golden aura faded, and his hair returned to black. But, in the next instant, an ethereal presence bloomed around him, and silvery light pierced the heavens. Silver energy roiled outward from Lewis like a living storm. Perfect ultra instinct. Boom. Power surged like 10,000 galloping steeds. Magnetic fields warped, space itself twisted. The entire void battlefield drowned in silver waves, vast as an ocean. And Lewis, moving with effortless instinctive grace, evaded all 10 destruction spheres. The destroyer gods watched, Silent now, their earlier mockery silenced in an instant. A second passed. Then chaos erupted. Impossible. Ultra Instinct. How could he possibly attain Ultra Instinct? Beerus, tell me this isn't real. Every destroyer god stood frozen in disbelief. It was terrifying. Ultra Instinct was an angel-tier state, nearly impossible to master. Few present, even among destroyer gods, could hope to grasp it. Even if one existed, it would be Beerus, the strongest destroyer god, alone. What the others didn't know? Beerus himself had not yet mastered it. He remained just shy of sensing its earliest form. Ha ha ha. Beerus laughed openly, delighted to see those who'd mocked him for decades wear expressions of utter dismay. Well, still scoffing at my choice of a child as candidate destroyer. Don't get cocky. Talent means little. Only true strength matters. Quitella ground his teeth, bitter envy searing his heart. He hadn't mastered Ultra Instinct, but this boy had attained an angel-tier state. Such peerless talent was intoxicating. How glorious it would be if he were my successor. In that moment, Quitella forgot entirely his earlier taunts toward Beerus. True, even possessing Ultra Instinct changes nothing. Compa clenched his fists. Does any candidate destroyer here lack second-tier, divine realm power? 1 against 10, even with Ultra Instinct, is unwinnable. His stamina is his greatest weakness. Attack! Bring him down. Helles and the others roared in unison. If Lewis held out, their mockery of Beerus would backfire, leaving them humiliated instead. 11 versus 10, and still they failed. Given Beerus's nature, he'd brandish this failure endlessly. A disgrace. Hearing their commands, the stunned candidate destroyers unleashed their full power at once. Boom. The void battlefield quaked as if the world were ending, blinding violet light erupting everywhere. Fortunately, it had been forged by angels. Earth remained untouched. 10 violet streaks slashed across the sky toward him. Lewis twisted midair and charged straight into them. Having withstood Whis's full power, would he fear 10 second-tier divine realm warriors? Lewis blurred, interweaving seamlessly with silver light. Thud, thud. Raw power churned the air, summoning violent gales. Punches and kicks flowed effortlessly. Leveraging Ultra Instinct, Lewis wove between the 10 candidate destroyers, landing precise, unpredictable blows. The candidate destroyers struggled to accept it was Ultra Instinct truly this formidable. Could one truly overcome 10 and emerge unscathed amid total encirclement? While the destroyer gods reeled in shock, the angels' expressions shifted, then hardened. One by one, they turned wide-eyed toward Whis. Whis rubbed his nose. Why are you all staring at me like that? Kusu's voice grew grave. Whis, can Lewis truly ignore damage? All angels fixed their gazes upon Whis. They'd long known Lewis would awaken Ultra Instinct, and even achieve perfect Ultra Instinct, so his transformation had drawn no surprise. But when Lewis counterattacked, they sensed something amiss. He wasn't merely evading perfectly. He was struck yet ignored the impact entirely. Haha, you've seen it yourself. Why ask me? Whis smiled faintly. Boom. It was real. He truly ignored attacks. The angels swallowed hard. Disbelieving, they whirled back toward the distant battle. What the hell is ignoring attacks? Is there really someone in the world who can achieve this? But the scene before them told them that indeed there are people who can do it. The angels widened their eyes. The battle was still ongoing. With his perfect state of ease, Lewis glided through the attacks of the numerous candidates for the destroyer, evading them one by one. Even if he couldn't dodge, he directly ignored their attacks. The candidates for the destroyer soon realized this, and were taken aback. Their attacks hit Lewis, yet they caused no harm whatsoever. Time passed second by second. Eventually, Lewis' stamina began to wane. Facing 10 opponents was still too challenging. Lewis' stamina simply couldn't sustain the state of ease for long. Once that state was lost, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to resist the candidates. Ha ha ha, he's exhausted, go for it. Fourth universe candidate destroyer Troy laughed heartily. It was so frustrating. He had painstakingly struck this kid, yet the kid didn't suffer a single scratch. Troy was certain that Beerus had given him some hidden card. No wonder this kid dared to face 10 opponents alone. The other candidates shared the same thought as Troy, aside from that they couldn't think of any other possibility. Wait until he runs out of stamina and see how he ignores our attacks. Charge. The candidates for the destroyer all roared towards Lewis. Lewis hovered in the void, having truly run out of strength. How frustrating. Lewis glanced at Beerus in the distance. Damn it, to save face for him, he still had to endure a group beating for a while. Damn it. Forget it. No more resistance. Obliterate me. I'm really tired. Lewis gave up resisting, allowing the attacks of the other candidates for the destroyer to hit him. The candidates for the destroyer were thrilled to see this, and their unleashed power became even more intense. Boom. Boom. Lewis' figure was completely shrouded in thick smoke. Just when these 10 candidates for the destroyer thought they could kill Lewis, Their attack struck Lewis, and a faint white light began to emerge from him. Immunity to all negative effects. Lewis' clothes were torn to shreds, but he was completely unharmed. In the distance, get ready, get ready. Lewis' figure was enveloped in smoke, and Beerus, seeing this, shouted, preparing to start his mockery in return. Beerus' demeanor stunned the other destroyers. Compass frowned. Skinny ribs, are you not even a little sad that your disciple has died? Ninth Universe Destroyer Sidra scoffed. Beerus, are you crazy? Can't you see your disciple has died? 10th Universe Destroyer Whis shook his head. So it's best not to be too arrogant. What a pity for such a gifted genius. The other destroyers mocked him one after another, especially Quitella, who laughed extremely loudly. He and Beerus had always been enemies. Seeing his rival's heir die was simply wonderful. However, the thick smoke in the sky began to dissipate, slowly revealing a figure. Quitelaw's laughter came to an abrupt halt, and it was Beerus who began to laugh heartily. How is this possible? Quitelaw's pupils constricted sharply. 12th Universe Destroyer Jean pointed at the sky, incredulously saying, Beerus, how could he not be dead? Ha ha ha. Beerus laughed heartily, looking at the group of destroyers, and saying, no way could it be that even 10 people attacking together can't defeat him. The faces of the destroyers were all filled with shock. Every attack from the 10 candidates for the destroyer hit Lewis, yet he was completely unharmed. How could this be? Beerus, what's wrong with your people? Why did they not suffer any damage? Quitella said coldly, is it your trickery? Beerus walked up to Quitella, poked his chest, and sneered. You fools, can't you see if I did anything? Glancing at the other angels in the distance, he continued, even if you can't see it, can't your servant angels? Turning his head, Beerus leaned close to Quitelaw's face, laughing heartily. You didn't think that 10 people attacking together could defeat my heir, did you? Having been mocked for over a decade this time, he retaliated fiercely, and it felt absolutely exhilarating. You? Quitella clenched his fists, rage filling his chest, but before he could speak, Beerus had already walked up to Destroyer Iwan. You fuzzyball want to mock me? Do you think you qualify? Fuzzyball. Iwan pointed at himself, flames of fury rising. Beerus, you die. Iwan's body radiated purple light, destruction energy enveloping the entire sky. Beerus rolled his eyes, waved his hand, and the destruction energy in the sky instantly vanished. Ignoring Iwan, he approached Kampa, gently patting him on the face. Fat pig, your heir doesn't seem too impressive either. After mocking one, he moved on to the next. Beerus walked up to Destroyer Whis, your candidate destroyer. Forget it, if he doesn't attack, I won't mock you. Ha ha ha. You made me laugh to death, truly a bunch of useless people prepared for over a decade just to see me make a fool of myself. Ha ha ha, in my eyes you are truly a joke. Beerus clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. Did you see my gaze? What a bunch of ignorant fools, you make me laugh to death. How can there be such a peculiar person in the world, and 11 of them at that? Ha ha ha. Beerus continued to mock, and the faces of the destroyers grew increasingly red. Because Beerus was right, they had prepared for over a decade to win against the candidate for the destroyer of the 7th universe. Then they intended to ridicule Beerus fiercely. Who would have thought that Lewis was so incredibly powerful, able to withstand the attacks of 10 candidates for the destroyer at the 2nd level of Divine Realm without sustaining any damage? What a disgrace. At this moment, the 11 destroyers wished they could find a hole in the ground to hide in. They only hoped that their heir could defeat Lewis in the upcoming group attack. But, no matter how they attacked, there was not the slightest effect. Lewis could completely ignore the attacks, suffering no harm whatsoever. What the hell is this? After a long time, the candidates for the destroyer continued to attack Lewis, yet Lewis remained completely unharmed. Eventually, the 10 candidates for the destroyer, exhausted, fell straight from the sky. Dear destroyers, your heir doesn't seem too impressive either. In the sky, Lewis bare-chested laughed heartily. On the ground, the destroyers were filled with rage. As the strongest deities of the universe, they had allowed a young punk to ridicule them. Helles gritted his teeth angrily. Beerus, is your heir this disrespectful? Disrespectful? Beerus snorted at the group of destroyers, sneering. You weren't gentlemanly at all when it was 10 against 1. You? Hela's eyes were ablaze with fury. All right, Lord Beerus, since the sparring is done, I shall take my leave. In the sky, Lewis was about to use instant transmission to head to Namek, but suddenly turned around to look at the destroyers below. This time you came to cause trouble for me in the 7th universe. Be prepared for me to trouble your universe in return. Saying this, Lewis fixed his gaze on Quitella, sneering. The other candidates for the destroyer have held back, but you in the universe, Troy, went all out. Very good, very good. After saying this, Lewis vanished without a trace, leaving behind a group of stunned destroyers and angels, their faces filled with shock. This kid actually dared to threaten a destroyer. Coming back to his senses, Quitelaw's eyes burned with fury as he pointed at Beerus and shouted, Beerus, does your man want to die, eh? Originally displeased by Beerus' mockery, he was even more enraged that a trash who hadn't even reached the divine realm dared threaten him. Wanna die? Beerus snorted coldly. You just ordered your man to go all out. You'd better pray Lewis doesn't reach our level or you're doomed. He knew the Saiyan's vengeful nature. Lewis would definitely seek revenge on Quitella in the future. I'm doomed, ha ha ha, you made me laugh to death. If it weren't for giving you face just now, he wouldn't have been able to leave my sight. Quitelaw's face twisted in rage. He was about to explode, having been threatened by a piece of trash. The other destroyers didn't have time to care about their quarrel, wanting to question Beerus about how Lewis managed to ignore the attacks of the candidates for the destroyer. But a voice interrupted. Lord Quitella, let's go. The fourth universe's attendant Angel Conic brought the exhausted Troy to Quitelaw's side, and the three of them instantly vanished. What's going on? The destroyers couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Why did Conic look so serious as he left? Lord Whis, we are leaving as well. Lord Compo, we are leaving. Lord Helles. All the attendant angels hurriedly took their respective destroyers away from the seventh universe. The void battlefield was left with only Beerus and Whis. Beerus was in a good mood as he looked at Whis. Did you reveal Lewis immunity? Yes. Whis replied calmly, but I only mentioned Lewis immunity, though I didn't reveal anything about that divine aura or what my father told me before. That's good, that Lewis kid. Beerus didn't finish his sentence. Whis interjected, Lord Beerus, they also asked me about the tower in the northern part of Earth. What did you say? I said I didn't know. I guess the elder sister and the others went to look for my father. The angels and the god of destruction departed from Earth. At this moment, a cosmic battleship emblazoned with the Galactic Patrol insignia was swiftly traversing the starry sky of the seventh universe. Inside the battleship's hull, King Vegeta sat in the highest position, gazing down at the 15 Saiyans below and said solemnly, I never expected that the Dragon Balls existed in this world. This time Frieza has discovered them, and we must not let them get their hands on them. King Vegeta, this may be our chance for revenge. Bibidi stepped forward to say. He dared to say this because all 16 Saiyans in the hall had surpassed a battle power of 100. With such powerful strength, we can certainly defeat Frieza. No, I have a premonition that even if we transform into great apes, we will not be Frieza's match. King Vegeta, we must be cautious. A Saiyan resembling Sun Wukong stepped forward. This Saiyan was none other than Bardock. Bardock looked at King Vegeta in his seat, surprised that he would lead the Saiyans to join the Galactic Patrol. However, it was also because of this that the Saiyans underwent a new transformation. The Saiyans were no longer Frieza's dogs. The Saiyans became the Cosmic Guardian Team. The fighting power of the Saiyans surged dramatically. All these changes were due to King Vegeta's decision back then. What Bardock and the other Saiyans did not know was that this was not actually King Vegeta's decision, it was Beerus who commanded him to do so. By chance, it seemed the Saiyans began to awaken the S-cells within them due to their changed behavior. Bardock, I actually have the same feeling of Frieza must not have just 5300 battle power. King Vegeta frowned and said, but if we don't take action once Frieza obtains the Dragon Balls, our Saiyan race will be doomed. In the crowd, Theodore stepped forward. King Vegeta is right. If we continue to endure once Frieza obtains the Dragon Balls, he will certainly eliminate our Saiyan race at the first opportunity. King Vegeta looked at Bardock. Bardock, you are now our first warrior among the Saiyans. Once we reach Namek, we will rely on you. All 16 Saiyans in the hall had battle powers exceeding 100, with the strongest being Bardock, whose battle power was 1500. We vow to protect the honor of the Saiyan race. Bardock looked at King Vegeta with an extremely determined gaze. The King of Vegeta from back then would never have listened to his orders. But now King Vegeta had changed. Not only had King Vegeta changed, but every Saiyan had changed. The Saiyans were no longer filled with aggression. The violent factors within them seemed to slowly fade away. Perhaps it was because of this that the fighting power of the Saiyans surged to such terrifying heights. The hull of the battleship suddenly fell silent. The great battle was imminent, and the Saiyans in the hall wore serious expressions, clearly influenced by the words of King Vegeta and Bardock. Don't worry. At that moment, King Vegeta spoke. The Saiyans in the hall looked up. King Vegeta said, actually, we Saiyans have a very powerful relative. A powerful relative. The Saiyans frowned. If such a powerful being existed, why had they been hunted down by Frieza before? It's just that he doesn't care about us. King Vegeta recalled the image of Lewis he saw 4 years ago at the Galactic Patrol headquarters and shook his head. Forget about him. What I want to say is that I have news about Vegeta. Prince Vegeta? Where is he? The Saiyans were overjoyed, and even Bardock felt the same. After all, Vegeta was an elite warrior of the Saiyan race, a prodigy born with a battle power of 1000. If he returned to participate in this great battle, the chances of victory would greatly increase. Bardock, I not only have news about my son, but I also have news about Kakarot. King Vegeta recounted what Vegeta had told him earlier. Vegeta's power has surpassed 1700 battle power. Sun Wukong's power has surpassed 2-0 battle power. Raditz's power has surpassed 8-0 battle power. And Nappa's power has surpassed 1-0 battle power. Now the four of them were racing towards Namek. Wonderful! Bardock exclaimed in excitement. Bardock was so excited because before the explosion of Planet Vegeta, he had always had a premonition that his second son might transform into a Super Saiyan. This was also the reason he joined the Galactic Patrol and did not retrieve him immediately. Now over 10 years had passed and Bardock never expected that his second son had actually been found by Vegeta and the others and had become the first warrior of the Saiyans. Perhaps that premonition was indeed true. Theodore Bibidai and the other Saiyans were equally delighted with their participation. They would surely be able to eradicate Frisia's forces in one fell swoop. In the cosmic starry sky, besides the Saiyan battleship heading towards Namek, another large battleship was also flying towards Namek. Inside the battleship, Frisia sat in a baby carriage laughing heartily. Once I find the Dragon Balls, I will eliminate the Saiyans at the first opportunity. What substitute god of destruction? What god of destruction? Beerus, I will kill them all. The universe will have only one ruler, and that is me, Frisia. Frisia believed that the dragon could grant any wish and didn't realize that the dragon was nothing in front of a god of destruction. Lord Frisia, we receive news from our subordinates that the Saiyan race is also heading towards Namek. Perhaps they are trying to stop us from obtaining the Dragon Balls. Guldo stepped forward. Frisia scoffed coldly. So what if they come? As long as they are not that substitute god of destruction from 4 years ago, we will kill as many Saiyans as come. Guldo showed fear, but their strongest Saiyan already possesses a battle power of 15000 if they transform into great apes. Guldo's words were cut off. Frisia looked at him coldly. You don't think that my transformation back then was my full power, do you? Boom. A powerful force erupted from him, causing the entire battleship to tremble. Accelerate for me, I want to reach Namek faster. Yes. Guldo broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to say another word. 2 large battleships flew towards Namek and all forces in the universe were paying attention to the movements of the Saiyans and Frisia. A great battle was about to erupt. This battle would lead to a major reshuffle in the universe. Evil organizations collaborating with Frisia's forces hoped for Frisia's victory, while the righteous organizations siding with the Galactic Patrol hoped for the Saiyan race to win. In a part of the starry sky that no one noticed, a medium-sized spaceship passed by. Inside were 4 Saiyans. Their direction was also towards Namek. In the North Galaxy, on Namek. Lewis had just finished a mission still bare-chested and hurried to Namek. He did not care about how to retort Beerus' mockery or how Beerus would explain the matter of immunity to the angels and gods of destruction. Lewis was only focused on the impending great battle on Namek. Where are they? Lewis looked around sensing, but found no signs of invasion on Namek. There were no signs of battle. Lewis' mind moved, and he instantly disappeared. The Grand Elder sat in a huge chair, a worried expression on his face. A great disaster is coming. Can Namek really survive this disaster? As the Grand Elder muttered to himself, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Grand Elder, long time no see. Lewis waved his hand. Who are you? The Grand Elder was startled and looked down, feeling that Lewis was familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Substitute. Substitute god of destruction. The Grand Elder finally recognized that the young man before him was indeed the substitute god of destruction from 4 years ago. He quickly greeted respectfully. I have seen the substitute god of destruction. Lewis' clothes were tattered and he did not know what had happened. However, this was not something the Grand Elder of Namek could manage. Compared to 4 years ago, Lewis' appearance had not changed much, but the dimension around him seemed to be different from before. Hiss! Has he broken through again? No need for formalities, Lewis waved his hand. The Grand Elder came back to his senses and quickly requested, Substitute God of Destruction, our Namek is about to face a great disaster, can you? I will definitely fulfill the promise I made back, then don't worry. Lewis had borrowed the Dragon Balls from others and left a message with Neru for the Grand Elder saying that he would help Namek resolve the impending great disaster in the future. Thank you, Substitute God of Destruction. The Grand Elder's voice was very old, but it was clear that he had relaxed a lot. By the way, Grand Elder, have those invading forces not yet arrived on Namek? Lewis asked again. Currently, we haven't seen anyone descend on Namek. Not yet. Am I too anxious? Lewis looked at his tattered clothing and found it somewhat funny. If he had known, he would have listened to Beerus' mockery of the other gods of destruction before coming here. However, now that he was here, Lewis had no intention of returning to Earth, lest he leave Namek just as Frisia and his people arrived, which would mean the end for Namek. I will stay on Namek, Grand Elder, you can rest assured. Lewis left this remark and exited the Grand Elder's chamber. A month has passed. In the northern part of Namek, a figure with a bare upper body sat by the lake, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, An evil aura appeared in the sky. The wind howled fiercely. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Have they come? Lewis opened his eyes. He discovered a massive spaceship hovering in the atmosphere above. Boom! Another engine roar echoed and another spaceship appeared in the atmosphere. The newly appeared spaceship bore the emblem of the Galactic Patrol. Have King Vegeta and the others arrived too? Lewis lifted his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. How interesting. The battle between the Saiyans and Frisia's army was already thrilling to think about. Lewis immediately returned to the Grand Elder's side. The atmosphere on Namek was extremely oppressive, and all Namekians gathered in the Grand Elder's village, sensing that a storm was about to arrive. Seeing Lewis, the Grand Elder let out a sigh of relief. God of Destruction candidate, you have come. Lewis nodded. Have all the Namekians gathered? We must ensure the battle does not affect you all. I have already gathered my clan in this village. That's good. With me here you can rest assured. Lewis soared into the sky, hovering midair, gazing at the two spaceships above. Frisia flew out in a baby pod emanating an extremely cold aura. Let's see just how strong the Saiyans are now. Yes. The members of the Ginyu Force and Frisia's army flew out from the spaceship. A total of 2,000 troops from Frisia's faction had arrived this time. The Saiyan spaceship's hatch opened. Frisia is right next to us. We must not let him obtain the Dragon Balls. King Vegeta flew in the front. Bardock, Baruto, and Theodore followed closely behind. This time a total of 1,500 Saiyans were dispatched, nearly the entire Saiyan race. In the sky, as the two factions just flew out from their spaceships, they caught sight of each other. The two forces were 2 kilometers apart. Oh ho ho, King Vegeta, how dare you lead your people away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Who gave you the audacity? As Frisia descended from the spaceship, he saw a group of Saiyans flying down not far away with King Vegeta at the forefront. At this moment, Ginyu approached Frisia and whispered, Lord Frisia, should we destroy the Saiyan spaceship? The Saiyans cannot survive in space. Without their spaceship, they will surely be trapped on Namek. Frisia kept his gaze on King Vegeta in the distance without turning his head. If you destroy the Saiyan spaceship, the Saiyans will destroy ours in return. No need to hurry. They are doomed regardless. Ginyu nodded yes. Frisia, you dare to be so arrogant even when death is imminent. At this moment, King Vegeta's voice echoed from afar as he led 1,500 Saiyans towards Frisia. Frisia also flew towards King Vegeta with thousands of warriors. Oh ho ho, do you think that just because you have improved a bit over the years you can challenge me, traitor? Prepare to be slaughtered. Traitor, we are not traitors. You have committed many wrongs and will be dealt with sooner or later. We Saiyans are merely following the trend. Words clashed violently in the sky. Even before the battle began, the verbal clashes heightened the atmosphere again. King Vegeta finally flew to the front of Frisia's army. The Saiyans saw the cosmic emperor who once ruled over them and gritted their teeth in fury. The two forces faced off and the battle was about to erupt. King Vegeta, tell me, why did you betray me? I want to know your true reason. Frisia hovered in the void, coldly staring at King Vegeta. The true reason? This question left the Saiyans puzzled. In fact, they themselves did not know why King Vegeta had made that decision back then. All they knew was that a distinguished guest had arrived at King Vegeta's palace, and shortly thereafter the palace inexplicably exploded. After that, King Vegeta announced the decision to join the Galactic Patrol. It was also because of this decision that the Saiyans had their current circumstances. The reason for betraying you? King Vegeta chuckled. To be honest, it was an order from someone you cannot provoke. If I did not do this, my entire Saiyan clan would perish. Wow. At this statement, both Frisia's and the Saiyans factions erupted in astonishment. Someone who even Frisia could not provoke. It should be known that Frisia was the cosmic emperor. Who else could he not provoke? Is it him? Hearing King Vegeta's words, Frisia instantly recalled the Saiyan who had invaded his headquarters 5 years ago. Apart from this god of destruction candidate, he couldn't think of anyone else. It wasn't to say that there were no other existences that he could not provoke. He also could not contend with the legendary Majin Buu and the true god of destruction. In fact, the real order to King Vegeta came from Beerus, but Frisia would never think of that. He was Beerus' envoy. How could Beerus command the Saiyans under him to betray him? Who is that person you mentioned, King Vegeta? Frisia gritted his teeth. Didn't you guess it? It is indeed that guy. He clearly said he wouldn't interfere with the Saiyans, but still help them in secret. Frisia was furious. He should never have trusted that god of destruction candidate's words. King Vegeta was puzzled. Was Frisia saying that Beerus did not help the Saiyans? Why would Beerus help the Saiyans? One thought that it was Lewis who helped the Saiyans, while the other wondered why Beerus would help the Saiyans. The two were completely on different wavelengths. King Vegeta shook his head. Frisia, even without that person's command, we Saiyans would find a way to break free from your control. Why? At this moment, Bardock stepped forward. Frisia, do you think we know nothing? Bardock, the strongest of the Saiyan race, combat power of 15000. Frisia stared intently at Bardock. Impressive strength. It's hard to imagine that you Saiyans have grown to this level in just over a decade. Tell me, what am I wary of? Frisia was not in a hurry to make a move. He was very curious why this group of Saiyans wanted to break free from his control. Haha, aren't you always worried that our Saiyan race would give rise to the legendary Super Saiyan? Bardock's eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit as he looked at Frisia and laughed heartily. Super Saiyan. The aliens of Frisia's faction did not understand what this represented, but the Saiyan race instantly became agitated upon hearing this. Super Saiyan. Is that legend real? No wonder Frisia is wary of us. Luckily, Vegeta made that decision in advance. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out by Frisia sooner or later. Frisia fell silent, truly not expecting that this group of Saiyan monkeys knew that he had always been wary of that Super Saiyan. However, Bardock was right. Once he had used the Saiyans, he would definitely destroy the Saiyan race. They had indeed escaped a calamity. Above the Grand Elder's village, Whis hovered not far from Frisia and the Saiyans. He could clearly see the standoff between the two sides. Kakarot and Vegeta haven't arrived yet. Whis observed carefully, noticing that Vegeta and the others were not present. Surely they wouldn't arrive after the Saiyans and Frisia's army clashed. In the distance, the expressions of both sides grew increasingly cautious. The atmosphere became more and more tense. They were poised to strike. Jinyu, go for it. Since they dare to come out from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, take this opportunity to eliminate them. Frisia's voice was filled with rage. Yes. Jinyu transformed into a purple beam of light, flying towards the Saiyan clan. Theodore, kill Jinyu. King Vegeta waved his hand, issuing the order. Yes. Theodore flew out from the crowd, heading straight for Jinyu. The two engaged in a rapid exchange with shockwaves flying everywhere, creating earth-shattering explosions as they landed. The battle reached a fever pitch. Both of them sustained injuries as they fought fiercely. Seeing such an intense clash, Frisia furrowed his brow and pressed the detector. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power 11000. Combat power 12000. 120 combat power naturally belonged to Jinyu, but Frisia did not expect that the Saiyan named Theodore actually possessed 110 combat power. Although his combat power was inferior to Jinyu's, he was not at a disadvantage. Damn it, why have the Saiyans suddenly become so strong? That damn god of destruction candidate, it must be his doing. Frisia gritted his teeth, feeling extremely agitated. He attributed all the reasons to Whis, but none of this had anything to do with Whis. He had never helped the Saiyan race. Haha, so what if our combat power is a bit lower? We are a warrior race, only growing stronger through battle. King Vegeta clenched his fists, excitedly declaring, just wait, Jinyu is doomed. Such a scene was extremely uplifting. Jinyu was indeed the captain of the Jinyu force. The Saiyans could truly stand up to him. All the Saiyans were stirred up, extremely excited. Just as King Vegeta had said, Theodore became increasingly aggressive, quickly suppressing Jinyu, who was sustaining more and more injuries. Seeing this, Frisia's breath became rapid. He knew the Saiyans were a combative race, but he never expected them to be so fierce. He pressed the detector again. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power 12500. Combat power 90000. Frisia looked at the data, his chest heaving. Damn it. Jinyu's combat power had dropped to 900 due to continuous injuries, while Theodore was growing stronger, reaching an additional 1.5 combat power. King Vegeta, you have successfully enraged me. Frisia flew out of the baby pod, but his words were not yet finished. Suddenly Jinyu shouted, switch. Frisia was immediately delighted. Could Jinyu turn the tide? In the sky, a white light began to emanate from Jinyu, quickly enveloping Theodore. If he looked, he would be caught. Die. Bardock had long sensed something was off and gathered a shockwave, launching it at Jinyu. Boom. Jinyu was hit. Under the intense heat, his body twisted, and he did not even have time to scream before melting in Bardock's shockwave. Damn it, a sneak attack. Frisia was fuming with rage. If it's a death feud, who cares about sneak attacks? King Vegeta didn't waste words either. Waving his hand, he commanded, everyone go all out. This time we will directly eliminate Frisia's forces. The Saiyan leader issued the order, and behind King Vegeta, 1,500 figures erupted with white auras, charging towards Frisia's army. The two sides quickly entangled with each other. Boom. Explosions rang out incessantly on Namek. The winds howled, mountains crumbled, and riverbeds collapsed. It was as if the twilight of the gods had descended. Namek fell into a dark and tumultuous state. The Grand Elder's village was not far from the battlefield, and the aftermath of the battle between the Saiyans and Frisia's army quickly spread here. The great disaster predicted by the Grand Elder has come. Heavens, is this power something mere mortals can possess? Our Namek is doomed. The Namekians fell into endless panic. At this moment, a purple light blossomed in the sky, and the battle's aftermath rapidly dissipated upon touching the purple light. What is happening, right? The Grand Elder said that a powerful ally would assist us Namekians. It must be that ally who intervened. Lewis' action to protect the Namekians went unnoticed by Frieza and King Vegeta. Lewis had already broken through to the divine dimension a few days ago, and his power had transformed into divine power. Mortals cannot sense the existence of deities, and naturally the detection devices created by mortals cannot either. On King Vegeta's side, the Saiyans were engaged in battle with the Frieza force. Only Bardock and King Vegeta remained still, both intently watching Frieza. Bardock said coldly, "Frieza, surrender. Your subordinates are no match for us Saiyans." Frieza hovered in midair, glancing at his continually falling subordinates. Every Saiyan on the opposite side possessed a battle power exceeding 800, with over a dozen Saiyans boasting battle powers of 100 watching from the sidelines. The members of the Jinyu force were killed within just a few exchanges. The remaining Frieza force members found it difficult to retaliate. It was a one-sided slaughter. Aren't you relying on that candidate destroyer? Frieza disregarded his subordinates, his eyes filled with killing intent. As long as I acquire the Dragon Balls, that candidate destroyer will also die? King Vegeta furrowed his brow. What does Lewis have to do with this? Bardock was even more puzzled. Who was this candidate destroyer? Boom. Frieza began to unleash his power, making Namek tremble. The terrifying energy made King Vegeta's body shudder. Frieza indeed possessed a battle power of 5300, just as rumored. Bardock, be careful. All right, King Vegeta, be ready to gather the artificial moon at any moment. We definitely cannot defeat Frieza in our normal state. Bardock moved, flashing in front of Frieza and throwing a punch. Bang! The air exploded instantly, the immense force shattering the ground below and causing the lake to surge. The combatants on both sides suddenly turned their heads. The final battle was about to begin. Frieza was hit in the chest and said lightly, "Is this all from 1500 battle power?" Bardock ignored Frieza's provocation. Having chosen to confront Frieza head-on, he was already mentally prepared. He quickly retreated, gathering a powerful shockwave aimed at Frieza. At the same time, King Vegeta joined the battle. With a battle power of 100, King Vegeta and Bardock with a battle power of 1500 attacked Frieza simultaneously. The world dimmed. In the distance, Lewis shook his head. Compared to Bardock and King Vegeta, Frieza was still too strong. In the face of 5300 battle power, the 100 battle power seemed like an insurmountable chasm with no hope of victory. Sure enough, after just a brief fight, Bardock and King Vegeta were hit and crashed violently towards the ground. King Vegeta, Bardock, Bobert and Theodore, after defeating their opponents, rushed towards Frieza. The other Saiyans with battle powers of 100 did the same. Bardock and the others, after spitting out blood, soared back into the sky. In that moment, 16 Saiyans with battle powers exceeding 100 surrounded Frieza. Boom! The magnetic field of heaven and earth became chaotic, with thunder striking across the clouds. The Namekians, witnessing this, felt as if they were seeing the end of the world, thankfully shielded by a purple barrier. Die for me. In the sky, Bardock moved swiftly, gathering all his energy into a shockwave that charged towards Frieza like a wolf. Trash, you think you can harm me with this? Frieza thrust his knee, sending Bobert flying while remaining unfazed by the incoming shockwave. He raised his hand and struck forcefully. Bardock's shockwave instantly changed direction. Die. The other Saiyans seized the opportunity to launch their attacks. Within seconds, thousands of energy blasts rained down on Frieza. Boom! Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted where Frieza stood, as if being bombarded by thousands of nuclear bombs. Smoke billowed, flames erupted. Buzz. The space trembled slightly at that moment. Huff huff. He should be dead, right? It's just 5300 battle power. With 16 of us attacking, he must be dead. Bobert and Theodore panted heavily. No way. King Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth and said solemnly, "Frieza shouldn't be that simple." Bardock clenched his fists. Right, if it were that easy to deal with him, he couldn't have stayed in his position as the Emperor of the Universe for so long. Suddenly, whoosh, a gust of wind blew. The smoke in the air began to dissipate, revealing a massive figure. Bardock's pupils constricted. King Vegeta used the artificial moon. As soon as the words were spoken, a purple light streaked across the sky. Bobert and the other Saiyans hovering in the air were caught off guard and were struck directly. 16 Saiyans clutched their abdomens, spitting blood. How is this possible? Theodore's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ha ha ha, King Vegeta, do you know my true power? Frieza unlocked his first transformation, his battle power skyrocketing to 100. Frieza grinned sinisterly. Now I possess 100 battle power. Let's see how you fight me. 1,000,000 battle power. Bardock's heart skipped a beat. He had thought Frieza's true power exceeded 5300, but he never expected it to reach 100. This was troublesome. Bardock's anxiety was not without reason. They could transform into great ape forms to deal with Frieza. However, not every Saiyan could maintain their sanity in great ape form. For example, Bardock himself could not. An irrational great ape could not possibly defeat Frieza. This was without a doubt. Among the Saiyans with battle powers exceeding 100 present, only King Vegeta, Beerus, and Theodore were classified as upper-class warriors. Die for me. Frieza roared, raising both hands high and condensing a 2-meter diameter energy ball. He intended to wipe out the Saiyan race in one fell swoop. Everyone else don't look at the sky. Beerus, Theodore, quickly look up. An artificial moon soared into the sky, and King Vegeta had already been prepared to gather the artificial moon before the battle. Whis observed the battle between King Vegeta and Frieza clearly. The Saiyans had truly grown immensely over the past decade. The Frieza force was no match for the Saiyans. He saw King Vegeta throw a dazzling orb into the sky, transforming into Great Ape. In the distance, Whis sensed his tail twitching incessantly and dared not look towards King Vegeta again. Suddenly, Whis looked up sharply, sensing 4 familiar auras rushing in from outside Namek. Kakarot, Vegeta, you finally made it. Outside Namek, a medium-sized spaceship broke through the atmosphere. Vegeta, did you sense it? Such a powerful aura. I sensed it as such an evil aura must be Frieza's unleashed power. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his blood beginning to boil. During their years on Earth, Vegeta and the others learned to control and sense chi. Through the spaceship's transparent glass, Vegeta looked down at the ground. This aura is terrifying. It must be over 100 battle power. I wonder how my father and the others are faring. 1 million battle power. Raditz gasped, can we defeat Frieza? Nappa gritted his teeth, so what if it's 1 million battle power? If we transform into Great Ape form, we can also possess 1 million battle power. As soon as Nappa finished speaking, 3 raging auras suddenly appeared below Namek. Raditz, speed up. It must be my father transforming into Great Ape. An artificial moon hung in the air above Namek. Roar, roar, roar. 3 terrifying roars reverberated across the battlefield. Beerus, Theodore, and King Vegeta transformed into Great Ape forms. Their battle power exceeded 100. The other Saiyans dared not look at the moon, for they were not upper-class warriors and could not maintain their sanity in Great Ape form. Bardock was the same. He dared not look up, keeping his gaze fixed on Frieza. Ha ha ha, you can transform, but we Saiyans can too. What Bardock did not know was that Frieza was not transforming, but unlocking a form. Frieza, die for me. King Vegeta successfully transformed into a Great Ape while maintaining his sanity. He, along with Beerus and Theodore, simultaneously launched an assault on Frieza. The sky crackled with lightning. The wind howled. In the sky, the 3 great apes engaged Frieza in a fierce battle. They fought for 10 minutes. The strength of the 3 great apes was indeed formidable. Each punch shook the space. However, the speed of the great apes was noticeably slower than Frieza's, allowing him to easily dodge their attacks. Fortunately, it was 3 against 1. With Bardock occasionally launching sneak attacks, King Vegeta's side managed to avoid falling behind. Damn Saiyan monkeys. Frieza evaded a punch and retreated 100 meters. He clenched his fists, his fury boiling over. If it were just a single great ape at the million battle power level, he wouldn't need to worry and could even handle 2 great apes at once. But suddenly facing 3 million level great apes was a bit troublesome. Frieza glanced around, realizing all his subordinates had been wiped out. Meanwhile, not a single Saiyan had fallen, with only a few suffering serious injuries. Frieza, surrender. The great ape form King Vegeta flew in front of Frieza, staring him down. Beerus, Theodore, and Bardock circled nearby, forming a siege. Bardock, what you said earlier was right. I truly fear you Saiyans. Frieza looked at Bardock in front of him, saying coldly, now it seems my fears were not unfounded. Since that is the case, I will no longer hide my power and will kill you directly, then find the Dragon Balls to take revenge on your candidate destroyer. Suddenly, a roaring sound reverberated through the sky as a spaceship descended from above. At the same time, 4 figures swiftly flew towards this direction. Who? In the sky, Frieza was about to transform into his ultimate form when he abruptly turned his head. Frieza, long time no see. Vegeta appeared in the blink of an eye. Goku followed closely behind, having been focused on Frieza, and suddenly saw Bardock. He was stunned. Bardock was also taken aback. It was as if time had frozen. A strange feeling surged in Goku's heart. Since he reached adulthood and matured, he had known he was not from Earth, and he knew that Raditz was his biological brother. According to Raditz, he had a pair of parents. Is it father? Goku flew in front of Bardock, opening his mouth. Kakarot, you have returned. Bardock pressed his lips together. He had many things he wanted to say to his second son, yet in this moment of recognition, he found himself at a loss for words. Goku smiled, realizing his elder brother was right. He and his father were indeed identical, although his father had 2 scars on his face. As the father and son reunited on the other side, Vegeta, despite being pursued by my legion, you're still alive. Haha, thanks to you, Frieza. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't possess the power I have now. Vegeta laughed heartily, his battle power of 1700 erupting explosively. Vegeta's formidable strength thrilled King Vegeta in his great ape form. Vegeta, how much battle power do you possess now? This is my son. The stronger Vegeta gets, the happier he becomes. Father, I currently possess a battle power of 1700, and if I unleash my full strength, we can reach a combined battle power of 1.7 million. Vegeta looked at his father, laughing heartily. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta in the sky was overjoyed. If he could unleash full power for 1.7 million battle power, it must be under the Great Ape transformation. Little did they know that Vegeta's full strength referred to using the Kaioken. The Kaioken was far stronger than the Great Ape state. The Kaioken not only dramatically increased physical strength and speed, but also maintained the Boda's agility. These were aspects the Great Ape state could not compare to. Is 1.7 million battle power really strong? Frieza hovered in the void, arms crossed, as if the anger within him had dissipated. He planned to use all his power now. With all his strength apart from the candidate Destroyer and Destroyer Beerus and Majin Buu, no one else in this universe would be his opponent. 1.7 million battle power isn't strong enough. Haha, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Vegeta twisted his neck, coldly stating, Frieza, there are now 3 great apes with over 1 million battle power, and with Kakarot and me, you are now facing 5 formidable beings with over 1 million battle power. Vegeta paused for a moment, laughing heartily. Are you prepared for death? Wait. Bardock flew to the front, clutching his heavily injured abdomen, and said solemnly, Frieza, you just said you would no longer hide your power. Could it be that this isn't your full strength? What? Vegeta was shocked. He quickly turned to Frieza. King Vegeta, Bibidai, and Theodore all looked towards Frieza. Other Saiyans who had finished their battles also stared closely at Frieza. They saw Frieza wear a mocking expression, seemingly acknowledging Bardock's words. How is that possible? This must be a lie. Still hiding power. I don't believe it. The 1500 Saiyans behind King Vegeta clamored, their faces full of disbelief. Haha, let me be honest, this transformation I'm currently in is actually my first unlocked transformation. I can unlock this transformation 2 more times. Frieza tightened his fist, his face contorted. Each time I unlock a transformation, it becomes stronger than the previous one. In my ultimate form, I can possess 60 million battle power. Frieza was not telling the truth. In fact, he had an even more powerful transformation capable of 120 million battle power. However, it was too taxing on his stamina. This was also the reason Frieza did not speak the whole truth. Vegeta, are you prepared for death? Frieza echoed Vegeta's earlier words. Immediately after, Frieza summoned his internal power and began to unleash it. Stop him regardless of whether he is lying or not. Stop him quickly. Vegeta looked terrified and shouted, Kakarot, hurry, 10 times Kaioken. A crimson glow erupted from Vegeta, and his 1.7 million battle power surged forth. Father, you're severely injured. Here's a Senzu bean. If you eat it, you'll recover. Goku handed a Senzu bean to Bardock, who also unleashed a crimson glow. The pressure of 2 million battle power made the sky hum. Bardock looked at the Senzu bean in his hand, and without hesitation he bit it and consumed it. With a whoosh, a cyclone erupted from his body. Not only have my injuries healed, but my strength has also increased a little. Bardock laughed heartily. This thing was simply miraculous. But now was not the time to think about these things. Like everyone else, Bardock began to unleash his power. In an instant, the 3 apes charged towards Frieza. Other Saiyans wanted to help, but after receiving the order to retreat, they could only hide aside. Raditz and Nappa were the same. Their powers were below 1.0, so they had to retreat. Namek was shaking continuously. The ground was cracking and magma was rolling and spewing. It was as if the apocalypse had come. Heavens, can such power belong to mortals? Will our Namek explode? The Namekians in the Elder's village fell into a panic. Luis landed in front of the Elder's house, looking at Nail. Have the Elder prepared to summon the Dragon Balls at any time. Namek is very likely to explode. Nail hurriedly said, Lord Candidate Destroyer, with your power, you should be able to stop all of this. Why don't you take action to prevent it? Suddenly, an elderly voice came from inside the house. Nail, obey the orders of the Candidate Destroyer. Yes. Nail gritted his teeth and ultimately went to gather the Dragon Balls. Luis flew back into the sky, glancing at the Namekians in the village below. I can intervene, but Kakarot might not be able to transform anymore. Sorry, I can only temporarily sacrifice your Namek. I will compensate you, Luis muttered to himself. Then he looked into the distance. The 3 apes attempted to stop Frieza from transforming, but before they got close, a powerful wave of energy tossed them aside. They launched energy blasts, but it was as though Frieza had a wall of air surrounding him, blocking them effortlessly. They couldn't harm Frieza, and naturally, they couldn't interrupt his transformation. It seems Frieza is about to transform into his ultimate state. Whis watched the battle with great interest. Goku, whether in battle power or combat skills, was the strongest among the three apes. As for Bardock and the three great apes, their fighting methods and energy usage were truly terrible. In Vegeta, it was evident that he had become much more proficient in using his chi. It was clear that he and Goku shared a lineage. Both were trained by Popo. However, Goku and Vegeta's fighting styles were still somewhat different. Vegeta was more violent, while Goku was more agile, as if he could act freely and was unwavering in his desires. Boom. A colossal wave of energy surged. It's time to enter the ultimate state. Whis watched as Frieza's figure changed, becoming shorter, but his power grew stronger. Frieza entered his ultimate state, restoring his power to 60 million battle power. A tremendous force erupted from him, compressing the air and making a sizzling sound. Frieza seemed like a prehistoric beast, instilling great fear. The Saiyans who had kept their distance were already pale with terror. Frieza is still powerful. Kakarot, it all depends on whether you can transform this time. You are the only one we can rely on. Whis still did not appear. He was guarding the Namekians above the Elders' village. In the distance, Frieza had become a short figure, even shorter than Vegeta. But his power was horrifying. The power that unintentionally erupted permeated the space, causing chaos. Gulp. Bardock, confronting Frieza, suddenly gulped. The pressure was terrifying. 60 million battle power. King Vegeta shook his ape head furiously. How can this be? How can anyone in this world possess such immense power? Do we still have a chance? Bibidi and Theodore were dumbfounded. Vegeta was also shocked. He had just managed to cultivate to 1/7 battle power, and with 10 times Kaioken, he could reach 1.7 million battle power. He originally thought he could take revenge. Who would have thought that Frieza possessed 60 million battle power? Especially since he could sense that Frieza was not lying. If Frieza truly had 60 million battle power, we can't win. Vegeta's eyes went vacant. Before the battle even began, he lost all will to fight, muttering continuously. Suddenly, Kakarot, what are you going to do? Bardock shouted. He saw Goku flying forward. Goku's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Frieza. What an impressive guy fighting you, will surely be interesting. This scene caught Whis' attention. He smiled. Goku's and Vegeta's reactions formed a sharp contrast. Goku was still the same Goku, never backing down in the face of a strong enemy. And Vegeta was still the same Vegeta, always cowering before undergoing a series of hardships. Soon Goku and Frieza began to engage in battle. Bardock kept his distance. Without transforming into a great ape, he only had a battle power of a few 100,000, which couldn't even match Frieza's fraction. Going up would only make him cannon fodder. So Bardock stayed far away. King Vegeta in his great ape form rushed forward to join Goku in attacking Frieza. Only Vegeta remained motionless in midair. Although he could achieve 1.7 million battle power using the Kaioken, he seemed lost, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Boom. The three great apes were struck by the shockwave, letting out heart-wrenching roars. They then crashed heavily to the ground, creating 3 massive craters. Ha ha, damn Saiyan monkeys, let's see how you die. Frieza was incredibly pleased, casually waving his hand, sending Goku spitting blood. As long as he finds the Dragon Balls, the universe will be his. Damn. Hiding in the distance, Bardock watched his son being trampled, his eyes filled with rage. Vegeta, you are the prince of the Saiyans. Are you just going to watch? If not for his power being too low, rushing up would only cause trouble. Bardock would have charged in long ago. Vegeta remained unmoved. Vegeta, you are a worthless fool. Our Saiyan clan has already severed ties with Frieza. Even if he possesses 60 million battle power, what of it? How can you be afraid of an enemy of the Saiyan clan? Fool. As a prince of the Saiyans, do you deserve this title? Bardock was filled with fury. He could no longer contain himself and prepared to look at the moon in the sky. Vegeta's vacant gaze flickered with a glimmer of light as he muttered, "Am I worthless? Bardock, you're seeking death." Vegeta's eyes shone anew, clenching his fists. "He'll settle accounts with you later." Vegeta did not look at Bardock, but shouted, 10 times Kaioken. His entire body erupted with a crimson glow, charging upwards. Bardock initially intended to transform into a great ape, but paused upon seeing Vegeta's actions. However, the worry in his eyes did not fade, but grew more intense. Frieza was simply too powerful. The Saiyans had no hope whatsoever. Above the Elders' village. Oh, is Vegeta no longer afraid? Whis found it amusing to see Vegeta take action again. But even if you go up, Vegeta, it won't help. In the distance, the 3 giant apes flew up from the ground, joining forces with Sun Wukong and Vegeta to attack Frieza. Just as Whis said, the Saiyans have no hope of winning in this battle. Frieza unlocking his ultimate form with a combat power of 60 million is simply outrageous. With just a casual move, Sun Wukong and the others spat blood. It seemed Frieza was toying with them, not using his full strength. It was always a hopeless battle unless Kakarot transforms into a Super Saiyan. Lewis shook his head. Haha, I've had enough fun, now you all can die. Frieza laughed maniacally, soaring into the sky. Suddenly, he transformed into a purple beam of light tearing through the sky. The 3 apes and 2 others trembled below. Boom. Bibert and Theodore instantly exploded. A massive hole appeared in the middle of King Vegeta's giant ape body. King Vegeta spat blood wildly, falling from the void. Father! Father! Vegeta's abdomen soaked in blood, his organs shattered. So strong I am no match. Sun Wukong was not in a better state, his bones all broken. Immediately after, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also fell from the sky. Kakarot. In the distance, Bardock flew over, catching King Vegeta, then Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Oh, Frieza laughed heartily. I almost forgot about some stragglers. Then you all can die too. Frieza looked at Bardock and the 1,500 Saiyans in the distance. He raised his hand, condensing an energy ball 2 meters in diameter. With a mighty throw, the entire sky was shrouded in purple light. The group of Saiyans led by King Vegeta could not move under the tremendous pressure. This would lead to their annihilation. Bardock could not care less now, as he was the only one left with combat power. After placing Sun Wukong and Vegeta down, he looked at the artificial moon in the sky. Roar! A mindless giant ape wreaked havoc, shooting out laser beams that unintentionally detonated Frieza's energy ball in midair. The laser beams occasionally streaked past where Frieza was. These Saiyan monkeys are truly disgusting. Frieza dodged the laser beams and flew towards the transformed giant ape Bardock. Above the Elder's village. How could this happen? Lewis looked into the distance, his expression growing solemn. According to the anime plot, Sun Wukong was supposed to transform into a Super Saiyan during this journey on Namek. But now the Saiyans brought by King Vegeta, including Sun Wukong, were on the brink of death. Is there no hope? If Lewis did not act soon, the Saiyan race would be wiped out. But an event in the distance made Lewis stop. He saw Frieza flying towards Bardock. Ha ha ha, Frieza, you're looking for death. Lewis laughed heartily. He thought Sun Wukong had no chance to transform, especially since Sun Wukong did not bring the bald Krillin. However, Frieza's action would undoubtedly push himself into an abyss. Lewis glanced at Sun Wukong on the ground and saw him stuffing a senzu bean into his mouth. He then looked at the scene of Bardock being brutally attacked by Frieza. If Bardock were to be sacrificed, wouldn't Sun Wukong go berserk? Sure enough, Frieza began to torture Bardock. First, he broke Bardock's limbs in his giant ape state, then stuffed an energy ball into Bardock's mouth. Boom. Bardock's entire head was blown apart. The iconic scene is coming. No. A powerful force erupted from Sun Wukong. Recovering from the brink of death, his power broke through to 5 million combat strength. Sun Wukong saw his father being killed by Frieza. Rage flooded his entire mind. The violent factors within him erupted, his back burning. Ah! Father! Frieza! You killed my father. Huh. I want you dead. Thunder rumbled across the sky, and the debris on the ground uncontrollably soared around Sun Wukong. The aura around Sun Wukong and his hair flickered. One golden and one black. The flickering frequency kept accelerating. What is happening? After killing Bardock, Frieza was frightened by this aura. You're not dead yet. Frieza, seeing the power erupting from Sun Wukong, was dumbfounded. He had clearly beaten Sun Wukong to the brink of death. Why was this guy alive again? Super Saiyan. Lying on the ground, barely alive, Vegeta weakly exclaimed, Kakarot, you must kill Frieza. After saying this, Vegeta passed away. Next to him lay King Vegeta, who had reverted to his human form, but he had also lost his breath. Vegeta. Ah! Sun Wukong clenched his fists, veins bulging. The golden aura no longer flickered. Clash! Sun Wukong's golden hair stabilized. Super Saiyan. Frieza, I will kill you. Boom. A flash of golden light struck Frieza in the abdomen, causing him to spit out blood, flying horizontally for over 1,000 meters. No. It's impossible. What is this form? Super Saiyan. How could it be a Super Saiyan? Above the Elder's village, Lewis trembled upon seeing this, finally witnessing this iconic scene. It was too intense. If Sun Wukong had successfully transformed, there was no doubt that Frieza was doomed. Lewis instantly disappeared, finally leaving the Elder's village. On the other side, far away from the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza, Raditz knelt on the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. My father is dead. Frieza, I will kill you. Raditz stood up and soared into the sky. Raditz, wait for me. Vegeta was also killed. I must avenge Vegeta. That Naba rushed up. I also want to avenge the leader. I want to go too. The 1,500 Saiyans on the ground were filled with hatred. They hated their own weakness. They hated that they let King Vegeta and Bardock face Frieza alone while they hid behind. A group of Saiyans prepared to take off towards Frieza. Suddenly, "Alright, everyone stop." Lewis appeared in midair, halting their actions. "Who are you?" Gracie stepped forward, the strongest warrior among all the Saiyans present, boasting a combat power of 9,000. With King Vegeta, Bardock, and Bibbert absent, Gracie was the highest commander here. "Lewis, why are you on Namek?" In the crowd, Raditz and Naba stepped forward, overjoyed. "Lewis, Vegeta was killed by Frieza. You must avenge Vegeta." Naba, seeing Lewis appear, quickly cried out. Others might not know Lewis' identity, but Raditz and Naba had always been with Vegeta and knew that Lewis was the candidate for the God of Destruction. The candidate for the God of Destruction is the disciple of the strongest in the universe. With him here, Frieza is definitely finished. Gracie recalled something upon hearing Lewis' name. Lewis is an elite warrior of the Saiyan race, but he died over a decade ago on a mission. Lewis was taken aback. "I died." He smiled helplessly and said, "I am not dead. Now you all listen to me and leave Namek for now." Gracie coldly replied, "Listen to you. Who do you think you are?" He hadn't finished speaking. Lewis gathered a destructive energy and held it up before Gracie. "Bardock's son Kakarot has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Now Kakarot is fighting Frieza and Namek will explode soon. I will take you away from Namek now." Raditz hurriedly asked, "Lewis, is Kakarot really transformed into a Super Saiyan?" Lewis nodded, "Yes, Frieza is doomed. As for Bardock and the others, they can still be revived using the Dragon Balls, so don't worry." Lewis then looked at Gracie. "Do you have any objections now?" "And no objections." Gracie swallowed hard, feeling that if he were hit by that purple energy, he would probably be obliterated. The other Saiyans cheered upon hearing that Kakarot had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and was fighting Frieza. They came to Namek to prevent Frieza from obtaining the Dragon Balls. As long as they defeat Frieza, they could use the Dragon Balls, meaning King Vegeta and the others could indeed be revived. The Saiyans were saved. "Hold hands, Namek is about to explode. Hurry up, I will take you away from here." Soon Lewis used instant transmission to bring the Saiyans back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Then he returned to Namek. At this moment, the scene on Namek was terrifying. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. The fierce winds ravaged the land. Mountains and rivers were shattered. Lava erupted. Various planetary disasters unfolded on Namek, resembling a hell on Earth, instilling fear in all who witnessed it. Two figures streaked across the sky, their collision generating powerful cyclones that compressed the void into a vacuum area. Countless air currents rushed toward this direction, suddenly forming a hurricane with a diameter of a kilometer. "Frieza, die for me." Son Goku seemed to exceed the speed of light, appearing in front of Frieza in the next moment, lifting his foot to deliver a fierce kick. The void seemed ready to explode. Frieza was hit in the abdomen, bending over as blood spewed from his mouth. The immense power sent Frieza flying into the sky. "Frieza, return my father's life." Son Goku radiated golden light, resembling a streak of gold that cut through the void, appearing in the sky. With both hands tightly clenched, he formed a giant hammer. He brought it crashing down towards the airborne Frieza. Boom! The thunderous force penetrated Son Goku's hands, seeping into Frieza's back. Frieza spat out blood again, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Frieza crashed straight down into the ground, creating a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Son Goku's power surged to 250 million. 250 million battle power against 60 million battle power. There was no suspense. Frieza was completely outmatched, enduring a relentless beating. Son Goku's brutal assault on Frieza continued while Whis had returned to the Elder's village. The entire village was enveloped in a purple glow, and the residual shockwaves from the battle outside would disintegrate anything that approached. However, as the battle between Son Goku and Frieza raged on, the situation on Namek worsened. The ground of the village where the Elder resided had already cracked. "Lord Candidate Destroyer." Nail hurriedly approached Whis and asked, "Our Namek is about to explode. What should we do now?" "I'm sorry. I had promised to help you through this crisis, and if I intervened, Namek wouldn't have fallen into its current state. But due to certain reasons, I truly apologize," Whis said with a face full of guilt. "Prepare to summon the dragon." Nail glanced at Whis, clenching his fists in anger. "Nail, obey the commands of the Candidate Destroyer." The voice of the Elder echoed in the room. "Yes." Nail gritted his teeth, only able to follow Whis' orders. The Dragon Balls were placed on the ground. Nail prepared to summon the dragon. Suddenly, a terrifying power surged toward them. It was Frieza's power. Whis could clearly sense that Frieza seemed to have unleashed his full power, which was about 120 million battle power. However, after Frieza unleashed this power, he quickly fell back into a weakened state. Clearly, 120 million battle power was utterly insufficient against 250 million. In fact, if Frieza had used his full strength from the beginning, he might have had a chance. Son Goku had just transformed into a Super Saiyan and was not yet adept at controlling his newfound power. Unfortunately, Frieza was too arrogant, thinking that the Super Saiyan was merely a title of strength. Once Son Goku became familiar with his powers, he had absolutely no chance. Boom. Namek trembled even more. It seemed as though it would explode at any moment. Whis felt a bit regretful. Had he known, he would have brought Whis along to avoid using someone else's Dragon Balls. And he wouldn't have felt so guilty. Summon the dragon. Whis looked at Nail. Nail nodded and addressed the Dragon Balls on the ground. A golden light shot into the sky, and Purunga appeared spiraling in midair. I have seen the candidate destroyer. Purunga respectfully greeted. Whis nodded and hurriedly instructed Nail to make a wish, restore Namek to its state from a day ago. Time was of the essence, and Namek was shaking more violently. In Lewis' perception, Frieza, that treacherous villain, was using a planet-destroying attack, just like in the anime. In 5 minutes, Namek would undoubtedly explode. Nail recited the wish in Namekian. This wish is quite simple. In the sky, Purunga's eyes glimmered, and then Namek began to change. Lava returned to the depths of the earth. The shattered mountains and rivers reformed. The fierce winds vanished. The thunder calmed. Namek returned to its state from a day ago. Nail, I will go deal with Frieza first. There are still 2 wishes waiting for me to return to grant. Whis vanished in an instant, leaving only Nail and the astonished Purunga in the sky. Haha. In midair, Son Goku clenched his fists, watching the changes on Namek, momentarily stunned. Wasn't Namek supposed to explode in 5 minutes after being hit by Frieza's attack? How could this be? Son Goku, why is this happening? On the ground, Frieza had lost part of his tail, was covered in wounds, and was on the brink of death. Son Goku naturally understood what Frieza meant, but he also didn't know why Namek had restored. He was just about to kill Frieza. At this moment, with a whoosh, Whis instantly appeared in front of Frieza. In the sky, Son Goku recognized Whis. Whis, why are you here? Son Goku descended from the sky, coming face to face with Whis. Whis turned to look at the protagonist of the Dragon Balls. Golden hair and blue eyes. In Super Saiyan form, possessing 250 million battle power. I've been here just to see you transform into a Super Saiyan. You've been here all along. Son Goku grasped his shoulder angrily, saying, if you've been here, why didn't you intervene? With your power, you should have easily been able to kill Frieza. Lewis' power and identity had long been known to him through Vegeta. There were hardly any beings in the universe capable of matching Lewis' strength. He'll explain that later. Whis pointed to the nearly defeated Frieza on the ground. Kakarot, are you going to let this guy go? Son Goku glared at Frieza, gritting his teeth. No, I will not let him go. He killed my father and Vegeta. I will make him pay with his life. Whis was taken aback. He actually harbored a desire to kill Frieza. Wasn't Son Goku in the anime supposed to give Frieza a chance at the last moment? It seemed he had been affected by the butterfly effect. Let me kill him. Whis waved his hand, raising it to condense a ball of destructive energy. Buzz. The world trembled. The wounded Frieza on the ground, continuously coughing up blood, was rendered speechless by the sight of Whis, the candidate destroyer. But it was clear that Frieza was filled with hatred toward Whis. If looks could kill, Whis wouldn't know how many times he would have been slain by Frieza. Whis raised his hand, pausing the destructive energy from being unleashed for a moment. Forget it. Whis shook his head, canceling the destructive energy, and instead used a Kamehameha to blast Frieza into ashes. Though Frieza was despicable, he might still be useful in the future, just like in the anime's Tournament of Power. Thus, Whis refrained from destroying Frieza. After Frieza was killed, Son Goku's mood was extremely low. Whis, if you had intervened, my father and Vegeta wouldn't have died. Whis turned to Son Goku, smiling. Isn't it possible to revive them? Did you forget about the Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls? Son Goku's eyes lit up, shaking Whis. I almost forgot. Awesome. Now my father and Vegeta can be revived. Come on, I've already summoned the dragon, follow me. Whis used instant transmission to take Sun Wukong away from here. They quickly returned to the Elder's village. A green western dragon circled in the sky, looking rather strange, as it was sweating profusely, as if it was holding back. Is there any other wish? If you don't say it soon, I can't hold on anymore. With a whoosh, Whis appeared here with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was startled to see the dragon in the sky. This is the dragon of Namek. It can bring your father back to life, don't worry. Whis turned his head and said, Dragon, revive Bardock. Nairo saw Whis return and quickly spoke in the Namekian language. In the sky, the body of the dragon became increasingly transparent. Lord Candidate Destroyer, I'm sorry, but Bardock's body has already been damaged, so this wish cannot be fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's face turned pale. Whis, this is bad. When I fought Frieza, the ground spewed lava and swallowed my father and Vegeta. They can't be revived, right? Is that so? Whis frowned and said, Dragon, restore Frieza's Saiyan body that was killed on Namek. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Then he grabbed Whis' shoulders, shaking him with laughter. Whis, you're really smart. Since the Namekian dragon said there was no body, it couldn't revive the dead. So doesn't that mean we can first restore Bardock and the others' bodies and then revive them? Lord Candidate Destroyer, your wish has been granted. As soon as the dragon finished speaking, 5 corpses appeared on the ground: Bardock, Vegeta, King, Vegeta, B-Bear, and Theodore. Lewis, their bodies have been restored. Sun Wukong was overjoyed. Suddenly, don't speak yet. Lewis suddenly had an ominous premonition and felt something, his pupils shrinking. He then soared into the air, turning to Nairo and shouting, Nairo, wish for everyone on Namek, including these 5 corpses, to be transferred to Earth. Hurry. Lewis shouted anxiously. Nairo was startled. He didn't know what was happening, but he still complied. Before Nairo could finish his wish, a destructive energy bomb with a diameter of 1 kilometer suddenly appeared in the sky. This destructive energy seemed like a purple sun falling from the sky. Boom! The void was shattered, turning into fragments of space that fell down, and the rift in the void quickly healed. If this destructive energy fell on Namek, the entire star region within 100,000 miles would likely collapse. Lewis could run and could take Sun Wukong and Nairo away, but the Namekians would definitely perish. Lewis already felt guilty towards the Namekians, and he didn't want to let them die in front of him. He absolutely refused to let that happen. Damn it, Quitella, just wait. If Lewis was not mistaken, it should be quite lost doing. A burst of golden energy erupted from his body, and his hair turned golden in an instant. Super Saiyan. Then he instantly teleported beneath the falling destructive energy bomb. He braced against it. Bang! The destructive aura emanating from the energy bomb created a vacuum above. Immunity. All negative effects aimed at Lewis were instantly cleared by immunity. Lewis was unharmed, but with his current strength, he couldn't withstand the falling destructive energy bomb. Being pressed down, Lewis' body rapidly descended towards the ground of Namek. As he rubbed against the air, flames erupted from Lewis, and his descent speed increased. Just as he was about to touch the ground, the dragon's body instantly vanished, and then everyone on Namek, including the 5 corpses on the ground, disappeared. Buzz! The Namek was struck by the destructive energy, causing the star region within billions of miles to collapse, instantly forming a massive void black hole outside the billion-mile star region. Lord Quitella, aren't you afraid of Beerus causing trouble for you by doing this? The angel Conic circled in the pitch-black starry sky, holding a scepter, looking at Quitella beside him. Quitella looked at the void black hole and said coldly, what does it matter if Beerus knows? The Omni King has issued orders that destroyers must not fight each other. Beerus wouldn't dare to make a move against me, otherwise the Omni King would definitely erase him. Moreover, I've already had a grudge with that kid. I can't let such a talented genius go, otherwise he will definitely come looking for trouble in the future. The scene of Lewis and the candidate destroyer sparring left a deep impression on him. At around 20 years old, he broke into the divine dimension. He also comprehended destructive energy and the angel-level state of free will. Quitella turned to Conic and said, didn't you ask Whis about that kid's situation? Conic narrowed his eyes and said, Whis said, this is Lewis' innate skill capable of ignoring all damage. Ignoring all damage. Quitella chuckled, do you think that kid Lewis could escape from the destructive energy I just unleashed? Conic fell silent. He thought Lewis could escape, but he was afraid to say it out loud for fear that Quitella would be unhappy. He still remembered what his elder sister said when she left the 7th universe, that kid Lewis is very special, something I can't see through, and that divine aura that swept through the Omni King's universe along with that mysterious earth. After his elder sister finished speaking, she went to the Omni King's palace to ask his father for clarification, and the other angels followed suit. Only he couldn't break free because Quitella wanted to lurk in the 7th universe and obliterate the hope of the 7th universe. Let's leave quickly, otherwise Beerus will come. Quitella said indifferently. Yes. Conic waved his scepter and took Quitella away from here. In the next second, 2 figures indeed appeared here. Quitella, you did well. Beerus was furious, and the pressure he released caused the entire North Galaxy to tremble. Whis, restore this place. Yes. Whis waved his staff, and the surrounding void black hole suddenly restored, and the damaged Namek was also revived. Whis, take me to the 4th universe. The 2 disappeared. On Earth in the Dongdu Plains, Lewis, Sun Wukong, and all the Namekians were transported here. The elder sat on the ground looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, puzzled, and asked, Lord Substitute Destroyer, what happened? Sun Wukong swallowed hard and said, what was that attack just now? So terrifying. Nelu wiped the sweat off his face. That really scared me. The other Namekians who were transported here also felt uneasy. Elder, I'm sorry I caused you trouble. Lewis gritted his teeth. He had broken through to the divine dimension and could sense the presence of deities. The destructive energy ball was thrown by Katra. Damn it, no wonder Beerus dislikes that dead rat so much. It's truly treacherous. You all wait here. He'll find someone to restore your Namek, and then he'll bring you back. Anything hit by the destructive energy cannot be restored by an ordinary dragon. The only ones capable of achieving this are the Super Dragon or the Angel's Time Reversal. Taking advantage of the 2 minutes left, Lewis vanished with a swish. Soon he found Whis, who had just returned from the 4th universe. Lewis asked Whis to help restore Namek, but Whis said it had already been restored. Lewis then returned to the Elder. Nelu hurriedly asked, "Lord Substitute Destroyer, what happened?" "Your Namek has been restored." Lewis smiled and looked at the Elder. "Elder, I will now send you back." "All right, thank you, Lord Substitute Destroyer." The Elder held hands with the Namekians, and Lewis used instant transmission to bring everyone back to Namek. At a glance, Namek was not damaged in the slightest. The Namekians who returned here were dumbfounded. Could it be that this Substitute Destroyer used the Dragon Balls again? "Elder, to express my apologies, I will give you something." Lewis took out 3 universal capsules from his pocket and opened one. Bang! A 200-cubic warehouse appeared on the ground filled with grayish-blue fruits. The Elder asked in confusion, "Lord Substitute Destroyer, what is this?" "These fruits are called spirit fruits, which are eaten by deities and can extend a person's lifespan. In fact, aside from increasing lifespan, spirit fruits can also dramatically boost a person's power. However, the increase in power is limited. Compared to lifespan, this amount of power is negligible." Lewis, with an apologetic expression, said, "I didn't fulfill my promise to you before. Consider this my compensation." Spirit fruits are deities' food, growing in places where deities reside. The Destroyer realm is full of them, and Lewis has been eating them since he was a child. "This is unacceptable," the Elder said in slight panic. "Lord Substitute Destroyer, please take it back. This cannot be accepted." Lewis replied calmly, "Enough. Once I give it away, I will not take it back." In the anime, the Elder passed away after the explosion of Namek due to his lifespan being exhausted. The Elder is kind and friendly, and having received his favor, Lewis cannot ignore this. Moreover, these spirit fruits are nothing significant to Lewis. Nelu remembered to let the Elder eat these spirit fruits. After consuming all the fruits in this warehouse, he should be able to extend his life by several hundred years. Nelu was taken aback, then filled with joy. The other Namekians were equally excited. The Elder is their father, and given his advanced age, to put it bluntly, he could leave this world at any moment. In fact, they have the Dragon Balls. With a wish, they could also restore the Elder's youth. But that would violate nature. The Elder would definitely not allow them to do that. If eating these fruits can extend lifespan, then it's different from using the Dragon Balls to wish. The Elder would certainly accept it. Lewis handed the remaining 2 universal capsules to Nelu and then left Namek. On Earth, in the backyard of the Tai Si family, Bulma looked at Vegeta's lifeless body lying on the ground, heartbroken. "Wah! How could you die, Vegeta?" Bulma tugged at Sun Wukong's collar. "Wukong, who killed Vegeta? Why didn't you protect him?" "Bulma, I'm sorry." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. "I failed to protect him, but don't worry, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive both Vegeta and my father." Right, we still have the Dragon Balls." Bulma remembered the Dragon Balls at this moment and prepared to get the Dragon Radar. With a swish, Lewis suddenly appeared here. Tai Si hurried over, checking Lewis from head to toe, relieved to find he was uninjured. "Where have you been this past month? You scared me." "Don't worry, you know my physique, right?" Lewis hugged Tai Si, feeling her warmth and heartbeat. It had been a month since he saw Tai Si, and he missed her incredibly. At that moment, "Brother-in-law, you must avenge my Vegeta." Bulma walked over. Lewis released Tai Si and reassured her, "Don't worry, Vegeta will be fine, and the murderer who killed him has already been dealt with by me." Lewis looked at Whis lying on the beach chair. "Whis helped me revive these 5 people, so I don't have to find the Dragon Balls." "Whis can do that." Bulma was taken aback. Even Tai Si was puzzled. She knew Whis understood a lot and was very powerful, but can he revive a person? "You trouble me with everything." Whis stood up from the beach chair and waved his staff. Buzz! A holy light swept over the 5 corpses on the ground. Suddenly, "My, where is this? Where are the Frisia people?" The 5 corpses slowly opened their eyes, and Bulma burst into tears, hugging Vegeta on the ground. "Vegeta?" The nearby Sun Wukong and Tai Si were dumbfounded. It really was possible to revive someone without summoning the dragon. Lewis smiled faintly. Reviving a corpse is nothing. In the anime's Power Tournament final, Whis even revived Frisia in his soul state directly. "Lewis, after you handle your matters, come back to the Destroyer realm." After Whis finished speaking, he vanished. Lewis noticed Whis' disappearance, but did not see Beerus. Where did Beerus go? Could he have returned to the Destroyer realm? Bulma. On the ground, Vegeta woke up a bit dazed, looking at Bulma, who was hugging him. "Didn't I die? It was brother-in-law who had Whis revive you." Bulma lay on him, her eyes red. At this moment, hiss! Nearby Bardock, King Vegeta, Bibert, and Theodore also woke up one after another. "We are not dead." "No, I remember that Bibert and I were blasted to pieces by Frisia." Suddenly, King Vegeta saw Lewis' figure, and his pupils shrank sharply. Lewis, did you save us?" King Vegeta shook his head again. "No, you said you wouldn't intervene in Saiyan matters. How could we possibly be saved by you?" King Vegeta, who is he? Even now, Bardock and Bibert still found it hard to believe they were revived. Just who was this person before them? King Vegeta stepped in front of Lewis, staring at him without turning his head. Bardock, I previously told you that there is still a powerful warrior among our Saiyans, but that warrior has never cared for us. Yes, you said that. Bardock looked at King Vegeta's back, nodding. Suddenly his body trembled. Could this person before them be that powerful warrior? Wait, he has a tail? He really is a Saiyan. Bibbert and Theodore spoke up. King Vegeta, could this be the powerful warrior you mentioned? Why have we never seen him before? Vegeta said, you have seen him. Didn't you forget that over a decade ago one of our elite warriors was called Lewis? Bibbert and the others suddenly realized that there indeed was an elite warrior named Lewis. However, King Vegeta said Lewis sacrificed himself while on a mission. In fact, he did not die. He left Planet Vegeta long ago. He was taken as a disciple by the most powerful deity in the universe. Now that he appears here, it is very likely that he is the one who saved us. Upon hearing this, Bardock, Theodore, and Bibbert gasped in shock. Taken as a disciple by the most powerful deity in the universe. If he holds such a status, why didn't he come to help the Saiyans? Tai Si, Bulma, and Sun Wukong nearby also realized that Lewis' past experiences were like this. Hearing this, Vegeta's expression was strange. Lewis did not disregard the Saiyans. Did he not have Dr. Briefs help Goku create a gravity chamber? His expression remained calm. I know you all have many doubts, so let me tell you why I do not manage the Saiyans. Frieza is Lord Beerus' representative. During Lord Beerus' slumber, Frieza has been destroying planets. Your existence has made Frieza's army increasingly arrogant, with their influence spreading rapidly and the number of destroyed planets growing. Whether they are qualified planets or not, they will be destroyed by you. This has caused a tremendous shock to the stability of the universe, which is why you have long since angered Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus has spared you only because of my face. He continued, as for why I do not manage you. Lewis paused and said, I am the candidate for the God of Destruction. His voice was very calm, but it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Indeed, Lord Beerus originally intended to kill the Saiyan race, but it was out of consideration for Lewis that the Saiyans were spared. The candidate for the God of Destruction is the heir of the God of Destruction, and the will of the God of Destruction must be adhered to. Naturally, Lewis could no longer manage the Saiyans. Moreover, the gods are heartless, and Lewis certainly cannot intervene excessively in the development of the mortal realm. Now that they can be resurrected, it must be due to Lewis' intervention in the mortal development, which will definitely incur Lord Beerus' wrath. King Vegeta felt deeply ashamed he had wronged Lewis. At first, Bardock and the others were furious upon hearing that Lewis, a strong Saiyan and fellow clansman, did not manage the Saiyans. But after hearing the explanation, they felt their ears burning, completely ashamed. It was not that others did not manage the Saiyans, but that others had to uphold their divine duties. What everyone was thinking, Lewis had no idea. If he did, he would definitely laugh. What he had just said was the truth, but more so, Lewis simply did not want to manage them. However, what happened in the past was a different matter. The Saiyans were no longer the same. Lewis said, all right, since you have all been resurrected, I must first return to the God of Destruction realm. When Vados left, I didn't see Lord Beerus, so I guess he may have gone to the fourth universe. I need to hurry back and check. King Vegeta hurriedly asked Lewis, what about the other Saiyans now? You just need to ask Kakarot about that. After saying this, Lewis vanished with ties. Everyone looked at Goku. Goku recounted everything that happened on Namek. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. The Saiyans were sent back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters by Lewis. Frieza was killed by Lewis. They were revived by Vados. After hearing everything, several Saiyans swallowed hard. Super Saiyan. Kakarot, is what you said true? Did you really transform into a Super Saiyan? It's no wonder everyone was so excited. The Super Saiyan is a legend of the Saiyan race. Frieza acted against the Saiyans because he feared the legend of the Super Saiyan. Now that this news has come out, there isn't a single Saiyan who isn't excited. Moreover, if this is true, does it mean that they can also transform into Super Saiyans? Everyone was almost pressing their faces against each other, while Goku felt a bit awkward and took a step back. Goku scratched his head and chuckled. Lewis said that state is called a Super Saiyan. Oh, I don't know if it really is. Seeing his foolish appearance, everyone was speechless. Vegeta shouted, Kakarot, transform for us to see. Hurry. He remembered that before he died, he seemed to have seen a golden-haired, blue-eyed figure. Bardock suppressed his excitement. Yes, Kakarot, transform for us to see, and well, no. Unlike the others, Bardock believed about 80 of what Goku said, because he had a premonition all along. His second son would transform into a Super Saiyan. All right, you all step aside, let me try. Goku walked to the side, and King Vegeta and the others quickly made way. Bulma was also very interested in this so-called Super Saiyan. In an instant, everyone's gaze was focused on Goku. But after a while, Goku still showed no signs of change. Kakarot, what's wrong with you? I seem to not be able to transform. Goku looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. Vegeta said, didn't you transform before? Why can't you transform now? Bardock said, could it be that you're too nervous? Try again. King Vegeta and Bipert all nodded, encouraging Goku to try again. Okay, I'll try again. Goku attempted once more. After a while, still no success. This time he was stunned. On Namek, he transformed successfully out of sheer rage after seeing his father being killed. Why couldn't he do it now? King Vegeta frowned and asked Kakarot, you aren't lying to us, are you? Bipert and Theodore looked at Goku with skeptical expressions. Goku frowned and said, I'm not lying to you. I was the one who defeated Frieza. Bardock found it hard to believe you defeated Frieza. Yeah, but in the end it was Whis who killed Frieza. Don't you believe me? Goku was a bit anxious. It seemed like everyone was doubting him. But everyone was dead when he transformed. Now that he can't transform again and Whis left in such a hurry, he truly couldn't explain it. At this moment, Vegeta stepped forward and said, seriously, Kakarot, I believe you. He paused for a moment and continued, I saw a golden figure before I died. I surely wouldn't mistake it. When Vegeta said this, everyone was first taken aback, then they jumped up in excitement. We've made it, we've made it. Bardock had already embraced King Vegeta, his face full of excitement. The legend of the Saiyans is true. Then they would surely be able to transform in the future. The god of destruction realm. With a whoosh, two figures appeared by the lake. Ties jumped off Whis and asked in confusion, Whis, how did you come back here again? I came back to find Lord Beerus. Whis walked toward the god of destruction palace and found no one inside. Could it be that he really went to the fourth universe to seek trouble with Katra? Vados. Whis shouted, looking up. His voice echoed through the palace. After the sound faded, Vados did not respond to him. Lord Beerus, you mustn't act rashly. Whis' face was anxious. At this point, he confirmed that it was definitely Beerus who had Vados take him to the fourth universe. Katra ambushed him, and Beerus must have wanted to seek revenge for him. But the Grand Minister had decreed that gods of destruction must not engage in battle. If Beerus and Katra were to fight, that would be a serious crime. No, I must go stop him. Whis anxiously paced back and forth in the palace. Beerus usually treated him with impatience, but Whis knew that Beerus actually cared about him. This time he stood up for him. He was genuinely touched. Whis, what's wrong? I'm thinking about how to get to the fourth universe. Leaving the seventh universe and going to the fourth universe is not that simple. There are barriers between universes that are nearly impossible for mortals to break. Although Whis' realm has broken through to the divine level, his power has not yet reached the realm of the gods. Breaking through the barriers of the universe is truly difficult. Other universes. Ties, who had been in the god of destruction realm for so long, already knew the layout of the universes. It turns out that there is not just one universe in the world, but as many as 11. Whis, why don't you ask the old Kaioshin? Ties remembered that Whis had told her there was an ancient Kaioshin in the seventh universe who must know many things. Perhaps the old Kaioshin knows how to leave the seventh universe. Yes, Whis exclaimed with joy, picking up Ties and giving her a firm kiss on her rosy little mouth. Ties, wait for me here. I will go to the Kaioshin realm and return quickly. Whis set Ties down and then vanished. Then you come back quickly. Ties shouted at the empty air, then left the palace helplessly. She did not know what had happened, but from Whis' anxious expression, it was surely something urgent. The king of world's realm. Green lawns and towering trees. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. 3 individuals sat beneath the great tree. Ashin, do you understand the responsibilities of the king of worlds? Ancestor, I understand. Then are you still afraid of the demon Bew? Not anymore. Ashin looked at the old king of worlds and chuckled. It turns out that the universe has the position of destroyer god, so there is no need to fear demon Bew any longer. Suddenly a figure appeared with a swoosh beside them. Jebbet, sitting next to Ashin, shrank his neck and couldn't help but tremble. Whis naturally saw Jebbet, but he didn't have time to bother with him now. Old king of worlds, I urgently need to find you. Whis, what brings you here? The old king of worlds was taken aback. Whis briefly recounted the earlier sparring incident and finally mentioned that Beerus had gone to the fourth universe. What? Ketla ambushed you. The old king of worlds was enraged. Ashin was startled by the old king's loud voice, but couldn't help but worry upon hearing that Whis had been ambushed. Whis, are you hurt? I'm fine. Whis looked at the old king of worlds and hurriedly asked, Old king of worlds, how can I get to the fourth universe? If we don't stop Lord Beerus, something bad might happen. Don't worry, that skinny skeleton knows the consequences of tangling with a destroyer god. He's not that foolish. That old rat truly goes too far. This time Beerus did well. Old king of worlds, please save your scolding for later. Whis sighed, do you have a way to let me leave the seventh universe? The old king of worlds and Beerus were so concerned about him. Whis was genuinely touched. For the first time, he felt a sense of belonging to the seventh universe. There are 2 ways to leave the seventh universe. The old king of worlds calmed down a bit. First, you can break through the cosmic barriers with powerful strength. However, to achieve this, one must possess the power of the god realm. With your current strength, you likely cannot do it. The second way is to use the Cosmic Traversing Cube. Cosmic Traversing Cube. Lewis and Ashin were momentarily taken aback. Soon Lewis thought of something and said, "Are you referring to the cube in Whis' hand?" The old King of Worlds looked at Lewis with a strange expression. "I didn't expect Whis would even tell you about this. Yes, that's the cube." Lewis clicked his tongue. In truth, Whis had never mentioned this to him. He recalled from his previous life's anime that Whis used the Cosmic Traversing Cube to take everyone to the power tournament. Old King of Worlds, Whis isn't here, and we don't have the Traversing Cube. Lewis shook his head. The old King of Worlds proudly raised his head. "Did I ever say I didn't have it?" "You have." Lewis was overjoyed. "How do you have a Cosmic Traversing Cube? Why do you care so much?" "I have it. Do you want it or not?" The old King of Worlds' face turned red. He had gotten the Traversing Cube because he sought Whis to go to other universes to find girls to date. "I want it. I want it. Old King of Worlds, please let me use it. He'll give it to you right now." The old King of Worlds waved his hand, opening an alternate dimension from which a purple cube flew out. "Fortunately, you've broken through to the divine level. With your divine power infused into the Traversing Cube, it can reach its maximum speed." The old King of Worlds paused and said, "Forget it, it'll accompany you this time. That damned old rat actually ambushed the candidate destroyer of his universe. Just thinking about it made him furious. He would also go there. While he couldn't defeat the destroyer god, he was confident he could handle the King of Worlds there. If you are coming along, that's great. Ashin, stay here and watch the 7th universe. We will return soon." "Yes." Ashin nodded. Soon Lewis and the old King of Worlds boarded the Cosmic Traversing Cube, disappearing from the King of Worlds realm. Inside the cube, Lewis felt a bit anxious. The old King of Worlds noticed his expression. "Lewis, don't worry too much. That skinny skeleton is clever. He won't act rashly." Lewis nodded. He had been too anxious earlier, forgetting what kind of personality Beerus had. Beerus would definitely not be easily deceived by Ketla. His anxiety wasn't because of that. He remembered his conversation with the Destroyer God in Ties where he said he would return soon. Now going to another universe, he didn't know how long it would take. He hoped it would be quick, otherwise Ties would definitely worry. "Prepare to traverse the barrier. Pay attention." The old King of Worlds' voice reached his ears. Lewis came back to his senses and looked ahead, seeing a light membrane blocking their path. He increased the output of his divine power. Whoosh! The Cosmic Traversing Cube transformed into a beam of purple light, swiftly passing through the light membrane. Soon they arrived in a pitch-black space. Looking around, he saw 11 massive spheres floating ahead. Lewis turned back and realized that the 7th universe was also a similar sphere. The 3rd sphere on the left is the 4th universe. Oh, just move in that direction. Okay. Ding, mission released. Please sign in at the 4th universe. Reward, Erasure, prototype. The Cosmic Traversing Cube suddenly stopped moving. "Lewis, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I'm on my way." The 4th universe. A beam of light pierced through the barrier. Inside the cube, Lewis' body trembled as a rule of erasure took root within him. The old Kaioshin next to him collapsed in fear. Lewis was taken aback. "Old Kaioshin, what's wrong with you?" The old Kaioshin spoke with a trembling voice. What was that aura just now?" If he hadn't misperceived, Lewis had just emitted a hint of erasure power. Gulp. The old Kaioshin swallowed hard. Erasure power was something only the Grand Priest and the Omni King could wield. "Why does this kid?" "I don't know either." Lewis found it hard to explain and could only play dumb. The old Kaioshin stood up shakily, staring intently at Lewis, his gaze growing more peculiar. "Ignoring. Erasure. Perfect free state. No wonder Whis said this kid was special. He truly has many secrets." The old Kaioshin recalled the divine aura Whis mentioned years ago. He could be sure it was related to this kid before him. "Lewis, you." The old Kaioshin opened his mouth, but ultimately asked nothing. Lewis sighed in relief as the old Kaioshin remained silent. Fortunately, the old Kaioshin didn't ask anything, otherwise it would be hard to explain. "Old Kaioshin, let's go find Lord Beerus." "All right, Beerus should be in the God of Destruction realm of the 4th universe." The old Kaioshin looked up and called out, "Whis." A holy light appeared inside the cube. Whis arrived and was slightly taken aback. "Lewis, didn't I tell you to return to the God of Destruction realm? Why are you here?" Lewis rolled his eyes. "If I didn't come, wouldn't Lord Beerus be in a fight with Quitella?" The old Kaioshin asked. "Whis, that skinny skeleton shouldn't have caused any trouble, right?" Lewis held his breath, fearing to hear news of a fight between Beerus and Quitella. Whis shook his head and smiled. "The Lord Beerus is usually quite arrogant, he has a fearful nature." Old Kaioshin. Hearing this reminded the old Kaioshin of how Beerus had sealed him away for millions of years due to his fear of death. The old Kaioshin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Then what is Lord Beerus doing now? Lewis was puzzled. Wasn't Beerus supposed to come to support him? Haha, once you reach the God of Destruction realm in the 4th universe, you'll know. The Omni King's palace. Apart from Kornik and Whis, all the other angels were gathered here. The 10th universe angel Kusu looked at the Grand Priest and respectfully said, "Father, do you know about the 7th universe?" The Grand Priest looked at his children and smiled. "What is it?" The 6th universe angel Batos spoke. "Over a decade ago, an incomparably divine aura appeared in the 7th universe. A few days ago, we visited the 7th universe to investigate this matter. As a result, we found that the candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe is very special. He comprehended the rules of destruction in just over a decade. Additionally, he has also comprehended the perfect free state, and most importantly, he can ignore any attack." Upon hearing this, all the angels present held their breath. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The angels doubted Lewis' identity. No matter how high a common person's talent is, it is impossible to achieve this. It must be known that among the angels present, who could comprehend the perfect free state in just over a decade during their childhood, this is impossible. Every angel must undergo tremendous trials to achieve their results. If it were to be said that it was a rare talent to comprehend the perfect free state, that would be one thing. But that ignoring cannot be explained by talent. So you are asking about Lewis' identity? The Grand Priest chuckled. Kusu frowned. "Father, with that expression, do you know his identity?" The other angels looked intently at the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest clasped his hands, took 2 steps forward, and spoke with a tone of deep emotion. "Actually, I investigated this matter when the divine aura appeared over a decade ago. Indeed, that aura was released by the candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe." Wow! The angels were in an uproar, utterly shocked. That divine aura swept across the entire Omni King universe back then, and it could be sensed from any corner. The aura seemed like the breath of the world at its inception, pure and resplendent. In the eyes of the angels, only their father or the Omni King could emit such an aura. They never expected it to be from the candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe. The ignoring of attacks is something I have personally tested. What was the result? The other angels swallowed hard, each clenching their fists, their palms sweating. They wanted to know the answer, but deep down they already had an idea. The Grand Priest had personally tested it over a decade ago. As a result, they led the candidate god of destruction of their universe to spar with Lewis. This meant that nothing had happened to Lewis. In other words, Lewis passed the Grand Priest test. Didn't you already have your answer? The Grand Priest smiled and said, "Yes, he passed my test. He truly can ignore any attack." Boom! A shock to the heart. The angels were left speechless. Even though they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked by the Grand Priest's affirmation. Their father is the #1 under the Omni King. "Father, do you know his identity?" Kusu hurriedly asked. Yes, he can't be from the dark magic realm, right?" Campili asked. "That young man has no dark aura. He can't be from the dark magic realm." "That's right. If he were from the dark magic realm, Whis would have detected it, and he wouldn't have accepted him as the candidate god of destruction." The angels spoke one after another. "All right." The Grand Priest waved his hand. "Actually, I have some guesses. I have also indirectly tested the Grand King's reaction." The Grand Priest fell silent and did not speak further. But his expression told the angels that their father likely guessed Lewis' identity and that it was related to the Grand King. The angels looked at each other, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. "Whatever he does, don't interfere." The Grand Priest looked at the angels, his face serious. "Did you hear me clearly?" The angels felt a tightness in their hearts and quickly responded yes. Suddenly, a faint erasure aura emanated from the 4th universe. The other angels showed little reaction. But Kusu's pupils dilated sharply as she turned to look deep into the Omni King's palace, then glanced at her father. "Father! Enough, don't interfere." At that moment, the Grand Priest looked toward the 4th universe, a slight smile creeping across his lips. The other angels were confused at what was going on with their eldest sister and father. The 4th universe, the Destroyer God realm. The environment here is similar to that of the Destroyer God realm in the 7th universe. Lakes, forests, mountains. The land is similarly purple. "You dead, rat, haven't you eaten? Put some strength into it." At the lake's edge, Beerus sat in a chair, crossing his legs with an expression of enjoyment. Ketla clenched his teeth behind him, increasing the pressure of his hands on Beerus' shoulders. "Hiss!" Beerus jumped up, cursing. "Are you using so much force because you have a problem with me, or what?" Crack! Ketla tightened his fists, anger swelling in his chest, his breathing quickening. "You skinny cat, if you have the guts, let's fight." "Fight!" Beerus laughed heartily. "Fighting is not something a cultured person like me does." "You?" Ketla gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Troy, standing nearby, dared not move, holding his breath, fearing that his own breathing might attract the attention of the two deities. At that moment, whoosh! A stream of rainbow light descended from the sky. The old Supreme Kai quickly approached Beerus, surveying him from head to toe. "Beerus, you haven't been reckless, have you?" The old Supreme Kai's gaze moved up and down, making Beerus feel uneasy. "Old man, if you keep looking at me like that, do you believe I'll seal you again?" The old Supreme Kai immediately withdrew his gaze. However, he noticed that Beerus seemed to be in great condition, showing no signs of having fought. Lewis approached Beerus expressing his gratitude. "Lord Beerus, thank you." Before he could finish, Beerus punched Lewis in the chest. With a loud bang, the heavens shook. Naturally, Lewis was completely unharmed while Ketla's eyelids twitched violently. My goodness, is this kid's body made of iron? The power of the 5th level of the God realm hit him, and he was completely unscathed. Seeing this, Konik swallowed hard. It seemed that Whis' claim of being able to ignore was indeed true. Alright, a grown man shouldn't be so sentimental. Ignoring Ketla and the others, Beerus patted Lewis on the chest, seriously stating, "You are my heir. Without my permission, no one can lay a finger on you." Beerus understood why Lewis had that expression, but isn't it only natural for him to stand up for his disciple? "If anyone dares to touch you, we'll make them pay dearly." Saying this, Beerus shot a murderous glance at Ketla. "Beerus, are you done yet? I only sneaked an attack on your disciple. I've done everything you asked of me these past 2 days. What more do you want?" Ketla clenched his fists, roaring. Lewis and the old Supreme Kai exchanged glances, both taken aback. What has Beerus done? Why is this dead rat so angry? Whis smirked slightly, relaying to the old Supreme Kai and Lewis what Beerus had been up to these past 2 days. It turned out that after discovering Ketla's sneak attack on Lewis, Beerus was furious and couldn't help but charge directly at the 4th universe. But Beerus has always been afraid of death. If he acted, Zeno would not let him off the hook. Didn't that play right into Ketla's hands? Thus, Beerus was quite cunning. "Did you come to my 7th universe to ambush my heir? Well, then I shall return the favor." After bringing Whis to the 4th universe, Beerus similarly ambushed the 4th universe's candidate destroyer god Troy. It was only thanks to Angel Konik arriving in time and using time reversal that Troy was restored. Otherwise, Troy would have been dead long ago. Once restored, Beerus still wouldn't stop. He hid near the 4th universe's destroyer god realm. As long as Troy dared to come out, even once, he would kill Troy again. And that wasn't all. Beerus also occasionally wreaked havoc in one of the star regions of the 4th universe. He was sure that even if Ketla was very angry, he wouldn't dare to confront him. If Ketla really couldn't help but fight back, that would be even better. After all, if it escalated to Zeno, he'd be in the right. "It was you, Ketla, who ambushed my disciple, so it's not unreasonable for me to destroy your universe." Thus, within 2 days, Beerus directly crippled one of the galaxies in the 4th universe. After that, his gaze shifted to another galaxy in the 4th universe. At this point, Ketla finally couldn't take it anymore. Of fighting Beerus was impossible. After all, whoever made the first move would die. Ketla knew he was in the wrong, so he could only ask Beerus what it would take to let him go. Seeing his goal achieved, Beerus then proposed that Ketla serve him for 3 days. Ketla felt immense shame, but had no choice but to comply, otherwise his universe would be constantly on Beerus' mind. Thus, Lewis witnessed the scene upon arriving in the 4th universe. Ha ha ha. Lewis couldn't help but laugh out loud. The old Supreme Kai also covered his mouth, but he didn't want Lewis to be so bold as to laugh out loud. Too much bullying. Ketla's ears burned. Lewis' laughter nailed him to the wall of shame. When did a candidate destroyer god have the right to mock him? Too much bullying. Lewis' gaze sharpened. He stepped forward, facing Ketla, with only 10 centimeters between them. Their eyes met. They could see each other's murderous intent. "Are you jealous of my talent?" Lewis taunted. "What? Your universe doesn't have a genius like me, and you thought you could sneak attack. Do you know who you're talking to?" Ketla's expression darkened. The people of the 7th universe are all so despicable. Looking at this kid's face in front of him, he couldn't help but feel the urge to kill him. "Who are you talking to?" Hearing this, Beerus was enveloped in a destructive aura, taking a step forward, causing the entire 4th universe to tremble. Whis and Konik straightened up, ready to act. The destruction caused by 2 destroyer gods clashing was simply too exaggerated. "Lord Beerus, let me handle this." Lewis gently waved his hand. Beerus glanced at Lewis and ultimately dispersed the destructive aura surrounding him. "I know you want to kill me. After all, if you kill me, the hope for the future of the 7th universe will be cut off." "But," Lewis smiled wickedly, "you can't kill me. I can ignore any harm in this world." Boom. The old Supreme Kai, Ketla, Konik, and Troy's bodies trembled. Their minds struck hard. Though they had heard about this early on, hearing such a definitive answer from Lewis was still shocking. Is there really someone who can ignore any attack? "I just learned a new move, but I want to try it on you." Lewis grinned at Ketla, his smile extremely eerie. He raised his hand. Erasure. Buzz. A white light emanated from Lewis' hand. An unparalleled might seemed capable of erasing all material existence. Aside from the 2 angels, everyone else collapsed to the ground. Their eyes widened in shock, mouths agape, faces pale, and bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Fear and anxiety, panic and confusion. Whis and Konik wore equally exaggerated expressions, staring blankly, their hearts racing wildly. Erasing. Erasing. This was a technique only the High Priest and the Omni King could wield. Why could Lewis use this technique? Quaitra collapsed to the ground, icy sweat trickling down his back, stuttering how. How do you know the Omni King's technique? This move is too familiar to Quaitra. Long ago, the Omni King's universe had as many as 18 universes, but now only 12 remain. The 6 missing universes were erased by this very technique. A familiar scene, a familiar aura. Upon seeing this, Quaitra felt like a mouse encountering a cat. Fear and despair. No one could escape erasure. Whis stared in disbelief. Lewis, when did you learn this technique? Whis knew that Lewis had great talent mastering destruction-level rules and angel-level perfect mastery in just over a decade. But erasure was no ordinary technique. No, erasure was not a technique at all, but a confluence of rules. Destruction, time, space, light, darkness. Various rules integrated into one law. Such a law could only be comprehended by those of priest level or above. Lewis had surprisingly achieved this step. The old Kai sat silently on the ground, staring intently at Lewis. He realized he hadn't sensed incorrectly that aura truly was the aura of erasure. Lewis did not look at Whis, but gazed down at the collapsed Quaitra, sneering, Lord Quaitra, do you know who you are speaking to? Previously, Quaitra had spoken the same words to Lewis, who returned them verbatim. I. Quaitra, faced with that white radiance, felt his scalp tingle, and fear left him speechless. Killing intent surged. The realm of destruction felt like an icy vault, chilling to the bone. Beerus was startled by this scene, and hastily spoke, Lewis, don't do anything reckless. Lewis' prowess was simply unbelievable. The supreme erasure. Once Lewis made his move, Quaitra would completely vanish from this world. Perhaps only the legendary Super Dragon could resurrect Quaitra. The consequences of killing a god of destruction were too great. Although he disliked this dead rat immensely, he dared not kill a god of destruction. Not to mention Beerus couldn't kill Quaitra. It would actually be quite easy for Beerus to take down this dead rat. After all, Beerus' title as the #1 god of destruction in the Omni King's universe was not without merit. Whis flashed in front of Lewis, urging, Lewis, don't do anything reckless. Konik was still in shock, wondering how anyone could master such a technique. Mr. Lewis, please show mercy. Konik snapped back to reality and hurriedly spoke. He should have persuaded Quaitra earlier not to act against Lewis. Yet he still harbored a sliver of doubt. How could anyone ignore any damage? Moreover, it was merely an ambush on a candidate god of destruction. No matter how angry Beerus was, he surely wouldn't go overboard. Konik was right. Beerus truly didn't dare act recklessly. However, the candidate god of destruction from Universe 7 was about to make a move. Hit a brick wall. In an instant, everyone, including the old Kai, was urging Lewis. Lewis raised his right hand, unperturbed, looking at Quaitra with a mocking expression. You think you can threaten me when even the High Priest cannot kill me? Are you ready for death? As these words left his mouth, the killing intent in the air seemed to solidify. No, don't. Quaitra's pupils constricted sharply. The others were filled with terror. Lewis genuinely intended to kill Quaitra. Lewis, no. In the eyes of the bewildered onlookers, Lewis swung his right hand. The heavens trembled. A flash of white light erupted the entire sky, resembling daylight, blinding to the point that one could not open their eyes. At that moment, all right, Mr. Lewis, please spare Lord Quaitra's life. A clear and melodious voice echoed throughout the realm of destruction. A little girl-like angel appeared in the air, and with a wave of her staff, the white light that Lewis had unleashed suddenly dissipated. However, the little girl's hand gripping the staff trembled uncontrollably, but eventually calmed down. Suddenly, Lewis half knelt on the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood. Quaitra, lying on the ground, flashed a hint of killing intent. A good opportunity, but in the next second, that killing intent quickly vanished. Quaitra knew that Lewis could ignore any attack. He certainly could not kill Lewis. Lewis, what's wrong? Beerus and the old Kai hurried to Lewis' side, helping him up. Their faces were anxious. Aren't you able to ignore any attack? Lewis appeared wilted like an eggplant that had frostbite. Sister, what did you do to Lewis? Whis looked at the girl in the sky and urgently asked. The newcomer was none other than the High Priest's eldest daughter, Crix. Crix frowned. I didn't do anything to Mr. Lewis. His ignore constitution should prevent him from being harmed. After saying that, Crix waved her staff, casting a healing spell upon Lewis. My. Crix's expression turned solemn as she unleashed a healing spell, but Lewis still had not recovered. After casting it another 10 times, Lewis' complexion finally returned to normal. I'm fine now. Lewis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook off the support of the old Kai and Beerus. The old Kai wanted to ask about Erasure, but still inquired with concern, Lewis, didn't you say you wouldn't be harmed? Beerus hurriedly said, could it be that Miss Crix injured you? Crix, I already said I didn't touch him, all right. Lewis looked at Crix in the sky and shook his head. I wasn't injured by Miss Crix. Then why? Whis wanted to ask why he was hurt. Lewis interrupted Whis' inquiry and stated coolly, "Whis, let's go back to Universe 7. He said nothing more, and the killing intent around him dissipated. Everyone was taken aback. Hadn't he just said he would kill Quitra? Why had things suddenly changed? Meanwhile, the prostrate Quitra breathed a sigh of relief, having finally survived. Wait. Crix in the sky fixed her gaze on Lewis. Mr. Lewis, what is your relationship with the Omni King? Chris did not openly ask the question, but secretly transmitted her thoughts. Lewis frowned, wondering why Chris would ask such a thing. Suddenly a flash of insight crossed his mind. Erasure is precisely the technique of the King of All, isn't it? Chris likely connected the dots, prompting her to inquire so. Lewis remained silent, shaking his head, indicating that he had no connection with the King of All. Seeing this, Chris frowned and transmitted, "How could it be? My father clearly said." Before she could finish, Chris cut off the transmission, casting a deep glance at Lewis before disappearing. The High Priestess said that Lewis did not need to worry about anything, but killing a destroyer is quite serious. She came here specifically because the High Priestess sent her to stop Lewis. Now that she had successfully stopped Lewis, she had completed her mission. Chris vanished, leaving Lewis stunned in place. It seemed Chris had mentioned the High Priestess. It seemed the High Priestess knew his true identity, but wasn't he just an ordinary Saiyan? Lewis felt a wave of self-doubt. System, do I have any connection with the King of All? Lewis felt a tickle of curiosity. This was the first time he actively inquired of the system. An electronic voice echoed in his mind, "No, you are just an ordinary Saiyan with no connection to the King of All. The person the High Priestess referred to is actually someone else, not you." Someone else? Who? The system fell silent. Lewis' mouth twitched in frustration. It had piqued his curiosity, only to leave him hanging. Good for you, mischievous system. Lewis did not ask further. He didn't expect the system to actually respond to his inquiry this time. Fortunately, the system's answer confirmed that he had no connection with the King of All. Finally, Lewis left the fourth universe under Whis' lead. In the realm of the fourth universe's destroyers, only Quitra, Troy, and Conic remained. Quitra stood up from the ground, clenching his fists, his expression dark and brooding. He simply stared at the spot where Lewis had vanished, saying nothing. "Lord Quitra, why not take the opportunity to apologize to Mr. Lewis?" Conic suggested. He had too many questions. His siblings had visited the King of All's palace, but he hadn't gone. Something must have happened. Otherwise, his elder sister wouldn't have come back so quickly. Moreover, his elder sister's attitude towards Lewis was very strange, especially the expression she wore when she left. All right. Quitra clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. Conic noticed Quitra's expression, but chose to ignore it. Quitra had indeed suffered quite a few insults in the past few days. First, he was cornered by Beerus at home. Then he was forced to serve Beerus for 2 days. Now he was being trampled underfoot by a candidate destroyer. If it were him, Conic wouldn't be able to bear it either. He decided to let Quitra vent his frustrations. "Lord Quitra, I'll go find my elder sister, you. Just let it all out." Conic suddenly vanished. After a while, Quitra still stood motionless, fixated on the spot where Lewis had disappeared. "I want you dead." Inside the universe travel cube. That dead rat's expression just now was truly hilarious. It nearly made me die of laughter. Beerus exclaimed, gleefully dancing with joy, a smile plastered across his face. "Haha, let that dead rat sneak attack our candidate destroyer." The old Kaioshin glanced at Beerus. "Skinny Bones, you did quite well this time." Skinny Bones. Beerus stared at the old Kaioshin with a raised nasal tone. "Oh no." The old Kaioshin covered his mouth, having accidentally revealed his thoughts about Beerus. Beerus grunted, "Forget it, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll let you off the hook." The old Kaioshin patted his chest, turning to Lewis. "Lewis, you. When did you learn Erasure?" As soon as these words were spoken, both Beerus and Whis turned to look at Lewis. The atmosphere inside the universe travel cube became somewhat tense. Lewis scratched his nose and replied, "I just learned it not long ago." "Just learned it not long ago." Whis shook his head. Erasure is not merely a technique, but a collection of rules named as such by the priest. For a person to use it, one must comprehend various rules and ultimately integrate them together. Whis looked at Lewis and said, "Even among us angels, many spend their entire lives unable to achieve this. Do you understand?" Lewis looked at Whis, wanting to speak, but unsure how to explain. "Enough." Beerus stepped in front of Lewis, turning to face him. "Lewis, will you bring harm to the 7th universe?" Beerus' voice was extremely serious and his expression grave. The old Kaioshin had never seen Beerus like this. "The 7th universe is my home." Lewis did not hesitate, blurting it out. Upon hearing this, Beerus smiled. The old Kaioshin also smiled. Whis was initially taken aback, then began to smile as well. They had received their answer and were quite satisfied with it. Beerus, in a good mood, asked, "By the way, Lewis, why did you spit blood just now?" Old Kaioshin was also puzzled. "Aren't you able to ignore any damage? Why would you spit blood? Do you think my current strength can support Erasure?" Lewis replied helplessly. I was just showing off. I forced myself to spit blood. If you can't even achieve the power of the god realm, you indeed cannot support erasure. Whis nodded. He finally understood the crux of the matter. Clearly Lewis had suffered a backlash and no one else was injuring him. No wonder he spat so much blood. No wonder his elder sister had to cast healing spells continuously for over 10 times to bring this kid back to health. Beerus and the old Kaishin also understood, covering their mouths and laughing. You never intended to kill Katra. You were just scaring him, right? The murderous aura Lewis had previously emitted startled them. They believed he genuinely wanted to kill Katra. Why say it out loud now that you know? Lewis rolled his eyes. Wanting to kill a destroyer who had touched the 5th layer of the god realm is no simple task. However, Beerus was wrong from start to finish. Lewis harbored murderous intent towards Katra. He was not merely scaring Katra. If Chris hadn't intervened, he could have indeed killed that dead rat just now. Upon hearing Lewis' response, everyone burst into laughter. The atmosphere inside the cube became cheerful. Soon the universe travel cube was close to returning to the 7th universe. At that moment, Whis has your elder sister's power reached the level of a priest. Division of power: 5 levels of the God realm, 3 levels of the Angel realm, the God Officer realm, and the Omni King realm. Lewis understands that all the candidates for the God of Destruction are at the 2nd level of the God realm. As for the gods of destruction, aside from Beerus at the 5th level of the God realm, the other gods of destruction are at the 4th level of the God realm. Lewis is currently unaware of their levels. He gazes intently at Whis. Old Kai and Beerus also look at Whis, and the atmosphere in the cube is somewhat subtle. Mainly because Kes caught Lewis' Erasure with her bare hands earlier, which was too shocking. Whis feels a bit helpless under the 3 gazes. Why do you ask this? I sense that Miss Kes' power is quite extraordinary. Others are unsure of what is happening, but Lewis knows that the Erasure he had just condensed was enough to kill Katra. That power might be something even angels can't withstand. The fact that Kes could interrupt him is enough to demonstrate her extraordinary capabilities. Whis fell silent. The cube fell silent, feeling quite desolate. Seeing that Whis did not speak, Beerus swallowed hard. Whis, could it be that your sister's power has truly reached the God Officer level? Old Kai also knows how strong the God Officer level is. If this is true, then the Omni King universe will prosper. I don't know. After a while, Whis finally spoke. Don't look at me like that. I truly don't know. Whis did not look at the 3, but gazed into the pitch-black space outside the cube, saying, I only know that my sister is the strongest among all siblings, and I can no longer sense her current power. Perhaps she has already reached that level. Boom. This news is too shocking. Everything encountered today has truly been more astonishing than the last. Beerus and Old Kai were utterly stunned. Lewis was equally shocked. That little girl must have reached the God Officer level. No wonder she could stop his attack. Back in the 10th universe, Kes suddenly sneezed. She didn't know someone was behind her, calling her little girl. At this moment, she saw Conic come to her side. The cube flew into the 7th universe. Whis first took Old Kai back to the Kaishin realm, then returned to the God of Destruction realm. Upon returning, Old Kai was pursued by Asin, asking how things went. Asin was very anxious. Now his life was tied to Beerus. If Beerus acted rashly and the Omni King blamed him, he wouldn't escape either. Old Kai finally leisurely spoke about what happened in the 4th universe. After hearing this, Asin became excited. Lewis is actually that strong. Lewis is the candidate God of Destruction for the 7th universe. The stronger Lewis becomes, the more beneficial it is for the 7th universe. It's been almost a day. Why hasn't Lewis returned yet? Taisai sat by the lake lost in thought. When Lewis left, he looked very anxious. Something must have happened. Swish. A voice sounded, followed by a familiar voice. Taisai, am back. Taisai turned her head sharply and joyfully exclaimed, Lewis. Lewis suddenly appeared before Taisai, tightly embracing her with strong arms. Everything has been resolved, right? Yes, it has. Lewis rubbed Taisai's little head, inhaling her faint body fragrance, feeling a sense of peace within. That's good. Taisai smiled foolishly. Lewis' chest was solid. Being held made her feel secure, something she had never experienced during her travels in the universe. Suddenly noticing Beerus and Whis staring at her intently, Taisai's little face instantly turned bright red, her ears burning intensely and her entire little head buried into Lewis' embrace. Lewis noticed Taisai's action and looked at Beerus and Whis, unable to help but twitched the corner of his mouth. Alright, stop staring at my wife. She's shy now. Can't you two leave if you have nothing to do? TCH, who wants to watch your lovey-dovey moments? Taisai, I'm hungry. Beerus looked pitifully at Taisai, having not eaten her cooking for 2 to 3 days, feeling tempted. Whis was nodding furiously beside him. Taisai, I'm hungry too. Taisai wriggled out of Lewis' arms, her little face still flushed, resembling a ripe apple. They'll make something for you right away. Taisai shyly left the place. Watching Taisai's bashful demeanor, Lewis felt incredibly happy at that moment. Lord Beerus, you won't go to Earth for a meal, right? Making Taisai cook for you every day, aren't you embarrassed? You're my disciple, what's there to be embarrassed about? Beerus chuckled. I didn't expect you to actually win Taisai over. Whis was snickering beside him. I said long ago that those two had something going on. Beerus curled his lip and snorted, who doesn't know? Lewis felt 2 lines of black lines crossing his face. These two are such fools. At this moment Beerus suddenly spoke again, his tone changing. Lewis, be careful lately, Katra is not someone to be trifled with. He may very well come looking for trouble with you. This time he had Katra serve as a servant for 2 days, humiliating Katra severely. The fact that Katra did not retaliate meant he was in the right. As old rivals, Beerus knows Quitra's personality well. Beerus himself was also prepared for trouble. Is it just him? Lewis was unconcerned. With my physique and my ability to erase that dead rat might be too scared to come looking for me. You have a point. Beerus nodded, agreeing. If Lewis had used Erasure on him back, then he would have surely been terrified and wouldn't dare to seek trouble afterward. Everyone returned to the God of Destruction realm, and it became lively again. In the following days, Beerus' daily life changed somewhat. Aside from eating and drinking every day, Beerus would disappear with Whis at other times. Lewis and Taisai found this quite strange and asked Beerus what he was doing. Beerus said, Lewis, you may not fear Quitra, but I fear him retaliating against my 7th universe. After all, Beerus was still afraid of Quitra causing trouble in the 7th universe. So he and Whis patrol the universe daily. Lewis thought about it and realized this was indeed the case. He had nothing to fear. No, it should be said that he was fearless. No one could harm him, so Lewis naturally had no reason to fear, but the 7th universe was different. The 7th universe is vast. If someone causes trouble, neither Beerus nor Whis may be able to arrive in time. Beerus knew this, but aside from doing this, he truly had no other choice. Seeing this, Lewis felt a bit sorry. He asked Beerus if he should go to the 4th universe to eliminate Quitra, so Lord Beerus wouldn't have to work so hard. Beerus and Whis were startled, and the two quickly refused. They no longer doubted Lewis' strength, even though Lewis previously explained that he was just boasting. But who knows if he can really use Erasure? If Lewis can use that move, then Quitra will surely die. If the God of Destruction dies, the Kaioshin will also perish. The God of Destruction and the Kaioshin are the foundation of a universe. If both die, it would have a tremendous impact on the universe. It's not that the candidate God of Destruction cannot inherit the position of the God of Destruction. Having a new God of Destruction but no new Kaioshin is still useless. You must understand that the 4th universe does not even have a candidate Kaioshin. Without a new Kaioshin, the 4th universe would fall into a situation of millions of years without creation. In this way, the 4th universe would be completely abandoned. Once the 4th universe is abandoned, then the Omni King universe will lose one universe. Therefore, even if there is enmity between the gods of destruction, they cannot act recklessly. Moreover, the Omni King has a command that high-level gods of destruction cannot fight each other. It can be said that the death of a god of destruction directly affects the structure of the Omni King universe. Only the Omni King is qualified to delineate the structure of the Omni King universe. Others cannot participate. This is also the reason why Kes went to stop Lewis from erasing Quitra. Lewis finally understood the truth of the matter, and now he could no longer help Beerus. Earth. Time passed and 2 months went by just like that. Bardock, King Vegeta, Amabird, and Theodore have been on Earth since they left Namek for 2 months. Lewis did not appear again, so they did not leave Earth. After all, returning to the galactic headquarters by spaceship is very inconvenient. It would take about a year for a round trip. West Capital Wilderness. Boom. The entire wilderness was enveloped by 2 terrifying forces. 2 crimson figures darted through the sky, sometimes colliding, creating earth-shattering resonances. Fortunately, both were holding back. Although the ground of the wilderness was pockmarked, Earth was not significantly damaged. Kakarot, take this punch. A crimson figure transformed into a red dragon roaring towards Sun Wukong in the sky. Vegeta, bring it on. In the sky, Sun Wukong grinned, exhilarated by the battle with Vegeta. Tightening his fists, he charged forward, throwing a punch at Vegeta. Bang! The air compressed together, creating a terrifying sonic boom. The powerful force sent Vegeta flying back over 100 meters. Sun Wukong also staggered back several meters. Looking at his fist, a soreness spread through his nervous system, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. I didn't expect you to come back from the dead and become this strong. Sun Wukong laughed heartily as he moved quickly, flickering in the sky. In an instant, countless phantoms appeared in the void. Stop mocking me. Vegeta gritted his teeth and flew into the sky, shattering Sun Wukong's clones with a punch. It's no wonder Vegeta was so angry. After resurrecting from death, his power had surged to 3.5 million battle power. Now enhanced by the Kaioken tenfold, his power reached 35 million. Despite this, Vegeta still couldn't defeat Sun Wukong, who also used the Kaioken tenfold. Sun Wukong's base power was 5 million, and with the Kaioken tenfold, he boasted 50 million battle power. It's not that he couldn't win at all, having 35 million battle power against 50 million still offered a chance. However, Sun Wukong's combat style was elusive, each punch and kick seemed so natural. In 2 words, nimble. There was a gap in power and also in combat style, making it difficult for Vegeta to cope. Damn it! Vegeta smashed another clone of Sun Wukong. Suddenly, he felt an ominous premonition. He turned his head sharply. Sun Wukong was grinning behind him. When did that happen? Vegeta's pupils constricted. It's not good to be distracted during a fight. Sun Wukong lifted his foot and swept, hitting Vegeta in the abdomen. Hit by the powerful impact, Vegeta let out a painful scream as his body shot up into the clouds. Sun Wukong tensed his body and flew towards the heavens. Boom! The moment he lost focus, Vegeta found himself in a passive situation with continuous sounds of collisions and his own cries echoing through the sky. On the ground, 4 figures stood still looking up at the sky. King Vegeta incredulously said, "Bardock, your son is too powerful." Bardock was in a good mood. Haha, Prince Vegeta is not bad either. Bert and Theodore wiped the sweat from their brows. These 2 young masters were terrifying. Just imagine if either Vegeta or Sun Wukong landed a punch on them. Shudder. Bert and Theodore trembled at the thought and decided to forget it. Bardock, so we Saiyans can come back from death and greatly enhance our power. King Vegeta sighed. It's not just Vegeta, you Bert and Theodore are the same. Bardock nodded while watching the 2 battle in the sky. Yes, in these past years our Saiyans have undergone so many changes. This time, resurrecting from death, Vegeta broke through to 3.5 million battle power. King Vegeta broke through to 1 million battle power. Bardock broke through to 2 million battle power. Bert and Theodore broke through to 6.0 battle power. King Vegeta, should we have a spar too? Bardock looked up at the sky, feeling a bit fired up. Isn't fighting you just asking for a beating? King Vegeta scoffed. He wasn't like his son who enjoyed being beaten. It would be ridiculous if the 2 fathers got beaten by the other 2 fathers. TCH boring. Bardock soared into the air and flew back towards West Capital. He had lost interest in the outcome of the upcoming battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. This time, it would surely be his son who won. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Golden light radiated, dyeing the clouds into golden cotton candy. Boom! Vegeta transformed into a cannonball, smashing fiercely towards the ground. Boom! The ground shattered. Bardock, who originally wanted to leave, hurriedly stopped and looked up at the sky. He saw a golden figure descending from the heavens. Golden hair and blue eyes. A golden aura. A powerful presence engulfed everything. Seeing this, King Vegeta, Bert and Theodore were left dumbfounded. Super Saiyan. King Vegeta, it's the Super Saiyan. Theodore and Bert grabbed King Vegeta's collar, shaking him frantically. I see it. King Vegeta was shaken to the point of dizziness. At this moment, a disheveled figure crawled out of the deep pit in the ground. I knew the legend of the Super Saiyan was true, but it's so infuriating. Vegeta lay on the ground, gazing up at the golden figure in the sky, feeling a slight bitterness in his heart. Clearly, he was the prince of the Saiyans. Why could a lower-class warrior transform into the legendary Super Saiyan? In midair, Bardock quickly flew back to Goku's side. Kakarot, is this state of yours the Super Saiyan? Bardock stuttered in excitement. Vegeta and the others flew over, looking at Goku with eager expressions. Goku hovered in the air, unfazed, his entire being exuding a sinister aura. His cold gaze swept across the crowd. Gulp! The crowd swallowed hard. Goku's overwhelming pressure made them take a few steps back. How had Goku changed so much? Haha, this is what Lewis called the Super Saiyan, or I don't know, you guys take a look and see if it is. Goku had been trying to transform into a Super Saiyan before battling Vegeta. After 2 months of continuous attempts, he still hadn't succeeded. Today, while sparring with Vegeta, he suddenly transformed inexplicably. It turned out that just like in the anime, after Goku transformed for the first time, he couldn't transform again until he trained for a while. As Goku let out a chuckle, the sinister aura surrounding him dissipated instantly. The crowd let out a sigh of relief, primarily because Goku's previous cold gaze had been too menacing, giving them goosebumps. Yes, Vegeta flew up beside Goku, inspecting him up and down, growing increasingly excited. That's right, this is the state. Bardock directly stepped forward, examining his son. Blonde hair and blue eyes. Ha ha, Kakarot, you truly didn't deceive me. Bardock was exhilarated. Who would have thought that the legends passed down in their clan would manifest in his son? At this moment, Vegeta flew up from the ground, hurriedly asking, Kakarot, how strong are you now? Just moments ago, he had been struck by a punch. That terrifying power had almost caused him to die on the spot, but thankfully Goku had released the power at the last moment. I feel about 10 times stronger than when I used the Kaioken times 10, Goku said, counting on his fingers with a silly grin. 10 times more powerful than the Kaioken times 10. Wow. The crowd's eyes widened. They had no idea that Goku was actually a mathematical genius. Kakarot, teach me how to transform. Vegeta could no longer care about his pride. He set aside his dignity and earnestly asked Goku. Suddenly the air fell into a deadly silence. When had Bardock and the others ever seen Vegeta display such a demeanor? He was the proud prince of all Saiyans. Especially Bardock, who understood his son's character very well. Now to become a Super Saiyan, he was actually bowing and scraping, as the others seemed to think they were seeing a ghost. What are you all talking about? At this moment a voice came through. The crowd turned abruptly. They saw a man dressed in destroyer attire holding a woman appearing beside them. Whis, you're back. Goku exclaimed excitedly, approaching Whis. Look, I can finally transform into a Super Saiyan again. Whis, holding ties, understood Goku's words. Not bad, you mastered the transformation technique in just 2 months. One must say Goku's talent was remarkable. If it weren't for his system, it would probably take Whis much longer to master the Super Saiyan transformation. Hearing Whis' words, Bardock pondered weakly, asking, Whis, can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Whis had never transformed into a Super Saiyan. In front of the crowd, Goku and the others couldn't help but stare at Whis intently. Sure. Splash. Whis' hair instantly turned golden, and he became as menacing as Goku. Ties in his arms instantly brightened at this sight. The same hair color as hers. So handsome. You can too. Vegeta's mouth dropped wide open. He knew Whis' power must be immense, so otherwise he couldn't be a candidate destroyer. But the Super Saiyan was a legend of the Saiyan race. There had never been a Super Saiyan before. How could there be two all of a sudden? Fortunately, Whis was a high-class warrior and a candidate destroyer. If Whis could transform, Vegeta could accept it. But why could Goku, a lower-class warrior, also transform? It was truly infuriating. The crowd was shocked by Whis' display. Whis, please teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta spoke up. As soon as he did, Bardock and the others also reacted. Whis, please teach us how to transform into a Super Saiyan. If they could all transform into Super Saiyans, the Saiyan race would be unbeatable in the universe. King Vegeta and Bardock understood this point very well. Kakarot can teach you. Oh, just ask him. I don't have that much time. Whis looked at King Vegeta and the others, saying, You've been away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters for a long time. Your people are waiting for you. It's about time you returned. Right. They had been on Earth for 2 months, adding the time spent going to Namek. It was almost half a year. Then we'll go back regarding the Super Saiyan matter. At that time, Kakarot can learn instant transmission like me, and he can go find you anytime. Whis glanced at King Vegeta, saying flatly, Frieza is dead. His underlings are no longer a threat. Still, I won't interfere in Saiyan matters. Whatever you all develop in has nothing to do with me. I am a candidate destroyer. Whis' voice was somewhat cold, but to the crowd it sounded acceptable. They already understood the context. Whis was a candidate destroyer. The real destroyer had originally intended to eradicate the Saiyan race, but because of Whis, the Saiyans were allowed to survive. A candidate destroyer must also follow the will of the true destroyer. Whis could not intervene too much in mortal affairs. This could not be blamed on him. The universe tyrant Frieza actually died at the hands of our Saiyans. That feels almost like a dream, King Vegeta said with a sigh. Who would have thought that the legends of our Saiyan race were true? Bardock nodded. Indeed, we have been away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters for a long time. It's time to return. All right, I will take you back now. When Kakarot learns instant transmission, he can come to find you. Whis prepared to take them back. Bardock, still not giving up, asked, Whis, do we have a chance to transform into Super Saiyans? Bibert and Theodore perked up their ears. Vegeta and his son leaned in closer. Whis fell silent. Everyone held their breath, clearly anxious as they too wished to transform. You all should have a chance. Whis observed the group and slowly spoke. To transform into a Super Saiyan, one needs to have a sufficient number of activated cells within their body. Moreover, one must possess a certain level of foundational combat power. There is no doubt that Vegeta can transform into a Super Saiyan. Both King Vegeta and Bardock had power levels exceeding 1 million. Bibert and Theodore also each had combat powers of 6,000. Overall, their talents were quite impressive. Even if they couldn't transform for now, they would surely be able to once their powers reached the required levels. Really? Bardock exclaimed with joy. King Vegeta clenched his fists, nervously asking, Can we really do it? Yes, you all can. Whis smiled. Bibert and Theodore embraced each other, laughing heartily. Vegeta slightly raised the corner of his mouth, casting a proud glance at Son Goku beside him. As if to say, just wait, once I successfully transform, I will give you a good beating. Son Goku grinned, widely oblivious to the tension. Vegeta's expression darkened. What a big fool. Alright, I'll take you back first. Finally, Whis led King Vegeta and the others back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As for Vegeta, he had reconciled with Bulma. Earth was his new home, so he did not return to his clan. After bringing King Vegeta and the others back, Whis took ties back home and then came here alone. The Supreme Kai was observing the lower realm from the edge of the other world and approached Whis respectfully, saying, "Greetings, candidate god of destruction." Beside him, Bubbles also bowed. Whis had come to the other world a few times before, but had never encountered the mysterious Bubbles. This was his first time seeing him. Setting aside everything else, Bubbles was indeed very black, like a piece of charcoal. Bubbles touched his face and said nonchalantly, "Candidate god of destruction, do I have something on my face?" "No." Whis' mouth twitched slightly as he turned to the Supreme Kai. "Supreme Kai, I would like to borrow your hyperbolic time chamber again." "No problem, I will have Bubbles take you there." The Supreme Kai nodded. However, he had one doubt. Whis had previously entered the hyperbolic time chamber and stayed in it for over a decade. Why wasn't Whis trapped inside? As the Supreme Kai pondered, Whis had already followed Bubbles into the temple. Walking down the corridor, Whis looked at Bubbles' back and couldn't help but ask, "Bubbles, do you know the Grand Supreme Kai?" "No, I don't know him." Bubbles did not turn back, continuing to walk forward without any pause in his movements, as if he were speaking the truth. His calm demeanor was perfectly displayed. Whis shook his head. He didn't believe that Bubbles didn't know the Grand Supreme Kai. Soon they arrived in front of the hyperbolic time chamber, and Whis walked inside. Bubbles watched Whis' retreating figure, nodded, and then left. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, it was a vast expanse of white, the familiar surroundings. The last time Whis was here, it was to break through to the divine dimension. He had cultivated in here for over a decade, just a step away, yet he still failed to break through. Ultimately, it was through a system sign-in task that Whis finally broke through to the divine dimension. This time he came here to cultivate Erasure. Whis' power was still too weak. He wasn't facing someone like Frieza anymore, but beings of God of Destruction level, or even angel level. Especially after recently provoking that dead mouse, even Beerus was wary of him all day. Whis was a bit afraid of getting ambushed. Although with immunity, Whis could face anything without fear. But getting hit wasn't his style. Erasure was his strongest trump card to date. The last time he used it, it nearly cost him his life. It was clear that his power was too weak to support the execution of Erasure. Not even its embryonic form was feasible. Whis' purpose in entering the hyperbolic time chamber this time was to enhance his power, breaking through to the God realm to support Erasure. In addition to that, Whis had another goal for coming to the hyperbolic time chamber. It seemed he sensed other rules from Erasure. Previously, Whis had mentioned that Erasure was not just a technique, but a combination of destruction, creation, time, space, light, darkness. A collection of various rules. The system's sign-in task allowed him to acquire Erasure directly, without needing to comprehend various rules to execute Erasure. Now it seemed that he was being nourished, able to sense other rules from Erasure. Whis felt like he was taking an exam, able to score full marks without learning the foundational knowledge. Then, receiving nourishment, he understood the foundational knowledge from the full mark state. This was a reverse approach. Quite exaggerated. Then let's start by cultivating power. After enhancing my power, I'll comprehend other rules. When I emerge, I will go find trouble in other universes. Whis donned the weighted training clothes that Whis had given him and began his training. In another space of the universe of the Omni King, the sky here was a gloomy gray with dark forests and icy lakes. It looked very oppressive. A purple light flashed through the black forest, and he donned a black cloak and a mask. By the lake, a figure was already standing there. "You have arrived. Demigra, how about it? My conditions should be quite sincere, right? Help you kill the candidate god of destruction of Universe 7, and then you help us collect the Super Dragon Balls. It does sound quite sincere." By the lake, Demigra looked at the figure dressed in strange attire before him and said mockingly, "But with your power, you should be able to kill him easily, right? Now shall we make our move, or is it?" "Humph, with Beerus protecting him, I cannot take action." "Beerus?" Demigra frowned. This was indeed a tricky fellow. "So what about this deal?" "All right, I agree to your terms." Demigra said coldly, "I will help you get rid of the candidate god of destruction of Universe 7, and you will help me collect the Super Dragon Balls. If you dare to go back on your word, you will regret it." "I keep my word, and don't worry. Here is the information on that candidate god of destruction along with methods to deal with him. Make sure not to trip up in a ditch." After speaking, the black figure threw a note to Demigra before vanishing without a trace. The next moment, a curvaceous woman appeared beside Demigra. Tawa covered her mouth and chuckled. "Demigra, why is Katra wearing such strange clothes? Does he really think others won't recognize him?" "Who knows?" Demigra said with a face full of black lines. After Tawa finished joking, she said seriously, "Can we trust Katra? He wouldn't dare deceive us. I gave you the note, so remember to handle the matter beautifully." "Understood." In the 4th universe, the god of destruction realm, Angel Conic returned from the 10th universe, his face filled with shock. The words spoken by his elder sister were simply too astounding. The journey back from the 10th universe did nothing to calm his emotions. Suddenly, he saw Katra descending from the sky. Lord Quitra, where are you headed? I went to destroy a few planets, Katra said, hands behind his back casually. Konik nodded. It was normal for Katra to vent after facing immense humiliation. However, Konik looked at Katra earnestly. Lord Quitra, let's just drop the matter regarding the candidate god of destruction from the 7th universe. Drop it. Katra frowned. Didn't you go to seek your elder sister? Did Miss Kashi say something? How could he let it go after such humiliation? Impossible. He had been observing Lewis closely before and had long discovered that the erasure technique Lewis used was not a true erasure. Though it felt similar, true erasure could not be performed by someone who lacked even the power of a god. That kid likely only grasped a mere fraction of it. Even that fraction nearly cost the kid half his life when he attempted to use it. If he wanted revenge, he had to act before the kid had the chance to grow. Moreover, he had devised a strategy and handed over the method to deal with Lewis to Demigula. Lord Quitra, heed my advice. He is not someone you can handle. Konik hadn't finished speaking. Got it. Katra shrugged, turning to leave. Watching Quitra's retreating figure, Konik shook his head. According to his elder sister, Lewis was likely linked to the Omni King. Ever since the last sparring incident, the gods of destruction from the Omni King universe had suddenly gone silent. The other gods of destruction dared not mock the 7th universe anymore and even began to fear it slightly. After all, Lewis had stated, if you trouble the 7th universe, be prepared for me to trouble you in return. His talent was evident, and being targeted by such a person made them uneasy. The gods of destruction were now training their candidate gods of destruction daily, fearing that when Lewis finally came, their successors wouldn't last 2 rounds, bringing them great shame. As for the 7th universe, Beerus was still patrolling the universe every day. He was on guard against Katra causing trouble in the 7th universe. After 2 months of patrolling, Katra showed no sign of activity. For this reason, Beerus even made a special trip to the 4th universe. When Katra and Beerus met, it was initially thought there would be another bloody confrontation. However, Katra showed no anger towards Beerus and even happily invited him to enjoy some delicious food. This made Beerus' scalp tingle. When did this old rat become so kind? There must be a scheme. After observing for a long time, Beerus found no inappropriate actions from Katra. In the end, he had no choice but to return to the 7th universe. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, 5 years had passed. A handsome figure was doing push-ups dressed in a bulky weighted training suit, his clothes soaked with sweat. 9999998. 9999999. 1000000. Lewis gritted his teeth, finishing the last push-up, collapsing onto the ground. The intense exercise left him utterly exhausted, his body cramping. Lewis endured immense pain, but the results of his arduous training were undeniable. Boom! The potential within him was awakened, and waves of power surged forth from deep within his body like a flood. After resting for half a day, his fatigued cells found relief, and the sharp pain in his body eased somewhat. Lewis was finally able to move again, feeling the power within him. Huh! He clenched his fists and shouted. Golden flames roiled, centered around Lewis, spreading outward like a tide. A flash of golden light passed by. Super Saiyan. The divine power was amplified by the Super Saiyan state, increasing 50-fold. Crack! A sound of rupture echoed as he broke through his shackles. His power reached the god level. Boom! It was as if a volcano erupted, shaking the entire world of the hyperbolic time chamber. Lewis radiated a golden light, like an ancient war god, his aura overwhelming. Unparalleled power compressed the void, creating a vacuum zone. Huh. Lewis exited the Super Saiyan state, panting heavily. My power has finally broken through to the first level of the god realm. After 5 years of training, just to elevate my power to the god realm. At this moment, when I encounter those candidate gods of destruction again, I won't have to suffer any more beatings. I even have the qualification to arm wrestle with the gods of destruction. Lewis initially wanted to continue training, for he had only accomplished one of his goals in the hyperbolic time chamber. The other goal of comprehending the power of other rules had yet to be acted upon. But then he remembered something. He had previously told King Vegeta and the others that he would have Goku teach them how to transform into Super Saiyans. As for how Goku would reach the Galactic Patrol headquarters, he would first need to learn instant transmission. According to the Dragon Ball storyline, after the explosion of Namek, Goku would also learn instant transmission on Yardrat. However, due to his interference, Goku only transformed into a Super Saiyan, but couldn't learn instant transmission. This wouldn't do. Lewis had no choice but to temporarily halt his comprehension of other rules and exit the hyperbolic time chamber. Open for me, Lewis shouted. A powerful sound wave burst open a hole in the hyperbolic time chamber, and he jumped out. Outside the Divine Realm Temple, the Supreme Kai and Bu stood beside the Divine Realm Plaza, watching the two people in the center. Bu, what are Goku and Vegeta doing? Goku is teaching Vegeta how to transform into a Super Saiyan, Beerus replied calmly. Super Saiyan, the golden-haired state. Just as the Supreme Kai was puzzled, a figure suddenly walked out from the temple. The Supreme Kai approached respectfully saying, "Candidate God of Destruction, you have emerged." Whis nodded, looking at the two in the plaza with curiosity. "What are they doing?" The Supreme Kai replied, "Beerus said Goku is teaching Vegeta how to transform into a Super Saiyan." Beerus said. Whis turned to look at Beerus, who maintained a calm expression with no signs of emotional fluctuation. Shaking his head, Whis walked toward the center of the square. "Vegeta transforming into a Super Saiyan requires anger. I broke through only because I was extremely angry back then." "Angry? I am already very angry, but why can't I transform?" "Kakarot, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you?" "Why would I lie to you? Think again about what could make you angry. Let's see if you can break through." The two were talking. Son Goku, seeing Whis come out, exclaimed, "Whis, you are out." Son Goku grabbed Vegeta and walked up to Whis. "Whis, I told him that transforming into a Super Saiyan requires anger, but Vegeta doesn't believe me." Vegeta looked at Whis and frowned. "Is what Kakarot said true?" "Yes, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires extreme anger." "Extreme anger? But I've thought of everything that could make me angry, and I still can't transform," Vegeta said helplessly. During the time Whis was training, he had been asking Son Goku to teach him. He followed Son Goku's advice to stimulate his anger, but it didn't work. "You can't enter a state of extreme anger." Whis pondered, then looked at Vegeta with a playful expression. "Shall I give it a try?" Cursing someone should be quite satisfying, especially cursing this proud, long-standing second place. "Will you help me enter a state of extreme anger?" "Then let's give it a shot." Vegeta was out of options. Hearing this, Whis smiled joyfully, as if he had thought of something delightful. "You said it." Suddenly, Whis' expression turned serious. Vegeta and Son Goku were startled by Whis' solemn demeanor. Whis said nothing, and neither did Vegeta or Son Goku. The heavenly realm fell silent, the atmosphere a bit strange. Whis kept staring at Vegeta for a long time before finally uttering two words, "Waste." "Waste?" Vegeta was very sensitive to these two words. In an instant his chest heaved with anger. But he knew Whis was trying to provoke him, and with mental preparation his anger vanished. Son Goku noticed this and shook his head. At first it did stir up Vegeta's emotions, but it still fell short. "Vegeta, you are a waste. As Prince Vegeta, you can't even protect your own planet. Where were you when Frieza destroyed your planet? You were being chased by Frieza's army. The proud prince of the Saiyans chased for over a decade, and had to rely on Kakarot just to have a chance to face Frieza. If you're not a waste, then what are you?" Whis grew more excited as he spoke. Cursing this long-standing second place was truly delightful, and he couldn't stop. A barrage of insults echoed in Vegeta's ears, making his forehead bulge with anger. "Shut up." Anything could be said, but mentioning that he needed Kakarot to have a chance to confront Frieza was a bit too much to bear. Vegeta's eyes turned red, his knuckles cracking. Son Goku's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Whis to have such a strategy. From the looks of it, Vegeta was very likely to succeed in transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, Vegeta's anger began to dissipate slowly as his mental suggestion took effect. He knew Whis was deliberately provoking him. Seeing this, Son Goku's expression turned anxious. He wanted to urge Whis to continue speaking. Whis' lips curled up slightly. What was the rush? The real bomb hadn't even started yet. He confronted Vegeta and shouted, "If you're not a waste, then what are you? Since you came to Earth, have you ever surpassed Kakarot, even once? In terms of combat power, Kakarot's strength will always be stronger than yours. Kakarot can learn the spirit bomb. Can you? Kakarot, as a lower-class warrior, can transform into a Super Saiyan. Can you?" Boom. The sense of humiliation overwhelmed Vegeta completely. His face turned red, and his whole body trembled. "Shut up, I told you to shut up. Shut up." Whis pointed at Vegeta's chest. "You, a Saiyan prince, can't even compare to a lower-class warrior. You this waste." It wasn't over yet. Whis' lips curled slightly as he said, "You are only worthy of being the long-standing second place." "Long-standing second place? Am I the long-standing second place?" Vegeta pointed at himself, his face flushed, his ears burning. This humiliation left him utterly ashamed. What a disgrace. Boom. At this moment, Vegeta could no longer hold back. His fury erupted. A powerful force exploded within him. The heavens and earth dimmed. A white aura began to shimmer with hints of golden light. Son Goku and Whis jumped to the side, and Son Goku immediately realized that Vegeta was about to transform into a Super Saiyan. "Whis, you really provoked Vegeta enough for him to transform. You are amazing. Just a small feat." Whis smiled. Whis knew what Vegeta cared about. Son Goku was his lifelong rival. He longed to surpass Son Goku, but had never succeeded. It was the same in the anime, which is why he was called the long-standing second place. Whis directly brought this matter to light. Not to mention Vegeta couldn't stand it. If he were Vegeta, his reaction would be even more exaggerated. Not to mention cursing this long-standing second place was truly enjoyable. Boom. The violent power surged forth and the heavens trembled. Vegeta's hair began to shimmer. One golden and one black. The frequency increased rapidly. It's about to happen. With Son Goku's exclamation, golden light exploded from Vegeta, flashing past. Super Saiyan. Vegeta's power multiplied by 50, breaking through from 3.5 million combat power to 175 million combat power. The third Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race finally appeared. I will kill you. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Whis. He moved. In an instant he vanished. Whis chuckled. He just transformed and thought he could fight me. The long-standing second place has gotten a bit too full of himself. Whis also flashed away, disappearing from the spot. Son Goku clenched his fists, not expecting there was still a good show to watch. Bang! Bang! The sound of collisions echoed in the void. In just a few seconds, Vegeta's cries of pain came through. Oh! Vegeta, do you dare to attack me again? Not anymore, not anymore. The next moment, Vegeta suddenly appeared from the void like a dead dog falling to the ground in a sorry state. Vegeta, just don't mess with me, ha ha ha. Whis hovered in the air, laughing heartily. Damn. Next time I will dare to. Lying on the ground, Vegeta looked up at the sky, feeling very aggrieved. He had clearly transformed into a Super Saiyan, but still couldn't defeat Whis. However, others are substitute gods of destruction, so it's normal not to win. It's just, being insulted and then getting beaten up is really infuriating. Seeing this, Son Goku stood to the side, laughing heartily. He didn't know why, but seeing Vegeta get beaten made him very happy. A farce came to an end. Whis finally brought up the matter of Son Goku learning instant transmission. Upon hearing this, Vegeta hurriedly got up from the ground, stating that he also wanted to learn. Whis naturally had no objections. Instant transmission was a very useful technique for both escaping and fighting. He just wondered if Vegeta could learn it. After all, in the anime, Vegeta couldn't use this technique. Ding, mission released. Please sign in front of Towa. Rewards Super Saiyan full power. In the Divine Palace of the Heavenly Realm, Whis was momentarily taken aback. Sun Wukong asked Whis what's wrong. Vegeta looked at Whis with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. Whis shook his head. Towa. The system had just issued a task requiring him to sign in front of Towa, which caught him off guard. However, the reward was quite good. Full power of Super Saiyan, which was different from the ordinary Super Saiyan, as its consumption was significantly lower. Previously, when he transformed into a Super Saiyan and broke through to the first layer of the Divine Realm, that form was truly exhausting. Fortunately, Whis' dimensional breakthrough had reached the divine level, and he had already generated divine power within him, which could nourish his body effectively. This made it easier for him to maintain the Super Saiyan state. However, the consumption was still considerable. There was no issue in unknown combat, but if he were to face 10 candidate destroyers again, although he could retaliate, he certainly could not sustain a prolonged battle. If he entered full power mode, it would be a different story. Whis recalled the scene in the anime where Son Wukong and his son fought against Cell, where the consumption was remarkably low. In that state, he would surely be able to have some fun in other universes. The reward was excellent, but how should he go about finding Towa? Let's go, we will visit Yardrat. Whis couldn't think of a solution for now and decided to go with the flow as he disappeared with the two in the Heavenly Realm. In the Dark Demon Realm. In the Dark Forest. Towa, the candidate destroyer from the 7th universe, has appeared. Go. Yes. The cosmic starry sky was beautiful with a purple planet in the same galaxy as Namek. This planet was none other than Yardrat. From the outside, Yardrat seemed to be cloaked in purple clouds, a mesmerizing sight. In the anime, Son Wukong had just escaped aboard the Jinyu Force's spaceship at the last moment of the Namek explosion. Today, Yardrat welcomed 3 uninvited guests. Son Wukong walked through the town of Yardrat, looking around at the surroundings. Whis, is this the Yardrat you mentioned? Vegeta frowned slightly. It is said that Yardrat, like Namek, is a very mysterious planet. Yes, there exists a secret technique here called instant transmission, similar to the move I just used to bring you here. Whis said, while walking, you both can transform into Super Saiyans. Once you learn this technique, you can go to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to teach your kin how to transform. Son Wukong and Vegeta nodded. They had experienced the power of Super Saiyans, and once the Saiyan race could transform, they would become the most powerful race in the universe. Especially Vegeta, as the Prince of the Saiyans, he was very hopeful to see his race reach this day. Let's go find the leader here. Soon Whis brought the two to the town center and found the leader of Yardrat, Supa. Inside the house, Supa bowed respectfully, saying, I pay my respects to the candidate destroyer. Son Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback. The leader of Yardrat actually knew Whis. Whis glanced at Husu next to Supa. Husu was the sage of Yardrat, and Supa must have recognized his identity, which was likely the reason. Ignoring this, Lewis got straight to the point. Leader Super, may I ask if you could let these two learn instant transmission? Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood up slightly straighter, watching Super closely. That shouldn't be a problem. Super nodded. Husu tugged at Super's sleeve as if hinting at something. Super looked at Lewis, hesitating to speak. Just say it. Since you helped me with this task, I will certainly help you in return. Lewis noticed Super's expression and Hugh's little gesture. Super said nervously, I do not dare to command the candidate destroyer, but this matter is related to the candidate destroyer. Related to me? Lewis furrowed his brow and glanced at Sun Wukong. If it was related, it was certainly about this kid. After all, in the anime, he had escaped here and learned instant transmission. Candidate destroyer, I am the Sage of Yardrat. Husu finally spoke. Originally, I predicted that a great disaster would occur in Yardrat, and in the end a golden-haired warrior would descend from the heavens to save us. Hearing this, Lewis was somewhat astonished. The Sage of Yardrat was as formidable as the Grand Elder of Namek. If history had not changed, the golden-haired warrior Husu spoke of would be Sun Wukong. Husu continued, his tone heavy. However, just over 2 months ago this prophecy suddenly changed. The great disaster vanished, and the golden-haired warrior also disappeared. Since the great disaster you mentioned has disappeared, isn't that a good thing? Vegeta suddenly interjected. Sun Wukong nodded. Super interjected, no, the great disaster that the sage initially predicted has disappeared, but the sage has foreseen an even more terrifying calamity. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Lewis pondered, so this new great disaster is related to me. Yes, if not handled properly, not only will Yardrat be in danger, but the entire North Galaxy will suffer. Husu looked at Lewis, gravely stating, Candidate Destroyer, I foresee that this new great disaster comes from the Dark Demon Realm. No one dared to command a Candidate Destroyer, but this disaster was simply too terrifying. Coincidentally, the new great disaster was related to Lewis. Husu and Super dared to risk being destroyed to ask Lewis for help. The Dark Demon Realm. Lewis' pupils constricted sharply. Quickly, he recalled the system's sign-in task, which required him to sign in front of Tawa. From what he knew about the system, it seemed that each sign-in was perfectly timed. That's it. It must be Tawa. She is coming to the 7th universe to cause trouble. Lewis stood up from his chair, his expression dark. Lewis, what's wrong? Vegeta was startled by Lewis' expression. Is this Dark Demon Realm really that powerful? Sun Wukong asked urgently. Lewis was a candidate destroyer. For him to be so alarmed, the situation must be serious. Super spoke weakly, Candidate Destroyer, this disaster. Lewis shook his head and then pointed at Sun Wukong and the others. You two, just take them to learn instant transmission. Leave the Dark Demon Realm matters to me. No wonder Super and Husu would rather risk destruction to have him help. Even if it wasn't related to him, the appearance of beings from the Dark Demon Realm in the universe would necessitate his intervention. After all, the Omni King's universe and the Dark Demon Realm were opposing forces. Understood. Finally, Lewis left Yardrat. Lewis left the planet Yadalat and arrived at a desolate expanse of starry sky. According to the mission issued by the system, combined with Husu's prophecy, Tawa must be coming to trouble him. This means that a great disaster will befall Yadalat due to his involvement. As long as he leaves Yadalat, the planet should be safe. How could Tawa come to trouble me? Lewis circled in the starry sky, observing his surroundings, but there was no sign of movement. Unable to comprehend, Lewis could only remain in this desolate expanse. He worried that if he ran around, he might lead Tawa to other places, causing a catastrophe. Time slowly passed. 3 days went by. The desolate starry sky remained utterly quiet. Strange. Lewis furrowed his brow. Logically, the system's sign-in task should be completed within a week. How could it be 3 days and Tawa still hasn't appeared? With the task uncompleted, Lewis had to continue waiting in the desolate starry sky. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of alluring eyes were watching him closely. In secret, Tawa had been observing Lewis for 3 days. His dimension has reached the divine level, yet his power hasn't even reached the realm of the gods. This was Tawa's first impression of Lewis. What Tawa didn't know was that Lewis was currently in his normal state. Only when he transformed into a Super Saiyan would his power reach the divine realm. On the surface, Lewis appeared too ordinary, leaving Tawa baffled. According to the notes given to her by Quitra, the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe was quite mysterious, capable of ignoring attacks. To deal with him, one could only use sealing techniques. Is it really necessary to be so grand for a mere candidate destroyer? Tawa internally complained. After observing for so long, the time was almost ripe. Tawa prepared to make her move. Suddenly, she recalled the scene in the dark forest. Remember not to stumble in the gutter. Quitra had said this before leaving. Tawa pouted her. For some reason, she felt an ominous premonition. Forget it, I'll use the sealing technique. In the shadows, Tawa extended her right hand, and a staff flew out from another dimension. Holding it in her hand, aiming at Lewis in the desolate starry sky, she began to inscribe the spell, chanting the sealing incantation buzz. The main star domain suddenly trembled and Whis, in the desolate starry sky, abruptly opened his eyes. Here it comes. A voluptuous woman appeared in the sky dressed in a red magical outfit looking quite enchanting. Ding successfully signed in before Tuwa rewards Super Saiyan full power. A warm current coursed through Whis' body, and he instantly mastered this state. At that moment, a six-pointed star seal fell from the sky carrying immeasurable pressure as if it aimed to crush the entire universe. Immunity. Whis' body swayed, and then returned to normal. Tuwa, who was inscribing the sealing spell, trembled violently. How is this possible? This sealing technique can seal powers below the third level of the divine realm. As long as his power hasn't broken through to the fourth level of the divine realm, he shouldn't even be able to stand against this sealing technique. No wonder Katra said not to stumble in the gutter. Tuwa suddenly realized. At that moment, Tuwa's sister of Depura, subordinate of Demigra. Is that right? Whis looked up with a sneer. I wonder if I'm correct. Tuwa, her ominous premonition intensified, and the sealing incantation in her hand sped up. Seeing this, not good, it's the sealing technique. Whis felt a chill run down his spine as he just gained immunity and realized its weakness. He can ignore all worldly harm, but he has no way against sealing. Because sealing won't harm him, it will only trap him, and his immunity cannot take effect. Damn it, Tuwa, who instructed you? Whis clenched his fists and his hair color instantly turned golden. Unlike before, this time, his Super Saiyan state appeared very calm, without a hint of rage. This is Super Saiyan full power. In terms of power, it still increased by 50 times, but in terms of stamina consumption and physical burden, he clearly felt it reduced by more than half. Coupled with the divine power nourishing him, it perfectly compensated for the physical burden brought by Super Saiyan full power. This means that Whis at this moment no longer had any physical burden issues. He could maintain the Super Saiyan full power state at all times, until his power was completely exhausted. Die for me. Whis transformed into a beam of golden light shooting up into the sky. The power of the first layer of the divine realm exploded in the universe, shattering all surrounding planets. In the next second, he appeared in front of Tuwa. You want to seal me? Whis looked at Tuwa, sneering. If you want to die, then I will help you. Boom. Whis, seizing the moment while Tuwa's sealing was not yet complete, aimed at her and condensed a purple energy. Destruction. Buzz. The starry sky trembled, and even the Namekians on the other side of the galaxy could feel this terrifying pressure. The Yadalat people needed not to say more. They all looked up, gazing at the starry sky. A great disaster is coming. On Yadalat Supa, and Husu looked up with worried expressions. The purple destructive energy tore through the void, instantly appearing before Tuwa. Tuwa was in a panic. Just as the destructive energy was about to hit her, she stopped chanting the spell. He, the candidate destroyer of the seventh universe, is so close. Tuwa breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a stunning smile to Whis. What? Whis was taken aback. Buzz. The six-pointed star seal formed, instantly sealing the main star domain. The destructive energy that Whis unleashed struck the six-pointed star seal, but did nothing. The seal was complete. Even destructive energy could not shatter it. The star domain within a radius of 10,000 miles was enveloped by the six-pointed star seal, beginning to contract towards Whis. Tuwa took out a jar. Once the six-pointed star seal shrank to the size of a fingernail, she could trap Whis inside it, permanently sealing him. Tuwa, who told you to seal me? Whis looked at the surrounding six-pointed star seal, contracting, expressionless. Does it matter who instructed me? Outside the six-pointed star seal, Tuwa looked at Whis' calm expression inside and covered her mouth, laughing. Oh dear, mister. Whis is so calm, has he compromised? Inside the six-pointed star seal, Whis crossed his arms, looking at Tuwa outside. It must be Katra. 3 months ago, after just having a spar with the candidate destroyers from other universes, he was ambushed by Katra, and now he was sealed again. He could think of no one else capable of devising the sealing technique, especially someone who held a grudge against him. Other than Katra, Whis simply couldn't think of anyone else. Tuwa put away her staff, squinting her eyes. Who it seems no longer important. Are you not going to resist? Are you waiting to die? Waiting to die? Whis revealed a strange smile, looking at Tuwa. Will your master Demigra come looking for the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect you, if you are erased? The six-star luminous seal was etched in the pitch-black cosmos with Whis at its center as the golden six-star rings began to contract. Whis hovered in the void, arms crossed, a strange smile on his face. Erase. Outside the six-star luminous seal, Tova furrowed her brow, looking at Whis inside with a puzzled expression. She completely could not comprehend what erase meant. In Tova's perception, the most powerful being was her master Demigula. As for the erase by the Omni King and the High Priest, Tova had never seen it, nor had she even heard of it. For some reason, her ominous premonition grew stronger. Buzz. The temperature of the cosmos suddenly dropped. The power of the first layer of the divine realm began to accumulate, and Lewis' momentum grew ever more formidable. The surrounding space trembled. Is he about to start resisting? Although feeling very uneasy, Tova still did not believe Lewis could break through her 6-star luminous sealing technique. This sealing technique could seal the power of the third layer of the divine realm. How could he, possessing only the power of the first layer of the divine realm, possibly break it? Suddenly, inside the 6-star luminous seal, Lewis spoke again. Do you know why Katra dare not take action personally? Why? Tova instinctively asked. Lewis did not respond, but burst into mad laughter. Tova felt 2 black lines crossing her forehead. He must be a fool. Lewis stared hard at Tova, grinning wickedly. That's because he fears death. His purpose of cultivating power in the time chamber was precisely to support the casting of a race. Now, having cultivated his power to the first layer of the divine realm, he could finally support the casting of a race without being gravely injured before unleashing it. At this moment, the sealing technique no longer had any effect on him unless a master of priest level or above took action. Now Lewis was practically in an invincible position. He suddenly erupted with power. The golden flames on his body soared into the sky. The golden radiance radiated in all directions like a newly born sun, illuminating the dark star domain as if it had entered daylight. Katra fears death. Tova's heart stopped for a moment. She sensed a deathly aura from the power Lewis unleashed. How could that be? Katra was a destroyer who had touched the 5th layer of the divine realm. Would he fear a mere substitute destroyer like you? Has this kid gone mad? However, the 6-star luminous sealing technique is worthless. Shatter for me. Erase. Inside the 6-star luminous seal, Lewis raised his right hand, and the power within him surged like a flood, gathering towards his right hand. Boom. The endless cosmos trembled, and the golden 6-star luminous seal dimmed. Lewis swung his hand vigorously. A white halo enveloped the entire 6-star luminous seal, as if Pangu was opening the heavens, annihilating everything in its path. Tova's scalp tingled. She no longer believed the 6-star luminous sealing technique could seal Lewis. Damn it, this kid is telling the truth. Quitra, you deceived me. Escape. Tova waved her staff, and a spatial rift appeared in the cosmos. As the white halo touched the 6-star luminous seal, Tova jumped inside. Before leaving, Tova looked back. Her soul trembled. The instant the white light touched the 6-star luminous seal, the seal disintegrated, and the white light continued to rush forward. Tova no longer dared to look back, accelerating away from this space. To think I was forced to flee, how infuriating. Seeing Tova leave this space, Lewis was furious. At this moment, Lewis, why did you cast a race again? Whis arrived here. Lewis was overjoyed. Whis quickly helped me regain my strength. After casting a race, the power within him had long been drained, returning to his normal state. He now had only enough strength left to speak. Whis was taken aback, then waved his staff, and a silver light enveloped Lewis, instantly reviving him to full strength. Whis, let's go. Take me to the dark demon realm. Lewis gritted his teeth. Damn it, being outsmarted by a little girl is truly unbearable. What do you want to do in the dark demon realm? Whis frowned. The dark demon realm is not a place that ordinary people can enter. Moreover, there are many powerful beings inside, including masters of priest level. If he entered, he wouldn't even know if he could leave safely. I want to kill someone. Lewis was filled with rage, unable to calm down. Whis gazed quietly at Lewis, and after 3 seconds nodded. All right. He wanted to advise Lewis, but it was clear that Lewis was blinded by anger and would not heed any advice. It was better to take him to explore the dark demon realm. With his physique, no one could harm him. Even those below the priest level would not dare to provoke him. Perhaps he might even need this kid to protect him. After all, the erase technique is no joke. Let's go, we'll take you to explore the dark demon realm. Whis and Lewis disappeared from the spot. The dark demon realm. Dark forest. Quitra, Tova has already gone to deal with the substitute destroyer of the 7th universe. Where are the super dragon balls you promised? Wait until you seal that kid, Katra replied. Seal. Demigula scoffed. Isn't it just a mere substitute destroyer? Do we really need to use sealing techniques? Quitra, being mocked, was not angry. If he hadn't witnessed Lewis' ability to ignore damage, he wouldn't believe there was someone who could truly disregard any harm. Just as Katra was about to speak, suddenly, a rift appeared in the sky above the dark forest, and Tova crawled out looking extremely disheveled. Quitra, you deceived me. Returning to the dark demon realm, Tova saw Quitra's figure and approached him, fuming with anger, loudly questioning, everything you said about being unable to act because of Beerus is a lie. Quitra's eyes flashed a cold glimmer at Tova's loud accusations. The beings of the dark demon realm were like filthy rats crossing the street, daring to be so disrespectful to him. Demigula noticed the cold look in Quitra's eyes, and a murderous intent arose in his heart. However, he still looked at Tova and asked what's wrong. Lord Demigula, Quitra's unwillingness to take action personally is a lie. He is just afraid of death. Afraid of death. Demigula was taken aback just as he was about to continue questioning. A radiant aura appeared in the sky above the dark demon realm, the unique aura of the Omni King's universe angels. To think there are angels daring to come to the dark demon realm. Demigula revealed a strange smile. Quitra's body trembled violently, and he hurriedly said, Demigula, I must leave. If the angels find out I came to the dark demon realm, it would be disastrous. With that, Quitra concealed his aura and quickly left the dark forest. Tova looked at Quitra's retreating figure, her face extremely anxious. Lord Demigula, Quitra is deceiving us. What exactly did he deceive us about? Demigula looked up, already seeing other powerful beings flying towards the direction of the appearing Omni King universe angels. It is like this. A rift appeared in the sky above the dark demon realm, from which two figures emerged. Is this the dark demon realm, Whis? Lewis surveyed the surroundings. The environment of the dark demon realm was incredibly dim. At a glance, there were black clouds and black soil. Occasionally, a strange demonic wind swept by, accompanied by a dark aura. The entire world looked oppressive. Yes. Whis nodded, indicating he hadn't been here in a long time. Someone's coming, be careful. Whis finished speaking and couldn't help but shake his head. The one who should be careful was actually himself. Lewis sensed an overwhelming pressure flying toward them. In the next moment, a graceful figure appeared. A girl in a tight outfit with green hair, holding a staff. The surrounding space trembled suddenly. Clearly, the newcomer possessed immense power. Then 12 figures flew in from afar, each emanating formidable strength. Puting spoke, Isn't that Mr. Whis from the whole King universe? What brings you to the dark demon realms? The others stood silently behind Puting. I have met Miss Puting. I am merely accompanying someone here. Whis maintained a calm demeanor, though he was already prepared for battle. Outside the whole King universe, he could act freely. Puting. Lewis was momentarily stunned. He recalled a certain sorceress from the Dragon Ball side story. Puting was a great sorceress from the heavenly realm of ancient times who later betrayed the heavenly realm alongside Giribi and Demigra, aligning herself with the dark demon realm's master Mechikabura. Accompanying him, Puting shifted her gaze to Lewis. Black hair and a brown tail. His dimension was at the divine level, yet his power couldn't even reach the realm of gods. Wait. Destructive aura. Mr. Whis, this kid isn't the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, is he? His power seems a bit weak. Puting chuckled. Her smile was sweet, sending shivers down Lewis' spine. Goodness, a great sorceress from ancient times pretending to be a girl. Yes, he is Lord Beerus' disciple from over a decade ago. His talent is quite good. Puting and Whis conversed like old friends. At this moment, Whis secretly transmitted information to Lewis, introducing Puting's background. Puting's history aligned closely with what Lewis already knew. However, Lewis wasn't very clear on her power. Under Whis' introduction, he realized just how powerful this old witch was. It turned out that as a great sorceress from the ancient heaven, Puting had always possessed great strength. After rebelling to the dark demon realm, she received the divine power bestowed by Mechikabura, elevating her strength to the level of an angel. However, what does angel-level power matter? Enough with the nonsense, Puting. Where is Tawa? Lewis finally spoke. As soon as Lewis spoke, the air fell silent. Whis couldn't help but swallow hard. This kid was bold. Whis, are you here to find Tawa? But your attitude in searching for her is quite rude. Puting smiled gracefully. To come to the dark demon realm and be so arrogant, you must be either a fool or overly confident. She glanced at Lewis and continued to smile. This candidate destroyer, you don't think that having Whis protect you means you can be fearless, do you? Whis felt a bit awkward. Puting was right. Escaping unscathed in the dark demon realm was a challenge, let alone protecting a candidate destroyer. However, Lewis was not an ordinary candidate destroyer. Could you stop laughing? Lewis looked at Puting, frowning. You're not as pretty as my Ties. Constantly smiling is really irritating. Having already been angered by Tawa, this old witch was still smiling, thinking that possessing angel-level power made her impressive. Whis covered his mouth, but couldn't help but laugh. This kid's tongue was truly vicious. You're asking for death. Puting's fury surged, her face twisted, the elegant demeanor she had moments ago vanished, now resembling an old witch. Kill this kid. Puting fixed her gaze on Whis, preventing him from intervening. Yes. The 12 figures circling around exploded with power. Buzz. Buzz. 12 dark auras soared into the sky, exerting tremendous pressure on Lewis. The power of the 4th layer of the realm of gods. Lewis' mouth twitched slightly. The strength of these people was roughly comparable to that of the destroyers from the whole King universe. This was overly flattering. Whis, who are they? They are the 12 demon kings of the dark demon realm, corresponding to the destroyers of the whole King universe, Whis explained. Whis remained motionless, seemingly uninterested in helping Lewis, causing Puting to feel a twinge of confusion. Is he going to abandon this kid? Boom. The 12 Demon Kings charged at Lewis, their speed so fast that he couldn't react. Bang! Bang! Lewis was struck and instantly fell into a disadvantage. In the Dark Forest, Lord Demigra, the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, is truly terrifying. He can use a move called Erasure. What? Demigra's face changed dramatically. Erasure. This was a principle only those at the priest level could comprehend. How could that kid possibly grasp it? Lord Demigra, in the face of Erasure, my sealing technique, collapsed instantly. It was Ketla who deceived us. Ketla is just afraid of dying, which is why he urged us to act. I understand. Demigra narrowed his eyes. Tawa couldn't possibly be lying. Therefore the truth must be as such. Ketla really did well. How dare he deceive him? In his anger, Demigra couldn't help but wonder why the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe with only first-layer divine realm power could comprehend Erasure. Moreover, the note Ketla provided contained information about Lewis, stating that he could ignore any attacks. To deal with that kid, the only option was to use sealing techniques. What is this nonsense? Don't worry, I will make sure Ketla pays for it later. Demigra lifted his head and gazed into the distant sky. At this moment, a sound of collision echoed from the horizon. Let's go see what's happening. Demigra vanished from his spot. Tawa followed, but her heart inexplicably raced, as if something bad was about to happen. In the sky, boom. Various energy waves flew everywhere, crashing to the ground with earth-shattering explosions. The ground was riddled with craters, a sight of desolation. Suddenly, swish, a figure crashed down from the sky, creating a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Cough, cough. Lewis' destroyer outfit was already tattered. He patted his chest. The dust rising caused him to cough twice. Damn, beaten up again. These Demon Kings really have no manners. Last time being beaten up by 10 substitute destruction gods was bad enough, but this time he was actually assaulted by 12 Dark Realm Demon Kings. Lewis felt quite frustrated. However, he felt frustrated while others found it even harder to believe. 12 black figures circled above the void was eerily silent, and the Demon Kings looked as if they had seen a ghost, each one dumbfounded. How is this possible? This kid is unharmed. Our power is at the 4th level of the divine realm, which is already at the level of a destruction god in the entire king universe. Why? How can a piece of trash that doesn't even reach the divine realm survive against us 12 Demon Kings? He seems completely fine. How can this be possible? Meanwhile, Whis, who was watching from the side, revealed a smile. Don't mention the 12 Demon Kings. Even if Demigula personally arrived, he would have no way to deal with Lewis. Whis, what on earth is going on with this kid? Putin glanced at Lewis on the ground and coldly replied. Whis naturally wouldn't reveal Lewis' uniqueness and laughed. Miss Putin, why don't you tell me where Tova is? Otherwise something big might happen. Something big? Putin burst into laughter. With just you, an angel of the 2nd level of the angel realm. The angel realm is divided into 3 levels, and Whis was currently at the 2nd level. However, to think that just one 2nd level angel could cause a big stir in the dark realm is insane. Whis shook his head. Sai, why won't you listen to advice? Lewis' power broke through to the 1st level of the divine realm. He had just cast Erasure once before. Clearly, Lewis was now capable of sustaining the casting of Erasure. In his perception, although Lewis' Erasure wasn't as powerful as the one cast by the king, he still sensed the threat of death from Lewis' Erasure. If this group of Demon Kings forces Lewis to use Erasure, then they will all perish. Whis smiled wryly and urged again. Miss Putin, why don't you let Tova out? Otherwise it really. Putin interrupted him coldly. I'm saying so much. Are you trying to find a way to help your substitute destruction god? She held her staff, concentrating her gaze on Whis. If Whis made any move, he would face her devastating attack. Sai, good words are hard to convince a dead man. Whis fell silent, but he was ready for battle and to summon help. If he didn't summon help, he and Lewis would probably not escape the Dark Realm. After all, the Dark Realm even had experts at the priest level. Seeing Whis in action, Putin finally shifted her gaze to Lewis on the ground. Damn, this is too much. Lewis was ambushed by a little girl and was beaten up again. He couldn't take it anymore. Boom. A golden light burst forth into the sky. Super Saiyan full power. His strength broke through to the 1st level of the divine realm. What the hell? How did this kid's power break through to the divine realm? I said, how could a substitute destruction god not even reach the power of the divine realm? Enough talk, attack him, kill him. The dark aura from the 12 Demon Kings surged violently, twisting their bodies, and they instantly vanished. Shadows flashed across the void, and the next second they appeared around Lewis. Now it's my turn. Lewis looked at the surrounding Demon Kings, raised his hand, and countless shockwaves erupted. Purple energy tore through the void, dazzling and surreal. The Demon Kings raised their hands to block. All the destructive energy crashed into them, as if tickling them. Smoke filled the air. Where are they? When the smoke cleared, the Demon Kings were stunned. The next second, One of the Demon Kings let out a painful scream, then turned into a cannonball flying straight backward. Boom. Crushing one mountain after another. Damn it. Attack. The Demon Kings, humiliated, found Lewis and all dashed to his side. Punches. Kicks. Energy bombardments. The attacks from the 11 Demon Kings were like a torrential storm, incredibly terrifying. The Demon King who had been repelled also returned and joined in the beating. From the sky to the ground, the space trembled and the ground exploded. The violent force triggered the magnetic fields of heaven and earth, raising endless fierce winds that swept around, causing the creatures of the Dark Realm to panic. Bang! In midair, Lewis was hit in the face and his head shook slightly. Immunity, he suffered no damage. If you can take a punch from me too. Lewis gave up resisting from behind and threw a punch at that Demon King. The power of the first level of the Divine Realm infused into the air, producing a loud sonic boom. The Demon King was caught off guard, and with a painful hit to the face, he instantly flew backward. At the same time, the remaining 11 Demon Kings seized the opportunity and launched a frenzied attack on Lewis' back. Boom, boom. Lewis was bombarded endlessly, and the entire sky seemed to shatter, an extremely terrifying scene. This scene fell into Putin's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly, as she didn't believe this kid could endure. Putin withdrew her gaze and turned to Whis. Whis, your substitute destruction god is finished. You'd better prepare to be finished too. Since Whis came alone to the Dark Realm, such a good opportunity must not be missed. Is that so? As soon as Whis finished speaking, a silver light suddenly flashed where the sky was bombarded. Boom. Perfect freedom realm. Shadow shifting. Lewis flew out from the bombarded area. His destruction god outfit had disappeared, revealing his strong body. But at a glance, Lewis had not a single wound. Impossible. Perfect freedom realm. How did he not suffer any damage? Putin was dumbfounded as she was stunned. This was a joint attack from 12 Demon Kings. How could this kid be unscathed? Moreover, he had actually comprehended the perfect freedom realm. Why? Has the world changed? The 12 Demon Kings were equally shocked as Putin. They had noticed something was off with Lewis from the start. They thought this was Whis' protective measure for the kid, just enough to withstand one round. Now they realized they were wrong, and terribly so. If I don't believe it, let me test him. Putin disappeared from beside Whis, and Whis did not stop her. However, Whis knew something big was about to happen, so he quickly waved his staff. Summon help. Whoosh. A silver light shot out from the Dark Realm. Putin sensed Whis' movements behind her, but she did not stop them. After all, the Dark Realm was her territory. As long as the king did not intervene, it wouldn't matter how many people came. Putin stood in front of Lewis, surrounded by the 12 Demon Kings who gathered behind her. The 13 of them stared at Lewis in front of them. I'll say it again, let Tove out. Lewis, bare-chested, hovered in the void. Having been beaten up twice, he was no match for them. However, compared to the last group of substitute destruction gods, these 12 Demon Kings were even stronger. Fortunately, his power had been cultivated to the first level of the Divine Realm, and the Super Saiyan had also reached full power. Due to the nature of the divine dimension, the divine power within him nourished his body, and the consumption and burden of full power for the Super Saiyan were minimal. Therefore, he could hold on for so long and still have a chance to counterattack against the Demon Kings at the fourth level of the Divine Realm. He had made significant progress compared to last time. If you don't let Tao out, you will die. Lewis felt a surge of anger within him, and he was unwilling to continue the fight. He knew that even with his mastery of the perfect freedom realm, he could not kill the group of Demon Kings before him. With the ability of immunity, he could at most achieve a 50-50 chance until his stamina was completely exhausted. This was the same result as last time when he had a spar with the backup god of destruction. It was utterly meaningless. The Demon Kings were initially immersed in shock, astonished that someone could ignore damage. But the next moment, they were amused by Lewis' words. Kid, you're quite arrogant, thinking you can make us die. Though we don't know how you managed to ignore damage, do you really think you can kill us? You must be out of your mind. Shut up. Putin raised her hand, and the Demon Kings behind her instantly fell silent. Having endured attacks from 12 Demon Kings without a scratch, I want to see if you can truly ignore damage. Putin fixed her gaze on Lewis. This kid was too strange. She moved. Time and space briefly froze. She crossed through time and space, appearing right in front of Lewis. A punch struck Lewis' chest. Likewise, her power was also at the second layer of Angel Realm strength, fully unleashed, causing the celestial dome to shatter, and the entire Dark Demon Realm trembled. He must be dead this time. The next moment, hiss, Putin gasped, her fist still pressed against Lewis' chest. The opponent was completely unharmed. He could really ignore damage. How? How did you do it? Putin's face turned pale. At that moment, she no longer resembled an expert of the angel level, but rather a frail woman deeply frightened by Lewis. You won't let Tao out, huh? This is self-inflicted. The silver light surrounding Lewis suddenly vanished as he withdrew from the perfect freedom state. He re-entered the full-power Super Saiyan state. He raised his right hand, aiming at Puting. Erasure. A bright white light suddenly flared up. Erasure. Puting's pupils constricted sharply. Oh, wasn't this a principle only comprehensible by a high priest? Why could this kid do it? Moreover, she felt that this power was not fake. It was truly erasure. No. Don't. Demigula, who was flying over, shuddered. Is it really erasure? Has the high priest arrived? Or is the Omni King here? Demigula was extremely anxious, taking a step forward. Buzz. He instantly appeared in front of Puting. Before her stood a bare-chested man launching erasure at her. Demigula let out a sigh of relief. Oh, as long as it wasn't the high priest or the Omni King, it was fine. He waved his large hand. A surge of black demon power formed a blade slicing through Lewis's erasure. Boom. The two supreme attacks collided as if doomsday had descended, and endless residual power swept across the entire dark demon realm. In an instant, the dark demon realm instantly transformed into a hellish landscape. Demigula waved his hand again, restoring the dark demon realm to its original state. At this moment, Puting was drenched in sweat, her blue hair matted together, resembling an old witch. Demigula, he can erase. I see it. Demigula fixed his gaze on Lewis. The residual power that had just erupted did not injure him at all, ignoring damage. Remembering Katra's notes, this person before him should be the backup god of destruction from the 7th universe. At that moment, Tawa finally arrived late, and upon seeing Lewis, her face turned pale, stuttering as she spoke. Demigula. Demigula, it's Lewis. He's chasing after us. She never expected Lewis would chase her to the dark demon realm. If he caught her, it would be disastrous. Whis also arrived beside Lewis. Seeing Lewis struggling to revert to his normal state, waved his staff, restoring Lewis's stamina. The two faced off against the 15 adversaries. Demigula glanced at Lewis, then shifted his gaze to Whis. Whis, long time no see. Whis forced a smile. Long time no see. Demigula said lightly, are you nervous? Whis. His nervousness was not without reason, for Demigula was indeed an expert of the high priest level in the dark demon realm. Why don't you go stand in front of my father and see how nervous you are? Whis said flatly. Upon saying this, the tension abruptly vanished. Demigula's mouth twitched slightly, standing in front of the high priest. That was out of the question. The power of the high priest was far beyond the level of an ordinary priest. Demigula turned to Lewis and asked Whis, what's going on with this kid? Do you think I would tell you? Whis shook his head. He naturally knew what Demigula wanted to ask. It was nothing more than wanting to know Lewis's origins. But he didn't know either. From his observations, Lewis was just an ordinary Saiyan. Demigula had been observing Lewis, and the more he looked, the more he sensed that something was off about Lewis. Destructive aura. Freedom flavor. Erasure. Ignore. At such a young age, he had comprehended so much power. How did he do it? Demigula was utterly perplexed. Both sides fell silent, the atmosphere extremely tense. Lewis regained his composure, looking at Tawa, finally speaking. Why aren't you running? Why aren't you running anymore? His words broke the deadlock. Tawa trembled slightly. Was this guy a devil? He had chased her from the Omni King universe to the dark demon realm. In the dark demon realm, you still dare to say such things? You really aren't afraid of death? Demigula stepped forward. Afraid of death? Lewis scoffed. If it weren't for my ability to erase, I would have been sealed long ago. Sealed? Whis beside him was taken aback, his anger flaring. Lewis, what's going on? He knew Lewis could ignore damage, but the weakness of ignore was very clear. Sealing. Previously, Tawa ambushed me in the star domain near Adralat, which is why I asked you to bring me to the dark demon realm. Such a thing happened. Whis suddenly realized he thought Lewis was angry for some reason earlier. However, Whis looked at Demigula in front of him. Tell me, who ordered you to ambush Lewis? From Lewis' account, he could tell that this matter was not simple, because until now Lewis had only used ignore in the Omni King universe. Sealing was the weakness of ignore. How did the dark demon realm discover it? It was obvious that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. In the dim sky above, both sides were in a standoff. Whis, do you really think I would tell you? Demigula said with a wicked smile. You? The usually gentle Whis showed a rare anger. Primarily, it was because Luis was instructed by the high priest to properly guide him, as Luis was the hope of the 7th universe. There were those who dared to cast their eyes on him, even colluding with the dark demon realm. It was impossible not to be furious. Whis, I know who did this. Luis stepped forward, looking at Tova, and said coldly, I can ignore damage, but only the gods within the entire universe know that. And with my status as a candidate for the Destroyer, I probably don't even qualify in your eyes. No one knew of my existence, yet you dared to ambush me and even used sealing techniques. Just so happens that the sealing technique restrains me. Is everything so coincidental? Luis shook his head. Except for Quitera, who holds a grudge against me, I truly can't think of anyone else who would betray me. In the distance, Tova fell silent, wondering how this kid could be so clever. Luis, is it really Quitera? Whis asked with a furrowed brow. The Dark Demon Realm and the whole universe were opposing forces, and if it was indeed Quitera who betrayed them, then he was undoubtedly betraying the entire universe. If my guess is correct, it must be him. Whis glanced at Whis, clenching his fists. He has caused me trouble time and again. After this trip to the Dark Demon Realm, it would be Quitera's end. At this moment. I must say, little Whis, your imagination is quite rich. Although Quitera deceived him, Demigula still did not reveal their transaction. After all, Quitera still owed him 7 Super Dragon Balls. Perfect Freedom Realm, breaking the rules, gods of over 20 years of age. Furthermore, he can ignore damage and can use Erasure. Demigula narrowed his eyes. Almost every kind of power is unbelievable. How could a genius like you not be targeted by us? The whole universe and our Dark Demon Realm are deadly enemies. Eliminating a genius like you is only natural. Demigula turned to look at Pudding and the other Demon Kings. Pudding nodded. She had nearly died at the hands of Erasure. It truly startled her. Such a genius could not be overlooked. Looking at Demigula's back, Whis was taken aback. This guy seemed to make some sense. Could it really not be Quitera? Suddenly, the temperature around plummeted and Demigula's cold voice echoed. All right, although I don't know how you grasp these powers, it doesn't matter anymore. Demigula turned around, staring intently at Whis in the void ahead. What? You want to kill me? Even that old witch Pudding couldn't kill me. You think you can? Whis sneered. You're seeking death. Pudding was furious. How could this guy call her an old witch? It was quite frustrating, yet she couldn't do anything if she couldn't kill him. Seeking death. If you really want to kill me, then come on. I'm sharp-tongued. If I can't kill you, is it impossible to seal you? This kid was already unrelated to Quitera, and the moment Demigula saw Whis, he knew he couldn't let him live. Otherwise, the balance between the whole universe and the Dark Demon Realm would surely be disrupted. The killing intent surged, and the sky seemed to freeze. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, making it hard for the Demon Kings to breathe. This was the pressure erupting from a priest-level figure. Whis, be careful. In the sky, Whis stood in front of Whis, facing Demigula alone, blocking all the overwhelming pressure that Demigula emitted. Whis felt a warmth in his heart. He never expected that one day he would have to rely on Whis. You boldly use Erasure. I can help you recover your strength, and I've already gathered allies. Just hold on. Honestly, Whis was being dragged down by Whis, but he didn't mind. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Then I can relax. Whis erupted with golden flames, entering the Super Saiyan full power state once more. The first layer of the God Realm's power surged wildly. Whis and Demigula were in a standoff. In the void, golden flames clashed against dark energy. The scene in the sky was utterly incredible. A Karami with only the power of the first layer of the God Realm was actually confronting a demon god like Demigula at the priest level. Meanwhile, the other Demon Kings fled far away. Even Pudding, who possessed angel-level power, ran to the distance, not daring to approach this battlefield. It wasn't that they didn't want to help Demigula, they had already tried before. Except for the sealing techniques, other powers had no effect on Whis. Moreover, Whis could use Erasure, and ordinary sealing techniques had no effect on him. Except for Demigula, who was a priest-level master unaffected by Erasure, no one else had any means. Whis naturally couldn't do anything either, but he didn't dodge, because he still needed to help Whis recover his strength. At that moment, Whis was like gasoline and Whis was like the engine. When the engine ran out of power, Whis would give Whis more energy. Although I know you can ignore damage, I still want to try again. At this moment, Demigula in the sky moved. The dark energy erupted from him, covering the entire sky. It was like the Rosenhell. The scene was extremely terrifying. Demigula ignored space and time, appearing above Whis, and with a wave of his hand, an endless great power stirred a spatial storm. With a devastating force, a large area of space shattered, forming white transparent blades that flew towards Whis. A priest-level master rarely used pure energy waves as a means of attack. Demigula employed the rules of space and time. Whis couldn't react at all and was hit in an instant. However, immunity white light erupted from Whis. Ding, ding, ding. The white light on Whis intercepted the attacks, and the spatial fragments struck him like nails hitting steel, producing a harsh sound. Don't think that even if it's you, even Mechikapura couldn't do anything to me. Whis looked up at the figure in the sky, laughing heartily as the spatial fragment struck him. His smile was radiant, yet if Tai Si were here, she would definitely notice that Whis was merely putting on a brave face. Primarily, the power difference was too significant. Whis had thought of counterattacking. Without using Erasure, even if he unleashed his strongest power, he couldn't even kill those 12 Demon Kings, which was a bit embarrassing. Thus, Whis could only passively take the blows. After all, this wasn't the first time being hit, so what's the harm in taking a few more hits? It was just so frustrating. Such arrogance. Demigula narrowed his eyes. Who was Mechikapura? That was a being on the same level as the whole king. Then let's seal you. Demigula was mentally prepared but was still shocked by Louis' ignore. He couldn't let him live. Dark sealing technique. Demigula quickly formed seals with both hands as the dark energy formed a spell and the surrounding space suddenly froze. Want to seal me? Come and give it a try. Louis looked up at the figure in the sky, a wicked smile on his face. At the same time, he raised his hand, condensing a touch of white light. Erasure. Louis did not release it at Demigula, but aimed it at the ground of the dark demon realm. Whis burst into laughter upon witnessing the scene. Louis was too cunning. He knew that his erasure had no effect on Demigula, so he set his sights on the dark demon realm. Louis' erasure power wasn't yet at the level of the king, but it could threaten beings of angelic caliber. Once Louis' erasure struck the dark demon realm, a significant portion of its map would vanish. At that moment, Demigula would undoubtedly intervene to stop him, but that would mean he had to give up on sealing Louis. What a despicable little brat. Demigula sensed Louis' intentions and naturally would not allow the dark demon realm to lose a large part of its territory. Thus, Demigula had no choice but to abandon the seal on Louis and chose to intercept Louis' erasure. A burst of white light suddenly erupted from Louis' hand. Demigula wielded the power of the demon god. The two attacks were terrifying. Boom! They collided, producing a sound that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The power Demigula used was just right. Louis' erasure was neutralized, and the dark demon realm suffered no damage. This is too terrifying. This kid only has the power of the first level of the divine realm. Why is it so outrageous? If that erasure hits me, I would surely be half dead, even if I don't die. Be more confident, you won't survive. The demon kings swallowed hard, staring in shock at the battle in the distance. Pudding gritted her teeth. As a master of the angelic realm, she had been insulted repeatedly by a little Kalami. Today was too frustrating. Haha, haha. Louis gasped for breath, left with only the strength to speak. Haha, with your stamina, it seems you can only use erasure once. Let's see how you die now. On the opposite side, Demigula noticed Louis' state. Louis ignored him and shouted to Whis behind him. Whis, hurry up. Coming. Whis waved his staff and a silver glow enveloped Louis, instantly restoring him to full health. Demigula, bring it on. Louis laughed heartily and directly attacked, still aiming at the ground. Erasure. Whis. Demigula was furious and hurriedly blocked this strike, then glanced at Louis, who had just regained full health. He looked at Whis behind Louis, thinking, is this a perpetual motion machine bug, or what? Once I deal with Whis, let's see how you recover your stamina. Oh no. Louis' expression changed. While he wasn't afraid of an archpriest level attack, Whis certainly was. Looking up at Demigula, Louis found he had vanished. His pupils constricted sharply as he turned to Whis and shouted, run. Hey, Buzz. Demigula appeared in front of Whis. Die. The ominous power of the demon god enveloped his fist and charged forward. No, don't. Whis, run. Louis' eyes widened in rage. Whis was not only his master, but also his friend. Whis was supposed to be safe in the king's universe, but he had been coaxed into coming to the dark demon realm. Everything was his fault. If anything happens to Whis, I will definitely trample your dark demon realm. Louis shouted. Just as Whis was about to be struck by Demigula, the time in the dark demon realm seemed to freeze abruptly, coming to a halt. In the void, Demigula's fist was merely a millimeter from Whis' head. Crack! A powerful force erupted from Demigula, shattering the frozen time and restoring normalcy. His fist continued to charge forward. The sky instantly shattered. However, Whis' figure had already vanished. Lord Demigula, such skill. A tender, crisp girl's voice echoed from above. Louis looked up sharply and saw Kashi, that little dumpling. He also spotted Whis beside the little dumpling. Whis, you're not dead. Great. Louis' eyes turned warm. He almost dragged Whis down with him. Fortunately, the person Whis had been waiting for finally arrived. You little brat, do you want me dead? Seeing his older sister arrive, Whis no longer worried about Demigula. He came to Louis' side and patted Louis on the head. He had taken care of this kid since he was 6 all the way to now. Now he could stand up to the archpriest level Demigula, and Whis felt very gratified. On the other side, when did you reach this level? Demigula's pupils constricted sharply as he stared incredulously at the girl in the sky. It's been a few years. Kashi shook her little head, chuckling. Demigula swallowed hard and fell silent. The power of the archpriest level. Is the eldest daughter of the high priest this terrifying? Louis glanced at Kashi and noticed Demigula's shocked expression. Clearly Kex's power had broken through to the archpriest level, and her strength and talent left Demigula in awe. No wonder the little dumpling's power stood out among all angels. The little dumpling's talent is truly formidable. Kashi was completely unaware of Louis' thoughts as she flew in front of Demigula, puffing up her cheeks. Lord Demigula seems to want to kill my brother. You all can leave. Demigula shook his head and spoke directly. He had anticipated that the high priest would descend upon the dark demon realm, but never expected it would be Kashi. Kex's power had also broken through to the archpriest level, and the other demon gods in the dark demon realm were still asleep. As for Micah Capula, he was still. Facing Kashi alone, Demigula had no chance to attack Whis again, so it was better to let them go. Otherwise, if a battle broke out, the dark demon realm would be destroyed by the unleashed power. Just let us go like this. Kex's innocent eyes sparkled with a glimmer. Demigula's demon god power surged coldly, stating, "If you don't leave now, I might change my mind." He, Lord Demigula, what a forgiving nature. Kashi snickered. Whis, then let's go. Wait. Lewis spoke up. Everyone turned their attention to Lewis. Hand over Tova. Lewis had not finished speaking. You want to die, hurry and go. Whis dragged Lewis away, disappearing directly into the dark demon realm, while Kashi smiled and followed suit. Only Demigula remained in the void of the dark demon realm, maintaining a stoic expression. In the distance, Tawa, Puting, and the other demon kings had returned. Tawa weakly asked Lord Demigula, what about that kid? Demigula remained fixated on the spot where Lewis had left, silent, as if he were gradually coming to a realization, seemingly deep in thought. Puting glanced at Tawa and said they were rescued by Kashi. Now tell me, what did you do to provoke them to come here? She was infuriated to be called an old witch today. Puting's fiery eyes seemed ready to burn the space around her, while Tawa shrank back, preparing to explain. Demigula looked over and waved his hand. Enough, Puting stays, you all can leave. Yes. Tawa felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly left. The demon kings were curious about Lewis, but they dared not disobey Demigula's command, and all disappeared. Sealing that kid was a deal made between me and Quitella. In the void, only Puting and Demigula remained, as Demigula shared the details of his deal with Quitella. That dead rat actually deceived us. Puting, after hearing everything, was infuriated, her chest heaving with anger. After a moment, she managed to calm down a bit. But thankfully Quitella made a deal with us, otherwise we wouldn't have known that such a genius had appeared in the entire universe. Puting looked at Demigula. By the way, it was just Kashi coming. Why did you let that kid go? Kex's power has broken through to the level of a divine officer. Demigula's voice was very calm, but it sounded like thunder in Puting's ears. What? Divine officer level power? Puting was dumbfounded. Back when she had fled from the ancient heavenly realm to the dark demon realm, her power was at the 5th level of the divine realm. At that time, Kex's power was only at the 5th level of the divine realm. Later, influenced by the power of the demon god, Puting had managed to break through to the 2nd level of the angel realm. What Puting did not expect was that others' powers had also broken through and even reached the level of a divine officer. The other demon gods are still in slumber, and Lord Majikapura is still sealed. Puting suppressed the shock in her heart and said, currently you are the only one holding up the dark demon realm. No wonder you let that kid Lewis go. She had also considered Demigula's earlier concerns. After all, the battlefield is in the dark demon realm, and if 2 divine officers were to battle, the commotion would be earth-shattering. Perhaps the dark demon realm would explode. I didn't ask you to stay for this. Demigula looked at Puting gravely. Have you noticed that Lewis' physique is very similar to someone else's? Very similar to someone else. Puting frowned. What did Demigula mean? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her mind. Boom. Shut up. Demigula shouted, then looked around cautiously, afraid of eavesdroppers. Puting covered her mouth tightly with both hands, not daring to speak. Yet her pupils were filled with shock. An angel-level expert showing such an expression was clearly. Lewis' identity had a tremendous impact on her. After a while, ignoring damage will erase will reach the state of freedom. Puting swallowed Demigula. For Lewis to possess such power at this age, he truly might be that one. Demigula sealed the surrounding space and nodded. That esteemed one must have reincarnated after disappearing from the world. I suspect Lewis is him. Damn it. The people of the entire universe must have discovered Lord Lewis' identity, which is why they are making him a candidate for the Destroyer. Previously, Lewis' insults towards her seemed to have been completely forgotten by Puting, and her anger vanished. Instead, she turned respectful. Fortunately, Lewis was not here, otherwise he would definitely give her a hard time. Disgusting old witch. Puting's fingers gripping the staff creaked ominously. Her stunning beauty, laced with frost, they must want to pull Lord Lewis into the camp of the entire universe before he awakens. Demigula, we must bring Lord Lewis back to the dark demon realm. Puting nearly shouted the last part. Demigula shook his head. This matter is not urgent. What I just said were merely my speculations. I will first go to the sealing site of Lord Majikapura to inquire. At first, Demigula was caught off guard by Lewis. Now that he understood, he empathized with Puting's reaction. The strength of the dark demon realm was on par with that of the entire universe, if not stronger. But Kex's power had broken through to the divine officer level. As for the strength of the other angels, it had not been revealed, or Kashi was not the only one to break through to the divine officer level. In this case, the situation in the dark demon realm had become very passive. If Lewis truly is that one and was brought back to the dark demon realm, then the current situation would reverse. This was also why Puting was so agitated. Demigula, hurry and go. Alright. In the 7th universe, the god of destruction's realm, 2 streams of colorful light descended from the sky, and 3 figures appeared by the lake. Whis tugged at Lewis, iranoid. Everyone else has let us go. How dare you still make demands? Are you truly not afraid of death? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lewis yelped, tiptoeing, as if in fake pain. Whis rolled his eyes, irritated. You little brat, what the hell are you complaining about? Yet he still released his grip. Hee hee, I knew you wouldn't dare to hit me. Lewis lay on the ground, looking up at the sky and grinning foolishly. Whis pursed his lips. Although this fool had caused him trouble, he recalled how this kid had shielded him earlier and had even said those embarrassing words. He felt a slight warmth in his heart. It was not in vain that he had taught this kid for so many years. At that moment, little one, how did you convince Whis to take you to the dark demon realm? Kashi squatted beside Lewis. Am I a little one? Lewis lay on the lawn looking at the adorable expression of the little dumpling, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Am I small? Asked my sister Tai Si. But I must say this little dumpling is truly powerful. She actually forced the demon god Demigula to retreat. If I am not mistaken, it must be Quitella who leaked the information. Lewis sat up from the lawn, his expression grim as he laid everything bare. Whis listened to Lewis' detailed speculation and said coldly he has always held a grudge against Lord Beerus. Only due to the order of Lord Zeno did they not fight. After a pause, Whis looked at Lewis and continued, Quitella's character has always been dark, or rather he is the type to seek revenge. He had previously ambushed you, and you had humiliated him severely in the 4th universe. The grudge against Beerus and your hatred are sufficient to drive him to do such a thing. Whis looked at Kashi, his expression serious. Sister Quitella may have betrayed the entire universe. Kashi, upon hearing this, said lightly, I had originally thought that stopping you from erasing Quitella would put an end to your grievances, but I didn't expect this incident to occur. Kashi furrowed her brows and stood up from the lawn. Then let's go kill Quitella. What? Lewis jumped up from the lawn, utterly shocked. Beside him, Whis was also startled. In a universe, there are 2 divine positions that are indispensable, the god of destruction and the god of creation. One governs creation, the other governs destruction. They balance each other perfectly, one cannot exist without the other. Now Kes is actually saying to kill Katra? What about the 4th universe? Don't forget that the 4th universe has a backup god of destruction, but no backup god of creation. If Katra is killed, the 4th universe is doomed. Kes, these are just my speculations. Are we really going to kill Katra? Lewis swallowed hard. He originally had a strong intent to kill Katra and planned to erase him upon his return. He was also prepared to defy Kes. After all, she had previously stopped him from erasing Katra. But Kes' words made Lewis feel a bit uncertain. Sister, you. Whis wanted to ask something. Kes interrupted him. All right, betraying the god of all is an unforgivable crime. She then gave Lewis a deep look. Let's go. Lewis didn't notice Kes' expression. He was too excited about the prospect of erasing Katra. You want to cause trouble for me again, huh? They'll take you down. Lewis didn't notice Kes' expression, but Whis did, feeling puzzled and wanted to speak up. Kes shook her head at him, waving her hand as she took Lewis and Whis, transforming into a rainbow stream of light and soaring into the sky by the lake. In the distance, Beerus, who was eating instant noodles, was taken aback and shouted, Where are you 2 going? Going to catch a mouse for you to eat. Lewis' laughter echoed above the god of destruction's realm, and he had already vanished. Beerus was stunned. Catch a mouse for me to eat. What does that mean? Beerus was dazed, not even noticing the instant noodles falling from his hand. Instant noodles, are you even polite? After the disaster event on Planet Vegeta, Son Goku and Vegeta began to comprehend instant transmission. The Saiyans at the Galactic Patrol headquarters awaited the return of King Vegeta, confirming the authenticity of the Super Saiyan. The group of Saiyans continued to train hard, hoping that one day they too could transform into Super Saiyans. Everything was developing normally in the 7th universe, but at this moment Katra in the 4th universe was feeling anxious. Inside the god of destruction's palace in the 4th universe, Konik watched Katra pacing around the palace and asked curiously, Lord Quitra, what's wrong? Beside him, Troy had been in low spirits since being beaten by Lewis last time and was uninterested in Quitra's strange behavior. Just acting like a mere shadow. It's nothing. Katra shook his head. Although Katra said it was nothing, his anxious expression told Konik that something must have happened to make Katra so uneasy. Really nothing. It's really nothing, you can go out and don't worry about me. Katra turned his back to the 2 and waved his hand. All right, if there's anything, remember to tell me. Konik and Troy exited the god of destruction's palace. Once they left, Quitra's expression instantly darkened. Ever since he returned from the dark demon realm, his heart had been racing wildly. Anxiety, unease. Various negative emotions were affecting him. Why is this happening? Katra clutched his chest, and that ominous premonition grew stronger. Could it be that Whis sensed him in the dark demon realm? Impossible. He had clearly concealed his aura. Suddenly, die mouse, come out and face your death. A voice filled with murderous intent echoed throughout the god of destruction's realm. Quitra's pupils constricted. He had really been discovered. Outside the god of destruction's palace, Konik and Troy had just walked out when they were startled by the sudden voice. The two looked up. They saw a thick stream of rainbow light descending from the sky. As the brilliance faded, Lewis and the others appeared before Konik. Sister Whis, why are you here? Konik then looked at Lewis and frowned tightly. And what did that Lewis guy mean just now? Katra is to be killed. Are they here to kill Katra? Kes, holding a small staff, stared with her round eyes and said, Konik, don't worry about Quitra's matter for now. Sister, you. Alright, I will explain later. Katra is doomed. Whis stepped forward. Hearing this, Konik's body trembled. What on earth happened? How could Sister agree to Lewis taking action against Katra? At that moment, Katra walked out of the god of destruction's palace. Greetings, Miss Kes. Oh, isn't this Mr. Whis and Mr. Lewis? Since our last encounter, our grievances have been resolved. Why are you here again? Quitra's expression remained unchanged and his tone was as calm as usual. Lord Quitra, what have you done? Konik wanted to step forward to inquire, but Whis held him back, and seeing Kes shake her head, Konik's heart sank. Seeing this, Quitra's eyes narrowed. Soon he looked at Lewis and the others, smiling. What's going on with you all? No one spoke or moved. Lewis moved. He stepped forward facing Quitra and said coldly, During our spar you had Troy go all out against me. Then you ambushed me on Namek. You should be grateful that Miss Kes stopped me from erasing you last time. Lewis pressed his face close to Quitra's mouse-like head filled with murderous intent. Quitra's expression darkened. It was my fault, though I shouldn't have put my hatred for Beerus onto you, but our grievances were already resolved last time. What more do you want? Quitra took a step back and shouted, Don't you still intend to let me go? Quitra seemed to feel endless grievance, and his pitiful expression moved Konik a bit. When had Konik ever seen Quitra show such an expression? Mr. Lewis, Lord Quitra has already realized his mistake. Why not let it go? Let it go. Lewis shook his head. You've tried to kill me multiple times but failed, and now this mouse acts like a victim. All those can be set aside. But the matter of colluding with the Dark Demon realm cannot just be overlooked. Lewis leaned closer to Quitra's face and spoke deliberately. Lord Quitra, you said it right. As Lewis' voice fell, the entire Destroyer realm fell into silence with only the sound of the cold wind blowing. At this moment, the atmosphere in the fourth universe's Destroyer realm turned grim. Konik shuddered and hurried over, grabbing Quitra's shoulder. Lord Quitra, is what Mr. Lewis said true? Have you really colluded with the Dark Demon realm? No. Quitra shook his head firmly. It was only at this moment that he realized others had indeed discovered his dealings with the Dark Demon realm. However, admitting it now would mean certain death. Quitra glanced at Kes beside him and then looked at Konik in front of him. If he didn't admit it with Konik present, he might still have a slim chance of survival. Mr. Lewis, Lord Quitra has said this. Do you have evidence? Konik hurriedly turned to ask. This matter was too serious. Once confirmed, Quitra would undoubtedly die. Although angels are generally not swayed by emotions after spending so many years with Quitra, Konik truly did not want to see him perish like this. I have no evidence. This was all Lewis' conjecture, but the truth was likely close to it. Looking at Konik, Lewis furrowed his brows tightly, and Kes did not stop him. Could it be that Konik was going to intervene? How can you act without evidence? Konik had not finished speaking. Beside him, Kes directly interjected. Lewis, no need to say so much, just kill him. With a wave of her small hand, a beam of light enveloped Quitra, transferring Quitra's destroyer divinity to the silent Troy. This scene left Konik dumbfounded. It was as if he was asking, are you really going to strike? Can one casually kill a destroyer without evidence? Lewis and Whis were equally shocked, but upon hearing this, Lewis showed no hesitation and acted directly. Erasure. Lewis feared that Kes would have second thoughts, so he entered his full-power Super Saiyan state. With the power of the first layer of the God realm, streams of white light shot from his hands, swirling and forming a terrifying brilliance. The void trembled. No, don't. I really didn't collude with the Dark Demon realm. I was wrong, spare me. Quitra sensed the aura of death and let out a desperate cry. At this moment, he felt endless regret. Regretting why he had placed his hatred for Beerus on Lewis. Regretting why he sought out Demigra. Stop. Konik's expression changed as Lewis' erasure shocked him. Seeing Lewis take action, Konik wanted to stop him, but with a wave of Kes' hand, Konik was frozen in place, unable to move. A white halo flashed by. The world lost its color. When the light faded, Quitra had completely vanished, having met his demise upon touching the fifth layer of the God realm's power. The universe was not destroyed, rather the destroyer died first. This was the first time such an event had occurred in the whole King's universe. The fourth universe's destroyer realm fell into silence once again. After a while, this is bad. After erasing Quitra, Lewis collapsed to the ground too exhausted to even call out. Whis was startled and walked over to ask, "What's wrong with you?" He quickly restored Lewis' stamina. Having killed Quitra, Lewis felt quite good and getting up from the ground laughed foolishly. "When I left the 7th universe I said I would catch a mouse for Lord Beerus, but as a result Quitra has been completely erased." "You've gone too far." Konik was enraged after serving the destroyer for so many years. He witnessed Quitra's erasure by Lewis and was now insulted over Quitra's death. This was simply too excessive. Lewis coldly looked over. "What's wrong? Do you have an opinion?" Hearing this, Konik recalled Quitra's erasure and trembled. "Enough." Kess waved her hand. She transmitted Lewis' previous conjecture and his identity directly into Konik's mind. Konik nurtured Troy well. After leaving this single line, she took Lewis and Whis away from the 4th universe, leaving only Konik and Troy behind. The two remained silent for a long time. Troy looked at the shocked Konik. "Mr. Konik, what do we do now?" Konik said nothing. He was already stunned by the information Kess had transmitted to him. It turned out that Lewis' identity was all. Sighed. Konik finally understood why his sister did not ask for evidence and directly allowed Lewis to erase Quitra. She intended to pull Lewis into the whole King's Universe faction before he awakened. "Troy, cultivate well. I will teach you in the future. Just remember not to provoke anyone from the 7th universe again." "Yes." At the barrier of the whole King's Universe, a figure hovered, gazing intently at the 4th sphere of the whole King's Universe. Quitra actually died. What a pity he died without obtaining the Super Dragon Balls. However, being killed by Lord Lewis, I have no way to intervene. This figure was none other than Demigra, who had just returned from the sealed land of Mechikabura. Demigra had verified with Mechikabura that Lewis' power was identical to that of the one he knew. Lewis was essentially the reincarnation of that individual. In the end, Demigra left the barrier of the whole King's Universe and returned to the Dark Demon realm. After killing Quitra, Lewis finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer having to worry about that dead mouse causing trouble. He and Whis were brought back by Kess, who also departed. As Kess was leaving, Lewis finally posed a question. Since she had just agreed to his erasure of Quitra without evidence, why did she try to stop him before? Kess merely smiled and said nothing, leaving Lewis with a meaningful smile before vanishing. In truth, Whis was equally confused about Lewis' doubts. It seemed that his sister knew everything, and even other siblings were aware, yet they never disclosed it to him. The two clueless fools in the Destroyer realm exchanged glances. "Your sister? How would I know?" Whis rolled his eyes. At that moment, a purple light flew toward them. "Lewis, where's that mouse you mentioned?" Beerus threw the instant noodles in his hand into the lake, clearing his throat as he fixed his gaze on Lewis. Beerus' expression seemed to genuinely convey a desire to eat a mouse. Lewis' face fell, and he weakly replied, Beerus, do you really want to eat a mouse?" It is quite normal for a cat to eat a mouse. Yet Beerus had already become a destroyer. He was merely joking, so why would he actually want to eat one? Seeing Beerus silence, Lewis sighed. "Since you like mice so much, I'll go get a duck neck. I mean a dead mouse for you to eat, all right." "Duck neck? What on earth is duck neck?" Beerus' mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Lewis and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Did you go to the 4th universe?" Suddenly, a ridiculous guess surged in his mind. Could it be that Lewis killed? Lewis fell silent, took 2 steps forward, and turned back to say, "Yes, I killed Quitra." Boom. Beerus' pupils constricted sharply, his mind struck by immense shock. Just some time ago, he had been insulting Quitra, and now Lewis had actually killed him. Is Lord Beerus blaming me? Lewis frowned upon seeing Beerus' incredulous expression. Something's not right. Wasn't that dead rat his enemy? He killed Quitra. That cat should be quite pleased. Suddenly, blame you? Why would I blame you? I've long wanted to kill that dead rat, and unexpectedly, Lewis, you did it for me. Well done. Beerus was dancing by the lake, acting like he had gone mad. Whis, Lewis, the two exchanged glances. Whis, is Lord Beerus going crazy? I don't think so. Then why is he making such ugly movements? A Lord Beerus must be crazy. The scene of destruction in the God of Destruction realm was too shocking, with a purple cat dancing an unsettling dance. In the end, Lewis and Whis could no longer bear Beerus' madness and left the God of Destruction realm, heading to Earth, the palace of the Omni King. "Father, I'm back." Kess walked into the palace of the Omni King, but the Omni King was still not there. The Grand Priest, looking at Kess as she entered, said, As long as you're back, that's good. Father, why did you want me to stop Lewis earlier?" Not only was Lewis confused, but Kess herself was also quite puzzled. Cough, cough, cough. The Grand Priest blushed slightly, clearing his throat. "I just wanted Quitra to practice against Lewis, but unexpectedly that rascal Quitra was so ungrateful that he colluded with the Dark Demon realm. Wasn't it better to just be a training target?" Finally, the Grand Priest shook his head and added. Kess was dumbfounded. So this was the truth. "So I let Lewis kill Quitra, and it was Lord Omni King's order." Earth. Whis and Lewis could not stand Beerus' madness any longer and returned here. "Brother-in-law." In the yard, Bulma, holding Tai's hand, saw Lewis returning and hurriedly pulled Tai over, saying, "Brother-in-law, where did Vegeta and Goku go?" "Yeah, where did they go?" Tai had gotten quite familiar with the Z warriors during her time back on Earth. They went to learn a marvelous secret technique. Lewis walked over to Tai and embraced her tightly. Bulma rolled her eyes, thinking, "Oh, more showing off love, huh?" But after receiving news about Vegeta, she finally felt at ease and left the yard. As for Whis, he had already gone to Tai's family's restaurant. "What's wrong?" Tai noticed something off about Lewis' mood and gently smoothed his furrowed brow with her delicate hand. "It's nothing, just a dead rat bothering me. I'm a bit weary." Lewis rested his head on Tai's fragrant shoulder, inhaling her soothing scent, and felt his heart calm. Tai patted the big boy's back and said with a smile, "You're a candidate for the god of destruction. If someone bothers you, can't you just kill them?" Seeing Lewis' frustrated expression made her heart ache. Hearing Tai's words, Lewis looked up, cupped her delicate face with both hands, and kissed her. "Is killing them the solution?" Lewis looked into her beautiful eyes and chuckled. "I didn't expect my sister Tai to have such a strong killing intent. Isn't it true that whenever someone bothers you, you directly destroy them?" Tai laughed and said, looking at Lewis, "After being with you for so many years, my heart has become colder than a knife used to kill fish. As long as you can be happy." Tai patted his head. Lewis' heart raced. Tai's words were too much. "Wow, sister Tai, I'm so touched." Lewis burrowed into Tai's embrace. "Get lost." Tai was immediately speechless, thinking he was really a big boy who never grew up. "All right." Lewis pretended to be sad and crawled out from Tai's embrace. The next second, "When I said to get lost, I meant it. Come back." Tai forcefully pressed Lewis' head back into her softness, holding him tightly. In the yard, the two embraced, as if time had paused at that moment. Lewis felt an unprecedented calmness within him. After a while, he said, "By the way, a girl came looking for Kakarot." Tai followed along, calling Goku the same way Lewis did. "Who?" Lewis released Tai and hugged her as they sat on a beach chair. "I think her name is Shishi." "Shishi?" Lewis sprang up from the beach chair, grabbing Tai's fragrant shoulders as he hurriedly asked, "Tai, didn't the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth finish?" "You mean last year's martial arts tournament?" "Their battles were not interesting at all, and in the end the champion was still that Namekian." Tai had been to Namek, so she naturally knew what the Namekian looked like. "Last year." Lewis finally recalled the timeline of Dragon Ball. "Right? It was last year when Goku was supposed to participate in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament after finishing his training in the other world. Goku would meet Shishi at the tournament. In the final match, Goku would face Piccolo, and then he would win the championship. But in reality, Goku did not participate in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Instead, he was taken to King Kai to train in the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Goku was also taken to Namek this year by the second strongest of the millennia. He even achieved the Super Saiyan state after the death of Bardock. I didn't expect Kakarot's lost love to come knocking at his door. Lewis mused to himself. Upon receiving news from Chi-Chi, Lewis naturally would not let the love of the foolish son Wukong disappear just like that. After all, the strongest warrior in Dragon Ball has yet to be born. In the end, Lewis asked Tai Si to keep Chi-Chi in the manor and to tell her more about the common knowledge of the universe. Lewis was attempting to change Kiki's perception that studying was the only way out. He hoped to help Sun Wufan succeed in becoming the strongest warrior. Tai Si naturally complied with Lewis' words. During the following time, Sun Wukong and Vegeta trained in instant transmission on Yardrat, while Chi-Chi and Bulma waited for them at home. Every day, Tai Si seized the opportunity to find Chi-Chi and recounted the dangers she had encountered in the universe. Only with powerful martial strength could one survive danger. In addition, Tai Si also educated Chi-Chi about the deities in the universe, angels, gods of destruction, and candidate gods of destruction. She explained all these divine positions to Chi-Chi. If these deities wished for the destruction of planets, mere mortals would be utterly powerless without great strength. Chi-Chi listened, trembling in fear, finally realizing that studying was of no use at all. In the end, she made a firm decision that her future children with Sun Wukong must be well trained. Not to mention training her children to protect her and Sun Wukong, but at the very least she wanted them to possess the strength for self-defense. After understanding Kiki's thoughts, Lewis embraced Tai Si and kissed her passionately for half an hour, leaving her lips swollen. The hope for the strongest individual had emerged. With Kiki's change in mindset, Lewis finally left Tai Si's family manor. He arrived at the heavenly realm again. "Heavenly God, as per usual, may I borrow your room of spirit and time?" Under the respectful gaze of the heavenly God, Lewis walked into the temple, walking through the corridor, entering the room of spirit and time. Back here again, Lewis sighed. Last time he trained here for 5 years, successfully breaking through to the first layer of the God realm. At that time, he was able to successfully perform erasure. Thankfully, he had trained enough power to support the use of erasure, otherwise the subsequent journey to the Dark Demon realm would have been disastrous. The Dark Demon Realm left a profound impression on Lewis, one he could hardly forget. 12 Demon Kings teaming up, the Witch's attack, and Demigra intent to kill Whis. Especially this last incident. He almost caused Whis' demise, which Lewis could not tolerate. Now back here, Lewis desired to become even stronger solely to eradicate Demigra one day. This time, besides training his power, he aimed to continue the unfinished goal from last time. That was to comprehend other rules through erasure. For example, time, space, light, darkness, and so on. Then let's start with the rule of time for now. The rule of time is mysterious and unpredictable. It was the best choice for Lewis to gain significant improvement in a short period. Time can speed up, pause, and even rewind. Of course, this is just the most basic application of time. Lewis recalled a fantasy novel he read in his past life, which mentioned crossing the river of time to return to the primordial era and eradicate evil. If he mastered the rule of time, perhaps he could also achieve this. Lewis finally began his training. First, he concentrated the power of erasure in his palm, and as this power emerged, the entire room of spirit and time trembled. Soon, threads of invisible rules leaked from the erasure in his palm. Lewis closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Time flew by, and a month passed in the room of spirit and time. What is time? The power of erasure in Lewis' palm dissipated, and the invisible rules around him vanished. Due to condensing erasure, Lewis struggled to lie on the ground. After a month of understanding, he couldn't even recognize the rule of time. How could he comprehend this? Lewis looked at the sky, unable to refrain from complaining about whether his talent was too weak. Thinking this way, it seemed indeed so. Every time he made a breakthrough during training, it was due to the system. Immunity, the embryonic form of the free realm, Super Saiyan, erasure. All of these were due to the system, which enabled him to possess them. System, is my talent really that poor? Lewis extended his hand toward the vast white sky, as if the system were up there. After a while, sigh. Indeed, my talent is too poor. The system doesn't pay attention to me anymore. No. What? Lewis was taken aback. He finally heard that electronic voice again. Host, if your talent is weak, no one can surpass it. Immunity is originally part of your constitution, and erasure is also your power. Your ability to break through is due to your continuous practice. I merely assisted you in breaking through when you reached a bottleneck. It does not mean I directly granted you this power. What? Lewis recovered some strength and climbed to his feet, dumbfounded. What do you mean immunity is originally part of my constitution? What do you mean erasure is originally my power? What does this mean, system? The system fell silent and did not speak again. If I can possess this power, does that mean I truly have some connection with the Omni King? No, I have said that person is not you. You have no relation to the Omni King. You are no one but yourself. This time the system finally spoke again. Lewis became angry and shook his hand at the sky. What do you mean by that? After a long time, the system remained silent. Lewis swung his arm even more vigorously. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He observed the motion of his arm swinging left and right. Once a motion is made, it cannot be reversed. Just like time has passed, it cannot return. Got it. Lewis no longer cared about the system's riddles, directly sitting cross-legged and beginning to meditate. As Lewis fell into deep meditation, threads of transparent rules began to emerge. To comprehend the rule of time in just a month, this is anything but weak. The system muttered. Another year passed. Lewis had been training in the room of spirit and time for over a year, which equated to just a bit more than a day in the outside world. Buzz. The transparent rules swirling around Lewis gradually solidified, evolving from quantitative change to qualitative change. A silver radiance soared into the sky. The entire room of spirit and time trembled, and time became chaotic in this area where Lewis was. In the next second, stop for me. The silver radiance on Lewis suddenly erupted. Crash. The turbulent time influenced by the time energy surrounding Lewis instantly calmed down. Gulp. Lewis swallowed hard. I truly comprehended the rule of time from erasure. Ha! Can I also comprehend the rule of space? Lewis laughed joyfully. Speaking of spatial rules, according to Lewis, there seem to be very few who are proficient in spatial rules within the entire King universe. If there are any, Lewis knows of the Kaishin. The Kaishin can traverse freely within this universe, even reaching the King Palace directly. However, they cannot travel to other universes. In addition, Lewis also knows of a deity who is quite adept at space, or rather at time and space. The legendary Kaishin of time. It is said that the Kaishin of time masters time and space. One might say she directly controls it. However, since Lewis has crossed over to the Dragon Ball world, he has never seen this deity, nor has he even heard of the name of the Kaishin of time. After this round of training, he plans to ask Whis whether this deity exists in the Dragon Ball world. Lewis continues his training. He has only been in the hyperbolic time chamber for a little over a year. Since we are talking about spatial rules, Lewis naturally wants to comprehend them. Once he comprehends the spatial rules, who knows, he might be able to fuse them with the rules of time to form the rules of time and space. Then he will be another individual who understands the rules of time and space after the Kaishin of time. North Galaxy Headquarters. A year has passed since Frisia's death. During this year, the Saiyans have strictly followed King Vegeta's orders. Aside from carrying out the tasks issued by the Galactic Patrol, they spend all their time training in the gravity chambers created with the help of the Galactic Patrol, all to ensure that one day they can successfully transform into Super Saiyans, especially King Vegeta, Bibidai, and Theodore, as well as Raditz and Nappa. They are all elite warriors undergoing grueling training every day. After being resurrected by Whis, King Vegeta's power broke through to 1 million battle power, and now a year later it has skyrocketed to 2 million battle power. Bibidi and Theodore's powers are similar, having broken through from 60,000 battle power to 1 million battle power. Raditz and Nappa, however, did not come back from near death, so while they are also training hard, their improvements are not significant. Raditz 60,000 battle power, Nappa 70,000 battle power. As for Bardock, aside from Son Goku and Vegeta, Bardock is the first warrior of the Saiyan clan, of course excluding Broly. During this year, Bardock has directly broken through from 2 million battle power to 4 million battle power. The increase is quite remarkable. The remaining Saiyans all possess battle powers exceeding 100,000. The significant changes among the Saiyans are clearly due to the awakening of the cells. On this day, Jack hurriedly walked into the Galactic Patrol headquarters hall and arrived at the top office. Jack panicked and said, "Galaxy King, it's bad. The Kula forces from the East Galaxy are heading towards us in the North Galaxy." Hearing this, the giant octopus trembled in his chair. "What? Kula?" The Galaxy King suddenly stood up, staring intently at Jack. If we are to talk about the strongest boss in the 7th universe in the early stages aside from Frieza, there is also Frieza's older brother. Compared to Frieza, Kula's power is even more formidable. In the anime movie, when Kula invaded Earth, he transformed into his final form with a battle power exceeding 400 million. It's over. Kula must know that Frieza has been killed, so he's coming to take over territory. What should we do? The Galaxy King anxiously paced back and forth. According to investigations, the entire Frost Demon's race had been in disharmony, so the Frost Demon clan leader King Cold had long ago separated Frieza and Kula. Frieza governed the North Galaxy. Kula governs the East Galaxy. King Cold governs the South Galaxy. Each person governs one galaxy. Now that the North Galaxy has lost Frieza, Kula is bound to set his sights on this place. Galaxy King, don't we still have the Saiyan clan? Ever since they defeated Frieza, their powers have become even stronger. Surely they can repel Kula. Jack said excitedly, "Perhaps they can even kill Kula." "Jack, you've been in the North Galaxy for so long, you have no idea how powerful Kula is." The Galaxy King looked at Jack and shook his head, saying, "Kula, as Frieza's older brother, possesses a power that Frieza cannot compare to. Don't even mention the Super Saiyan who killed Frieza. Even if we had a few more Super Saiyans like that, they would definitely not be Kula's match." "No way, isn't it said that Super Saiyans are the nemesis of the Frost Demons?" Jack was dumbfounded. "I don't know about that, but I do know that Kula's power is extremely terrifying. We might need the assistance of the candidate Destroyer God." Speaking of this, the Galaxy King shook his head again. "The candidate Destroyer God governs destruction. How could such a deity possibly care about these trivial matters in the universe? The North Galaxy has only just stabilized. We cannot allow the Frost Demons to interfere." The Galaxy King looked intently at Jack, saying, "Whis is not here. Right now, aside from the Saiyans, we have no other options. Go inform King Vegeta of this matter." "Yes." After Jack left the Galactic Patrol, the news quickly spread throughout the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The Galactic Patrol headquarters was suddenly plunged into panic. Fortunately, the Saiyan clan is still here. Upon receiving the news, King Vegeta immediately ordered Bardock to lead the Saiyans' elite forces to depart. The other Galactic Patrol members felt a wave of relief upon seeing this scene. The Saiyan clan is already the strongest force of the Galactic Patrol, and with them taking action, they are sure to return victorious. North Kai's planet. It's over. Frieza's death has actually alarmed Kula. Now the North Galaxy is doomed. I must quickly notify Son Goku and Vegeta. Kaishin realm. Not good. Ancestor, come quickly, something is going to happen in our universe. What is happening? The Frost Demons are about to go to war with the Saiyans. The average level of humans in our universe has only just risen again. Should I go stop them? Shut up. How can you be so panicked over such a small matter? You're embarrassing the face of the Kaishin. But what? We Kaishins govern creation. We cannot interfere too much with worldly matters. Let it develop naturally. Sometimes conflict is not the destruction of civilization, but the propagation of it. Besides, if the direction of civilization's development is incorrect. A destroyer god will intervene. When will it be your turn to intervene? Ancestor, I understand. Turbulent undercurrents churned across the northern galaxy. While on Earth within the estate of the Thais family, a violet-furred cat sat cross-legged upon the lawn, its stillness enveloping the air in a dense aura of time. A transparent cubic space, 10 meters in radius, shimmered around the violet cat. Viewed from afar, it resembled a solitary crystalline chamber. Beside the translucent cube reclined two figures on beach chairs, sipping leisurely from their drinks. I never imagined you'd grasp the laws of space and time, said Whis, his tone calm and detached. Lewis had vanished for an entire month a year prior. Upon his return, his very being radiated the unmistakable resonance of time and space. Entering Ultra Super Saiyan at full power, his strength surged into the second tier of the divine realm. Whis was stunned, not merely by the staggering leap in Lewis's power, but by the far more astonishing fact when precisely had Lewis mastered the laws of space and time. For 2.5 days, Whis remained thunderstruck, utterly unable to fathom it. Yet recalling Lewis's ability to erase, to nullify any harm outright, perhaps astonishment was no longer warranted. After all, one ceases to be startled by ghosts after encountering them daily. Lewis's extraordinary nature was neither new nor fleeting, so Whis ultimately settled into serene acceptance. Ha ha ha, not bad this temporal chamber I crafted, is it? Lewis had emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber after over a month, and immediately upon returning to Earth constructed a replica within the estate grounds. Just then Beerus arrived from the Destroyer Realm. Why had Beerus flown all the way from the Destroyer Realm? That harked back to an incident a year earlier. Katra's death had sent Beerus into a grotesque 3-night-long dance of manic jubilation. He'd writhed like a serpent possessed. Lewis and Whis could bear it no longer. Leaving Beerus behind in the Destroyer Realm, they simply walked away. Only after they departed did Beerus realize his abandonment. He summoned Whis repeatedly, only to be met with utter silence. 1 day outside equals half a year within. Truly remarkable. Whis nodded, gazing thoughtfully at the transparent cubic chamber. You've not only comprehended the laws of space and time, you've forged a vessel of time itself. Clearly your mastery runs deep. How do I compare to the Time King of the universe? Lewis turned to Whis. Whis stared dumbfounded. I never mentioned the Time King of the universe to you. How could you possibly know? Shaking his head, Whis murmured, this boy always seems to know far more than he should, just as he knew the Elder Kai was sealed within the Kaioshin sword. I can rewind time by at most 2 minutes, yet you accelerate it by 6 months. Acceleration and reversal are not equivalent. Acceleration demands infinitely greater precision and control. Evidently, your dominion over time already surpasses mine, and your command of space follows suit. Whis spoke softly. Yet even now your grasp of space-time remains incomparable to that of the Time King of the universe. So the Time King of the universe truly exists. Lewis mused inwardly, then opened his mouth to ask how far he still lagged behind, when suddenly a silvery radiance flared from the transparent cubic chamber. Within, the violet cat exuded an aura of effortless natural serenity, the state of unfettered freedom. A gentle smile graced Whis's lips. Lord Beerus has finally attained it. Long ago Beerus had brushed against this state, but had never crossed its threshold. Now within Lewis's temporal chamber, he had at last stepped fully into unfettered freedom. The 5th tier of the divine realm erupted through Beerus's being. The cubic chamber shattered instantly. Bathed in radiant silver light, his form mirrored Lewis's own unfettered state to perfection. Lewis, come here and let me pummel you. All I did was tell Whis to leave you alone. Must you take it so personally, eh? Enough talk. Beerus vanished from sight. Lewis smiled faintly, silver light blazing around him, as he launched himself skyward from the beach chair. They clashed midair in blinding speed, silvery flashes blooming like celestial fireworks streaking with iridescent brilliance. In mere seconds, skinny bonebag, you struck my face. Watch how I end you. Brat, how did you weave the laws of time into your strikes? Arg, don't go for the groin. After hundreds of exchanges they descended. Lewis's destroyer attire hung in tattered ribbons, reduced to rags clinging to his frame like a beggar's shroud. Compared to Lewis, Beerus appeared even more disheveled, though unharmed. His garments, too, were shredded beyond recognition. Especially the crotch, ripped wide open. Ha ha ha. Whis doubled over in his beach chair, clutching his abdomen, convulsed by laughter he couldn't suppress. Laugh all you want. Restore my clothes now. Beerus clutched his torn trousers, roaring in exasperation. Ha ha ha. Whis continued laughing, his mirth verging on hysteria. Beerus's expression darkened further. Allow me. Lewis smiled gently and raised his hand, gathering a thread of temporal law. With a single sweeping gesture, both their garments reformed. whole pristine as if time itself had reversed only for those fragments of cloth. Lewis had applied temporal reversal to discrete objects. Beerus swallowed hard. In their duel both had entered the state of unfettered freedom, and yet Lewis had clearly been outmatched. Without transforming, Lewis lacked the raw power, or speed, to rival him. But as the battle progressed, every blow landed upon Lewis triggered an instant temporal rewind, rendering every attack predictable, every strike foreseen. It left Beerus perpetually reactive, never in command. Lord Beerus, how does unfettered freedom feel? Lewis asked, smiling. This realm defies comprehension. To imagine what lies beyond, perfect intent, feels almost blasphemous. Truly, it is a tier befitting angels. Beerus clenched his fist, grinning fiercely. Were I to face those 11, no 10, again I'd flatten them all in one fell swoop. Ha. Indeed, this state is overwhelmingly potent. Yet my base form remains too weak to fully channel its power. Lewis sighed. If only he could enter unfettered freedom while transformed into a Super Saiyan, his potential would be limitless. Whis interjected. Lewis, I told you long ago that transformation is a detour. Abandon it. True strength resides solely in the self, not in borrowed power. Beerus studied Lewis intently. You cannot access unfettered freedom while in Super Saiyan form, can you? You saw through me, Lord Beerus. Lewis offered a wry smile. Attaining unfettered freedom demanded absolute mental stillness. No surge of emotion, no distortion of intent. Though the Super Saiyan transformation infused him with divine energy, imposing no physical strain. It was by nature a state of primal fury. As the saying goes, the fiercer the rage, the greater the power. Thus Lewis could not merge the two states, unless perhaps he achieved the fourth transformation. Ultra Instinct is the ultimate evolution of the Saiyan bloodline, distinct from Super Saiyan forms 1, 2, and 3. The first three states retain the Saiyan's inherent berserk factor. This is also why the more furious one becomes, the stronger the Super Saiyan state becomes. However, in Ultra Instinct this issue is perfectly resolved. Ultra Instinct represents the pinnacle of bloodline evolution, or in other words, it is another normal state for the Saiyans, reaching a state of returning to simplicity, no longer influenced by berserk emotions. The drawbacks that burden the body will also completely disappear. Alright, enough of that. Even if we talk about it, you wouldn't listen. Beerus knows what kind of personality Lewis has. He wouldn't turn back until he hits a wall. However, with the power Lewis possesses, even if he indulges in transformations, it seems there's no real problem. After all, he has already defeated Quatella. As he continues to cultivate, who could possibly be his opponent? He walked over to the beach chair and lay down. Beerus took a sip of his drink. Now let's talk about your time-space rules. Whis looked over. Why are you staring at me like that? Isn't it normal for me to comprehend the eradication of rules? Lewis lay down on the beach chair next to Beerus, with the three old men lounging on the beach chairs, sipping drinks, enjoying a comfortable day. This reasoning is quite powerful. It seems truly unarguable, especially for Whis, who understands what eradication entails. Eradication is a collection of various rules. Only by comprehending various rules can one qualify to grasp eradication. Time and space are two of those rules. Thus it seems reasonable that Lewis could comprehend the rules of time and space. Lord Beerus, you should thank me. If it weren't for me creating this time room, you wouldn't have been able to break through to the state of freedom. Lewis added, what credit do you have for that? Without your time room, I could have broken through recently as well. Beerus scoffed. He had never seen someone so shameless. Just like that fat cat from Universe 6, just as shameless. Burning bridges after crossing them. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about a purple cat. Lewis said lightly. Whis, who was drinking nearby, suddenly spat out his drink. He didn't mention Beerus, but wasn't the purple cat just Beerus? You? Beerus heard this and felt both angry and amused. Lewis was so adorable as a child. How did he become so infuriating now? Lord Beerus, I have comprehended the rules of time, and even without eradication you will no longer be my opponent. Another critical blow from Lewis. Boom. He was furious. Beerus stood up from the beach chair, shouting, You little brat, I want to challenge you. Whis looked over, laughing heartily. Lord Beerus, you might as well not challenge him. After all, Quatella was defeated by Lewis, so it's only natural that you can't win against him. Beerus' mouth twitched slightly. Whis seemed to make a good point, but why did it sound so helpless? It made Beerus so furious he jumped up and down while Lewis was quite pleased. The three chatted a lot, discussing the average level of humans in Universe 7. With the increasing strength of the Science Universe, 7 rose from second to last place to third from the bottom. Now Universe 7 has even climbed to fourth from the bottom. This delighted Beerus immensely. Alright, Lord Beerus, it's time for us to go have some fun in other universes. Lewis still remembered that previous sparring session. It was his first time getting beaten up by a group. Then he was beaten up a second time in the Dark Demon realm. Just thinking about it makes him angry. Now that his power has surged, he must go back and bully them. Sure. The average level index of humans in Universe 7 has skyrocketed, and I've comprehended the state of freedom. I must go show off a bit. Beerus' eyes lit up, licking his lips, especially to visit Universe 6. Thinking of that fat pig's astonished expression made him unable to contain his excitement. Beerus was filled with a flush of excitement, making Whis and the others laugh. Beerus and his brother are truly something else. As the three prepare to set off, Lewis, I learned instant transmission from Vegeta. Suddenly a voice came from outside the yard. 5 people walked in. Bulma, ties Vegeta's son Goku, and Shishi. Son Goku hurriedly approached Lewis, followed closely by a stunning woman in a cheapao. Goku, don't run so fast. Shishi came up, tightly hugging son Goku's arm. Lewis was taken aback. Kakarot, when did you come back? Just got back. Son Goku scratched his head. I learned instant transmission with Vegeta for a year and finally mastered it, but I couldn't sense your energy, so we came back to Earth to find you here. Lewis nodded. A year ago he took Son Goku and the others to Yardrat, and a year has passed. Son Goku should have learned instant transmission by now. This is roughly the same amount of time as depicted in the anime. Also, it makes sense that Son Goku couldn't sense his energy. Mortal beings cannot sense divine energy unless Son Goku breaks through to Super Saiyan God. Vegeta learned it too. Lewis looked at Vegeta. His gaze made Vegeta feel quite irritated. Vegeta shouted, "What do you mean by that look? Am I not allowed to learn? It shouldn't be possible." Lewis frowned. With your talent, you shouldn't be able to master it. In the anime, Vegeta didn't learn this technique. Boom. Vegeta was furious. Did Lewis mean to say that his talent is inferior to Son Goku's? A humiliation, a naked humiliation? Lewis, I want to challenge you. As soon as this was said, Whis and Beerus twitched their mouths slightly. Another person whose defenses were broken by Lewis. Vegeta, shut up. How are you speaking to your brother-in-law? Bulma walked over, pulling Vegeta's ear and scolding loudly. Vegeta immediately wilted. Haha. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. The proud Prince Vegeta was so afraid of Bulma. Lewis saw Son Goku laughing heartily and glanced at Shishi beside him. He thought to himself, Kakarot, don't be anxious, you will soon be afraid of Shishi too. He glanced again at Ties beside Bulma, chuckling, if fortunately his sister Ties isn't that fierce. Since you all have returned, you should go to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to teach Bardock and the others how to transform. Lewis spoke. Okay, I'll go back with Kakarot in a couple of days. Vegeta nodded. Oh, as soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from above. Goku, Vegeta, something big has happened. Beside him, Beerus frowned, wondering why that voice sounded so familiar. Lord North Kai, is something wrong? Sun Wukong looked up. Vegeta suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Others looked up one after another. Upon hearing this, Beerus realized who it was and thought it turned out to be that short pumpkin North Kai. The sky remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, Gulula. It was the sound of North Kai swallowing. I have met Lord Beerus. North Kai's voice stuttered, sounding quite nervous. Lewis couldn't help but smirk. How could he not be nervous? After all, Beerus was the one who had destroyed his planet with a single punch. Beerus coldly replied, North Kai, what is the matter you wish to discuss? I was originally planning to go to another universe, but I was interrupted by that short pumpkin. I'm quite angry. Speak. It is Gula from the East Galaxy attacking the North Galaxy. Who is Gula? Apart from Lewis, everyone else present was momentarily taken aback. Even Beerus was stunned for a moment. Soon he reacted. Isn't Gula Frisia's older brother? The entire Ice Clan works for him. Let them come as long as Earth isn't destroyed, I couldn't care less. Beerus ignored North Kai's words and looked at Whis and Lewis. Let's go, we are heading to Universe 6 now. Wait a moment. Lewis halted Beerus, smiling. Lord Beerus, do you want to see the average power level of humans in Universe 7 soar once again? Beerus' eyes brightened. What do you mean by that? The others could not understand their conversation, and Sun Wukong only knew that something significant was happening. Especially Vegeta, who understood what Gula meant. If Frisia was the emperor of the universe, then Gula was the emperor's brother. Hearing you speak is like being purified by Zhuangzi. Lewis naturally did not know what Vegeta was thinking. He looked at Beerus and said, Lord Beerus, if all of our Saiyan race transforms into Super Saiyans, what do you think the average power level of humans in Universe 7 could reach? Hiss. Beerus gasped. He knew that a Super Saiyan could increase their normal power by 50 times. If every Saiyan could transform. Boom. Thinking of this, Beerus trembled with excitement, tightly gripping Lewis' arm. Lewis, can you really do it? It was no wonder that Beerus was so excited. The average power level was related to the ranking of the universe, and if what Lewis said was true, then Universe 7's ranking could definitely rise again. It might even rise to the middle of the ranking. Achieving such a feat in just a few short years was hard to believe. Besides, weren't they preparing to go to another universe to show off? This grand achievement could come in handy. Last time Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan because of Frieza, and then Vegeta also broke through due to my encouragement. Lewis pointed at Sun Wukong and Vegeta then said, as for transforming the entire Saiyan race into Super Saiyans, that definitely won't happen just yet. It should be possible in another decade. Many things come step by step. This time, since Gula has targeted the North Galaxy, maybe someone from our Saiyan race will transform. Yes, there's no need to rush about going to other universes. If someone from your Saiyan race transforms, then Universe 7 will prosper. Beerus breathed heavily. Thank goodness. Thank goodness that he did not destroy the Saiyan race back then because of Lewis. So this Saiyan race has such high innate talent. Then let's go see what Gula wants to do. Lewis then looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. You two go together. Without you, Bardock and the others might end up in dire straits. Dire straits? Sun Wukong trembled and hurriedly asked, is Gula very strong? Bulma and the others stared intently at Lewis, shocked by his words. Lewis waved his hand. You'll know how strong he is once you fight him. You've learned instant transmission. Hurry up or Bardock and the others might really be in trouble. Okay. Sun Wukong was anxious, looking at Chi-Chi beside him. Chi-Chi, I'll marry you when I come back. Vegeta also looked at Bulma. Bulma, wait for me at home. I will definitely return safely. Chi-Chi and Bulma nodded vigorously. In the end, Sun Wukong and Vegeta vanished in an instant. As Lewis prepared to leave, Bulma suddenly said, Brother-in-law, can you protect Vegeta if he encounters danger? Don't worry. Lewis waved his hand. In fact, even if Vegeta and Sun Wukong encountered danger, Lewis had no intention of intervening. Because with instant transmission, unless Sun Wukong and Vegeta wanted to die, or encountered a super strong opponent, otherwise no one could kill them, Lewis left with Beerus and Whis. Only Tai Si and the three women remained. Tai Si comforted, Chi-Chi, Bulma, don't worry, Lewis is here. The two already knew Lewis' identity, so they were no longer worried. At this moment, by the way, Chi-Chi, how did you make Wukong agree to marry you? Bulma looked at Chi-Chi, who was wearing a chi-pao, and smiled. Tai Si was also curious. Chi-Chi covered her little face, shyly replied, I just said there would be a big meal at the wedding, and then he agreed. Bulma, Tai Si. In the Kaioshin realm, Ashen squatted on the lawn watching the old Kaioshin place the crystal ball on the ground. Ancestor, great news. Lewis and Lord Beerus have gone to the edge of the North Galaxy. With them, there they will surely be able to stop this battle. Suddenly, ouch, Ancestor, what are you doing? Ashen covered his head, squatting on the ground, letting out a cry of pain. You don't understand anything. The old Kaioshin said angrily, do you think Skinny Ribs and Lewis will go there to stop this war? Skinny Ribs. Fortunately, Beerus wasn't here, otherwise the old Kaioshin would have been hit again. Isn't that the case? Ashen shrank his neck and said weakly. Seeing Ashen's expression, the old Kaioshin couldn't help but feel exasperated. Did I not tell you before? Sometimes war isn't about the extinction of civilization, and on the contrary, it is the propagation of civilization. Only the strong can prevail. This is the survival of the fittest. The old Kaioshin said lightly, just wait and see. Although the Saiyan race is a highly talented race, if they can't defeat the Ice Clan, Skinny Ribs and Lewis won't intervene. This is the role of the god of destruction. Lewis remarked, old Kaioshin, don't drag me into your boasting. If the Saiyan race were to be exterminated, that would be one thing. If they were truly exterminated, wouldn't it be easy for me to intervene? Junior, you still have much to learn. The old Kaioshin turned his back to Ashen and finally smiled. Perhaps after this war, our Universe 7 will take off completely. At the junction of the North Galaxy and the East Galaxy, a colossal warship soared ahead, followed by countless smaller spacecraft. Like a swarm of locusts crossing the land. In the pitch-black cosmic expanse, it appeared particularly oppressive. Inside that massive warship, an alien sat in a baby pod with a rounded head, blood-red eyes, and black lips. A powerful aura of oppression surrounded him. This individual was none other than Brother Frieza Gula. Gula tapped his fingers on the baby pod, rhythmically producing a piercing sound that echoed throughout the entire command chamber. At that moment, King Gula, we have entered the North Galaxy, reported the captain of Gula's mech squad, Shaviza, respectfully. Shaviza, do you think the Super Saiyan is really that strong? Gula turned to look at the blonde Shaviza. Anyone who can kill King Frieza must possess some strength, but no matter how strong they are, they cannot surpass King Gula. Indeed, King Gula is invincible. The other two members of Gula's mech squad shouted in agreement. Just some strength, you say? Gula gazed out through the transparent glass, musing to himself. He shook his head and coldly commanded, accelerate the attack. I want to see just how strong those Saiyan monkeys can be. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 small spacecraft appeared 1 kilometer ahead of the colossal warship. The massive Gula cosmic army suddenly halted its flight, and a voice came from the command room reporting to King Gula, unidentified spacecraft detected ahead. Oh, who is so bold as to dare obstruct me, Gula? Inside the command chamber, Gula displayed a sinister smile, shattered them to pieces. Yes, the control room received Gula's order and issued the attack command. In the cosmic void, the vast fleet of spacecraft began to gather energy for their cannons. Fire! Thousands of spacecraft unleashed energy blasts in a fierce assault. Boom! Boom! In an instant, thousands of energy blasts struck the 10 small spacecraft ahead, their brilliant explosions illuminating the dark cosmic sky as if it were daylight. Continue forward, Gula commanded from the command chamber. The entire Gula cosmic army prepared to advance. Suddenly, as the smoke from the explosions dissipated, a dozen figures emerged. They hung in the cosmic space, their tails swaying at their waists. Report to King Gula, it's the Saiyans. A voice came from the control room. What? Gula's eyes widened as he moved his baby pod to the transparent window, fixating on the dozen figures 1 kilometer away. Saiyans. King Gula, when did the Saiyans become able to survive in space? Shaviza exclaimed in shock. The other 2 mech squad members, Nizi and Dre, also widened their eyes. Wasn't it said that Saiyans couldn't survive in space? Stop the nonsense, you 3 take oxygen devices and go kill them. Gula frowned, though he too felt puzzled. However, he had not gone to find the Saiyans, yet they came to deliver themselves to death, so he would grant them that. Thus Shaviza and the others donned oxygen devices and flew out of the warship, heading towards the dozen figures. 1 kilometer away, 15 figures hovered there. Bardock, Raditz, Naba, Bibidai, and Ziodo, along with 10 other Saiyans. The elite fighting force of the Saiyan race had essentially gathered here. In the words of King Vegeta, if Bardock and these few could not defeat Gula, then bringing in more Saiyans would only lead to more deaths. Thus only 15 Saiyans appeared here. Additionally, King Vegeta was tirelessly trying to contact Son Goku on Earth from the Galactic Police Headquarters. If the Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race did not arrive, then Bardock and the others would surely perish. Yet even so, Bardock and his companions showed no signs of retreat. I never expected our Saiyan race could survive in space. Raditz communicated through his aura. It was Lewis who wished for this from the dragon. A year ago, Bardock had been brought back to the Galactic Headquarters by Lewis, who had mentioned this matter. At first he thought Lewis was joking, but after trying it once he found that Saiyans really could survive in space. At that moment, they are coming, Naba called out. He saw Shaviza and the others approaching with oxygen devices. Upon seeing this, Bardock smirked. Those 3 were far too weak. He had spent 2 years on Earth and had already learned to sense chi there. In his perception, the strongest was that green-skinned fellow whose power was not even a tenth of his. Raditz, go kill them. Yes. Raditz nodded, instantly erupting with a white aura to assist Shaviza and the others. At that moment, a group of people suddenly appeared in the distance. Lewis, Beerus with Son Goku and Vegeta. They saw Raditz entangled with Shaviza and the others. Phew. Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the real battle hasn't started yet. Vegeta nodded. He looked around and noticed that his father was not present. Unbeknownst to him, King Vegeta was sending the messages from the Galactic Headquarters. Lewis watched the scene of Raditz and Shaviza battling and asked Lord Beerus, what do you think of our Saiyan race? Your talent goes without saying, but the talents of the others leave much to be desired. Beerus crossed his arms, glancing at Son Goku and Vegeta. Beside him, of course, these 2 are quite impressive as well. During this period on Earth, Beerus got to know all the Z fighters. Sun Wukong's ability to defeat Frieza certainly indicates his impressive talent. As for Vegeta, his power is slightly weaker than Sun Wukong's, but his fighting spirit is very strong. However, he can tell that Vegeta's martial arts foundation is not as solid as Sun Wukong's, and in terms of mindset, he is also inferior. Is that just not bad? Lewis laughed. In the Dragon Ball world, if the talent of these 2 protagonists is merely not bad, then there would be no one with exceptional talent in this world. Isn't it? Beerus looked closely at Sun Wukong and Vegeta beside him. Whis also observed the 2 and quickly fell into contemplation. 2 sharp gazes fell on the 2, causing Sun Wukong and Vegeta to shudder. What's going on? They haven't provoked anyone, right? Could they be facing destruction? Lewis shook his head and smiled. Lord Beerus sometimes cannot judge things just by their surface. Oh, Beerus frowned slightly. Lewis said flatly, isn't there a Jiren in Universe 11? In my opinion, Jiren cannot compare to these 2. His voice was calm, but it startled both Beerus and Whis. Are you sure you're not joking? Beerus had heard of Jiren's name long ago, rumored to be a mortal strong enough to be compared to a god of destruction. This time, when going to other universes with Lewis, he planned to visit Universe 11 to witness Jiren. Whether I'm joking or not, you'll find out later. Also, the Saiyan race may seem to you to be of poor talent, but in fact the Saiyans are among the top in the entire multiverse in terms of talent. Initially, Lewis thought that the Saiyans were a naturally evil race. If that were the case, the S-cells in Saiyans would be suppressed by their internal violent factors, preventing them from ever awakening. This was also the reason Lewis did not care about the Saiyans earlier. because such a power with a violent nature was simply not worth protecting. Later on, Lewis realized he was wrong. It turned out that Saiyans were not inherently evil, rather their environment influenced them. Once all the S factors within a Saiyan awaken, every Saiyan has the potential to become a Super Saiyan. One can imagine the following scene: every 6 Saiyans can fuse into a Super Saiyan god. There's also the fusion technique where 2 Saiyans combine to form a fusion warrior. What does that imply? Just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle. At this moment, Lord Beerus Whis shifted his gaze from Sun Wukong and Vegeta back to the two with a serious expression. Lewis is right, we may have underestimated the Saiyans. Beerus' pupils constricted as he turned his head to stare intently at Whis. He glanced again at Sun Wukong and Vegeta nearby. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, listening to the conversation of the three, looked a bit confused. Especially Vegeta, who believes the Saiyan race possesses high talent, but could it really be as terrifying as Lewis said? Suddenly, boom, boom. The sound of fierce collisions came from afar. A Saiyan with long hair was battling 3 universe beings. Countless waves of light burst forth, illuminating the dark starry sky as if dawn were approaching. Soon the 3 members of the Gula Mecha Corps were forcibly defeated by Raditz. What? When did my brother become this strong? Sun Wukong swallowed hard. Not bad. Vegeta could sense that the powers of Shaviza and the others were quite impressive. If it were the previous Raditz, he definitely could not defeat these 3. Looks like this kid hasn't been lazy this past year. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, a massive warship flew out from the cosmic starry sky. What? That figure was riding in a baby pod. Back then I should have let Frieza kill your Saiyan race, but unfortunately, he just wouldn't listen. Originally, sound could not travel in a vacuum, but at the moment Gula emerged, his cold voice echoed in the pitch-black starry sky. Not good, he's too strong. Sun Wukong shouted urgently. Vegeta, let's hurry over. Sun Wukong and Vegeta transformed into 2 beams of light and flew towards the distance. Only Lewis, Whis, and Beerus remained at their original position. Watching Sun Wukong and Vegeta's retreating figures, Beerus spoke. Whis, what did you mean by that just now? If I'm not mistaken, the violent aura within the Saiyans is gradually dissipating. This might be the reason for their increasing strength. Moreover, I also discovered that the less violent aura they have, the stronger they become. Of course, their violent aura doesn't truly vanish, it only bursts forth as powerful strength when they transform into Super Saiyans. Lord Beerus, the talent of the Saiyans may be even higher than that of the Frost Demons. Whis turned his head and looked deeply at Lewis, asking, am I right? For these years, he has always been following Beerus and Lewis without truly observing the Saiyan race. It wasn't until this moment that he saw Bardock and those dozen Saiyans in the distance that he realized this. Huh? Lewis laughed lightly without further explanation. The Saiyans' talent being stronger than the Frost Demons depends on which Saiyan or which Frost Demon we are talking about. If comparing Sun Wukong's talent to that of the Frost Demons, then naturally Sun Wukong's talent is higher. But if comparing Raditz and those lesser Frost Demons, then naturally they do not measure up. Lewis. Beerus looked at Lewis, breathing heavily. He had made the Frost Demons his representatives, thus recognizing their talent. Now if Whis says that the Saiyans' talent is higher than that of the Frost Demons, is that true? If it is true, Beerus then thought about the entire Saiyan race with over 200 members. Each Saiyan becoming a Super Saiyan would be stronger than Frieza, Gula, and King Cold. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Lord Beerus, you'll understand all this later. For now, just enjoy the show. Lewis concluded the topic and shifted his gaze to the distance. Beerus nodded, knowing Lewis was special. Lewis' statement combined with Whis' explanation meant that the Saiyans' talent is definitely stronger than that of the Frost Demons. They have struck it rich. The 3 looked towards the distance. In the pitch-black cosmos, a being from another world sat in a baby carriage hovering before a massive spaceship. Gula cast a cold glance at the floating pieces of flesh in the universe. Those are all fragments of Shavis group. He then looked ahead at the dozen or so Saiyans. I never expected all my mech troops to be slaughtered by a single Saiyan. No wonder you could kill Frieza. It seems you truly possess some strength. Gula laughed heartily from his baby carriage, showing no sadness for the death of Shavi and the others. The Frozen clan is indeed the embodiment of indifference and ruthlessness. I had long wished for Frieza to wipe out your Saiyan race, yet he ignored my words. However, no matter what, Frieza is still a member of the Frozen clan. Since you killed him, it's only right for you to die too, and I can seize his territory. Gula had no intention of letting his subordinates intervene, as Shavi and the others were already dead. Sending anyone else would only be a sacrifice. In the starry sky, Gula's aura grew increasingly terrifying. Under normal circumstances, his combat power was 60 million. Bang! With a full-force eruption, the baby carriage Gula was and suddenly exploded. A horrifying aura spread throughout the starry sky, the magnetic field in chaos, and countless ions converged to form silvery, dragon-like shapes. Affected by this force, Gyula's fleet swayed violently, and his subordinates quickly retreated. Be careful. In the front, Bardock looked at Gyula with a grave expression. Gyula's aura was incredibly frightening, resembling a primordial beast. Endless pressure surged toward them. I never expected Gyula to be this powerful. In Bardock's perception, Gyula's current strength was almost comparable to Frisia's ultimate form. Prepare to conjure the artificial moon. King Vegeta is already in contact with Kakarot to see if he can make it in time. Gyula's aura was extremely terrifying, and Bardock currently possessed only 4 million combat power. Engaging Gyula in his normal state would mean certain death. Though lower-level warriors lose their sanity in the great ape form, Bardock couldn't think too much about it at this moment. Yes, feeling the power erupting from Gyula, a hint of fear flashed in the eyes of Kakarot and the other Saiyans, but they quickly suppressed that fear. Suddenly, "Father, I'm coming," a voice called out, followed by 2 beams of light flying toward them. It's Kakarot. Kakarot has arrived. And Vegeta? Vegeta is here too. The Saiyans erupted in joy. If these two hadn't arrived, they would have been doomed. Moi. From a distance, Gyula paused briefly upon seeing the two. So there are still people coming to their doom. How generous of you. Gyula transformed into a beam of purple light rushing toward Bardock. The void trembled. Everyone retreat. On Son Goku's side, seeing Gyula charging in, he hurriedly instructed everyone to fall back. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Alright. As soon as he finished speaking, brilliant golden light erupted from Son Goku, and the others shining like 2 newly born suns, dazzlingly bright. The overwhelming momentum spread outwards, causing a thunderous roar in the vacuum of space. After their transformation, the two flew straight toward Gyula. No, it can't be. Golden-haired state. Prince Vegeta. When did Prince Vegeta learn to transform into a Super Saiyan? Isn't it better that he can transform? Ha ha ha, Gyula is finished now. The retreating Saiyans were ecstatic upon witnessing this. Seeing this scene, Gyula's heart trembled. Golden hair and blue eyes. Just like the legend of the Frozen clan. Super Saiyan. Is this the Super Saiyan that killed Frisia? I want to see if the Super Saiyan is really that strong. Gyula accelerated, and in the next moment, he clashed with Son Goku. You all retreat. Oh, I will go help those two. The retreating Bardock suddenly stopped. He had learned to sense ki on Earth and could clearly perceive that Gyula in this state had power not inferior to Frisia's ultimate form. But let us not forget that Frisia can transform, so Gyula should naturally be able to as well. If Gyula transforms again his power. Bardock's heart trembled. Could it be that even the Super Saiyan is no match for Gyula? Bardock shot forward. Father, Raditz shouted. Raditz, we can't help it, let's go. Bardock will be fine. That was the response that stopped Raditz. The Saiyans retreated while Son Goku and Vegeta engaged Gyula in battle. Boom. Boom. The force from their clashes stirred up a storm in the starry sky, shaking the very stars. Bang. Gyula was struck by a punch from Son Goku, sent flying into the cosmos. Suddenly, a golden beam shot forward with Vegeta instantly catching up to Gyula. Vegeta gathered his hands to form a massive hammer. Infusing it with the power of thunder, he struck hard. Gyula's head sank several centimeters as he let out a heart-wrenching scream, hurtling back towards Son Goku. Bardock also joined the fight, and the battle escalated to a fever pitch. In an instant, the entire starry sky was in an uproar. In the distance, 2 Super Saiyans now. Beerus laughed heartily upon witnessing this. The more Super Saiyans there are, the higher his universe's ranking. Lewis looked over. Lord Beerus, how strong is Gyula's true power? You would have to ask Whis. In terms of combat power in the 7th universe, Gyula's ultimate form has 470 million combat power. Whis said lightly. 470 million. Lewis shook his head. He could clearly sense that Son Goku and Vegeta's power was not very strong and should not exceed 400 million. If that's the case, Son Goku and the others cannot defeat Gyula. What are their current combat powers? Son Goku's power is 300 million and Vegeta's power is 250 million. Whis stated. This means Son Goku's normal combat power is 6 million and Vegeta's normal combat power is 5 million. Compared to before, their improvement is not significant, only around a 1 million increase. This was due to both of them learning instant transmission. Lewis was well aware of this, and he didn't see any problem with spending a year learning instant transmission. After all, instant transmission is a life-saving technique. Even if it took 10 years, it would be worth it. So according to Whis, Son Goku and the others can't defeat Gyula then. Beerus looked at the battle ahead. Many factors influence the outcome of a battle, but it's not always the case that higher combat power guarantees victory. As the god of destruction, Beerus has fought countless battles and naturally understands this. However, from the current situation with the power exhibited by Son Wukong and Vegeta, it seems quite difficult for them to defeat Gyula. After all, the entire Frozen clan serves him, and Beerus is aware of Gula's ultimate state of power. Whis chuckled. It might be a bit difficult for two Super Saiyans to defeat Gula, but what if there were one more Super Saiyan? One more Super Saiyan. Beerus and Whis were momentarily taken aback. Isn't Bardock the one who went up to take a beating? Given his current condition, as long as he gets sufficiently angry, he can definitely transform into a Super Saiyan. Whis continued to watch the battle ahead, and said indifferently, Whis, please control Kakarot and Vegeta for a while. Let them get severely injured by Gula. If my son gets injured, Bardock will surely be furious, and that will definitely allow him to transform into a Super Saiyan. Whis revealed a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, Beerus' body shuddered. Oh, what a cunning bastard. Even Whis felt a chill down his spine. If others hadn't offended him and suffered so badly, what would happen to those who did? The last person who offended him has already been erased. In the depths of space, a rumble echoed. Countless energy blasts filled with boundless power roared wildly, traversing the cosmos and striking various planets, resulting in a series of explosions. The might of the explosions engulfed the entire star domain, and the cosmic void was filled with chaotic, violent energy. The magnetic field of the starry sky was in utter disarray. Crash! Two golden rays of light intertwined like golden dragons in the starry sky, with a bruised and battered extraterrestrial being at their intersection. In his normal state, Gula possesses only 60 million combat power. Compared to Sun Wukong, who transforms into a Super Saiyan with 300 million combat power, and Vegeta with 250 million combat power, he is simply outmatched. Gula was constantly struck, emitting heart-wrenching cries of pain. On the other side, Bardock was looking for an opportunity and occasionally landed a hit on Gula. Damn Saiyan monkey. Gula was hit by a punch and propelled upwards into the starry sky. Whis, watching from afar, couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the Frozen clan. Gula, with only 60 million combat power, had endured for so long and was still full of life. In the starry sky, Gula stabilized his form, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "So this is the power of you Super Saiyans. I must say it's quite strong. No wonder you can kill Frieza. However, if this is all the strength you possess, then this day next year will mark your demise." Gula laughed maniacally. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, enveloping the entire star domain in a chilling, murderous intent, as if it were a frozen abyss, bone-chillingly cold. Not good. Gula is about to transform. We must stop him. Bardock, who had been sneaking in for a hit and then retreating far away, felt his heart race upon seeing this. Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the starry sky recalled the scene on Namek. They couldn't let Gula succeed in transforming. The three quickly acted. Sun Wukong flew to one side, drawing his hands together at his waist, where a bluish energy sphere suddenly appeared in his palm. Vegeta remained in the center, his hands together at his chest, with a golden energy wave appearing in his palm. Bardock flew to the other side, mimicking Sun Wukong's stance, gathering his energy into a ki blast. The three formed a triangular position. Kamehameha. Final Flash. Shining Impact. Boom. The three attacks surged towards Gula in the starry sky. A torrent of momentum swept across the entire starry sky. In that instant, it felt as if the heavens and earth were being split open. Boom. The three attacks struck Gula squarely. In an instant, smoke filled the air, completely obscuring the location of Gula. The scene of Gula being hit was witnessed by Whis and his companions. Whis, the surprises your Saiyan race has given me are increasing. Beerus crossed his arms, speaking solemnly beside Sun Wukong and Vegeta. That Saiyan named Bardock has impressive talent as well. Yes, indeed, quite impressive. No wonder you said he could also become a Super Saiyan. Whis nodded in agreement and spoke. Whis smiled, but said nothing. As Bardock is the father of the main character in Dragon Ball, his talent is naturally strong. Gula is about to enter his ultimate state. Whis, be careful. Whis flashed a mischievous grin once again at the crucial moment. Make sure to control Kakarot and Vegeta. Don't let them escape using instant transmission. Bulma asked her brother-in-law to protect Vegeta, yet Whis had Whis play tricks. Fortunately, Bulma wasn't here, otherwise she would definitely cause trouble for Whis. To ensure Bardock transforms into a Super Saiyan, you are resorting to any means necessary. Whis rolled his eyes and then said, "Don't worry, I will control them." In the depths of space, a rumble echoed. A purple light shot up into the sky. The overwhelming momentum swept away the cloud of smoke. Suddenly, a short figure resembling Frieza in his ultimate state stood firm in the void. It was the fourth transformation, the fifth form. His battle power reached 470 million. To die under my ultimate state is your honor. Gula stood firm in the void, his eyes gleaming coldly as he looked at Sun Wukong and the others. At this moment, Gula resembled a demonic figure from the abyss, his overwhelming aura causing the space around him to distort. Gyula's unparalleled power made Sun Wukong and the others tremble slightly. Bardock was shocked. Vegeta was terrified. Sun Wukong was excited. Each of the three had different reactions. Be careful. Just as the three were momentarily stunned, Sun Wukong noticed Gyula had disappeared and shouted urgently. Crash! A purple light danced in the starry sky. Sun Wukong and Vegeta rushed in, quickly engaging in a fierce battle with Gyula. After several hundred exchanges, Sun Wukong and Vegeta quickly realized they couldn't withstand Gyula's power. Their stamina was rapidly depleting and their injuries were increasing. In contrast, Gyula's aura was growing stronger and stronger. The strongest Sun Wukong and Gyula in his ultimate state had a gap of 170 million in combat power. In the end, the disparity in power was just too great. How could this happen? Looking up at Gyula, Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth. We Saiyans are actually no match for the Frozen clan. Above, Gyula glanced at Vegeta and then at Bardock on the other side. There's still one that slipped through my fingers. Gyula laughed heartily, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged at Bardock. His speed was so fast that Bardock couldn't react in time. In an instant, Bardock suddenly spat out blood, the blood spraying into the starry sky, where it formed droplets due to the absence of gravity. Bardock spat out another mouthful of blood, severely injured, and he could no longer speak. With only 4 million combat power, being struck by Gyula's 470 million power, without being turned into minced meat, was already his limit. Father! Sun Wukong shouted anxiously. He instantaneously teleported next to Bardock and pulled out a senzu bean, stuffing it into Bardock's mouth. At the same time, he and Vegeta also consumed one. The three were fully revived. In the distance, Beerus was taken aback. What is this bean? It can actually restore someone from a serious injury to full strength. Whis frowned. This is a senzu bean, or I thought they were extinct. Upon hearing this, Lewis was stunned. Whis, do you know about these beans? This was from the former Supreme Kai. Before he could finish, Whis' body suddenly trembled. He remembered something. When he was on Earth, he felt that the style of the tall tower in the northern part of Earth was quite familiar, it turned out. Lewis raised an eyebrow, not expecting Bobo's background to be related to the former Supreme Kai. What an angel he is. Whis, come on, help me control Kakarot and Vegeta. Lewis didn't ask about the senzu beans. Looking at the battle ahead, he quickly shouted. Up ahead, Goku and the others seemed to notice something was wrong and prepared to use instant transmission to escape. Whis came back to his senses, putting aside the matter of the senzu beans, and hurriedly waved his staff. A silver light enveloped Goku and Vegeta. In the front, the aura of Cooler was becoming increasingly terrifying. We can't win, or we should retreat. Goku spoke. If he were alone here, he definitely wouldn't back down so easily. But with his father here, he had no choice. Feeling helpless, he said, all right. Vegeta gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. Even as Super Saiyans, they were still no match for Cooler. It was so frustrating. Goku prepared to use instant transmission to take Bardock away, but suddenly he and Vegeta froze, as if time had stopped. What's wrong with you? On the other side, Bardock saw Goku and Vegeta's strange behavior and shouted anxiously, trying to escape. When Goku had just used instant transmission to save Bardock, Cooler had already noticed Goku's miraculous technique. In this battle, he witnessed the horror of the Saiyans and could not let them go. Taking advantage of the moment when Goku and Vegeta were dazed, in the sky, Cooler raised both hands high and an energy sphere 3 meters in diameter appeared in his hand. The orange light radiated like a newborn sun, emanating a scorching heat that seemed ready to boil the universe. Die! Cooler forcefully pushed downwards. Kakarot dodged quickly. Hurry! Seeing this, Bardock let out a heart-wrenching scream, his back burning, yet he was completely oblivious. Boom! A mysterious airflow surged in the cosmic starry sky, the surrounding atmospheric pressure skyrocketing, a terrifying aura sweeping the area. It was as if the universe was at its end. Very terrifying. In the distance, Beerus' arms, which were crossed, fell down. The scene before him made him a bit anxious. Bardock should be able to transform right. The more Super Saiyans there are, the higher his cosmic ranking will be. I don't know. Lewis frowned, and he started to get nervous too. You all seem quite tense. Whis glanced over and smiled. However, Lewis and the others remained silent, staring intently ahead. Whis rolled his eyes and said, well, barring any accidents, Bardock is about to transform successfully. How do you know? Lewis and the others hurriedly looked over. Lewis, I noticed that whenever you transformed into a Super Saiyan, a powerful force would surge from your back. Whis said lightly, Bardock is experiencing the same thing now. A powerful force is gathering at his back. His reaction is identical to yours. Unless something goes wrong, he should be about to transform successfully. Though he may not possess Lewis' terrifying physique or the ability to erase as the master of the god of destruction, his insight is unparalleled, and he immediately saw through the power at Bardock's back. Lord Beerus, let's begin the moment of watching the 3 Super Saiyans massacre. Whis clenched his fists and laughed heartily. If 2 Super Saiyans couldn't defeat Cooler, what about 3 together? In the cosmic starry sky, the massive orange energy sphere descended at an increasing speed. No, Kakarot Vegeta, you two hurry and dodged. Bardock's eyes widened and his aura grew stronger. The chaotic magnetic field became even more turbulent. Hurry up and dodge. Bardock saw that Goku and the others still hadn't moved and his emotions grew increasingly violent. His hair began to shimmer. One gold, one black. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Various energy media filled the cosmic starry sky and a deafening roar erupted from Bardock. Boom, boom. Like a volcanic eruption, the immense power that Bardock unleashed caught Cooler's attention. Cooler saw Bardock's shimmering hair and couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Another Super Saiyan. You two die. Cooler shouted loudly, raising his hand and condensing another giant energy sphere, throwing it at Bardock. Seeing this, Whis shouted from a distance, Whis, let Kakarot and the others go. Whis complied. As Goku and the others regained their ability to move, they looked at the massive energy sphere stuck to their faces and wanted to curse. However, the two still used instant transmission to leave the spot. In the next second, the 2 giant energy spheres thrown by Cooler suddenly exploded. Boom. Suddenly, 2 mushroom clouds with a radius of 10,000 meters appeared in the cosmic starry sky. The explosive and violent force made the universe crackle as if it were about to shatter. This entire star region was illuminated brightly. Haha. In the sky, Gula and Sun Wukong had been exerting all their strength while fighting the other 2. Just now, Gula had thrown out 2 massive energy bombs in quick succession, nearly exhausting him. This should be the end. Gula gritted his teeth as he looked at the 2 mushroom clouds. Damn Frieza, how could he leave such a calamity for our frozen race? This time when we enter the North Galaxy, we must completely annihilate the entire Saiyan race. Gula slightly regained his strength, turned around, and prepared to return to his spaceship. Suddenly, splash, splash, splash. In this vacuum filled with various energy mediums, 3 powerful energy sounds erupted. Gula's pupils constricted as he turned his head, sharply staring intently at the 2 mushroom clouds ahead. Suddenly, one of the mushroom clouds burst open, revealing 3 figures shining with golden light. 3 Super Saiyans. No, it's impossible. Gula trembled all over. Those 2 strikes were already my full power. How could you withstand them? It turned out that when Gula launched the 2 giant energy bombs, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had instantaneously moved to Bardock's side, and the 3 of them combined their strength to block one of them. Ahead, Bardock radiated golden light and coldly looked at Gula, saying, if 2 Super Saiyans cannot defeat you, what about 3? Gula, die. Sun Wukong and Vegeta shouted in unison, then charged towards Gula. In the distance, the 3 of them sighed in relief upon seeing Bardock glowing with golden light. All right, unless something unexpected happens, Gula is definitely done for. Whis looked at Beerus and smiled, saying, Lord Beerus, my kin has killed your other agent. Is that all right? Whis, who was beside them, covered his mouth and snickered. Beerus, speechless, replied, if he's dead, then he's dead. Can I really refuse what you want to do? Not to mention killing Frieza and Gula. Even if you were to kill King Cold, I wouldn't mind. After all, with Whis as a candidate for the God of Destruction, why would we need another agent? That's not true. Haven't I been standing here with you all along? I haven't made a move. How can you say that killing Gula was my intention? I don't know who prompted Whis to act. Beerus had a dark expression on his face. Whis playfully placed his hand on Beerus' shoulder, grinning. I said it's not like I did it myself. How can you say killing Gula was what I wanted? Beerus. So shameless. The battle ahead was extremely fierce. Sun Wukong had a battle power of 300 million. Vegeta had a battle power of 250 million. Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, breaking through to 200 million battle power. Gula in his ultimate state possessed 470 million battle power. Previously, when facing 2 Super Saiyans, Gula was still able to maintain a crushing advantage. However, he had to use all his strength to achieve this, and during the battle with Sun Wukong and the others, he had nearly exhausted his internal energy. After releasing 2 giant energy bombs, Gula was basically drained. Now, with 3 Super Saiyans besieging him, as Whis said, Gula could no longer hold on. Soon, Vegeta seized the opportunity to break Gula's limbs. Sun Wukong pierced a large hole through Gula's abdomen. Bardock, seeing Gula in his ultimate state, recalled the time when he had been defeated by Frieza in his ultimate form. So, Bardock decided to repay the debt with Gula for what Frieza had done, as since Frieza was dead, he would take revenge on his brother. He condensed an energy bomb and forcefully stuffed it into Gula's mouth. Gula's entire head exploded in an instant, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. The North Galaxy's cosmic emperor, his brother, had just stepped into the North Galaxy's edge and hadn't even had time to claim territory before being killed. Sun Wukong and the others turned into a beam of golden light and rushed towards the edge of the North Galaxy, eliminating all of Gyula's subordinates. At this moment, Lewis and the others were flying over. Lewis, what just happened when Vegeta and I couldn't move? Sun Wukong asked. Vegeta also looked at Lewis. I don't know either. Lewis chuckled, his smile very mischievous. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong and then at Bardock, deep in thought. It was as if he remembered something from before on Namek. Suddenly Lewis shot him a glare and Vegeta shivered. He quickly shut his mouth. Lewis retracted his glare from Vegeta and looked at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Bardock, smiling. Bardock, how does it feel to have the power of a Super Saiyan? Bardock looked at his hands, blinking his wicked eyes. It's too strong. This power is simply too strong. He used to think having a battle power of 10,000 was strong, but now his battle power had actually broken through to 200 million. Haha, you'll only get stronger from here on out. Lewis laughed. After all, Bardock and the others were still only in their Super Saiyan 1 state. They had Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and more to achieve. At this moment, Whis looked at Sun Wukong frowning and asked, Mr. Wukong, do you still have that bean from before? What did Whis want the bean for? Everyone was a bit confused, but Beerus was very shocked, because Whis had let slip that this bean was related to the former Grand Priest. When did we have a former Grand Priest again? Unlike Beerus, Lewis had guessed Bob's angel identity long ago, but he had never imagined that Bob was the former Grand Priest. Bean, Hearing Whis' words, Sun Wukong was taken aback and then pulled out a bean from his pocket, saying, Is this what you mean, Mr. Whis? What's wrong? That's right, it's this. Whis took the bean in his hand, carefully observed it for a moment, then shook his head, saying, What a pity it only works on mortals now. Lewis shook his head. In fact, when he first arrived in this world, he planned to collect these beans. However, after awakening the system, being accepted as a candidate for the God of Destruction by Beerus, and with Whis' presence, he became less obsessed with the beans. Now hearing that it only worked on mortals, Lewis lost even more interest as he was a deity now. Finally, Whis returned the bean to Sun Wukong. Whis' strange behavior puzzled Sun Wukong and the others, but they didn't ask too much. Kakarot, how many beans are left on Earth? There are still many. Many. Lewis was a bit dumbfounded. He thought all the beans on Earth had been eaten by the androids. Yes, originally these beans were all taken by the androids, but later Vegeta came to Earth and snatched them all. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. So that's how it was. Lewis looked at Vegeta with an appreciative gaze. The beans were incredibly important healing treasures for the Z-Fighters, both in the early and later stages. In the anime, the Z-Fighters would do anything to divide a single bean into 10 pieces to consume. He never expected that Vegeta had now changed the situation. Noticing Lewis' appreciative gaze, Vegeta slightly raised his chin, showing a proud expression. He certainly wouldn't allow that fat idiot to waste such a miraculous bean. Across the star-strewn void of outer space, fragments of shattered starships and the scorched remnants of exploded planets drifted silently. 3 blazing golden auras blazed conspicuously against the infinite blackness. Speaking of Senzu beans, Lewis recalled the Saiyan physiology. You must have noticed that when Saiyans recover from near-fatal injuries, their power surges dramatically, haven't you? Why not use Senzu beans? Lewis glanced at Vegeta, Bardock, and Goku, then smiled. Deliberately wound yourselves and let the Senzu beans restore you to full strength. A sharp flash of insight lit up Vegeta's and Bardock's minds. Ever since their last brush with death and miraculous recovery, they had sensed this unique Saiyan trait. With Senzu beans at hand, why not exploit them? Elation surged, pure unbridled euphoria. Even Goku grasped the idea, instantly exclaiming excitedly, Lewis, you're brilliant. Indeed, your intellect is now half as sharp as mine. A faint wry smile curled at Vegeta's lips. Bardock remained silent. This boy's lost his mind. Lewis didn't spare Vegeta a glance. With a dismissive wave, he said frankly, I don't recommend this method. Cultivation has no shortcuts. Sudden artificial power surges inevitably carry hidden drawbacks. Take himself, for instance. He had always trained relentlessly until hitting a bottleneck. Only then did the system intervene to shatter his limits. As for those erased enhancements, the system had insisted they were powers inherently his all along. Those exceptions aside, Lewis paused, then continued, you 3 should train instantaneous movement on Planet Yardrat. After a year without combat training, perhaps this method would be worth testing. Had Goku and the others trained steadily, their base combat power by now would likely have soared to 6 or 7 million. Still use this method sparingly, Lewis added finally. I'll soon depart the 7th universe. Earth and the Saiyan race will rest in your hands. At that moment, Beerus spoke coolly from nearby. It wouldn't trouble me if your entire Saiyan race perished, but under no circumstances may Earth be destroyed. In Beerus's heart, and indeed across the galaxy, No world held greater value than Earth. Its cuisine was simply unparalleled. Whis nodded in quiet agreement. Observing their reactions, Lewis rolled his eyes. I'm still standing right here. Surely this isn't the time for such candor. Lewis, where are you going? Goku and the others had meant to ask why this training method shouldn't be used more often. My affairs are none of your concern. Focus instead on rigorous cultivation. Your current strength may well prove insufficient to protect Earth. They froze at his words. Insufficient to protect Earth. Could Earth truly be in danger? Before they could press further, Lewis added, by the way, Bardock, you know the Super Saiyan transformation demands absolute, transcendent rage. When you return to Galactic Headquarters, teach it to your people. With that, Lewis and his companions vanished. Only Goku, Vegeta, and Bardock remained suspended in the starless void, exchanging bewildered glances, each reading profound uncertainty in the other's eyes. Suddenly, a dozen figures streaked across the distance, Raditz and the others. Upon seeing Bardock's golden hair, they cried out in unison, Bardock, your hair! Have you become a Super Saiyan too? Father, you've transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. North Kai's planet. Facing 3 simultaneous Super Saiyan assaults, Frieza stood no chance, not even a flicker of resistance. Unbelievable power. The Saiyan race has ascended to such heights. Watching Frieza explode midair, North Kai leapt gleefully in place. In the Supreme Kai's realm, Shin crouched low before his crystal orb, shouting ecstatically, Ancestor, another Super Saiyan has awakened. Remain composed. Though Elder Kai spoke sternly, his trembling frame betrayed him. Gazing at Bardock's golden form within the orb, even the Elder Kai could not suppress his exhilaration. 1 or 2 Super Saiyans might merely hint at the Saiyan race's latent potential, but 4, that changed everything. Especially when one among them was the 7th universe's candidate destroyer, a being whose very lineage bore the mark of divine destruction. How inferior could the talents of such a race possibly be? With Saiyans to wield unmatched might, and candidate destroyers to execute planetary annihilation, the 7th universe would flourish beyond precedent. Its average human capability index might even ascend to first among all universes under the Grand Minister's scrutiny. The more he pondered, the more elated Elder Kai grew. His cheeks flushed crimson. Shin stared dumbfounded. Wasn't composure, just advised. This battle at the northern edge of the North Galaxy stirred not only Elder Kai, but Beerus himself. As the 7th universe's supreme deity, he rarely intervened, preferring indolence over governance. Yet he sincerely wished his universe to thrive, and after witnessing this clash, he recognized the Saiyans' extraordinary aptitude. Imagine it, over 2,000 Super Saiyans converging in formation. Their combined golden radiance would sear the heavens itself. Leaving the northern galactic frontier, Lewis returned to Earth. Beerus and Whis remained behind, awaiting his return in the Destroyer realm, ready to escort Tights back with him. Earth, West City. Tights' room. It was early afternoon. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the chamber in gentle warmth. A languid serenity hung in the air. A breathtaking woman lay reclined upon the bed, her voluminous golden waves spilling across the pillow. Her slender form partially turned, her exquisite eyes closed in peaceful slumber. Her crimson lips parted softly, breathing gently, like a sleeping enchantress radiating irresistible allure. With a soft shun, Lewis materialized beside her. His gaze softened instantly upon beholding her lithe, graceful figure. He settled onto the bed beside her, gazing tenderly at Tights as she slept. Her small mouth opened and closed ever so slightly, adorably innocent. The sight melted his heart entirely. Moved by instinct, he extended a finger and lightly brushed it across her lips. Warm, supple. Her heat traveled up his fingertips, settling deep within his chest. Sister Tights is simply too adorable. Propping his head in one hand, Lewis kept his eyes locked on her sleeping face. Then, unable to resist any longer, lowered his lips to hers and kissed her gently. Sweet. Silken. Sensing his presence, Tights slowly opened her eyes, her brows arching into crescent moons at the sight of her beloved. She closed her eyes again, leaning in to meet his kiss. 10 minutes later, she touched her lips thoughtfully, then smiled sweetly. You're back. Did you defeat Frieza? Yes. Kakarot and the others have already vanquished him. Lewis nodded, hesitating, as if weighing unspoken words. Tights asked gently, is something troubling you? Is there more you wish to say? I wanted to ask, would you like to travel to another universe? Will you go too? Yes, I'll accompany Beerus and Whis. Then of course I'll come. She added softly, wherever you are I follow. A thunderous boom echoed inwardly. That line from Sister Tights was utterly unfair. Overwhelmed by sudden fierce longing, Lewis surged forward. Hours later, the pair departed the room, vanishing from Earth entirely. Behind them lingered only the faint lingering trace of shared intimacy. Inside the spatial tunnel leading to the 6th universe, a cube was swiftly traversing with 4 individuals standing inside. Taisi clung to Lewis' arm. Do you remember the trouble we had with the candidates for the destroyer a few years ago? Now it's our turn to trouble them. Lewis smiled. After being beaten up twice, they had to reclaim their honor. Let's go fight. Sounds good. Tai Sis' eyes sparkled. Ever since she followed Lewis, she had been influenced by his violent nature. Then I can gather a lot of material for my novels again, Tai Si chuckled. During her previous journey to Namek with Lewis, she had already gained plenty of inspiration. For example, the story of Dragon Ball and the Saiyan race. These are all great materials. However, as Lewis' wife, she naturally knew what should and shouldn't be written. The Dragon Balls of Namek could not be included in her novels. Otherwise, the seventh universe, which had finally stabilized, would fall into endless conflict again. By the way, Lord Beerus, why did you ask Lewis to find me before? Tai Si looked at Beerus again. She only just realized that Lewis' visit to Earth also had Beerus' intentions behind it. He and Whis want you to cook for them. Lewis huffed. I don't care about those two. I'll let them eat instant noodles filled with additives instead. Don't. It's fine to let Lord Beerus eat instant noodles, but I want to eat the dishes made by Tai Si. Whis showed a sorrowful face. Beerus was speechless, but Lewis and Tai Si burst into laughter. The atmosphere inside the traversing cube was quite pleasant as they continued chatting. After a while, they were still a distance from the sixth universe. Lewis suddenly remembered something and turned to Whis. By the way, Whis, about the former Grand Priest you mentioned. Suddenly, the atmosphere inside the traversing cube became somewhat delicate. Beerus looked at Whis, his eyes filled with confusion. Tai Si glanced up at Lewis, and then at Beerus. Their reactions were a bit strange. She curiously asked, "What's wrong with you two?" Tai Si's question went unanswered, and the traversing cube fell silent. The atmosphere grew heavy. Tai Si sensed something was off, tightly clinging to Lewis' arm and remaining silent. After a while, "You should just know what I'm about to say and don't spread it around." Whis' tone was serious as he paused before continuing. "You should know that the universe of the Omni King and the Dark Demon Realm are adversarial." "I know." Lewis and Beerus nodded. Tai Si's eyes widened in astonishment, looking clueless. However, she understood it wasn't the right time to speak and didn't ask any questions. Whis continued, "Actually, in the beginning there were only 3 realms in this world. The universe of the Omni King, the realm of dragons, and the Nest of Time. In other words, the Dark Demon Realm did not originally exist. However, long ago, a powerful being suddenly fell into the path of evil in the universe of the Omni King. After leaving the universe, he opened up a new world outside." At this point, Whis mentioned. Lewis interjected, "Are you talking about the Dark Demon Realm's king, Mechikabura?" Why was Whis saying this? Could it be that Mechikabura had some relation to the former Grand Priest? "You actually know Mechikabura?" Whis shook his head, aware of Lewis' uniqueness, and did not ask further, continuing, "I'm not referring to him. Mechikabura is merely his agent." "Whis, if the person you're talking about isn't Mechikabura, then who is he? What is his connection to the former Grand Priest?" Beerus looked at Whis as he had never heard Whis mention this secret before. "I'm also unclear about that powerful being's identity. I only know he seems to have a connection with Lord Omni King." Whis narrowed his eyes, his voice heavy. "As for the relationship between the former Grand Priest and that powerful being," Whis stated slowly, "the one served by the former Grand Priest is him." Boom. Whis' words seemed like a thunderclap that tore through the sky. It was earth-shattering. This information was too shocking. Lewis and the others were stunned, and Whis was just as astonished. This secret had come from his elder sister, and he never expected that the former Grand Priest was actually residing on Earth. Lewis swallowed. He had a speculation in his mind: the person who could be served by the former Grand Priest must have a significant identity. Beerus also realized this, staring blankly. The one served by an angel could either be a destroyer or the Omni King. As for the one served by the former Grand Priest, the group remained in shock, leaving Tai Si beside them, puzzled. She had no idea what Whis' words meant. At that moment, the universe traversing cube entered the 6th universe. "Okay, remember not to spread this. We have arrived at the 6th universe." Whis regained his composure and spoke. Only then did Lewis and Beerus shake off their shock and follow Whis as he stored the universe traversing cube, leading them to the realm of the destroyer in the 6th universe. In the realm of the destroyer in the 6th universe, a purple creature resembling a pig was running non-stop on a treadmill. Ba do Ruse, is it time yet? I'm about to die of exhaustion. Lord Kampa, there's still 10 minutes left. If you stop now, the weight loss effect will be greatly reduced. The alluring Ba do Ruse strutted her long legs in front of the treadmill. Suddenly, Ba do Ruse lifted her head, revealing a smile. "Why are they here?" Who is here?" Kampa leaned against the treadmill, gasping heavily. "Lord Kampa, no slacking off." Ba do Ruse turned back. The air suddenly turned cold. Kampa shrank his neck, continuing to run on the treadmill, not daring to take a break. Primarily because his serving angel was simply too scheming. Just then, a rainbow light appeared in the sky and suddenly descended before him. Thin ribs. Kampa was taken aback, ignoring Badora's reaction, and jumped off the treadmill, coldly asking, "What are you doing here?" He scanned the crowd and spotted Lewis, his eyelids twitching violently. Why is this kid here too? Kampa had received news of Quatella being erased long ago. It was this kid who did it. Kampa suddenly had a bad feeling. Suddenly, Lewis, who is this? He looks a lot like Lord Beerus, just a bit fatter. Taisi chuckled. Beerus Lewis. Is it just because I'm a bit chubby? Xiangpa has always been at odds with Beerus. Ever since Beerus called him a dead pig, others started to follow suit, calling him a dead pig and a big fat guy. Sometimes even Bardos calls him fat. Xiangpa couldn't bear it and challenged Bardos to a duel. A duel that would determine life and death, and also superiority. Thus the scene of running on the treadmill came to be. Therefore what Xiangpa despised the most in his life was being called fat. He had seen this woman once on Earth and she dared to call him fat. Uncle can tolerate a lot, but he cannot tolerate being called fat. A chilling murderous intent filled the air. Tais trembled and tightly clutched Lewis' arm. Xiangpa looked at Tais and coldly stated, daring to disrespect a god of destruction, do you seek death? Lewis stood in front of Tais, protecting her, and said lightly, Lord Xiangpa, what? Is it not allowed for people to comment on being fat? Seeing Lewis stand up for her, the murderous intent emanating from Xiangpa suddenly vanished. However, Lewis was also calling him fat, which he could no longer tolerate. Xiangpa shouted, what if I'm fat? I'm proud of being fat. It's better than that skinny skeleton Beerus. Beside them, Beerus' face darkened, turning as black as ink. I can overlook many things, but when you refer to me as a skinny skeleton, that's something I cannot tolerate. A vast destructive aura burst forth, causing the god of destruction's realm and universe, 6, to shake violently. Beerus fixed his gaze on Xiangpa, and the two stared at each other, as if a spark ignited in the air. Boom. The two destructive auras clashed, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Whis and Bardos exchanged glances and covered their faces. Whenever these two brothers met, it was never without trouble. Meanwhile, the troublemakers Lewis and his wife had moved aside to watch the show. Tais, holding some sunflower seeds, cracked one open and asked Lewis, who is this big fat pig? Why does he look so much like Lord Beerus? Sister Tais, can't you be a bit quieter? Are you not satisfied with the fire you are fanning? I once told you that Universe 6 and Universe 7 are actually twin universes, and coincidentally, the god of destruction in Universe 6 is also Lord Beerus' brother. Biological brothers. That's right. Twin universes. Biological brothers. One a big fat guy, the other a skinny skeleton. Tais' eyes lit up, excited. This material is great. I want to include it in my novel. Suddenly, you dare. Beerus and Xiangpa abruptly turned their heads and shouted toward Tais. The two shouts startled Tais, causing the sunflower seeds in her hand to fly onto Lewis' head, leaving him near tears. Enough nonsense. Who is this woman? What are you all here for? Xiangpa looked at Beerus and the others, his voice chillingly cold. How dare she call him a big fat guy? If this woman has no connections to Beerus, he would certainly destroy her. Beerus crossed his arms, a mocking expression on his face. She is Lewis' wife. Oh, go ahead and destroy her if you have the guts. The air suddenly fell silent. Xiangpa opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed his words back down. Then I will give Lewis some face. Xiangpa shrank his neck, mainly because Lewis could erase him. The last person who offended Lewis had already disappeared without a trace, and Xiangpa did not wish to become the next to be erased. So what are you all doing here? What are we here for? Have you forgotten about the incident a few years ago when we all ganged up on Lewis? Xiangpa swallowed hard and took a few steps back. Mentioning the incident from a few years ago when they ganged up on Lewis made him furious. At that time, 10 candidate gods of destruction had ganged up on Lewis, thinking they were sure to win, and afterwards they could ridicule Beerus severely. You wanted to find a little brat as a candidate god of destruction. In the end, even with all 10 candidates attacking together, they couldn't do anything to Lewis and ended up being mocked by Beerus instead. What a disgrace that felt like it happened at Grandma's house. So now you're here to cause trouble for Lewis. Beerus, can you act like a person? Act like a person. Beerus picked his nose, looking nonchalant. Sorry, I'm a cat, not a human. And you say we are brothers? Did you ever think of me as your brother when you called me a skinny skeleton? At this moment, Beerus shot a glance at Lewis. However, on Lewis' side, Tais was helping him get the sunflower seeds off his head. Lewis turned his head, surprised how what happened. Xiangpa, Beerus. Soon Lewis realized what was happening and unleashed a destructive aura, obliterating the sunflower seeds from his head. His expression turned serious as he walked towards Xiangpa. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of Lewis' footsteps echoed in the quiet realm of the god of destruction, each step making Xiangpa's heart skip a beat. Panic. Unease. Would he be erased? Xiangpa's face turned pale, growing increasingly anxious. You want to get back at me? How about I let my candidate god of destruction from my universe give you a good beating? Xiangpa's fearful appearance made Beerus laugh heartily. Bardos beside him also covered his face, feeling embarrassed. You are Beerus' brother. With the relationship between Lewis and Beerus, how could he possibly really attack you? I really want to give him a beating. Xiangpa saw Lewis getting closer and noticed Bardos' murderous gaze. Oh no. He had truly become the adorable big fat guy who was unloved by both grandma and uncle. Xiangpa clenched his fists and shouted at Lewis, "Don't come over. This big fat guy is still rather cute." Lewis held back his laughter, trying hard not to let the corners of his mouth rise. He chuckled, "I'm not interested in your candidate god of destruction right now. Let's have a spar, Lord Xiangpa. Once we're done, I won't trouble you guys anymore. A spar with me." Xiangpa was taken aback, then weakly said, "You wouldn't take this opportunity to erase me, would you?" Lewis shook his head, saying, "Considering your relationship with Lord Beerus, you should know I won't do anything to you. I'm here mainly to spar with a god of destruction level expert. Retrieving the arena is one goal, and sparring with other destroyers is another purpose for Lewis. Whis has said that to become powerful, it isn't just about continuous training. While continuous training will indeed increase strength, without battling other experts, one would lack combat experience and skills. Normally, given Lewis Erasure, he could overlook this point. However, what if he encounters an opponent of the same level, or even stronger? If others can ignore his Erasure, then combat experience and skills become crucial. Beerus believes the same. Throughout his life, he has fought countless battles, and his combat experience and skills are unparalleled among ordinary destroyers. This is also why Beerus is known as the strongest destroyer. On this journey to retrieve the arena, Beerus has instructed Lewis not to use Erasure. He wants Lewis to engage in a genuine battle with other destroyers. Starting from Universe 6, they will fight across all 11 universes to accumulate combat experience and skills. How great would it be if you were the candidate destroyer of Universe 6? Upon hearing Lewis' request, Kampa shook his head. Beerus was displeased, grabbing Kampa by the collar and angrily saying, "What's wrong? Are you eyeing my candidate destroyer from Universe 7? Let go of me." Kampa broke free from Beerus' grip. Lewis looked at Kampa and smiled. "So, Lord Kampa. All right, it's settled then. They'll have a match with you, and that last incident of being ganged up on will be forgiven." Kampa still felt a bit anxious. Although Lewis said he wouldn't do anything to him, Kampa was still afraid Lewis would use Erasure on him. Soon Kampa suddenly realized Beerus' intentions. "Bardos, go bring Caulifla here." Caulifla in Universe 6 is second only to Hidden Talent, having been taken as a candidate destroyer by Kampa over a decade ago. Beerus definitely wants Lewis to spar with him to increase his combat experience and skills. If that's the case, then he must let his candidate destroyer witness the battle of a 4th level god. Yes. Bardos disappeared for a moment and soon returned with a universe being with a purple cat head. Like Kampa, Caulifla is also a cat-like species. Moreover, both are equally plump. Caulifla perfectly inherited all of Kampa's qualities. Lewis. Seeing Lewis, Caulifla's body trembled mainly due to the unforgettable incident from a few years ago when they were ganged up on. "Caulifla, long time no see." Lewis nodded at Caulifla. The last time he was ganged up on, this guy was there. Her strength is on par with other candidate destroyers from different universes, possessing 2nd level god power at the level of a king of hell. However, Lewis' current target is not Caulifla, but Kampa, who has reached the 4th level of god power. Under Bardos and Whis' arrangement, a void battlefield appeared thousands of meters in the air. Lewis and Kampa moved their bodies and both entered the void battlefield simultaneously. Whis arrived next to the void battlefield with tights. Bardos, Beerus, and Caulifla followed closely. Inside the void battlefield, Kampa spoke up. "I must say Beerus is really lucky. If you were my candidate destroyer from Universe 6, it would be great." Kampa repeated this statement twice, showing just how envious he is of Lewis. "Haha, Caulifla's talent is also quite strong. There's no need for you to say that, Lord Kampa." Lewis was moving his arms and legs in the void battlefield, looked at Kampa and smiled. "Lord Kampa, if there's nothing else to say, then let's begin." "Wait, what's wrong?" Lewis stopped his movements, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "We agreed that you wouldn't use Erasure." Lewis was speechless. "If I used Erasure against you, Beerus would definitely turn against me. Don't worry. All right, then let's get started." As soon as Kampa finished speaking, a destructive aura enveloped both of them. The two destructive auras clashed. The space suddenly twisted. Near the void battlefield, seeing this, Bardos raised an eyebrow. "Lord Beerus, your universe's candidate destroyer has become even stronger." A few years ago during that sparring, Lewis couldn't break into the god realm even when using all his strength. Bardos knew Lewis could transform, and now Lewis' normal strength is nearly on par with his power after transforming back then. "Haha, not bad." Beerus laughed happily. In fact, he was also quite shocked. Lewis had only gone to the Earth's heaven twice, and upon returning, his full-strength power had already broken through to the 2nd level of God. "It's incredible." Tights looked at the two in the void battlefield and asked, "Whis, can Lewis win?" Naturally, she hoped her big boy could win. However, Lewis' opponent is a long-established destroyer. It's uncertain whether he can defeat Kampa. Whis replied calmly. Without Erasure or any other means, it will be difficult for Lewis to win against Lord Kampa. If Lewis were to use Erasure, then defeating Kampa would be no problem. As for other means, for example, time and space rules, if he were to use those means, he might not win, but he would definitely have the upper hand. It's similar to when Beerus first entered the free state and sparred with Lewis. Beerus was directly overwhelmed by Lewis. Tights gaped. If Lewis lost, wouldn't he be very upset? In the void battlefield. The void battlefield was already shrouded in destructive energy, and powerful forces were squeezing the space, producing a cracked sound. Kampa and Lewis faced off, and the atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, Lewis moved. Seeing this, Kampa shook his head. The young man still couldn't keep his composure. Kampa transformed into a streak of light, flying towards Lewis, clenching his fist, and launching an attack. The space exploded. A dark shadow suddenly appeared from the void, then fell backward. In just one exchange, Lewis found himself in a passive position. But that's normal. In terms of strength, Kampa possesses 4th level god power, and he knows Lewis can ignore any damage, so he is using all his strength. Lewis has not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan. His normal strength only barely touches the 1st level of God, and he hasn't even reached the 2nd level. The speed that such power possesses cannot compare to Kampa's, allowing Kampa to easily catch up to Lewis' movements. In terms of combat experience, being the first to strike will lead to a disadvantage. As soon as Lewis attacked, Kampa sensed his intent, making it easy for him to retaliate. After all, no matter how plump Kampa is, he is still a destroyer, having fought countless times. His combat experience is not something Lewis can match. So strong. Lewis crashed down heavily onto the void battlefield, leaping up like a carp, twisting his neck and limbs. His joints cracked with a crunch sound. Lewis gazed at the plump figure above. In just one round, he sensed the disparity between them. Truly worthy of the god of destruction. With a loud shout, a golden glow appeared around Lewis, his hair instantly turning golden, enveloped by an outer layer of purple destructive aura. Gold and purple intertwined. The endless brilliance was blinding. Super Saiyan at full power. Dimension, divine dimension. Power, 2nd layer of the god realm. This was the power he cultivated while training the rules of time and space in the hyperbolic time chamber. His regular power touched the god realm, transforming into Super Saiyan at full power, directly breaking through to the 2nd layer of the god realm. To hide such power from a god of destruction level expert would be foolish. Lewis unleashed his full strength, turning into a flash of light and darting through the void towards Xiangpa. The void battlefield echoed with Lewis' voice. Lord Xiangpa, be careful. Have you used your full strength? Bring it on. In the sky, Xiangpa licked his lips. He was somewhat excited to engage with this tenacious little bug. Here it comes. A destructive energy bomb hurtled toward him, causing the surrounding space to suddenly become chaotic. With a bang, Xiangpa raised his hand and punched out, shattering the purple energy bomb like fireworks, scattering bright points of light that fell from the sky. The scene was beautiful, but with a swish, Lewis appeared behind Xiangpa, sweeping his leg in a powerful strike that conjured endless fierce winds in the void. Xiangpa quickly blocked. Boom! It was as if struck by a nuclear bomb. The power of the 2nd layer of the god realm exploded violently. Xiangpa's expression shifted slightly as he suddenly moved back several hundred meters. Good kid. Just as Xiangpa was momentarily startled, Lewis vanished again. However, with only the power of the 2nd layer of the god realm, Lewis' speed was still too slow. Even when distracted, Xiangpa could react. Xiangpa twisted his body and instantly disappeared. Bang! Bang! In an instant, 2 beams of light intertwined in the sky. In just a moment, the two exchanged countless blows. Ding, ding, ding. Immunity to everything. All attacks struck Lewis, erupting with an ear-piercing sound. Endless light blossomed, blinding the eyes. 2 phantoms battled from the sky to the ground, with energy waves from the fight spreading out like a flood. Space twisted. The magnetic field was chaotic. 10 minutes passed. Xiangpa became increasingly alarmed. In these 10 minutes, Lewis absorbed knowledge like a sponge, rapidly increasing his combat experience and skills. It wasn't that Whis hadn't trained Lewis' combat skills before. It was mainly because Lewis' previous power was too weak. Lewis had only 75 billion combat power before, still at the mortal level. Whis' training of Lewis' combat skills was limited to the candidate level of the God of Destruction. The gap in combat skills at the God of Destruction level was simply too vast for Lewis. Who would have thought? In just a few years after visiting the heavenly realm, twice Lewis' power skyrocketed to the 2nd layer of the God realm. This caught Whis off guard. On the edge of the void battlefield, as the two continued to clash, Lewis' growth was visibly astonishing. Seeing this, Kale swallowed hard. My goodness, is this kid even human? Not only Kale was shocked, but even Bardos gripping her staff felt her knuckles turning white. In fact, years ago Bardos had met the Grand Minister at the Zeno Palace with other angels, and she learned of Lewis' unique identity, even that he had connections with Zeno. However, just a few years later Lewis' power had broken through to the second layer of the God Realm. Now, after only a few minutes of battling Xiangpa, his combat skills and experience were nearly catching up with Xiangpa himself. Whis, your Lewis is too amazing. Bardos' mouth dropped wide open. Hearing this, Tais pouted, what's it to you if my Lewis is amazing? Ha ha ha, this kid has always been so abnormal, I'm used to it. Whis chuckled. It's just average. Beerus folded his arms, humming a tune in a very good mood. No one even asked how he was doing. Whis and Bardos' mouths twitched slightly. Soon, everyone's gaze shifted back to the void battlefield. Inside the void battlefield, Lewis' destruction outfit was already torn, revealing his muscular physique. Xiangpa showed no signs of damage. This made it clear that Lewis was being unilaterally crushed. Above, the two exchanged glances and once again entangled together. Bang! A fist slammed into Lewis' face. Immunity. Lewis ignored the damage but was violently sent flying. A purple beam of light streaked across the sky, quickly catching up to Lewis, revealing a plump figure furiously pummeling him. While taking the hits, Lewis seized the opportunity to punch Xiangpa in the face. Boom! Xiangpa's face twisted instantly, a cat tooth flying out of his mouth. Li Nai Nai. Xiangpa erupted in anger, launching a furious pursuit of Lewis. Boom! The purple destructive aura rolled like waves in the ocean, crashing in relentless waves against the barriers of the void battlefield. Another 10 minutes passed. Lewis' combat thinking was already able to keep up with this long-established god of destruction. However, due to the gap in power, Lewis was still unable to pose a threat. After finally knocking Lewis back, Xiangpa's heart raced wildly. My goodness, what kind of freak is this? Ha ha ha, what a pleasure. Lord Xiangpa, come again. Lewis' power was actually weaker than Xiangpa's. The second layer of the God Realm compared to the fourth layer of the God Realm, although the gap was still vast. After all, in the God Realm, each layer of power is worlds apart. But the power of the second layer of the God Realm already belonged to the candidate level of God of Destruction, qualifying him to comprehend the combat skills of the God of Destruction. It mainly comes down to this: if it were any other candidate God of Destruction facing Xiangpa, they would be destroyed on the spot. But this is Lewis. Lewis can ignore any damage, taking hits only enhances his combat skills. Lewis was sent flying into the air, his hands coming together as a purple light began to flicker. The air pressure rapidly surged, the entire void battlefield felt like a pressure cooker. Destruction. A dazzling array of purple light filled the sky. Good kid. Xiangpa grinned widely, though one of his cat teeth had already disappeared. His aura suddenly surged, raising one hand, his lips moving slightly. Destruction. Boom. Between heaven and earth, two rules of destruction clashed against each other. The overwhelming aura of destruction spread out as if to explode the void battlefield. In the next second, the two rules of destruction collided. At the center of the collision, a white light emerged as if chaos shattered. Oh, wherever the white light passed, everything was obliterated. A fierce clash. Xiangpa's rules of destruction were terrifying, directly crushing Lewis' rules of destruction. What terrifying power! Watching the crushing rules of destruction, the veins on Lewis' hand bulged, his entire body's power surged wildly, using all his strength, yet still having no effect. Suddenly, Lord Xiangpa, I can't beat you. Lewis laughed heartily, his eyes shifting as he gave up on clashing the rules with Xiangpa. Seeing the crushing rules of destruction, Lewis remained unfazed. Do you think you can endure this strike by ignoring any damage? This was the first thought of Xiangpa and the onlooking Kair and Baduosi. However, Beerus and Whis at the edge of the void battlefield covered their mouths and began to laugh. Baduosi furrowed her brows and asked, what are you laughing at? Nothing, just thinking of something funny. Whis replied, bursting into laughter again, with Beerus joining in. Baduosi, Kair, and Tai Si looked on in confusion, and just as Baduosi was about to continue questioning, suddenly a voice rang out from within the void battlefield. Time reversal. Buzz. The vast rules of time erupted from Lewis, enveloping the entire void battlefield. The destructive rules unleashed by Xiangpa began to reverse, and the air pressure within the void battlefield suddenly dissipated. How is this possible? Outside the void battlefield, Baduosi was dumbfounded. Kair breathed heavily, his pupils filled with disbelief. When did Lewis comprehend the rules of time? This is just the beginning. Beerus' tone was filled with mockery. Previously, he had been caught off guard under Lewis' time rules. Every time he thought about it, he felt furious. However, this rascal Lewis was about to take action against Xiangpa, which was truly exciting. Soon he wouldn't be the only one caught off guard. At that moment, within the void battlefield spatial shuttle, time reverted to when the two had not yet clashed with destructive rules. Lewis waved his hand, tearing a rift in space, and jumped in. In the next second, he appeared before Xiangpa. Peach explosion. Lewis struck low, condensing an energy orb and pressing it down beneath Xiangpa. Aunt. Xiangpa clutched his groin, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, like a kite that had lost its string, Xiangpa plummeted straight down. He fell onto the void battlefield, foaming at the mouth, his body twitching. Seeing this, Beerus and Whis leaned on each other, laughing so hard they could barely breathe. They were almost going crazy with laughter. Ba Duosi Kaier and Tai Si only realized later that these two had known what would happen. Finally looking at Xiangpa, still convulsing on the void battlefield, Tai Si couldn't help but laugh. Kaier and Ba Duosi wanted to laugh too, but since Xiangpa was the god of destruction of the sixth universe, they had to hold it in. Their faces turned crimson from the effort. You could see how hard they were trying to suppress their laughter. Above, Lewis was gasping for breath, and upon seeing Xiangpa's miserable state, he grinned. That's what you get for constantly hitting me. In fact, Lewis' combat skills had soared to this level because he had been relentlessly beaten by Xiangpa. After all, there was still a vast difference in power between the second and fourth layers of the divine realm. It was precisely because of Lewis' immunity physique that he could survive Xiangpa attacks. This sparring match ended in such a farcical manner. As Whis had said before, if Lewis did not use Erasure or other means, he could not triumph over Xiangpa. In the end, it was only by wielding the rules of time and space that he could instantly turn the tide. Half a day later, in front of the god of destruction's palace, a feast was laid out with various foods, drinks, and fruits. Tai Si was preparing a grand meal while Lewis helped out. At the dining table nearby, Xiangpa sat in a chair looking resentfully at Lewis' back. Gritting his teeth, Xiangpa said, "Skinny ribs, this bastard, when did he comprehend the rules of time and space? Lewis ambushed me with these two rules, causing me to embarrass myself. This is truly humiliating." Ba Duosi and Kaier stifled their laughter, but upon hearing Xiangpa's question, they quickly perked up. "Fat pig, I told you not to call me skinny ribs." Beerus didn't even glance at Xiangpa. He took a cup of pudding from the table and gulped it down, saying it was just some time ago. Can Lewis merge these two powers together? Ba Duosi blurted out. The fusion of the rules of time and space becomes the rules of space-time. It's possible. Whis, enjoying ice cream, glanced at Beerus and laughed. Lord Beerus even made a new breakthrough because of Lewis' space-time rules. After returning from the heavenly realm, Lewis used the space-time rules to create a time house, where Beerus broke through to the free realm. As soon as Whis finished speaking, the air fell into a dead silence. Xiangpa suddenly turned his head, staring fiercely at Beerus. A new breakthrough? What does that mean? Could it be that he broke through from the fifth layer of the divine realm to the angel realm? Ba Duosi also looked at Beerus, observing for a moment before finally realizing something. Ba Duosi swallowed hard. Lord Beerus, isn't it just a little free realm? If even Lewis can do it, why can't I? Beerus waved his hand. On the surface, Beerus seemed very calm, but the corner of his mouth curled up and his tail, which was raised high behind him, betrayed his pride. Clearly, Beerus was quite proud of his ability to comprehend the free realm. Impossible. Xiangpa's pupils dilated, pointing at Beerus. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. The free realm, that is a tier of the angel level. He would rather believe that Beerus enjoys eating feces than believe that Beerus could comprehend the free realm. If it's true, it would be more painful than killing him. Seeing Xiangpa's expression of disbelief, Beerus grinned widely, feeling immensely pleased. His main purpose for coming to the sixth universe was not only to take revenge, but also to show off in front of the fat pig. Now Beerus felt like he was floating, completely elated. Don't believe it, huh? Beerus erupted in a silver glow, his body becoming agile as he instantly vanished from his seat. The next moment, he appeared beside Xiangpa and smacked him on the head. Do you believe it now? Ouch! Xiangpa clutched his head, his eyes blazing with anger. Skinny ribs, I want to duel with you. Lord Xiangpa, please finish your meal first, then we can have a duel. At that moment, Lewis and Tai Si came over with the prepared food. Before they even arrived, the enticing aroma of the food spread over. Xiangpa and Beerus' noses twitched wildly, looking like little dogs with their eyes squinted and tails wagging. Lewis brought over Tai Si's made tempura, sushi, and takoyaki to the dining table. Beerus transformed into a silver light, leaving Xiangpa's side and instantly returning to his original position. After Tai Si brought out the last dish, Beerus and his brother used all their might to quickly grab the dishes from the table. Whoa, I finally get to eat Earth's delicious food again. It's so good. Why is this kind of food unavailable in the sixth universe? Having eaten it once, I can't forget it. What will I do without it in the future? Xiangpa cried as he ate, looking as pitiful as can be. The realm of freedom, the laws of time, the laws of space, erased. Why would you do this? Xiangpa stuffed food into his mouth, incessantly glancing sideways at Kale. It's bad enough that my candidate destroyer isn't as strong as Lewis, but worse still, our sixth universe doesn't even have an Earth, unlike the twin universes. What's most infuriating is that this scrawny fellow has already awakened the realm of freedom. Xiangpa grew increasingly incensed, shoveling several takoyaki into his mouth before huffing. Why does every stroke of fortune fall to this bony wretch? Ties, your cooking is exquisite. Why don't I simply depose Kale and appoint you as our 6th universe's candidate destroyer instead? Xiangpa turned toward Ties, who stood beside Lewis, gazing at her with pitiful, pleading eyes. Kale, meanwhile, buried deep in his feast, rolled his eyes skyward. I'm sitting right here. Surely that wasn't appropriate to say aloud. Lord Xiangpa silenced this instant. Baduz snapped, exasperated. Being assigned to such a destroyer was truly unfortunate. Ooh, I was only joking, of course, Xiangpa muttered, shrinking his neck. This tigress is terrifying. Then, remembering something, he hastily asked, Say, Ties, do you happen to have any ramen left? Ramen was without question the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. Around the dining table, everyone's faces darkened. Would this glutton never stop? Finally, Beerus could bear it no longer. He tossed Xiangpa a universal capsule. Inside were all the ramen Lewis had given him. The portly destroyer beamed with unadulterated satisfaction. At that moment, Baduz turned to Lewis. Lewis, why did you erase Ketra? Instantly, the atmosphere at the table grew charged and delicate. Xiangpa and Kale, the two stout figures, fixed their gazes intently upon Lewis. They'd recently learned that the 4th universe had appointed a new destroyer, one whom Lewis himself had erased. Erasure, the supreme absolute law. Only divine administrators possessed the authority to comprehend such power. And yet, Lewis had mastered it. Yet, why had Lewis slain Ketra? That question puzzled both Xiangpa and Kale deeply. Lewis lifted his napkin and dabbed gently at the corner of his mouth, casting a measured glance first at Xiangpa and the others, then at Beerus beside him. Beerus gave a slow, deliberate nod, his meaning unmistakable. This corpulent fellow is one of us. No need for restraint. Only then did Lewis relax, reassured. Indeed, though Beerus and Xiangpa bickered constantly, their fraternal bond ran deeper than any other. After that sparring match, Ketra ambushed me, and then conspired with the Dark Demon Realm. Lewis began speaking, voice measured and calm. All at the table held their breath, rapt as Lewis recounted everything, every truth laid bare. Tize's heart hammered fiercely beside him. She had never imagined Lewis had endured so much. That wretched rat dared ambush you. Xiangpa rose abruptly from his chair, his gaze turning icy. Then again, it fits perfectly. With his petty, vengeful, and treacherous nature, that rodent could never tolerate the rise of a genius like you in the 7th universe. After all, Beerus and Ketra have long been sworn enemies. In truth, it wasn't only Beerus who harbored grudges against Ketra. Xiangpa himself had tangled with him on numerous minor occasions. Cat and rat, born adversaries. Xiangpa settled back onto his stool and looked at Lewis. I had no idea you'd even ventured into the Dark Demon Realm. He glanced at Whis, then continued, to escape the Dark Demon Realm alive. You truly are fortunate. Fortunate. Without Demigura, the Dark Demon Realm is nothing but hollow noise. With Erasure in hand, and Whis sustaining me, anyone who dares approach meets certain death. Lewis rolled his eyes. Not to mention Miss Kusu came to rescue us. This was no boast. With Whis at his side, Lewis was effectively an eternal engine. No angelic tier warrior could withstand his erasure. Lewis, you underestimate the Dark Demon Realm. Baduz shook her head. Even without Demigura, should you stir true chaos there, my elder sister's presence alone wouldn't guarantee your safe return. The Dark Demon Realm had long been the archenemy of the Omni King's universes. Each side knew precisely how many sovereigns the other commanded. Within the Dark Demon Realm beyond Demigura resided 4 additional demon sovereigns, each wielding power equal to that of a divine administrator. Moreover, alongside Putine, 11 more angelic tier warriors served the realm. Precisely, Lewis, you've gravely underestimated the Dark Demon Realm. Beerus sipped his beverage, then fixed Lewis with a steady gaze. I withheld knowledge of the Dark Demon Realm deliberately, to shield you from such dangers too soon. Yet somehow you and Whis entered it anyway. He shot Whis a sharp, reproachful look. Whis stuck out his tongue. He'd assumed Lewis would merely eliminate one target and depart. Who knew he'd ignite such cataclysm? Hearing Beerus and Baduz, Lewis paused, turning to Whis. Whis, is this true? Lord Beerus and my elder sister speak truthfully. Our safe departure from the Dark Demon Realm suggests something extraordinary occurred within its domain. Whis nodded methodically, listing each sovereign and elite warrior of the Dark Demon Realm, then concluded, most likely the other demon sovereigns had fallen into slumber, thus granting us the narrow window my elder sister's arrival provided. Whis's conjecture was accurate. The other demon sovereigns had indeed sunk into deep slumber. Gurgle. Lewis swallowed hard. His back was drenched in cold sweat. 4 additional demon sovereigns, each possessing divine administrator level might, lurked within the Dark Demon Realm. Unlike angelic tier beings, divine administrators could effortlessly negate his nascent erasure. and impose upon him permanent, inescapable ceiling. Now you're frightened. So remember, never act so recklessly again. Whis smiled faintly, though in truth he was merely unsettling Lewis. Not that the dark demon realm's might was illusory, yet even without his elder sister's intervention, they could have escaped. For at that moment Whis had summoned his father, not his elder sister. His father simply chose not to descend personally, sending his sister instead. But once his father learned of the matter, their safety was assured. After all, his father's power transcended even the divine administrator tier by an unfathomable margin. After your return from the dark demon realm, I intended to first accelerate your cultivation to the divine realm, then rigorously refine your combat artistry. For the dark demon realm has now marked you as its quarry. Whis regarded Lewis with profound, knowing eyes. Yet who could have foreseen? You ascended twice to the heavenly realm and emerged at the second tier of the divine realm. The heavenly realm. All present exchanged puzzled glances. What was this realm? Xiang Pa and the others remained ignorant. But Beerus, having gleaned intelligence from the sacred beings, already knew of the former Grand Divine Administrator. The former Grand Divine Administrator dwelled within the heavenly realm. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Whis shifted the topic. Lewis, your strength has broken through to the second layer of the divine realm, yet you have drawn the attention of the dark demon realm. I wholeheartedly agree with your proposal for the universal challenge journey alongside Lord Beerus. You have only fought once against Lord Kampa, yet your combat skills and experience have improved significantly. If you complete the challenges of the remaining 9 universes, you will surely experience even greater enhancements in all aspects. Normally, without the command of the Omni King, neither the God of Destruction nor the candidates can leave their original universes for too long. First, this is to prevent the God of Destruction from being absent, which could lead to accidents involving the Kais within the universe. In such cases, the God of Destruction could suddenly perish. Second, it is to avoid conflicts between the gods of destruction from 2 different universes. After all, those who can become gods of destruction do not typically have the best temperaments. However, Lewis' situation is different now. His elder sister and the Grand Priest did not intervene. Hence, Whis consented to Lewis' challenge journey this time. Wait, Kampa spoke up. At the dining table, everyone turned to look at Kampa. Lewis asked, "What's the matter, Lord Kampa? Why did you choose to challenge my 6th universe first for the universal challenge journey?" Kampa exclaimed, taking a big gulp of his drink, looking at Lewis with a face full of grievances. "Also, do you consider me your experience package?" Remembering something, Kampa covered his groin, which still ached from earlier. Lewis shrank back slightly. This big guy was somewhat adorable, and he felt reluctant to state the truth. He could only squint his eyes, stealing a glance at Beerus. The implication was that it was Lord Beerus who instructed him to do so. Kampa noticed Lewis' gaze and was taken aback. Once he realized, he instantly erupted in anger. "You skinny bone, it's bad enough that good fortune doesn't come my way. Now you let your Lewis bully me first." Kampa vanished from the dining table, appearing in front of Beerus in an instant, grabbing his throat. Still not satisfied, Kampa bared his teeth, glinting like ice, and bit down on Beerus' ear. "Ah, you crazy fat pig." The next moment, bang, bang, bang. The 2 cats were grappling at the dining table. Oh, everyone knew that this was just how these brothers interacted, so they paid it no mind. The group chatted for a while longer, mainly revolving around Lewis' inquiries about cultivation. Kyle, as the candidate god of destruction for the 6th universe, listened nearby, occasionally asking questions. With 2 angels present, they provided answers to both Lewis and Kyle. At the level of the god of destruction, the power wielded is purely divine energy, and this is something Lewis does very well. Kyle's dimension is only at the King of Hell level, still a long way from the Kai level. To achieve a qualitative breakthrough, one must first cultivate the dimension to the level of a Kais, which is known as the divine dimension. At this point, Bardos looked at Lewis again. "Now that we've discussed Kyle's problem, it's your turn. Lewis, during your recent spar with Lord Kampa, you must have noticed the gap between you and a true god of destruction, right?" Lewis nodded, wanting to speak. Bardos continued, "The power of a god of destruction lies not only in combat skills and experience. You fought Lord Kampa only once, yet you were able to learn so much from it. Your talent is truly unparalleled." At the dining table, Kyle, who was buried in his food, glanced at Lewis upon hearing this, then shook his head. Perhaps he was a bit unconvinced before, but now he could no longer hold on to that feeling. After all, others could kill gods of destruction, while what could he do? The strength of a god of destruction also hinges on 2 crucial points. Bardos spoke softly, "Pure power and mastery over rules. You can ignore any damage. If it weren't for this, with your strength at the 2nd layer of the divine realm, you wouldn't even be able to withstand a punch from Lord Kampa. This is pure power. As for the rules, if Lord Kampa's mastery of destruction rules is an ocean, your grasp of destruction rules could at most be considered a small stream. You must have noticed this during your spar with Lord Kampa. What I want to say is that aside from the destruction rules, your control over time and space rules is also insufficiently strong. Bardos' points were very reasonable, but when it came to the insufficiency of time and space rules, Lewis frowned. Whis noticed Lewis' expression and spoke up. Lewis, you don't really think your mastery over time and space rules is already very strong, do you? Lewis replied with confusion. You said before that my grasp of time and space rules is better than yours. When I sparred with Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus, I even gained the upper hand using these two moves. Isn't that strong? On Earth, he had relied on these two rules to ambush Beerus' egg. In the earlier spar, he had also used these two rules to ambush Kampa's egg. Your mastery of time and space rules is indeed better than mine. That is the truth. Whis glanced at Lewis and said lightly, but can you claim that you can defeat me just by using these two rules? It's impossible to defeat a second-layer expert of the angel realm using only time and space rules. This is definitely unfeasible. Lewis shook his head. He could currently only pose a threat to angels with that one erasure technique. That's exactly right. Whis picked up a napkin and wiped the corner of his mouth. Actually, when you sparred with Lord Beerus, being able to gain the upper hand was due to the element of surprise. The same goes for your spar with Lord Kampa. Numerous factors influence the outcome of a battle beyond just power and combat skills. And the element of surprise can also impact the battle's outcome. To put it bluntly, you only managed to turn the tables in your recent spar because you ambushed Lord Kampa. Whis spoke without holding back. Bardos chuckled. Whis is right. If Lord Kampa knew about your mastery of time and space rules, you would be in trouble. Why? Lewis' eyes were filled with two question marks. At the dining table, those two brothers were still grappling, while Kyle and Ties also looked towards Bardos. This brings us back to the issue of power. There is a saying that holds true: a single force can break through myriad laws. Bardos glanced at Kampa, who was grappling with Beerus, and shook his head. In fact, the power at the fourth layer of the divine realm can already interfere with your time rules. This means that if Lord Kampa were to be aware of your use of these rules in advance, you would be unable to reverse Lord Kampa's time. Bardos paused for a moment, then said lightly, unless Lord Kampa does not resist. Lewis was taken aback looking at Whis. Whis, is this true? Whis nodded. Yes, possessing overwhelming power means that not only time rules, but even destruction rules, and even your erasure technique can be ignored by others. Hearing this, Lewis swallowed hard. He recalled a scene from the anime where Frieza was struck by destruction energy, but managed to break free from it due to his immense strength. He'll give it a try. Lewis, not willing to accept defeat, raised his hand and waved at Whis. A time rule was applied to Whis, causing his time to reverse. Whis smiled gently. The power at the second layer of the angel realm trembled slightly. Crack! It sounded like glass hitting the ground, producing a crisp, shattering noise. That silvery glow suddenly vanished. Lewis' pupils contracted sharply. He could feel his time rule being shattered by a powerful force. It really can't be reversed. Then Lewis fixed his gaze on Beerus, who was grappling with Kampa. So it turns out that Lord Beerus was holding back during our previous spar. Lewis felt a bit touched. During his previous spar with Beerus, he had employed the time rule more than once. After being ambushed once with the time rule, Beerus must have been on guard afterward. However, Beerus did not interrupt his use of the time rule. Lewis recalled that the time house he created was destroyed by Beerus. Clearly, his spatio-temporal rule still did not pose a threat to Beerus. Beerus was taking care of his feelings. Lewis wore a bitter expression. Having killed Ketla and caused chaos in the Dark Demon realm, he had always believed he was very strong. Only now did Lewis realize that apart from Erasure, his other powers were simply inadequate. Haha. Beerus finally finished the fight, gasping heavily as he got up from the ground. Seeing Lewis' expression, he paused and said, "Why does that look in your eyes seem so cheesy?" Lewis had initially felt quite moved, but hearing Beerus' words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. The others burst into laughter. At that moment, Kampa crawled out from under the table, his face bruised and swollen as he glared at Beerus and roared, "Damn skinny ribs, if you have the guts, don't use your relaxed state." Hearing this, everyone twitched their mouths. Fighting like children and using the relaxed state, that was quite something. The gathering quickly came to an end. This sparring session, along with Bardos' guidance, had taught Lewis a lot. He did not rush to leave, and they stayed in the 6th universe for another month. During this month, Lewis sparred with Kale several times. In many respects, Lewis might still not measure up to a true god of destruction. However, compared to candidates like Kale, Lewis was already able to completely overpower him. If he were to face those 10 candidate gods of destruction, he certainly would not lose. After sparring with Kale, Lewis also had a session with Bardos. While they sparred, Bardos taught him various combat techniques. She proved through action what she had previously said at the dining table. In the end, Bardos said that no matter how much she talked, it was of little use. As for mastering combat techniques, strength control, and the application of rules, he needed to comprehend them through practical experience. After finishing the spar with Battles, Whis and the others finally expressed their intention to leave. The next universe they were heading to was the first universe. Fat Pig, save some of the instant noodles I gave you. Beerus stood in front of the palace looking at Kampa. Stop babbling and hurry up. Kampa pouted, but his eyes were filled with amusement. Lord Kampa, Miss Battles Kale, thank you for your guidance. Until we meet again. Everyone, goodbye. Come visit the 7th universe when you can. Whis and Tai waved goodbye to Battles and the others. Whis waved his staff, and before leaving, he sent a message to Battles. Then they transformed into a streak of colorful light and shot into the sky. After receiving the message, Bados' pupils constricted sharply. The former Supreme Kai is in the 7th universe. Inside the spatial tunnel, a shuttle box was flying rapidly. Beerus looked at Whis and smiled. Whis, how did you feel about this spar? Whis shook his head. I underestimated the experts at the 4th level of the God Realm before. Ha, do you think you're really impressive just because you killed Ketla? Whis looked over. Whis felt helpless, but still nodded. You were able to kill Ketla because of your erasure ability. In truth, every being that becomes a god of destruction should not be underestimated. Whis smiled. Whis, your journey is still long. Whis nodded. During that month in the 6th universe, he became aware of his shortcomings. Apart from not being proficient enough in combat techniques, his grasp of the rules was also lacking. Of course, the rules referred to the time and space rules. As for the destruction rules, he had a good grasp of them, stronger than all the candidate gods of destruction. However, his time and space rules were somewhat inadequate. If the rules were divided into 10 levels, Whis' destruction rule would be at the 5th level, barely passing. His time and space rules at most only reached about the 2nd level. In Bados' words, to use time and space rules in battle, he must first cultivate these 2 rules to the same level as the destruction rule. Alright, let's head to the 1st universe now. Starting from the 1st universe, battle all the way to the 11th universe. Whis spoke. I believe that after this challenging journey, you will definitely experience significant growth. In the 7th universe, Whis had already been away from Earth for half a year. During this half-year, son Wukong and Shishi got married. According to the normal timeline of Dragon Ball, their wedding was delayed by a full 3 years. However, fortunately, Shishi became pregnant shortly after marrying son Wukong. Earth was undergoing changes, and the North Galaxy was also experiencing transformations. Previously, the invasion by Gula had thrown the North Galaxy into panic. However, following Bardock's successful breakthrough to Super Saiyan, he along with son Wukong and Vegeta teamed up to defeat Gula, restoring stability to the North Galaxy. After this incident, the Saiyans gained more recognition from the public. Especially the legend of the Super Saiyan spread throughout the North Galaxy and even reached other galaxies. As members of the Galactic Patrol, the prestige of the Galactic Patrol soared to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, the Saiyans received good news. That is, the Saiyans now had another Super Saiyan. The one who has broken through is none other than King Vegeta. Originally, King Vegeta possessed a combat power of only 2 million, but he was severely stimulated by Bardock's transformation. During the past 6 months, he trained relentlessly, finally enhancing his base combat power to 3 million. Under Bardock's provocation, he entered a state of extreme rage, and King Vegeta successfully transformed into the 5th Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race. The breakthroughs of Bardock and King Vegeta gave all Saiyans a glimpse of hope. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Bardock stated that 2 conditions were necessary for such a transformation. First, a certain level of base combat power is required. Second, extreme rage is necessary. King Vegeta's successful transformation made the Saiyan race realize that Bardock's words were true. As long as these 2 conditions were met, they could break through to become Super Saiyans. What the Saiyan race did not know was that besides these 2 conditions, there was a third condition, the activation of a sufficient number of S cells. So far, aside from Bardock, King Vegeta's son Wukong, Vegeta, and Whis, the number of activated S cells in other Saiyans was still insufficient. This means that for the foreseeable future, no new Super Saiyans would emerge from the Saiyan race. However, the Saiyans were completely unaware of this, training hard and desperately trying to raise their combat power above 3 million. Because King Vegeta's combat power upon transforming into a Super Saiyan was precisely 3 million. On this day on Earth at Baozi Mountain, son Wukong was accompanying the pregnant Chi-Chi, while Bardock and Jine were also present. Suddenly a voice came from above. Wukong, trouble is brewing. Son Wukong was taken aback. Wasn't that the voice of King Kai? Lord King Kai, what happened? The last time King Kai spoke in such a tone, Kula had appeared. Could it be that a new enemy has emerged? Wukong, Bojack has appeared. King Kai's voice was filled with urgency. Who is Bojack? On Baozi Mountain, son Wukong furrowed his brow and looked up. Is Bojack as strong as Kula? Those two are not even in the same league. Quickly, King Kai revealed Bojack's identity. Bojack is a villain attempting to destroy the four great galaxies. Many years ago, the four kings had to join forces to seal Bojack and his subordinates. Bojack and Kula are not on the same level at all. If we were to compare 100 Kulas, wouldn't be able to match even one Bojack. King Kai spoke urgently. If Lewis were here to hear King Kai's words, he would not doubt him. In the anime, Bojack and his four subordinates had been sealed quite well. However, during the Cell incident, Sun Wukong brought Cell to King Kai's planet and blew King Kai up along with it. King Kai's life was closely tied to Bojack's seal. Once King Kai was dead, the seal on Bojack lost its effectiveness. In the end, it was only thanks to Son Gohan breaking through to Super Saiyan 2 that they managed to defeat Bojack. To compare it with 100 Kulas is truly no exaggeration. What? 100 Kulas can't even match one Bojack. Bardock and Sun Wukong were stunned. They clearly understood how powerful Kula was as he was defeated by the combined efforts of them and Vegeta. If Bardock hadn't broken through at the critical moment, he and Vegeta would have definitely lost to Kula and had to escape in a panic using instant transmission. Lord King Kai, is Bojack really that strong? Sun Wukong swallowed hard, still shocked, so he asked again. Indeed, when we sealed Bojack back then, I and the other three kings nearly lost our lives to them. I know their power very well. King Kai's voice continued. I don't know why, but the seal was suddenly broken. After breaking through the seal, the five of them have already begun rampaging through the North Galaxy. Wukong this time in the North Galaxy. King Kai had originally wanted to say that this time it all depended on Wukong. But upon calming down, he realized the power gap between Sun Wukong and Bojack and ultimately did not say it. Mainly, Bojack was just too strong. If he let Sun Wukong take action, it would be tantamount to sending Sun Wukong to his death. He had been too impulsive earlier. After calming down to think through the consequences, King Kai fell silent. Sun Wukong found it strange that King Kai suddenly stopped talking, so he pressed his finger to his forehead and sensed. A strong evil aura appeared at the edge of the North Galaxy, and it was incredibly powerful. So strong, so evil. Bojack's aura made Sun Wukong take 2 steps back. What happened to Kakarot? Bardock hurriedly asked. Father, Lord King Kai wasn't wrong. Bojack is incredibly strong. A hint of wild enthusiasm appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes. Bardock noticed Sun Wukong's expression and couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then shook his head. In these 2 years of interaction, he had long known that Sun Wukong had a very pure mindset. Sun Wukong loved his family dearly and was also passionate about fighting. He never backed down when faced with a strong enemy, making him a true martial arts enthusiast. Only when faced with a formidable foe would Sun Wukong show such an expression. It seems this newly emerged enemy is truly formidable. At that moment, Wukong, this time you don't need to get involved with Bojack. I will think of a way to seal him with the other kings. You must not go after Bojack. After finishing, King Kai ended the call. Although King Kai said so, the wild enthusiasm in Sun Wukong's eyes still did not fade. Instead, it grew even more intense. Father, what do you want to fight Bojack? Bardock laughed. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. You have instant transmission. As long as you want to leave, no one can keep you here. Go ahead, just be careful. Bardock understood his second son's personality very well. Sun Wukong then looked at Chi-Chi, who was beside him with a big belly. Chi-Chi touched Sun Wukong's face. Go ahead, just be safe. Sun Wukong was overjoyed. Then he'll go find Vegeta now. Just as he was about to use instant transmission, he suddenly stopped. Chi-Chi, you still have a few months left to give birth. I will be careful. After saying that, Sun Wukong vanished from his spot. Watching where Sun Wukong had disappeared, Chi-Chi pressed her lips together. In the past, she would never have allowed Sun Wukong to go after Bojack. But Tais had told her about the potential dangers of the universe. Many times it isn't possible to escape just because you want to. She agreed to let Sun Wukong go after Bojack because only through continuous battle could he become stronger. This way he could protect their Suntoba-born child. Only by being strong could he safeguard those he wished to protect. This phrase would also serve as the principle she would teach their future child. In the dark demon world. Lord Demigra, why are we doing this? In the dark forest by the edge of the lake, Tawa blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Demigra, saying, did we not agree to bring Lord Lewis back? Why was Bojack suddenly released? Demigra's eyes held no trace of emotion as he glanced at Tawa. The icy aura he emanated seemed capable of freezing the entire lake. Tawa quickly lowered her head. By the dark lake, 2 figures stood at the water's edge, the ghostly light shimmering on the lake's surface, creating a dazzling silver reflection. No one spoke. The air was deathly silent. After a while, Demigra looked up at the sky and said nonchalantly, Lord Lewis has been appointed as a candidate for a god of destruction by the people of the Omniverse. Until he awakens, who among you could possibly bring him back from the Omniverse aside from us few demon gods? Tawa suddenly understood. She realized that Lord Lewis was still unaware of his identity. He currently belonged to the Omniverse camp. The Omniverse and the Dark Demon Realm were inherently opposing forces. If they wanted to take Lewis away, other strong figures from the Omniverse would definitely intervene. Even Lewis himself would likely resist. Lewis could ignore damage and would eradicate. Therefore, aside from the demon gods taking action, no one else could bring Lewis back. However, it was impossible for Demigra and the other 4 demon gods to enter the Omniverse, because the High Priest was watching them closely. Then Tawa nodded, wanting to speak. Demigra looked down at Tawa, revealing a wicked smile. If we can't take Lord Lewis away through normal means, then we can use unconventional methods. What method? We can directly make Lord Lewis awaken. Demigra spread his arms and laughed heartily. Our Dark Demon Realm was originally created by Lord Lewis. As long as he awakens, he will surely remember the past. At that time, Lord Lewis will surely return to the Dark Demon Realm on his own. Hearing this, Tawa exclaimed joyfully, Demigra, how can we make Lord Lewis awaken? Demigra turned his head, his smile malevolent. Making the master of the Dark Demon Realm awaken is not difficult. We can simply corrupt Lord Lewis. Corrupt? Release Bojack. Tawa was taken aback. Soon she connected the 2 ideas and widened her eyes, saying, Demigra, are you suggesting that Bojack destroy the Saiyan race? To anger Lord Lewis and push him into a frenzied state. Ha ha ha, exactly. It's impossible to corrupt a candidate god of destruction through normal means, because a candidate god of destruction embodies the very concept of ruthlessness. One could say that almost nothing could sway a candidate god of destruction's emotions. But in this world, perfection is a myth. Even true gods of destruction have their weaknesses. For instance, Quite-Loss narrow-mindedness is his flaw. He cannot stand anyone stronger or better than him. Thus, the later ambush on Lewis occurred. According to Demigra investigation, Lewis is currently a Saiyan from Universe 7. He laughed. Attacking others in Universe 7 may not lead to Lewis corruption. But I found that Lord Lewis places great importance on the Saiyan race. If we attack the Saiyan race, Lord Lewis would certainly be furious. If that doesn't lead to Lord Lewis corruption, I have other methods. According to my investigation, Lord Lewis has a wife, and she must be his weakness. Go find someone to lure Ties back. I will awaken the other demon gods, and together we will take action against Ties. At the edge of the North Galaxy, within a star region spanning billions of kilometers, wails echoed and lives were devastated. On a certain planet, ruins were scattered everywhere. Zanjia stood atop the ruins looking at Bojack, saying, Boss, should we listen to Tao's words? Gugaya, Bukin, and Baidu all perked up their ears. Bojack extended his finger, gathering a black energy at its tip. The surrounding space trembled violently. The magnetic field of the world was in chaos. Thunder rolled. Ha ha ha. Bojack looked at the black energy on his finger, grinning wickedly. Why not listen to her, if we can gain such powerful strength? Don't you all think this power is strong? Bojack squinted his eyes, turning to look at Gugaya and the others. Strong. The 4 of them erupted with a black aura akin to a cosmic explosion, their unmatched power shattering half the planet. Boom. Let's go, we are going to find the Saiyan race. Bojack revealed a satisfied smile. Soon the 5 of them boarded a spaceship and flew towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As their spaceship flew past a desolate planet, a strong young man on that planet stared intently at the sky. This desolate planet was named Wampa Star. At the North Kai's planet, a diminutive figure stood in front of a house, the 2 antennas on his head, shaking wildly. East Kai, West Kai, South Kai. What about the North Kai? Just then voices from the sky echoed. This is bad. The North Kai said anxiously. The seal on Bojack and his group has been broken. What? Who? Bojack. Aren't they sealed by us? Diminutive one, be clear. The other 3 Kai hurriedly transmitted their voices. The North Kai, drenched in sweat, shook his head, saying, I don't know how it happened. They suddenly broke the seal and are now heading towards the center of the North Galaxy. East Kai said, if we don't die, how could Bojack possibly break the seal? West Kai retorted, North Kai is the king of the North Galaxy. You actually don't know why Bojack broke the seal. You are truly failing as a king. Hearing this, the North Kai was furious. Do you think I want to be ignorant? They broke the seal without any warning. All right, now is not the time to discuss this. South Kai's voice came, saying, the fact that Bojack has broken the seal is now a reality. As for why they broke the seal, we will investigate that later. For now, we must find a way to deal with Bojack. Years ago, Bojack and his group had fought against them, and they were well aware of Bojack's group's strength. If they did not find a way to stop Bojack, the universe would surely face devastation. The South Realm King said, he is right, we must find a way to stop Bojack and his team. Let's seal them again. The East Realm King and the West Realm King communicated. The North Realm King shook his head, saying, when we sealed them 4 years ago, they already consumed half of our strength. Even now, we haven't fully recovered. Do you think we can seal them again? As the North Realm King's voice fell, the sky suddenly fell silent. Soon the South Realm King thought of something and spoke. By the way, North Realm King, didn't you have a few Super Saiyans in the North Galaxy? Can't we just let them go stop Bojack? The South Realm King's voice was filled with envy. After all, there were no such strong warriors in his South Galaxy. Yes, yes. The other two Realm Kings recalled the legends of the Super Saiyans and chimed in. They can't be stopped. The North Realm King shook his head saying, those Super Saiyans are only slightly stronger than Frieza. Letting them confront Bojack is not as effective as us four old geezers sealing them again. Initially, the North Realm King was just flustered and sought out Sun Wukong. Now that he calmed down, sending Sun Wukong to stop Bojack would undoubtedly be sending him to his death. The North Realm King would never do such a thing. Only slightly stronger than Frieza. Then they definitely can't stop Bojack. What to do? With our current strength, we can't seal them again. The voices of the other three Realm Kings were filled with urgency. The North Realm King thought for a moment and raised his head saying, let's go find the Great Realm King. The sky suddenly fell silent. All right, we can only seek the Great Realm King now. 6 months passed in the 7th universe and Lewis had already challenged to the 9th universe. In the realm of destruction of the 9th universe, Lewis was bare-chested, emanating a purple aura of destruction. Even a slight leak of his power would cause the space to tremble, a terrifying force. On the opposite side, the god of destruction of the 9th universe, Sidra, covered his groin, lying on the ground, with a pale face, his body twitching uncontrollably. Ha ha, Lord Sidra, we shall meet again. After saying that, Lewis and the others disappeared from the realm of destruction of the 9th universe. Only the attendant angel of the 9th universe, Mojito, remained, waving his staff to cast a healing spell on Sidra. Sidra was instantly revived, getting up from the ground and looking at the spot where Lewis disappeared, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. What a terrifying kid. In just 6 months, he progressed from the 1st universe to the 9th universe, and his power is about to break through to the 3rd level of the God realm. Besides that, his combat skills are already on par with mine. I estimate that even Beerus cannot compare to him. He can ignore any damage, erase, enter a state of ease, and manipulate the rules of time and space. It seems that Ketla's death at his hands is not without reason. How could there be such a freak in the world? While Sidra lamented, in the realm of destruction of the 9th universe, a shuttle cube was rapidly flying through the spatial tunnel towards the 10th universe. Inside the shuttle cube, Whis looked at Lewis with a strange tone, saying, why do you like using the rules of time and space to ambush others' groins so much? As soon as he finished speaking, the air inside the shuttle cube fell into a deathly silence. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Beerus recalled what happened earlier on Earth. His groin felt chilly, and he couldn't help but squeeze his legs together, saying, you don't have some strange fetish, do you? Lewis, you. Tai swallowed hard and couldn't help but take a few steps back. From the 1st universe to the 9th universe, no god of destruction escaped from Lewis' hands. They all ended up with their peaches blown. She never noticed that her big boy had such a fetish before. How could this be? What are you talking about? Lewis didn't care about others' gazes, but he did care about Tai's. Why did his sister Tai run so far? Did she really think he was that kind of person? Lewis rolled his eyes at Whis, saying, I'm just considering Lord Beerus' situation. Beerus looked confused, saying, what does this have to do with me? Tai and Whis looked at Lewis, both with 2 big question marks in their eyes. Didn't I ambush Lord Beerus before? If this gets out, won't it make Lord Beerus' enemies laugh to death? Lewis grinned and said, you see, if I blow the peaches of Lord Beerus' other enemies, then none of them can say anything in the future. Whis and Tai both gasped. There was such a method, it was like using a small knife to scratch ones, but truly eye-opening. Then I need to thank you. Beerus next to them was both angry and amused, noticing that Lewis was becoming more and more mischievous. Tai returned to Lewis' side, covering her mouth and stifling a laugh, as long as her big boy didn't have such a strange fetish. All right, 6 months have passed, Lewis. You have gone from the 1st universe to the 9th universe. Whis said lightly, you have made qualitative leaps in all aspects, especially your combat skills. If you were to face Lord Beerus with equal power, you wouldn't lose to him. Beerus was speechless. Why mention him? However, during these 6 months, he witnessed Lewis' growth. At the beginning, if he didn't use Erasure, ease, state, or time and space rules, Lewis was just a weak fighter. But after 6 months, Lewis' understanding of battle had caught up to his. This kid is really monstrous. Besides that, Lewis, your power has already touched the 3rd level of the God realm. This is good. My sister told you before that ultimate power can ignore everything. It is the foundation of breaking through all laws. Only one's own strength is truly powerful. Of course, it doesn't mean that breaking rules is useless, but pure strength is the foundation of everything. With strong, pure power, anything is possible. As for rules, they are additional powers for surpassing levels in battle. Just like your power was only at the 1st level of the God realm. If you don't count your ability to ignore and you only use pure strength, you can at most fight with those at the 1st and 2nd levels of the God realm. You could even have a casual encounter with a master at the 3rd level of the God Realm. But you absolutely cannot contend with those at the 4th level of the God Realm. However, once you use Erasure except for masters above the God Officer level, others simply cannot withstand it. This is surpassing levels in battle. The Cosmic Shuttle Cube was flying, and Whis delivered a lengthy lecture to Lewis. Lewis kept nodding. Beerus occasionally nodded as well. He learned a lot from Whis' words. The two big fools listened to Whis' teachings like elementary school students. Seeing this, Tai covered her small mouth and giggled as her Lewis was really too cute. Alright, next we are going to the 10th universe. Whis summarized Lewis' gains from the previous period. The power of the 3rd level of the God Realm. Lewis clenched his fists, pondering. In the end, he shook his head. He knew he had reached a bottleneck, but breaking through a bottleneck was not easy. Compared to breaking through to the 3rd level of the God Realm, he was more interested in that candidate realm king god of the 10th universe. The shuttle cube continued to fly meanwhile at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol in the 7th universe. Boom. The entire Galactic Patrol building was shattered. Galactic King, where's Merus? Quick, have him return for reinforcement. Boom. Another energy blast struck near the collapsed Galactic Patrol headquarters, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The immense shockwave hurled both the Galactic King and Kakarot to the ground. Boom. More energy blasts detonated across the battlefield. Spitting out sand, Kakarot hastily helped the Galactic King rise, and together they fled toward the horizon. Mirels is guarding the Galactic prison. We can't count on him. The Galactic King shouted as they ran. Mirels is stationed at the Galactic prison. We're doomed. Kakarot dodged an incoming energy blast while shielding the Galactic King, his face twisted in bitter despair. Just then, ha ha ha, so the Saiyan race really is gathered here. All of you die. From above, Bojack and his 4 cohorts descended from the northern rim of the galaxy. Hovering midair, the 5 unleashed relentless barrages upon the galactic headquarters, slaughtering every living being they spotted, Saiyan or otherwise, without mercy. Soon the first Saiyan fell beneath Bojack's onslaught. Wasn't Bojack sealed away by the Grand Kai and the other Kais? What do we do? Oi, what do we do? The Galactic King froze in panic as he witnessed the carnage. Suddenly, whoosh, a streak of golden light shot in from the distant horizon. Kakarot turned, eyes blazing with hope. Your Majesty, the Vegeta King. Both Cooler and Frieza had fallen to Super Saiyans. The Vegeta King too could ascend to that legendary transformation. We're saved. Yet, he won't hold them off. Let's escape first. Having ruled this post for decades, the Galactic King knew its darkest secrets, and knew full well the monstrous nature of Bojack's quintet. Long ago, sealing these 5 required all 4 Kais, and even then they nearly perished in the effort. Bojack and his 4 lieutenants were far beyond the Vegeta King's power to withstand. Surely not. Even a Super Saiyan stands no chance against them. Escape first, then alert Mirels. Only Mirels can save us now. Above, at the sight of the golden streak, Bojack's group halted their assault and gazed forward with mocking amusement. Zanya grinned. Boss, he's got decent power, doesn't he? So this is a Super Saiyan. Why would Tawa even take interest in such feeble energy? Bojack glanced dismissively at the Vegeta King and shook his head. Who are you? The Vegeta King stared down at the corpses of fallen Saiyans, rage boiling, threatening to consume his very soul. Yet having spent 2 months on Earth, he had mastered the art of sensing ki, and now sensing Bojack's quartet, he recoiled inwardly. Their power was boundless, unfathomable. Charging in would be suicide. In truth, his instinct was flawless, even transformed into a Super Saiyan, boosting his combat power 50-fold. He stood at only 150 million. Bojack himself aside, consider his 4 subordinates. Goku's power, 1 billion. Bukin's power, 900 million. Vegeta's power, 1.2 billion. And Zanya, the most trusted among them, possessed a staggering 1.7 billion. They existed on entirely different planes of existence. The Vegeta King's restraint was not cowardice, it was wisdom. Let me kill him, boss. Ignoring the Vegeta King's question, Zanya stepped forward, her voice laced with exhilarated anticipation. I can't fathom why Tawa deigns to notice such a pathetic race. Go end him. Then erase the entire Saiyan lineage from existence. Yes. A flash of bloodlust gleamed in Zanya's eyes. She moistened her lips and vanished from the sky in an instant. The air itself turned frigid, suffused with lethal intent. A searing wave of mortal danger surged through him. Hovering midair, the Vegeta King's scalp prickled. He couldn't even track Zanya's movement. Whoosh! A fleeting silhouette shimmered across the sky. Then the Vegeta King erupted in crimson, hurtling violently toward the earth. Boom! A deep crater split the ground. GHK. Inside the chasm, the Vegeta King clutched his abdomen, vomiting torrents of blood. I am a Super Saiyan. How is this possible? It was unbearable. Goaded by Bardock's taunt, he'd finally achieved the transformation. only to fall in a single blow. I refuse to accept this. Collapsed on the ground, he spat more blood, his pupils beginning to dilate, fading into emptiness. North Kai's planet. Disaster. We've lost contact with the Grand Kai. Without the Grand Kai's aid, we stand utterly powerless against Bojack and his crew. The entire universe may perish. The East, West, and South Kais spoke in frantic unison. Wait, the Vegeta King has moved to intercept Bojack's group. The North Kai suddenly cried out, his twin antennae vibrating wildly. That Super Saiyan you mentioned? Shorty, what's happening now? Powerless, the three Kais could only place their last hope upon the Vegeta King, the one the North Kai had named. Moments later, the North Kai shook his head, anguish etching his features. As expected, he's impossibly outmatched. The Vegeta King couldn't even withstand one of Zanya's strikes. Stunned disbelief echoed in the voices of the other three Kais. Is the gap truly that vast? Then, recalling their own brutal past encounters with Bojack's faction, they fell silent. They knew Bojack's quintet intimately. Aside from Bojack himself, Zanya was unquestionably the strongest. That a so-called Super Saiyan would fall before her was neither shocking nor unexpected. At that very moment, the North Kai's antennae convulsed violently, and his eyes widened in alarm. Goku, you fool. Didn't I tell you not to go? Why did you disobey me? Why? The headquarters of the galaxy. As the aura of King Vegeta was about to vanish completely, suddenly, two figures appeared in the sky, golden-haired and blue-eyed, exuding no energy, their presence remarkably stable. The newcomers were none other than Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Father. Vegeta's eyes widened in horror as he saw King Vegeta barely alive in the pit. He quickly used instant transmission to appear beside King Vegeta, crushing a senzu bean and placing it in his mouth. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had already engaged with Zanja. The two figures grappled in the sky. Bang! Bang! The shockwaves from their collisions surged forth like ancient beasts, wreaking havoc on the already ruined Galaxy Patrol headquarters. In the distance, Bojack squinted his eyes. This Super Saiyan seems to be a bit stronger than the previous one. It's only slightly stronger, Gobius scoffed. If the boss intervenes, he wouldn't even need to use the dark powers given by Tawa to kill him. Alright, stop staring and get to work. Annihilate the Saiyan race completely. In the sky, Bojack grinned wickedly and waved his hand. Gobi, Abujin, and Bidu nodded and moved toward the surviving Saiyans below. Swish! The three figures turned into reapers, launching punches and kicks. Bang! Bang! The Saiyans exploded like fireworks, one after another. As time passed, even Bibert and Gracie fell to the hands of the three. As for Raditz and Theodore, they were not present, having been on a mission and thus escaping this calamity. More and more Saiyans perished at the hands of the demon Gobia. Damn it! In the sky, Sun Wukong pushed back Zanjia with both hands, seeing his kin fall one after another. He wanted to intervene. He wanted to get rid of me. No way. A seductive voice echoed in Sun Wukong's ear. When did this happen? Sun Wukong's pupils shrank sharply, and in the next moment a hard fist struck his cheek, distorting his face and sending him crashing to the ground like a cannonball. On the other side, after eating the senzu bean, King Vegeta regained his strength and stood up to see hundreds of Saiyans slaughtered. His rage instantly flared. King Vegeta shouted, "Vegeta, hurry and save them." Vegeta turned his head and saw the horrific scene ahead, his heart tightening. Those were his subjects. Unforgivable. Whoosh! A burst of golden light shot into the sky, instantly vanishing from sight. King Vegeta transformed into a beam of golden light and rushed toward Gobia and the others. In the sky, Sun Wukong broke free from Zanjia's entanglement and saw Vegeta making his move. He calmed slightly. Who are you really? He had sensed this aura on Earth some time ago, and the North Kai had advised him not to get involved. But having encountered such power, he felt restless without sparring with them. Of course, though he was naive, he was not foolish. Sun Wukong understood his own strength. Recklessly heading to the edge of the North Galaxy would not be sparring, but rather an invitation to be beaten. So he brought Vegeta into the hyperbolic time chamber, where they spent 2 years. Who would have thought that after 2 days out, Bojack and his crew had arrived at the Galaxy Patrol headquarters? Kid, your power is quite impressive. You've managed to hold out against me for so long. Zanjia hovered in midair, looking at Sun Wukong with a hint of caution in her eyes. This Super Saiyan was different from the previous one. The power of the one before him was somewhat terrifying. Kakarot, your kin are being slaughtered. Why are you still talking? Kill them. At this moment, Vegeta on the ground engaged with Gobia and the others, severely injuring them in just a few exchanges. He shouted upward to Sun Wukong. In the sky, Sun Wukong glanced down at Vegeta and King Vegeta, and an immense power erupted from him. Boom. The overwhelming aura caused the sky to tremble. Zanjia was taken aback. Your power? You are the second person to witness my full power. Prepare to die. The first, of course, was Vegeta. After defeating Cooler, half a year had passed, and Sun Wukong's base power had surpassed 10 million battle power. His transformation into a Super Saiyan only granted him 500 million battle power, still far from the 5 that the North Kai had mentioned. Thus, he brought Vegeta into the hyperbolic time chamber, where they stayed for 2 years. Using Senzu beans, he and Vegeta recovered from near death, and in that time his power broke through to 50 million battle power. Transforming into a Super Saiyan increased his power by 50 times, reaching 2.5 billion. As for Vegeta, his Super Saiyan power was only 2.4 billion. He was still that perennial second fiddle. Besides that, the two had successfully entered a very stable Super Saiyan state. Sun Wukong named it Super Saiyan Full Power State. In the Super Saiyan Full Power State, Sun Wukong was utterly unlike his normal self. He exuded a sinister aura, his gaze piercingly cold. He vanished from the sky in an instant. The next second, he appeared behind Zanjia. When did this happen? Zanjia's scalp tingled as she turned around, only to be met with an iron fist. Bang! Her abdomen was hit, and a wave of bile surged up from her stomach, violently spewing out. Agonizing pain enveloped her body. Boom! Boom! In mere seconds, Zanjia was struck over 100 times by Sun Wukong, unable to retaliate at all. On the ground, Vegeta was also engaged in combat with Gobia and the others. The two buddies were directly pummeling Bojack's minions. On North Kai's planet, he was still cursing Sun Wukong as a big fool, but upon seeing this scene, he was instantly dumbfounded. Voices from 3 Kais rang out. What's going on? What's the current battle situation? Bojack won't destroy your North Galaxy, will he? Destroy? The North Kai excitedly started a little dance. Ha ha, how could it be destroyed? My North Galaxy is saved. Based on his understanding of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, these two were at most just slightly stronger than Frieza. Previously, when the two of them fought Cooler, they couldn't even defeat him until Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, and the 3 Super Saiyans together managed to kill Cooler. This was also the reason he had advised Sun Wukong not to get involved with Bojack. Who would have thought that in just half a year Sun Wukong and Vegeta had become this powerful? At the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, boom! The sky echoed with explosions. The ground trembled as several figures intertwined. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were clashing with Bojack for subordinates, while King Vegeta was rescuing the severely injured Saiyans. In the sky, Bojack, who was watching the show, frowned deeply upon seeing this. How can these 2 Super Saiyans be so powerful? In his observations, the states of Sun Wukong and Vegeta were quite strange. Aside from being stronger than King Vegeta, the auras of Sun Wukong and Vegeta were very calm, unlike the raging aura of King Vegeta. What Bojack did not know was that this was the full power of a Super Saiyan. While this state still placed a burden on the body, it was far less than the burden caused by a normal Super Saiyan. Moreover, in this state, the raging aura within would significantly diminish. This was also why Sun Wukong and the others appeared so calm. At that moment, boss, I can't take it anymore. In the sky, Zanjia broke free from Sun Wukong's grasp and flew to the other side, staring intently at Sun Wukong ahead. She never expected that this Super Saiyan would be so powerful. Zanjia gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear Sun Wukong to shreds. In the past, she would never have dared to confront a master of such power. However, she had been rescued by Tawa and granted a dark power. This was different. Boom! A black aura began to spread from Zanjia. At the same time, the 3 beaten-up members of the group also emanated a dark aura. The temperature of the entire battlefield plummeted rapidly. The evil aura was spreading. It spread to Earth, causing the Z fighters on Earth to suddenly look up. It spread throughout the North Galaxy, resembling a hellish abyss with icy cold rivers. The 4 kings of the North Realm trembled at this sight. How could this happen? In the King Kai's realm, under a large tree, Asen was reporting to the old Kaishin about how many planets he had recently created. Ancestor, I created 103 planets. Is that too many? How could it be too many? The number of planets you've created can be shattered by a single sneeze from a thin rib. The old Kaishin sat on the ground looking at the little emperor, his eyes sparkling. Asen's face darkened. What kind of ancestor was this, even looking at the little emperor, losing all face for the Kaishin? Suddenly, the crystal ball on the ground suddenly lit up, followed by a dark scene appearing. The entire image was pitch black like a hellish abyss. Then the scene shifted, showing 2 blonde-haired, blue-eyed Saiyans being relentlessly beaten by 4 dark-clad individuals. Ancestor! Asen shouted anxiously. What is it? The old Kaishin was startled, jumping up from the ground and accidentally stepping on his little emperor, about to curse. Asen pointed at the crystal ball on the ground, shouting, Ancestor, look quickly. The old Kaishin paused. Oh, what was this kid going crazy about? He looked down. Dark aura, my goodness. The old Kaishin was startled again, stepping on the little emperor once more. Ancestor, what is dark aura? Did I not tell you before? Dark aura is possessed only by those from the dark demon realm. The old Kaioshin squatted down looking at the crystal ball, furrowing his brow. These two Super Saiyans have decent power, and their state is stable, but facing those four filled with dark aura, they are still far too weak. The crystal ball continued to display scenes of Son Wukong and Vegeta being beaten. It should be known that when Son Wukong entered the full power state of a Super Saiyan, his combat power was 2.5 billion. Vegeta also had a combat power of 2.4 billion. Ancestor aren't these two members of Lewis' race. They are doomed to be killed. As soon as Asin's words fell, in the image from the crystal ball, Son Wukong had his right arm broken and Vegeta had a hole blasted in his abdomen by an energy blast. Both of them spat blood, and just as they were about to be killed, they pointed their fingers to their foreheads and instantly disappeared. It was the instant transmission of Yardrat. The old Kaioshin patted his chest, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they can instant transmission or they would be doomed. Asin pointed at the crystal ball, shouting, "Ancestor, they are back." On the crystal ball, Son Wukong and Vegeta returned to their peak state, returning to the battlefield to continue fighting against Zanjia and the others. The old Kaioshin was taken aback. How did these two suddenly recover? Moreover, their power seemed to have grown stronger than before. But what good is recovery? The old Kaioshin shook his head. Having been granted dark power, the strength of those four will be more than tenfold stronger than before, and the disparity in strength is visible to the naked eye. These two Super Saiyans cannot defeat them. Before using dark power, the strength of Zanjia and the others, Gogeta's combat power was 1 billion. Bukin's combat power was 900 million. Vita's combat power was 1.2 billion. Zanjia's combat power was 1.7 billion. According to the old Kaioshin, after using dark power, their combat power would all exceed 10 billion. What to do now? Asin clenched his fists. The power of Zanjia and the others was simply too overwhelming. Not only that, but the aura around them was extremely evil. Asin saw the shadow of Majin Buu and Zanjia and the others and began to feel nervous. Asin, did you notice that the guy who has been watching from the sidelines is the strongest among them? The old Kaioshin frowned upon seeing Bojack's figure. These two Super Saiyans can't even defeat those four trash, let alone the guy who is just watching. What to do? Asin was almost in tears. Lord Beerus and Lewis have left the 7th universe. This is a disaster. The old Kaioshin was also anxious, pacing around in the Kaioshin realm. He had just emerged from the Kaioshin sword and discovered that the 7th universe ranked near the bottom in the entire network of universes. It could be said that the 7th universe had no strong warriors. Over the past decade, with his assistance and the destruction from Lewis, the 7th universe had developed better and better, but there were still few strong warriors. Since the seal was broken, the strongest mortal he had seen so far was those two Super Saiyans in the crystal ball. With Lewis and Beerus absent, the 7th universe would surely be devastated by those filled with dark aura. The old Kaioshin's expression grew increasingly anxious and his pace quickened. Suddenly, ding! A bell rang in the old Kaioshin's ear and his eyes suddenly brightened. Upon the crystal ball, Son Wukong and Vegeta had once again been gravely wounded by Zanjia and his comrades. Fortunately, both possessed the ability of instantaneous movement. Each time facing imminent death, they would vanish from the Galactic Patrol headquarters at the very last moment. Once recovered, they returned to re-engage Zanjia and his allies. This cycle could not continue. It was unsustainable. The atmosphere in the realm of the Kaioshin grew increasingly tense. Asin was nearly in tears with anxiety. Elder Ancestor Lord Beerus and Lewis are both absent. Our 7th universe is doomed. Doomed? Nonsense. I am still here. The elder Kaioshin bowed his head, eyes locked intently upon the crystal ball's shifting images. Asin turned, gazing at him with a puzzled expression, then scratched his head and asked, "Elder Ancestor, with those slender arms and frail frame, can you truly stand against those 5 warriors?" Asin's look left the elder Kaioshin speechless. With a sudden leap, he rapped Asin sharply on the skull. "Ow! What was that for, Elder Ancestor? Did I ever say I'd fight them?" The elder Kaioshin lowered his gaze, once more fixated on the two figures shimmering within the crystal ball. He touched the bell-shaped earrings dangling from his ears, and his eyes gleamed brighter, sharper, with dawning intensity. Exceptional prospects. Huh? Asin stared at the elder Kaioshin with profound grievance. Surely this was no time for praise. The exceptional prospects you speak of are currently being battered into the ground. Younger generation, would you like to witness a fusion warrior? Elder Ancestor, what exactly is a fusion warrior? A fusion warrior. The elder Kaioshin tilted his face upward at a 45-degree angle toward the sky, his expression bitter, as if haunted by an agonizing memory long buried. Once he too had been a radiant youth, until that accursed old sorceress. Enough talk, summon Jeepit at once. The elder Kaioshin shook his head fiercely and bellowed at Asin. Asin instantly shrank back. Though his elder ancestor spent his days engrossed in little royal uncle, seeming utterly unreliable, Asin had come to realize through recent encounters that this venerable Kaioshin wielded formidable power. With crisis mounting, the elder ancestor must have conceived a plan. Without delay, Asin rushed off to fetch Jeetbit. Moments later, Jeetbit arrived. So long as I remain, the seventh universe shall never fall. The elder Kaioshin removed 2 Patera earrings from his ears and placed them into Jeetbit's hands. Jeetbit, deliver these earrings to the 2 Super Saiyans. Ensure each wears one. Understood, Your Holiness. Jeetbit asked no questions. He sensed the gravity of the hour. Clutching the earrings, he vanished instantly. After Jeetbit departed, Asin plucked the Patera earrings from his own ears. Elder Ancestor, what is the purpose of these earrings? Can they truly save the 7th universe? Did I not just mention fusion warriors? The elder Kaioshin smiled faintly. These earrings fused 2 individuals into a single unprecedented warrior, one forged of combined essence and amplified might. Such a fusion yields terrifying power. Should those 2 Super Saiyans depicted on the crystal ball undergo fusion, they might even contend with Lewis himself. Lewis, the 7th universe's designated destroyer-in-waiting, possessed strength second only to Beerus. That the elder Kaioshin believed a Patera-fused warrior could match him spoke volumes. Asin's breath quickened, his cheeks flushed crimson. Elder Ancestor, then our 7th universe is saved. Rest assured, should the fusion succeed, those 5 wretches will stand no chance, not even with their dark energies. The elder Kaioshin took the Patera earrings from Asin's hands and gently reattached them to his ears. With solemn gravity, he said, when 2 mortals fuse via Patera earrings, the bond lasts 1 hour, but Kaioshin differ. Should 2 Kaioshin wear them simultaneously, their fusion becomes eternal. He stroked Asin's head with a sigh. Remember well, younger generation Patera earrings must never be removed lightly. At that, the image of that accursed sorceress surged anew in his mind, enraging beyond measure. Eternal fusion. Asin shuddered violently at the thought of merging with another. Yet, why did his elder ancestor's tone carry such peculiar weight? Had he perhaps lived this very fate? While turmoil roiled across the 7th universe, a prismatic streak of light tore through the heavens above the destroyer's realm of the 10th universe. Before the destroyer's palace upon Vilethud grass, 4 figures materialized, none other than Lewis and his companions. Greetings, Lord Rumshi. Greetings, Lord Gavas. Greetings, Lady Kisu. Lewis stepped forward and bowed deeply. Typhus followed suit, mirroring his gesture precisely. Kisu nodded, dimples blooming as she smiled. It seems your trial journey has elevated you in every way. Her divine perception revealed Lewis's power teetering on the cusp of the divine realm, vastly surpassing his former self. She knew he possessed transformation abilities. Should he assume his true form, his strength might breach the 3rd tier of the divine realm. In truth, Lewis had not yet ascended to the 3rd tier, but he stood at its threshold, poised for imminent transcendence. Moreover, Kisu observed that Lewis moved with uncanny naturalness. Every gesture fluid, every stance subtly inviting, as though vulnerability itself were woven into his being. She recognized this as combat instinct fully internalized, reflexes so ingrained they had become biological truth. It resembled the state of Zai Jing, though less absolute in its mastery. Put simply, it was a streamlined version of Zai Jing, potent, intuitive, yet far less taxing upon the body. Until now, only Beerus had attained such a state. Yet in half a year, Lewis had traversed the same path, astonishing beyond measure. Ha ha ha, modestly speaking, I've done all right. Lewis scratched his head, exuding a disarmingly boyish charm. At that moment, Rumshi turned toward him and remarked coolly, so, you have finally arrived in my 10th universe. After slaying Katra, Lewis had marched unimpeded from the 1st universe through the 9th. No realm dared oppose him. Each became merely a stepping stone beneath his ascent. Now it was Rumshi's turn. Rumshi glanced sidelong at Beerus, clenching his fist. Let us set aside your challenge to me, Skinny Rib. Why bypass my 10th universe entirely, to seek out the 11th instead? There resides a mortal who has honed physical might to its absolute zenith. Would not sparring with Jiren prove more worthy? All other destroyers had become Lewis's stepping stones. Rumshi refused to be reduced to mere experience points for this upstart. Zama's blinked, startled by Rumshi's tone. Was accepting a challenge from the 7th universe's destroyer-in-waiting truly cause for such despair, as if mourning kin? Yet, rumor held that this 7th universe's destroyer-in-waiting wielded the power of Erasure and had already slain Katra of the 4th universe. Whether fact or fable remained uncertain. Tomas' gaze lingered upon Lewis, who in that instant met his eyes directly. Zamasaha, what an interesting candidate for the god of destruction. Lewis chuckled inwardly. In the super anime, Zamasu is a candidate for the god of destruction, but his mindset is underdeveloped, or rather he is inherently anti-human. This guy Zamasu wants to annihilate all of humanity, but was ultimately eliminated by the Omni King using Erasure. I wonder if he has any such thoughts at this moment. While Lewis was observing Zamasu, the god of destruction of universe, 10 suddenly became as noisy as a marketplace. Slim ribs. Except for that fat pig from Universe 6, and that old guy from my universe who dares to call me that, you actually have the audacity to refer to me like that. You're asking for death. Whether you are asking for death or not can be discussed later, but let me ask you, can you cross over from my Universe 10 to challenge Universe 11 directly? You call me Slim Ribs, I refuse. You? Ramsey pointed at Beerus, his eyes blazing with fury, his chest heaving. That Slim Ribs is still so annoying. Seeing that Beerus and Ramsey were about to fight, Guvas quickly stepped in. Lord Ramsey, calm down, it's just accepting Lewis' challenge, just agree to him, what's the big deal? Gavas' words made Ramsey roll his eyes. If you become Lewis' stepping stone, let's see if you would still say that. However, then let's do it. Ramsey knew he couldn't escape this challenge. After all the previous gods of destruction had been defeated by Lewis. Sorry for troubling you, Lord Ramsey. Lewis smiled, giving a look to Whis. Whis nodded, looking at Kess, who also nodded slightly as the two siblings prepared to fly up and set up the void battlefield. Suddenly, Whis' staff glowed brightly. The power of the second level of the divine realm. Whis' pupils constricted as he exclaimed, Whis, what's wrong? Everyone was taken aback. What power of the second level of the divine realm? And, isn't it just the power of the second level of the divine realm? Is it necessary to be so surprised? Both of the candidates for God of Destruction present possess this level of power, not to mention Beerus and Ramsey, the two true gods of destruction. Lord Beerus, we have a candidate-level God of Destruction expert appearing in Universe 7. Whis checked with his staff and hurriedly said, What? Beerus was startled. When did his universe have such an expert? Not only Beerus was shocked, but even Lewis was surprised. Lewis was already at the power of the second level of the divine realm, and he knew what the concept of the second level of the divine realm's power was. According to the Dragon Ball plot, such an expert shouldn't appear at this time. Could it be that something major happened in Universe 7? Soon Beerus thought of this. He and Lewis had both left Universe 7, and if such an expert appeared in Universe 7, if it were those universe-destroying guys, then Old Kai and Shin would be doomed. If Old Kai and Shin die, then he's doomed. Beerus shouted, Lewis, let's hurry back. All right, let's hurry back. Lewis nodded, turning to Ramsey. Lord Ramsey, something happened in Universe 7. Next time we will have a chance to spar, I will withdraw for now. After saying that, Lewis took Tyrus, Beerus, and Whis and disappeared in an instant using instant transmission. The speed at which Lewis and the others vanished left Ramsey dumbfounded. Did we not say we were going to spar? Did we not say you would use me as a stepping stone? Why did you suddenly run away? No. The expert of the second level of the divine realm. Another candidate-level god of destruction expert has appeared in Universe 7. Impossible, how could Universe 7 have so many experts? Ramsey was filled with envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, Zamasu beside him ignored Ramsey's expression, his gaze fixed on the spot where Lewis had vanished. I also wanted to ask you what your opinion of humanity is. Zamasu muttered to himself, then shook his head slightly, returning to the calm demeanor expected of a god of destruction. As for Kess, she felt a bit strange noticing that Whis had come to Universe 10, but seemed hesitant, as if wanting to say something, but finding it hard to speak. Universe 7, God of Destruction's realm. The crystal ball displayed the scene. 4 pitch-black figures were frantically attacking Son Goku and Vegeta. 4 experts with battle powers in the hundreds of billions were ganging up on Son Goku and Vegeta, who were unable to withstand the assault. The Galactic Patrol headquarters erupted in a violent explosion under the immense force, completely disintegrating. Fortunately, Lewis had once made a wish to the dragon that allowed the Saiyans to survive in the void. Thus, Son Goku and Vegeta could still survive in the cosmic starry sky. Son Goku and Vegeta were heavily injured by Zanjia and his 4 companions, and they took the opportunity to bring King Vegeta with them. After consuming the Senzu beans, they returned to the original battlefield to continue fighting. Son Goku and Vegeta's power began to surge dramatically with each heavy injury. Son Goku's power skyrocketed from 2.5 billion to 3 billion. Vegeta's power surged from 2.4 billion to 2.8 billion. However, in the end, the two could not defeat Zanjia and his companions, as they were utilizing dark power that pushed their strength beyond hundreds of billions. Son Goku and Vegeta, after being heavily injured, ran away and then returned. Even with their hundreds of billions of battle power, Zanjia and his companions had no way to deal with it. Both sides were in a stalemate. Soon Bojack could no longer bear to watch, and he was about to take action. Shin squatted on the ground, watching the scene on the crystal ball, clenching his small fists tightly. Ancestor, the most powerful guy, is about to take action. Old Kai remained silent, but he also began to feel nervous. Once the strongest Bojack moves, the North Galaxy could collapse. At that moment, a bright light appeared on the crystal ball. It was Jebet appearing beside Son Goku and Vegeta, handing them 2 earrings, saying something then vanishing. Soon Son Goku and Vegeta put on the earrings. A rainbow-colored light soared into the dark, cosmic starry sky. Ancestor the Fusion Warrior is about to appear. On Lewis' side, if he continued to let Whis use the time-space cube to return to Universe 7, the speed would be too slow. Lewis directly used instant transmission as he possessed God of Destruction level instant transmission. As long as there was a coordinate, he could directly appear at that location. Lewis brought everyone directly to the barrier of Universe 10, punching through the cosmic barrier. After jumping out of Universe 10, he moved to the location of Universe 7, breaking through the barrier of Universe 7 again. After jumping into Universe 7, Lewis used instant transmission to head directly to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As soon as he arrived at the original position of the Galactic headquarters, he saw a handsome man radiating rainbow light. Vegeta. The planet housing the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol has already collapsed, and all living beings above have perished. A foul stench of blood pervades the entire star region, with various violent energies surging through it, resembling a realm of slaughter that sends chills down one's spine. In the shadows, Tova observes everything outside while holding her staff. I initially planned to let my experiment take action, but it seems that Bojack and his 5 companions possess some strength after all. Seeing Son Goku and the others being mercilessly beaten by Zanjia and his group, Tova revealed a faint smile. Her purpose for coming here is to annihilate the Saiyan race before heading to Earth to lure Ties and Lewis back. When the time comes, Demigra and the 4 dark gods of the Dark Demon Realm will personally take action. Can they not capture Lewis and not eliminate a mere mortal? As long as the Saiyan race is wiped out and Ties is killed, their mission will be complete. In that case, Lewis will surely turn dark out of rage. Once Lewis darkens, he will awaken his past memories, and he will undoubtedly return to the Dark Demon Realm camp. Tova watched the outside world, despite Son Goku and Vegeta continuously disappearing and reappearing. Their powers are still steadily increasing. However, compared to Zanjia and the others who wield dark powers, they ultimately fall far short. These 2 are destined to be unable to save the Saiyan race, and they will perish at the hands of Zanjia and his companions. Soon Tova saw Bojack about to make his move. Lord Lewis, please don't blame me. I am also thinking of your Dark Demon Realm. In the shadows, Tova covered her rosy mouth, emitting a seductive laugh. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside, handing 2 earrings to Son Goku and Vegeta, saying something to them before disappearing. Immediately after, Son Goku and the others donned the earrings simultaneously. A radiant multicolored light shot up into the sky, of vast power sweeping across the entire star region, spreading to every corner of the 7th universe. The Z fighters on Earth looked up, sensing the aura of Vegeta and Son Goku. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai, who had fallen from surprise to despair, trembled at the sight of the galactic headquarters. This power, it belongs to a candidate destroyer-level strength. Dwarf Melon, what is the meaning of this power? Could it be that the Great Kaishin has made a move? Speak quickly. The other 3 Kais shouted anxiously. It is indeed the Great Kaishin who has acted. Our universe is saved. Dwarf Melon clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement. The 3 Kais were momentarily stunned, pondering for a while before suddenly shouting in excitement. The Great Kaishin. The legendary Great Kaishin. Dwarf Melon, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you? This power is so strong, only the legendary Great Kaishin could possess such immense power. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Tova stood dumbfounded. How is this possible? These 2 mortals can actually unleash such tremendous power. It's over the plan to exterminate the Saiyan race. Just as Tova was feeling despondent, she suddenly saw 4 figures emerge outside Lewis, Ties, Beerus, and Whis. They actually returned. Tova's previously disappointed expression turned into surprise. She thought she would have to go to Earth and kill all of Tai's relatives to lure Lewis over. But before she could implement that plan, Lewis was lured back. It seems her Lord Lewis truly values the Saiyan race. Joyful as she was, Tova dared not linger too long, especially with Whis and Beerus back. Thus Tova waved her staff, opening a spatial rift to hastily escape, for it would soon be the turn of the 5 great demons to take the stage. Outside at the original location of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Lewis and her companions suddenly appeared in the starry sky, just in time to behold a stunning figure. Vegeta. Lewis gazed intently at Vegeta ahead. Vegeta wore patera earrings and donned an orange short-sleeved shirt and a deep blue turtle school outfit over it. Especially that mysteriously confident smile of his, identical to Vegeta from the anime. A multicolored light, dazzling and resplendent. So handsome. This stunning figure is truly as handsome as I am. Lewis felt extremely excited, tears unable to help but flow from the corners of her mouth. Ties beside her was taken aback. What was wrong with her, Lewis? That expression was quite frightening. Beerus and Whis were also a bit bewildered. Was it really necessary to be that excited over a mere second-level God Realm fighter? Everyone had no idea what status Vegeta held in Lewis' heart. This was Vegeta. In the anime, whenever it came to a life-and-death situation, Vegeta or Gogeta would emerge capable of swiftly turning the tide. As for whether the fusion could truly defeat their opponent. As for personality, Lewis didn't care much about those. After all, handsomeness is a lifetime matter. Of Vegeta is undeniably stunning. Lewis, what's the matter with that guy? Why does he look so familiar? Beerus asked, looking at Vegeta. At first, this newly appeared second-level God Realm expert genuinely startled him. The strength of a second-level God Realm can already destroy the universe. If the seventh universe were truly destroyed, the old Kaioshin and the Supreme Kai would certainly meet their end. The lives of Kaioshin and Destroyers are intertwined, and he would definitely not escape. Fortunately, the seventh universe was not destroyed. Returning to this place, he naturally saw the 5 individuals filled with dark energy. He did not rush to take action, primarily because he felt that Vegeta looked a bit familiar. Hearing Beerus' words, Lewis suppressed her excitement. Did you not notice the earrings beside Vegeta's ears? Vegeta, earrings. Beerus was taken aback, quickly noticing the earrings beside Vegeta's ears. Patera earrings. Fusion warrior. Beerus naturally knew the function of the Patera earrings. It was because of the Patera earrings that the old Kaioshin fused with that old witch. What is going on? Who are the 2 people who fused? Why do they have the Kaioshin's earrings? Beerus roared in anger. Having the Patera earrings means that those 2 have come into contact with the Kaioshin, right? If these 2 harbor ill intentions, the Kaioshin is surely doomed. If the Kaioshin meets his end, then so does he. Beerus grew increasingly terrified. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. A surge of violet energy erupted from his body, its destructive aura sweeping across the entire 7th universe. Do we even need to think about it? It must be Elder Kaioshin's doing. Lewis stood with arms crossed, gazing steadily ahead as he remarked coolly, "Can't you sense the dark aura emanating from those 5? We've been absent from the 7th universe for far too long. If we fail to return in time, it will be utterly doomed. Without us, Elder Kaioshin had no choice but to resort to such a measure. Haven't you seen how overwhelmingly powerful that fused warrior is? With Vegeta on our side, the 5, Pui, G-Sperta, Rikum, and Goldo, pose no real threat. Moreover, the 2 who fused, you know them well." Lewis instantly recognized their identities, and was stunned to realize that these 5 had appeared here long before the Cell Saga was meant to unfold. Hearing this, Beerus nodded slowly. Indeed, it was highly plausible. This bore all the hallmarks of that old sage's handiwork. The fury burning within Beerus instantly subsided. Yet upon hearing that the 2 fused warriors were also familiar to him, he frowned in bewilderment. "I know them too." "Who are they?" Lewis replied with exasperation. "Kakarot and Vegeta, of course." Vegeta, his very name, carried an air of distinction, and his striking appearance perfectly blended the defining traits of both Kakarot and Vegeta. To have missed it entirely, truly unprecedented. "It's them, eh?" Beerus stared, utterly dumbfounded. Kakarot and Vegeta were kin to Lewis's own people. During his time on Earth, he had closely observed their exceptional talent. Half a year ago, it was precisely these 2 who had slain the Tyrant Cooler. Little did anyone expect that once fused, their power would surge to the 2nd tier of Divine Realm, a level rivaling that of a candidate god of destruction. Enough! Vegeta is about to strike. Lewis stood motionless, arms still crossed, eyes fixed ahead. Frankly, he eagerly anticipated Vegeta's dazzling performance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Against the infinite black void of cosmic space, Vegeta blazed with golden aura, Super Saiyan level 1. Power level 2nd tier of Divine Realm. Such overwhelming strength. Floating amidst the stars, Vegeta radiated cataclysmic might, a force capable of shattering heavens and grinding earth to dust. He clenched his fist, space itself trembled. This power was intoxicating. Yet he couldn't help wondering, did Lewis himself possess strength even half as formidable? Vegeta suppressed his surging exhilaration and swept his gaze across the desolation. Galactic Patrol headquarters had vanished without a trace, and the Saiyan race lay nearly annihilated by this battle. Murderous intent saturated the air. What is this? How can 2 beings fuse into one? Gohan stared, paralyzed, not by awe, but by sheer terror at Vegeta's terrifying power. "Now it's my turn, die." Vegeta's voice turned glacial. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing instantly behind Gohan. A single punch launched forth. A torrent of primordial might like a celestial dragon unleashed, slamming into Gohan before he could even react. Instantly, he exploded into nothingness. But it didn't end there. The lingering shockwave scoured thousands of miles across the void, obliterating every shattered stellar remnant adrift in the starfield. Gulp! Zanya and the others instinctively swallowed hard. Attack, now. Pui materialized beside the trio without warning, visibly shaken by Vegeto's staggering power. They'd originally planned to savor the torment of those two Super Saiyans, but never imagined they would fuse, let alone ascend to such an incomprehensible pinnacle of strength. Even Gohan had fallen in a single blow. Pui, unaware that villains always perish from excessive monologue, was consumed by bitter regret. Why hadn't he slain those two Super Saiyans the moment they appeared? At Pui's command, Zanya, Berter, and Whis advanced toward Vegito despite their terror, knowing full well Pui's ruthless nature. Disobedience meant certain unspeakable suffering. Burdock surged forward, cloaked in obsidian energy, becoming a streak of black lightning that materialized beside Vegito. Fist and foot struck like thunderclaps, blindingly swift, vanishing beyond mortal sight. Soon Zanya and Whis joined the fray, four figures locked in furious combat. Trillions of battle power erupted unchecked, unleashing tidal waves of ki that roared outward like ravenous wolves across the cosmos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the starfield fractured into countless afterimages. Though it appeared evenly matched, a closer look revealed Vegito effortlessly toying with Zanya and her allies, as if leading dogs on leashes. So slow are you fasting? Vegito finally sneered, dodging left and right with contemptuous ease, every one of their strikes missing him by miles. Damn you. Zanya's dark energy erupted violently, her once orange hair now pitch black, transforming her into a vision of ancient sorcery. Her aura grew ever more monstrous, surging past 200 billion units of power. From her palms coalesced a sphere of pure black energy. Filthy Saiyan monkey, die. The energy sphere swelled to over 1,000 meters in diameter. With a final desperate heave, Zanya hurled it forth. Whoosh. The maelstrom unleashed by that volatile orb triggered cosmic storms. The entire North Galaxy trembled, its planets quaking violently, teetering on the brink of total annihilation. Is that all? Vegito burst into laughter. Before fusion, they would have fled without hesitation. But now, his eyes hardened. Second-tier divine realm power condensed into his fist, igniting a silvery radiance that shimmered with incandescent intensity. His presence swelled, growing ever more overwhelming. Like a newborn sun blazing across the void, he moved. Facing the onrushing energy sphere, he thrust forth his fist, impact imminent. Shatter. A sharp crystalline crack echoed across the entire cosmos. The 1,000-meter sphere imploded instantly, dissolving into glittering stardust that faded into the void. How is this possible? Zanya hovered frozen in space, speechless with disbelief. Suddenly, a shadow slashed through the starfield. Dodoria appeared beside Vegito's temple, attempting a stealth strike. Thud. Vegito caught Dodoria's fist midair and smirked. So this is what it feels like, to toy with others. I'd actually considered letting you savor that humiliation a while longer. But, his gaze flicked toward the distance. Pui was fleeing at full speed. You slaughtered my kin, and think you can simply escape. Oomph. Go burn in hell alongside them. Clenching Dodoria's fist, Vegito squeezed hard. Ag. Dodoria's fist detonated. Shrieking agony tore from his throat. Then, a devastating shockwave erupted from Vegito's palm, reducing Dodoria to vapor in an instant. A warrior boasting hundreds of billions in battle power, gone in a heartbeat. Don't come any closer. Zanya, wreathed in writhing dark energy, wore a face of utter despair. She never imagined the trash they'd once tormented would rise so terrifyingly high. Nor had she foreseen Pui abandoning them, vanishing into the void alone. At this moment, Vegito was completely controlled by Vegeta's personality, resembling a god of death, as he ruthlessly slaughtered Bojack's subordinates. In the starry sky, after turning Bido into dust, Vegito glanced back at Zanya, who looked like a witch. Under her cold gaze, Zanya felt a chill run down her spine. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Vegito transformed into a golden light and flew towards Bojack. Zanya and Bujin exchanged glances, both relieved, thinking Vegito had truly spared them, and chose to pursue Bojack. Abruptly, Kamehameha, a bluish energy wave surged from a distance. No! Zanya and Bujin screamed in despair. Boom! Like a stellar explosion, the bodies of Zanya and Bujin twisted in an instant, turning into mere dust, completely vanishing from the cosmic sky. Damn Saiyans! Bojack, fleeing into the distance, turned back to witness this scene, his rage erupting. Those were his subordinates who had accompanied him for thousands of years, yet they perished at the hands of that fused warrior. However, compared to his own life, the death of Zanya and the others was inconsequential. As long as he could escape, he would return stronger and take revenge. At that moment, can you escape? A voice came from ahead. Bojack's pupils constricted as he quickly turned his head, only to see Vegito with his finger pointed at his forehead appearing right in front of him. How? How could you be so fast? What Bojack did not know was that Vegeta was using instant transmission, or as long as he could sense Bojack's key, Vegeta could appear beside him at any time. Please spare me. Bojack was filled with extreme fear. Why do you want to kill our Saiyan tribe? Vegeta replied coldly. Originally, Sun Wukong received news from King Kai of the North that Bojack and his crew were rampaging at the edge of the North Galaxy. In just a few days, they had reached the Galactic Patrol headquarters and were torturing the Saiyan tribe in various ways. Things couldn't be that simple. It was Tawa who made me do this. Bojack's body trembled, appearing very frightened. In fact, he was indeed very scared. The unparalleled power emanating from Vegeta was not something a mere mortal could possess. Even if he used dark power, he would likely not last half a round against Vegeta. However, Bojack knew this person would not let him go, so he secretly began to summon dark power. At this moment in the distance, Lewis, who had initially wanted to continue watching the spectacle, heard Bojack mention Tawa. Lewis, Beerus, and Whis exchanged glances, each with a serious expression. Let's go. In an instant, Lewis and the others vanished, appearing next to Vegeta the next second. Lewis. Vegeta was taken aback. A good opportunity die for me. Bojack noticed Vegeta had let his guard down and suddenly erupted, releasing an incomparably cold, evil aura. His battle power broke through to 50 billion. A battle power of 50 billion was equivalent to that of Kid Buu. Bojack, using dark power, astonishingly reached such a level, which was truly shocking. Then a pitch-black shockwave erupted from Bojack's hand. The starry sky trembled. It was as if a dark tide rolled in, engulfing the entire North Galaxy in this dark aura. Facing the incoming dark energy, Vegeta did not turn his head, still looking at Lewis, as if asking when he would return. Vegeta's reaction delighted Bojack. This power was dark energy, and while Vegeta was strong, such carelessness would surely lead to consequences. Just as Bojack fantasized about Vegeta being killed by him, a voice echoed in the starry sky. Destruction. Lewis raised his index finger and gently pointed at the incoming dark energy. Buzz. The dark energy transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. The dark aura of the entire North Galaxy rapidly dissipated, as if the sea had receded, leaving the cosmic sky eerily silent. Who are you? Bojack was dumbfounded. He thought Vegeta would die from his sneak attack. Who could have imagined that this suddenly appearing man could neutralize his attack with just a finger? So terrifying. So terrifying. This guy must be even stronger than Vegeta. Bojack trembled, continuously retreating. Idiot. The candidate destroyer god didn't even realize he dared to attack in front of Lewis. Vegeta glanced at Bojack and squeezed out these two words. Oh wow, it was Vegeta all along, right? Lewis nodded at Vegeta, then looked at Bojack, coldly stating, Who did you just mention? Tawa. Beerus' gaze was also icy cold. Last time Lewis and Whis caused a ruckus in the Dark Demon realm because of Tawa, and who would have thought Tawa was behind this again? Whis looked at Bojack, wondering what Tawa was up to this time. Yes, she released us just to destroy your Saiyan tribe. Bojack had used dark power, and his previously dark complexion now turned pale as the pressure from this group was overwhelming. Just to kill my Saiyan tribe. Lewis and Whis exchanged glances, wondering if it was for revenge for their previous chaos in the Dark Demon realm. Aside from that, Lewis and the others truly couldn't think of any other reason. If it was for this reason alone, wanting to annihilate his Saiyan tribe seemed a bit too much. If this wouldn't kill him, was it merely to provoke him? Lewis mused. However, he had to admit Lewis was indeed furious. After being tricked by Tawa last time, he had stormed into the Dark Demon realm and nearly caused Whis' death. Now Tawa had killed almost all of the Saiyan tribe to provoke him. Damn Tawa. Boom. A violent power erupted from Lewis, compressing the space and causing intense vibrations. Bojack was terrified. He couldn't sense the other's power, but this aura was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Of Vegeta would also not be able to compare. I've revealed Tawa's intentions, please spare me. Spare you. Lewis glanced at Bojack, raising his hand as a purple energy coalesced in his palm. Vegeta beside Lewis tensed up. He sensed a fatal threat from Lewis' power. Die for me. Destruction. Lewis said, lightly flicking his wrist, and the destructive energy instantly struck Bojack. Bojack didn't even have time to scream before vanishing into the starry sky. The attendant Ties standing beside Lewis showed no expression. After following Lewis for so many years, she had long grown accustomed to all of this. Planet North King. Ha ha ha. The North King jumped up excitedly from the ground. Even with all his strength, he could barely jump half a meter high, truly a short gourd. Short gourd, what's wrong? Did the king of all appear and defeat Bojack? Hurry up and tell me I'm dying of anxiety. The voices of the other three kings were very anxious. It isn't the king of all who has appeared, it's the candidate destroyer who has returned. When the North King's planet had been shrunk by Beerus, the other three kings were aware of the destroyer's existence. However, candidate destroyer, When did Lord Beerus take on a disciple? Short gourd, what's going on? The other three kings were no longer concerned about Bojack. They were more interested in when Beerus had taken on a disciple. You probably don't know this, do you? The North King was in a great mood and began to tell the other three kings about Lewis, the king of all realm. Xing squatted on the grass looking at the crystal ball excitedly saying, Ancestor, this fusion warrior is incredibly strong. The old king of all slightly lifted his chin proudly saying, This is the power of the fusion warrior. There's still much for you to learn, Junior. Yes. Xing nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with excitement. With Vegeta in the mix, Bojack was doomed. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared in the crystal ball. Ancestor Lord Beerus and the others are back. Seeing Beerus and the others, Xing's face turned red, excitedly jumping up from the ground. Soon, he saw Bojack being defeated by Lewis. Xing, filled with excitement, clenched his fists. Lewis is too strong. I must take him to completely eliminate Majin Buu. Back then, he had taken advantage of Bibidi sealing Majin Buu to launch a sneak attack on Bibidi, but the sealed Majin Buu was also stolen by Bibidi's son Babidi. If Majin Buu was not killed in a day, Xing could not eat or sleep in peace. The old king of all breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Beerus and the others. These 2 guys have finally returned. Who knows how much pressure he had endured during this time? Xing knew nothing. With Beerus and Lewis gone, he was the only one they could rely on. Fortunately, the 7th universe had 2 very strong Super Saiyans. They used the Patera earrings to fuse together. Even if Beerus couldn't make it back with Vegeta around, Bojack was not a concern. However, if the Dark Demon realm struck against the 7th universe again, even Vegeta might not be able to hold them off. The universe cannot be without a destroyer for long. Beerus and the others returning in time was what truly reassured the old king of all. The old king of all looked again at Lewis in the crystal ball. Lewis had been away from the 7th universe for more than half a year, embarking on a cosmic challenge journey. Now he saw Lewis again. Lewis' regular power was nearing a breakthrough to the 2nd layer of the divine realm. The old king of all knew Lewis could still transform. If he transformed again, his power could very well break through to the 3rd layer of the divine realm. Furthermore, every movement of Lewis was filled with temptation, ready to launch offense and defense at any moment. This was a battle instinct integrated into his body, becoming a natural ability. This was what Kex saw in Lewis before, and now the old king of all saw it too. Ignoring perfect freedom realm erasure. If Lewis could utilize these powers. Oh my goodness. This kid is truly a monster. North Galaxy. In the pitch-black starry sky, various violent energies lingered. After being struck by billions of energies, not a single planet in this star region could survive. They all turned to dust. After Bojack and his 5 companions were killed, Lewis and his 5 companions hovered in the starry sky. Vegeta was always watching Lewis. The destructive energy Lewis had just released instinctively filled him with fear. He was currently gathering the powers of Son Goku and Vegeta. This was not as simple as 1-1-2. His power was a multiplication of the 2. With such exaggerated power, he could still feel a deadly threat from Lewis. Vegeta shook his head and said, Lewis, where have you been for the past 6 months? After killing Cooler, Lewis said he would disappear for a while, and this disappearance lasted for 6 months. I went to other universes. Lewis glanced around. The galactic headquarters had disappeared, and most of the Saiyans were dead. That damned Bojack had completely destroyed it, truly a bargain for him. Went to other universes. What are other universes? Vegeta was puzzled, but seeing Lewis gaze around, his tone turned a bit melancholic. Almost all of our kin are dead. This really makes me furious. Beerus was also filled with rage. His universe had struggled to lift the average human level from rock bottom due to the Saiyan race. As a result, this brought them back to square one. Damn it. Beerus' curse was laced with a high amount of ma, making it sound very unpleasant. Beerus' reaction was even more intense than Vegeta's and Lewis, as if Lewis and Vegeta were fake Saiyans, while he was the true Saiyan. Ignoring Beerus barking, Lewis patted Vegeta's shoulder. You all have done well. If it weren't for you, our 7th universe would probably be doomed. Son Goku's personality took over Vegeta, and he was momentarily stunned. You know me. He was in a fusion state. Oh, why would Lewis recognize him? Lewis was speechless. He thought with his toes it was obvious that Son Goku had taken over Vegeta's body. With such a simple-minded personality, there was no one else but that fool. I am the candidate destroyer, Lewis said calmly. Vegeta's son Goku suddenly realized. Right? It was the king of all who had asked Jebet to give him the Patera earrings. There was no reason Lewis wouldn't recognize the earrings by his ears. Vegeta's inner Vegeta rolled his eyes at this fool. Lewis, our kin are almost all dead. We should go find the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, now under the control of Vegeta, spoke. At this time, don't worry, don't we have Whis? We shouldn't need to find the Dragon Balls. Ties looked at Whis and asked, Whis, can you restore this place? Whis shook his head. No, it's already been more than 2 minutes. I can't do anything. With his power, he could only rewind time by 2 minutes at most, and now he was powerless. Vegeta said helplessly, then we can only go find the Dragon Balls. Feeling gloomy, he was still glad to have the Dragon Balls as a last hope. Don't rush it, did you forget I can also manipulate time? Lewis waved his hand, let me give it a try. When it comes to the rules of time, Tai Si by Lu Si and Wei Si are aware of them, but Vegeta does not. Vegeta asked in confusion, what are the rules of time? The rules of time. Lewis glanced at Vegeta, chuckling. The rules of time can be seen as a form of energy, just like the destruction rules I just used, but this power is somewhat stronger than Chi. Vegeta clicked his tongue. When Lewis destroyed Bojack earlier, that purple energy sent shivers down his spine. Lewis mentioned that the time rules like that purple energy contain 2 forms of supreme power. How powerful must this guy be? Lewis, can you really do it? Bai Lucy looked over. I know you understand the rules of time, but half an hour has already passed since the Galactic Patrol headquarters was destroyed. Wei Si paused and continued, moreover, the scope of this situation is vast, far beyond what your previous time house could compare to. Can you really do it? As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Si's heart skipped a beat. Did this kid improve again? How come I didn't know? He stared intently at Lewis. Hey, don't look at me like that, alright? My sister Tai Si is still here. Lewis was startled by Wei Si's gaze. I'm not into that. Tai Si, Wei Si. Let me try first. If it doesn't work, well, find the Dragon Balls, Lewis suddenly said, seriously, flying into the starry sky ahead. Vegeta, the rules are ultimately a form of energy, and as long as one is strong enough, one can ignore them. Lewis spiraled alone in the starry sky, glancing back at Vegeta. The two within Vegeta are the main characters of the Dragon Balls. If they become fearful of the rules, their future training would be challenging. In truth, Lewis was not worried about Son Goku, but rather about Vegeta. The second-in-command of this era is still too young, far from growing up to the point where Bulma is slapped by Lu Si and Vegeta dares to fight him, as in the anime. Watch closely. Lewis spiraled in the starry sky, becoming serious. Hearing Lewis' words, Vegeta snapped back to attention, staring intently ahead. Lu Si, Tai Si, and Wei Si also gazed at the figure in the starry sky. Buzz. A golden light radiated from Lewis as he entered Super Saiyan full power. Lewis can also achieve full power. Vegeta was taken aback, but soon shook his head. It wasn't surprising that Lewis could reach full power. What intrigued him more was Lewis' claim that as long as one had enough strength, one could ignore the rules. Buzz. A flash of silver light passed over Lewis, and his golden hair was tinged with silver. Gold and silver intertwined. Under the influence of the silver light, time around them became chaotic. Time reversal. Lewis' eyes sharpened as he raised one hand, fingers spread wide. The rules of time within him began to stir. Crash. The silver light surrounding him formed a thick beam of light shooting into the sky. Centered on Lewis, the silver beam began to spread outwards, dyeing the entire North Galaxy center silver, as if the god of time had descended to the mortal realm. Time warped, and the time within the Galactic Patrol headquarters and its surrounding millions of miles began to slowly reverse. It can truly reverse time on a large scale. Wei Si's pupils constricted sharply. This little rascal secretly cultivated the rules of time to a level comparable to his own destruction rules. Lu Si cursed. He had never seen this little rascal cultivate the rules of time. Wei Si hurriedly protected everyone. Huh. In the starry sky ahead, Lewis shouted loudly as the rules of time erupted once more. Centering on the Galactic Patrol headquarters, the time in the millions of miles of star domain rapidly reversed. Grains of dust formed into gravel, gravel formed into stones, and stones formed into rocks. The scene rewound, and soon the planets destroyed by Vegeta and Zanja reappeared in the cosmic sky, and the galactic headquarters was restored. Gak revived. The Galactic King revived. All Saiyans revived. Life reappeared. A miracle. It was truly a miracle. Unlike the calm expressions of Lu Si and the others, Vegeta was stunned in place, completely taken aback. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. Rules are also a form of energy. If two different forms of energy collide, which one would win? Quickly, Vegeta opened his eyes wide. Wei Si and Lu Si exchanged glances and nodded, acknowledging these two kids' high comprehension. It wasn't that Vegeta comprehended the rules of time from Lewis' demonstration, but that he grasped the method to break the rules of time. Only fists speak the hard truth. Vegeta clenched his fists, realizing, just as Lewis said, no matter if your power is a rule or chi, as long as one is strong enough, one can disregard it all. Vegeta's confident smile returned to his face. Alright, enough of that. Bojack has appeared again. Let's go kill them. As Lewis returned, he executed a time reversal and reverted back to his normal state. Seeing this, Wei Si hurriedly helped Lewis restore his energy. Vegeta turned his head to look into the distance, and indeed Bojack and his crew were heading towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. A murderous intent erupted from him. Vegeta vanished from his spot and reappeared 5 seconds later. Looking into the distance again, he could only see a few clusters of blood mist remaining. When did you cultivate the rules of time to a level similar to the destruction rules? At this moment, Whis spoke. Half a year ago, Lewis' rules of time were still far behind compared to his destruction rules. If rules were divided into 10 levels, Lewis' destruction rules had reached the 5th level, while his previous time and space rules had only reached the 2nd level at most. Using 2nd level time and space rules against those weaker than him was still possible, but if he wanted to use them against a God of Destruction level expert, that would be impossible. This was also why Whis previously said that Lewis' time and space rules were weak. No wonder you've become increasingly adept at stealing others' peaches. It turns out your time rules have become stronger. Lucy said helplessly. You don't need to worry about that. I have plenty of secrets as a genius, Lewis replied, hands on his hips, grinning. In fact, during the past 6 months, he signed in again. Signed in front of the God of Destruction, Sidra, reward time-space, Erasure prototype. This move is even more terrifying than Erasure prototype. Erasure can only erase things from the current time and space, while time-space erasure can eliminate enemies across all timelines in one go. Because of this move, Lewis' rules of time and space skyrocketed to the current level. However, this move is simply too monstrous. To erase someone from all time and space requires immense power to support it. Currently, his power at the 2nd level of the Divine Realm is still insufficient. In addition, he also needs to cultivate the rules of time and space adequately. Lewis speculated that he might need to reach the Angel Realm and the 8th level of time and space rules. Both Beerus and Beerus rolled their eyes at Lewis' explanation. However, compared to Lewis' other secrets, his sudden mastery of the rules of time and space hardly seemed like a secret at all. At this moment, Vegeta flew back after defeating the 5 members of Bojack. Lewis, I want to fight you. Vegeta looked at Lewis with excitement. In the past, Vegeta was acutely aware of the gap between himself and Lewis, and he never dared to challenge Lewis. As for Son Goku, he wanted to spar with Lewis, but Lewis completely ignored him. Now fused into Vegeta, his strength surged to an unprecedented level. Although he had no way to deal with the rules of destruction and time, yet he might be able to exchange a few blows with Lewis. Vegeta was eager to engage Lewis in battle. Then let's try a few moves. Lewis smiled as Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, his strength breaking through to the 2nd level of the realm of gods. What if he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 or 3? After all, Gotenks could transform into Super Saiyan 3, so there was no reason Vegeta couldn't. Lewis was also curious to see how far Vegeta's true power could reach. Then it's settled. You can't use those rules of destruction and time. Vegeta knew how to deal with these powers, but his pure strength was still not strong enough to ignore them. Don't worry. Lewis waved his hand. If he used those powers, it would be somewhat unfair. You should use your full strength directly, otherwise you won't withstand my attack. Vegeta was taken aback. How did Lewis know he hadn't unleashed his full strength yet? Stop daydreaming, let's go. Then I'll show you my full strength. Vegeta returned to his normal state, his expression very calm. Seeing the two preparing to fight, Whis hurriedly set up an energy shield and took Ties and Beerus far away. Whis resembled a protective mother, genuinely fearful that the power unleashed from Lewis and Vegeta's battle would obliterate Tai and the others. By the way, you can take Tai away, but why drag me along? Beerus said irritably, genuinely believing he was not as weak as Tai. Tai covered her mouth, chuckling. That ha-ha, just a reflex, Lord Beerus, you don't need to mind it. Whis did feel a bit awkward, mainly because Lewis often battled with others, and he had always been the one protecting Tai. That previous action was indeed a reflex. After all, protecting one little one is still protection, and protecting 2 little ones is also protection. Whis changed the subject, saying, Lord Beerus, Lewis mentioned that Vegeta hasn't unleashed his full strength yet. What do you think? Who knows about these Saiyans? Beerus snorted. These Saiyans only need one transformation to multiply their strength by dozens of times. They might even be able to transform 3 or 4 times like Frieza. As soon as he finished speaking, the space suddenly trembled, and a vast power swept across the starry sky. Fortunately, Whis had set up an energy shield in advance, otherwise the Galactic Patrol headquarters would have exploded again. In the distance, a rumble echoed. The space trembled more violently. An overwhelming power erupted from Vegeta like a monstrous beast from ancient times, its aura terrifying. Drawn by the unparalleled power, the ions drifting in the void gathered together, forming twisting arcs of electricity. Crackle! Countless arcs of electricity danced around Vegeta, his gaze extremely calm. Could this kid really transform into Super Saiyan 3? Seeing this, Lewis' eyelids twitched. On the opposite side, Vegeta clenched his fists and the power within him surged continuously. The veins on Vegeta's forehead bulged. Boom! The overwhelming aura erupted violently, like a reservoir releasing floodwaters accumulated over thousands of years, surging in waves. Centered on Vegeta, the surrounding light was instantly absorbed, and the next second a blinding white light exploded. A gigantic golden ape flashed in Vegeta's eyes. His hair began to grow longer, and his eyebrows started to vanish. "It's really Super Saiyan 3. Lewis exclaimed upon seeing this. Meanwhile, on the other side, peak of the second level of the realm of gods. Feeling this power, Beerus and Whis were dumbfounded. This power was exactly the same as Lewis. Both at the peak of the second level of the realm of gods, just one step away from breaking through to the third level. Lewis, come on. A golden light erupted from Vegeta, transforming him completely. His eyebrows disappeared. Golden hair reached his waist. The two earrings swayed by Vegeta's ears. So handsome. Lewis swallowed hard. Damn, this handsome guy is making it hard to live. No way, I need to beat you up. Lewis gritted his teeth. He couldn't stand someone being more handsome than him. He transformed into Super Saiyan at full power, and his strength also broke through to the peak of the second level of the realm of gods. With a whoosh, Lewis transformed into a bolt of lightning piercing through the void and charging forward. Come at me. Vegeta laughed heartily. He could finally see Lewis' movements clearly. Clenching his fists, the two fists collided. Bang! A flash of light flickered at the point of impact, bursting outward in a ring. The immense power, stirring a storm across the starry sky. The space became chaotic. So strong. Vegeta was knocked back 1,000 meters, his fists numb from the impact. Lewis was also pushed back 1,000 meters, his blood boiling with excitement. Truly worthy of being the protagonist. Lewis' eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. He knew that Vegeta was not that simple. As he expected, Vegeta was indeed capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Moreover, he had elevated his power to the same level as Lewis. Is this what it means to be a genius? I am going to defeat this genius. Two golden beams of light confronted each other in the starry sky. He moved. Lewis vanished into the starlit sky, and Vegeta's mind tensed suddenly. Behind you. Vegeta shifted to the side as a fist rushed towards him, grazing past his head. The power at the pinnacle of the second layer of the divine realm exploded beside his ear. Even though it was in the starry sky at this moment, it felt as if white waves were crashing against the sky, with the air waves continuously rolling. The entire battlefield instantly boiled over. Vegeta quickly retreated, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Such speed, such immense power. Not fast at all, nor is the power impressive. A mocking voice rang out in his ears. Vegeta's pupils constricted. When did this happen? Just a moment of distraction, and Vegeta snapped back to reality, his hands blocking in front of his chest. Bang! An elbow strike landed on his chest, as if he had been hit by a meteor. Boom! It felt as if time and space were twisting at that moment. Vegeta was forced back 1,000 meters, stifling a breath, the intense pain making his head spin. Not good. In an instant, Lewis reappeared before him, a brutal force surging through his leg. He lifted his foot and kicked straight. Boom! Vegeta's face was struck by the kick, his facial muscles instantly contorting, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Damn it! You can't be this strong, Lewis. Vegeta slammed hard against the energy barrier set by Whis, producing a deafening crash. Vegeta was furious. He was also quite surprised by his new state, but more so by the joy of it. In this state, his power had surged to the same height as Lewis. Yet despite this, in his confrontation with Lewis, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Why is this happening? I refuse to believe it. Gathering energy. Vegeta's hands came together as a ghostly blue light appeared in his palm, the pressure in the surrounding space, rapidly increasing, arcs of electricity dancing in his palm. Kamehameha wave. The Kamehameha tore through the starry sky, sizzling as it rubbed against space, a series of fireballs igniting as if this void was about to shatter, creating a terrifying scene. However, the advancing Kamehameha suddenly split into 3 waves, each launching towards Lewis from 3 different directions. Interesting. From afar, Lewis' gaze sharpened as he raised his hand, a golden glow coating it. He concentrated energy into a blade. Explode for me. With a slash through the void. A golden light flashed through the starry sky, and the 3 waves of energy were shattered. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed throughout the starry sky as a burst of flames rapidly engulfed Lewis' figure, followed by a cloud of smoke. Within the thick smoke, Lewis hovered effortlessly, a slight smirk on his lips. Vegeta, you are still far from those gods of destruction. Without turning his head, Lewis directly punched backward, the power of the second layer of the divine realm erupting. Oh! Vegeta, initially attempting a sneak attack, was struck by the punch, sent crashing back towards the energy barrier, and then a golden light shot up from the smoke, chasing after Vegeta. In an instant, the starry sky trembled, 2 golden lights flickering in the vast expanse, and in just a moment the two had exchanged blows over 100 times. On the other side, Beerus shook his head too far off. Whis glanced at the distant battle, stating calmly, Lord Beerus said that compared to Lewis, Vegeta is still too far behind. Huh. Ties was taken aback. What do you mean too far behind? Vegeta's attacks are not concise enough with too many unnecessary movements. His new state consumes a lot of stamina, and as a result he will soon be unable to keep up. In contrast to Vegeta, every attack from Lewis can be described as swift, fierce, and precise. This is the result of Lewis' 6-month challenge from Universe 1 to Universe 9. His combat skills have now integrated into his very being, forming a kind of instinct. This is a combat state that belongs to the gods of destruction. Vegeta's combat skills and reflexes are too weak. Even the Lewis from 6 months ago could defeat him. Therefore, under the same power, Vegeta is simply no match for Lewis. This illustrates just how important combat skills and thinking are at the same power level. This is also the reason why Whis agreed to Lewis' journey of cosmic challenges earlier. On the other side, clearly two experts of equal power were sparring, yet in front of Lewis, Vegeta appeared like a child being restrained and beaten. As time passed, Vegeta's power began to plummet and his reactions became sluggish. It was evident that his stamina could no longer keep up with the drain. Soon Vegeta was hit by a shockwave, a burst of light erupting from his body, causing Sun Wukong and Vegeta to separate. After separating, Sun Wukong, having eaten a Senzu bean to restore his stamina, flew in front of Lewis, excitedly saying, So it turns out your power is this mighty, Lewis. He had long wanted to spar with Lewis, but Lewis had always refused him. Now through fusion, he finally witnessed the power of a candidate god of destruction. Truly worthy of being a candidate god of destruction. Vegeta flew over, staring intently at Lewis. In this sparring session, both realized the gap between themselves and Lewis. With equal power, they could not defeat him. Clearly their combat awareness was lacking. Lewis looked at the two, smiling. You are already quite strong. If you spar with other candidate gods of destruction, you might even have a chance to win against them. Not every candidate god of destruction has their power at the pinnacle of the second layer of the divine realm. Vegeta certainly has the ability to defeat other candidates. However, I'm just saying you have a chance. Power is important, but sometimes it isn't. Through this experience, you should have realized the importance of combat skills. Lewis flew towards Ties, speaking as he went. Other candidate gods of destruction have been trained by angels. Their combat skills are undoubtedly strong, and they also have destruction rules. If you fuse, you will only have strength that surpasses them. This is why I said you only have a chance to win against them. You still have a long way to go, so keep training hard. Hey, you need to clarify that. Watching Lewis' retreating figure, Vegeta was furious. What does Lewis mean? How would I know? Vegeta replied irritably. Let's go, the clan members have been revived. We should go back and tell them about Bojack. Sun Wukong and the others left the starry sky and returned to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Only Lewis and his companions remained hovering in the sky. Initially, I thought their talent was merely acceptable, but now it seems their martial arts talent surpasses even that of the candidate destroyers from other universes. Beerus spoke seriously. It's a pity they do not cultivate dimensions. If they did, I would almost consider bringing them both into my fold. There are no regulations in the universe stating there can only be one candidate destroyer. Upon hearing Beerus' words, Lewis raised an eyebrow. Beerus continued, If I previously held hope for your Saiyans, now seeing Vegeta, the ranking of the 7th universe truly relies on you. Lewis laughed heartily. Beerus, let me tell you, it's not just Kakarot and Vegeta who can fuse, other Saiyans can also fuse. With the Patera earrings, I know other Saiyans can also fuse, which is why I say the ranking of the 7th universe rests on your Saiyans. Beerus smiled. He felt very good, as if he could already see himself being praised by the Omni King in the future. No, there are only a few pairs of Patera earrings. If we solely rely on them, we could at most fuse a few fusion warriors. Lewis' smile was radiant. Beerus, imagine if I could make all Saiyans capable of fusing, what kind of scene would that be? What? Beerus gasped, gripping Lewis' shoulders tightly. Is what you said true? If the old Kaishin were here, he would surely guess what Lewis meant. Metamor's fusion technique. Alright, you'll find out soon enough. Lewis teased again. He had just piqued the curiosity of Vegeta, and now he had stirred Beerus' curiosity as well. In the end, he said nothing, and he was truly becoming more mischievous. Ties and Whis chuckled to themselves. Soon the turbulent starry sky gradually calmed down. Lewis spoke. Whis, Beerus, have you noticed that Tao's actions this time seem a bit off? Tao released Bojack, but killed his kin. This makes no sense at all. Not to mention the Dragon Balls, he also mastered time manipulation and could resurrect the Saiyans. Was it merely to provoke me? For some reason, Lewis felt that something was amiss. He suddenly had a foreboding premonition. Lewis, it seems you've sensed it too, Whis remarked. Yes, overall I have a bad feeling, or it can't be that simple. Lewis looked at Beerus. Beerus, you need to be cautious lately. The Dark Demon Realm cannot harm me, but I fear they might target you. Don't worry, as long as no experts above the angel level appear, anyone else will inevitably die. Initially, Beerus was annoyed at Lewis for teasing him, but upon hearing this his expression became serious. He too sensed a conspiracy brewing from the Bojack incident. What are you talking about? Ties, who was nearby, asked with confusion. Lewis embraced Ties and shook his head. Nothing, just provoking some sewer trash. You shouldn't return to Earth lately. Make sure to stay by my side. The atmosphere suddenly turned a bit heavy. Okay, wherever you go I will go too. Ties wrapped her arms around Lewis' waist. Alright, let's first return to the Destroyer realm. We can challenge the rest of the universes later. Lewis prepared to head home. Suddenly 5 extremely evil auras permeated the entire 7th universe. Haha, Lewis, it's time for us to go home. In an instant, on Earth in the heavenly realm, Bobo suddenly looked up muttering, what are they doing here? Can't they recognize that Lewis is not our lord? Bobo shook his head and glanced back at the depths of the shrine. Inside the Omni King's palace, the great priest merely gazed toward the 7th universe, his rage boiling over. Demigra and his 5 companions actually dared to invade the Omni King's universe. The nearby Erasure looked puzzled and asked in a childish voice, Great Priest, what's wrong? The great priest respectfully replied, Lord Omni King, it is the 5 demon gods from the dark demon realm who have descended. Oh, just go handle it, I want to play Star Eliminator. Yes. An endless wave of dark energy swept across the entire 7th universe, freezing its space and instantly transforming it into a prison. Without the strength of a priest-level, escape from within was impossible. In the Star region, near the Galactic Patrol headquarters, 5 massive dark beams descended from the sky. Demon God Demigra. Demon God Dora, with a lion's body and a human head, exuded a very violent aura. Demon God Ayers, with blue long hair and emerald eyes, rode atop a massive black giant fish radiating an ancient and profound charm. Demon God Layla, the only female demon god, yet she was emaciated, skin stretched over bone, her empty eyes seemed capable of pulling one into an endless abyss. Demon God Raz, robust in build, his black bodysuit was straining at the seams. The 5 great demon gods descended. Hiss! In the starry sky, Beerus and Whis gasped in shock. The 5 great demon gods. The terrifying dark aura surged forth, and Whis quickly set up an energy shield, but it was utterly useless. Crack! The energy shield exploded instantly. Lewis hugged Ties, pressing her small head against his chest, feeling a tingling sensation upon witnessing this. Eradicate! Lewis raised a hand, launching an eradication against the dark energy that surged toward him. A white halo streaked across the starry sky. The incoming dark energy instantly dissipated, but it only partially vanished. An endless stream of dark energy continued to surge toward them. No! Lewis and the others fell into despair. Suddenly, the previously frozen 7th universe was broken by a ray of divine light. As the divine light spread, the cold, biting dark energy dissipated, as if winter, snow met the early sun. The great priest descended, adorned with a divine halo. It seems you have recognized Lewis' identity. Father. Whis sighed in relief upon seeing the great priest descend. Beerus patted his chest, realizing that Tao's actions were indeed anything but simple. In the realm of the King of Worlds, the old King of Worlds crouched on the ground, staring at the crystal ball with a face full of terror. Hiss! The 5 great demon gods are finished. Our 7th universe is doomed. Ancestor, who are the 5 great demon gods? Axion hurriedly asked, watching the 5 suddenly appearing figures, his heart racing uncontrollably. Fear. An inexplicable fear. It was even more intense than the feeling brought by the Majin Buu in the past. They are the 5 great demon gods from the dark demon realm. I didn't expect them all to mobilize. The old King of Worlds looked at Lewis and the crystal ball, his expression serious. If I'm not mistaken, they must be here to find Lewis. What to do? The 5 great demon gods, they are all high-level priests. Suddenly a figure descended from the sky in the crystal ball, and the surrounding dark aura seemed to recede like the tide, disappearing in an instant. Great priest. Ha ha, our 7th universe is saved. I knew the great priest wouldn't stand idly by. In the North Galaxy, a figure flew down from the starry sky, the great priest standing in front of Lewis and the others, confronting the 5 from the dark demon realm. Light and darkness collided. The resulting power shattered the cosmic starry sky. In the face of such immense power, Tai Si felt like a small boat in the ocean, easily overturned by the slightest wave. She hid in Lewis' arms, trembling. Don't be afraid. Lewis held Tai Si tightly, and upon seeing the arrival of the great priest, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, Demigula said, Lord Lewis, we are going home. What does this mean? Also, the great priest just said to Demigula and the others, you actually recognized Lewis' identity. Could it be that I have another identity? Lewis frowned. The system clearly stated that he was just an ordinary Saiyan. The doubts in his heart grew stronger. Could the dog system be lying to me? Lewis held Tai Si and turned to Whis shouting, Whis, who exactly am I? I don't know either. Whis also wanted to know what identity Lewis had, or it seemed like all his siblings knew something while he was in the dark. Don't know. Lewis glanced at Beerus, who was trembling behind Whis. Beerus stuck out a cat head and rolled his eyes. If Whis doesn't know, how could I know? Damn it. Lewis gritted his teeth. He had never felt such a sensation, as if the whole world was deceiving him. Even that dog system also said that Erasure was all his power. Who the hell am I? At this moment, the words ahead made Lewis and the others perk up their ears. It's normal for you to discover Lewis' identity. After all, the power on Lewis matches perfectly with your lord's power. However, you dare to invade the king of all universe. You truly must be tired of living. The great priest's power surged. Ordinary angels would never dare to unleash their full power within the king of all universe, because they would be bound by the rules of the king of all universe, unable to partake in the battle of good and evil, nor could they use angelic powers in combat. Once an angel breaks the neutrality principle, their life would cease to exist. But the great priest was different. The power unleashed by the great priest fundamentally differed from that of Kasai, though every thread of the great priest's power was filled with laws. The priest realm does not have 3 levels like the angel realm. The priest realm only has 1 level. However, the power of the priest realm cannot possibly possess laws. King of all realm. The great priest's power has broken through to the king of all realm. This is also the reason why the great priest dares to unleash his full power within the king of all universe, as the power of the king of all has already transcended the confines of the universe. So strong. Upon seeing this, Lewis seemed to forget the gloom in his heart. He was shocked by the power emanating from the great priest. It wasn't that the great priest's power could kill him, but rather that whether in anime or after crossing into the Dragon Ball world, this was the first time he had seen the great priest take action. The power of the great priest seemed a bit different from that of Kasai. Why could it be that your father's power has broken through to the king of all realm? Well, Whis never told me about the power beyond the priest realm, but I could roughly guess that beyond the priest realm is the king of all realm. Of course, without the king of all realm, how could the great priest take on 5 at once? Beerus, hiding behind Whis, rolled his eyes again. Whis nodded. His father's power was not a secret, so it didn't matter to say it. Gulp. Lewis swallowed hard. If the great priest's power had reached the king of all realm, then how powerful must the king's power be? At that moment, crash. Ahead, the laws of light from the great priest transformed into a sharp sword slicing through the air. One sword could suppress mountains and rivers. Crack. The starry sky cracked, more and more cracks appearing like a spider web. Faced with the approaching sword of light, Demigula and the 5 remained expressionless. They had long known that the great priest's power had broken through to the king of all realm, while their 5 demon gods only possessed priest-level power. 5 priest-level beings thinking to defeat one king of all realm was simply impossible. Not even 100 priest-level beings could achieve that. However, we dared to appear here thinking we had no other means. Demigula laughed, glancing at the 4 demon gods beside him. Get to work. As soon as he spoke, an incredibly dark aura erupted from Demigula and the other 4 demon gods as they spiraled in the starry sky like 5 black holes. Go! The 5 demon gods extended their hands, gathering the black power in their palms. 5 of them working together. The black power gathered, forming an ancient giant dragon that roared towards the sword of light. Colliding. Boom! The starry sky trembled, and the entire 7th universe exploded in an instant. The sword of light unleashed by the great priest had already vanished, countered. In the king of all universe, the 7th universe is gone. What happened? Wait, 1 is the power of the great priest, and the other 5 are the powers of the dark demon realm. The dark demon realm has invaded our king of all universe. All the destroyers and angels in the king of all universe were frightened by these 2 powers and hurried toward the 7th universe. In the North Galaxy, the explosion of the 7th universe formed a void. The great priest stood in front of Lewis and the others, blocking all the residual waves. Beerus, Tai Si, and Whis were safe. However, Beerus saw his universe destroyed, and he was left speechless. Such unfortunate times. First, the Saiyans were killed by Bojack and his crew, and now his 7th universe was also destroyed. Lewis, I'm scared. Tai Si trembled all over. This kind of battle filled her with fear. Don't be afraid, with the great priest here we are safe, Lewis reassured, patting Tai Si's back. Lewis never expected Demigula and the others to be so strong, able to withstand the great priest's strike. So it was the power of darkness. Ahead, the great priest looked at his sword of light being countered, raising an eyebrow. He didn't care about the fact that the 7th universe exploded. Looking at Demigula and the 5 with a teasing expression, Mechikabura actually granted you the power of darkness. Interesting. However, since you can withstand my first strike, can you withstand my second? The great priest saw through the powers of Demigula and the five. Unlike the light of angels, the power that erupted from Demigula and the five belonged to the power of darkness. The power of darkness is the nemesis of the power of light and is unique to Mechikabura. It is evident that Mechikabura granted the power of darkness to these five. Block you. The demon god Yesai stood atop a giant koan, gazing at the high priest ahead, shaking his head. Even with the dark power bestowed by Lord Mechikabura, we could never be your match. At least you have some self-awareness. The high priest nodded slightly, his expression disdainful, as if nothing in the world could stir his emotions. As long as I'm here, you won't take Lewis away. Have you thought about how to die? The aura of light around the high priest surged once more, as if the god of light had descended upon the world, the sacred energy engulfing the entire king universe. Why do they want to take me away? Lewis looked at the back of the high priest, pondering if he was still related to the dark demon realm. No, that can't be right. If I had ties to the dark demon realm, why did Demigula attack me last time? Ahead, the demon god Layla with her hollow eyes flashed a glimmer of light. Take away Lord Lewis. No, no, no. We're not that foolish. It's already difficult for them to escape from the high priest, let alone to take someone in front of experts of the king realm. That's simply impossible. However, our goal was never to take away Lord Lewis. The demon god Dorash with a lion man appearance radiated an extremely evil aura. As soon as those words were spoken in the void, Lewis tightly held onto Tataisi, and suddenly his ominous premonition grew stronger. The high priest blocking Lewis and the others frowned. The goal isn't to take Lewis. He racked his brain, but couldn't figure out the purpose of Demigula and the others. Stop wasting time, let's fight. The muscles on the demon god Raz exploded, bursting his black, tight-fitting suit. At that moment, Demigula and his four companions wore mocking expressions, all unleashing their power. The dark power was once again gathered, forming an energy ball with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The void created by the explosion of the seventh universe instantly boiled over. Arcs of electricity danced around the energy ball as Demigula and his companions pushed with their hands. The entire king universe trembled. This power could threaten the entire realm. Interesting, but you are not Mechikabura. Even with the dark power bestowed by Mechikabura, you are still mere ants. Then let's kill you all. Without you, I believe the dark demon realm will suffer greatly this time. The high priest laughed heartily. The power of the king realm surged within him, and the previously empty void suddenly stirred up a storm. Thunder and lightning. It was like the end of the world. The high priest glanced back at Lewis, then turned to look at Demigula and his four companions. Eradicate. The high priest waved his hand. Buzz. A white halo erupted from his hand, resembling a divine dragon of light roaring forward with the momentum to destroy heaven and earth. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Demigula laughed heartily as he quickly broke away from the group of five. The high priest had just used Eradicate, and Demigula's movement caught him off guard. At that moment, Buzz. The white, Eradicate, light flashed past the 10th centimeter-wide dark energy ball, causing it to vanish instantly. It's not over. The Eradicate continued to dash towards the remaining four demon gods. Their expressions were peculiar. They wore smiles and ignored the high priest's Eradicate as if they viewed life and death with indifference. Meanwhile, the vanished Demigula suddenly appeared in front of Lewis. Lord Lewis, I apologize. Demigula laughed, pulling out a staff from the void, directing a beam of light towards Tataisi in Lewis's arms. No. Lewis tightly held Tataisi quickly, turning his body to shield her with his back against the light. However, the beam of light seemed to possess a life of its own, circumventing Lewis's back and directly crashing into Tataisi in his arms. In an instant, the void twisted instantly. Ding. Immunity. Lewis was struck by Demigula's power, but suffered no harm. However, Lewis, Tataisi became ethereal, wanting to reach out and touch Lewis's face. As her hand lifted to the air, she vanished without a trace. Immediately after, Demigula vanished into the void. On the other side, unsurprisingly, the white light flashed past the four demon gods, and they completely disappeared into the void. The four demon gods were erased. In the dark demon realm, Putingu lay by, and 12 angel-level masters gathered together, their eyes fixed on the scene above. Tawa was also here, clenching her fists, and when she saw Tataisi disappear, she shouted excitedly, "We did it. Ha ha, Lord Lewis's return is just around the corner." Gu lay by, and the others shouted excitedly. Only Puting's expression was dim. "We sacrificed 4 demon gods to gain this opportunity. Lord Lewis, you must return." Hearing this, the emotions of everyone present instantly turned low. In the 7th universe within the void, the high priest cursed, "Damn, Demigula, you're actually planning this." He had finally realized Demigula's purpose after erasing the remaining 4 demon gods. They aimed to anger Lewis, driving him towards corruption. In this way, Lewis would likely awaken memories of his past life. "No, I won't let this happen." The high priest was furious, waving his hand as the rules of time flowed through the void. Silver light flashed. The seventh universe instantly restored to its previous undestroyed state. However, Taizi in Lewis's arms was still nowhere to be found. The high priest used the power of time reversal but failed to bring back Taizi, and even the four demon gods could not be restored. Clearly, Demigula had used a force similar to Erasure on Taizi. Only someone with an abnormal physique like Lewis could ignore it, or rather possess a power that could rival it. Otherwise, this force could erase everything in the world, and there was no way to use the rules of time to restore it. Taizi is dead. In the deep starry sky, there was a deathly silence. Beerus and Whis were unaware of Demigula's plans, but with Taizi dead, Lewis must be in great pain. Lewis, you. The two masters wanted to comfort Lewis, but did not know how to start. Over a decade ago, Lewis brought Taizi back to the God of Destruction realm. Every time Lewis went to carry out a planet destruction mission, he would take Taizi with him. Whenever Lewis finished his training, Taizi would make delicious food for him. The two were inseparable, and over time, feelings developed. Beerus and his companion witnessed the experiences of Lewis and Taizi together. Given Lewis feelings for Taizi with her dead, Beerus and his companion had no idea how to comfort Lewis. To tell him not to be angry. Nonsense. In this situation, if he could remain calm, would Lewis still be human? Unlike Beerus and his companion, the high priest had already guessed Demigula's plan. Demigula and his group killed Taizi, intending to use Lewis' closest bond to completely darken him, thereby activating their master's memories. It can't be that he's really going to darken. The high priest fixed his gaze on Lewis in the starry sky, swallowing hard. Whis, come here quickly. The urgency in the high priest's tone was palpable. Although Whis and his companion were puzzled, they still moved away from Lewis to join the high priest. Now the high priest felt somewhat relieved. If Lewis truly darkened, he could still take Whis and the others away in time. At that moment, a dozen colorful streams of light flew from the cosmic barrier, moving quickly, and in the next second appeared beside the high priest. They were none other than the angels and gods of destruction who had rushed from other universes. You all came too. The high priest was on the verge of tears. With so many people here, did they want to court death? He had no confidence in escaping in front of Lewis, who was awakening his memories and powers. Chris glanced at the dazed Lewis ahead, and then furrowed his brows, saying, "Father, did the seventh universe just explode? And what about those guys from the Dark Demon realm? They'll explain later, but remember, if dark energy appears around Lewis, you must take your siblings and flee." The high priest flew to the angels. His actions puzzled everyone present. Oh, what was happening? Why did he mention dark energy appearing around Lewis? Moreover, the high priest was the strongest expert under the Omni King. His tone seemed to indicate concern that something bad might happen soon. The angels looked at Lewis. Meanwhile, Demigula, who had returned to the Dark Demon realm, was also watching Lewis in the cosmic starry sky through projections. Suddenly, in the starry sky, Lewis' dazed expression finally showed some change. Taizi. Lewis was still in a half-embrace posture, his eyes hollow, constantly murmuring Taizi's name. "You protect me, and I'll make delicious food for you. How about that? Do you think I would look good with long hair? Do I look good with long hair? Lewis, I like you. He, I'm so happy, Lewis, you finally understand my feelings." These were the words Taizi had once said. Having never experienced the anguish of losing Taizi, Lewis was now feeling it. At the moment of Taizi's disappearance, it felt as though his soul was being torn apart. So painful. The angels who had come here were stunned. What happened to Lewis? However, since the high priest said nothing, they remained silent. Lewis kept murmuring Taizi's name, the images of the times he spent with her bombarding his mind. It was too painful. Lewis clutched his chest, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Sadness, despair. My Taizi. Ah! The extreme rage. Lewis' face contorted and his aura began to surge violently. Seeing this scene, the high priest shouted, "Chris, quickly take everyone away, hurry." Chris also sensed something was wrong. She dared not hesitate, and instantly vanished into the starry sky with her group. And in the Dark Demon realm, Demigula and his group, witnessing this, couldn't help but rejoice. It was really happening. Only the high priest remained in the starry sky, observing that Lewis' condition was very wrong, yet he still held a glimmer of hope for Lewis. Because once Lewis awakened his memories and powers in the state of the Omni King, he would be utterly unable to deal with Lewis. "Oh, Demigula, I will make you pay for this." In the starry sky, Lewis' aura erupted like a volcanic eruption, fierce and violent. His hair instantly turned golden. Super Saiyan full power. His strength broke through to the pinnacle of the second layer of the God realm. Then ions drifting in the starry sky gathered together, forming arcs of silver lightning that danced around Lewis, resembling a silver dragon. Crackling. The aura Lewis released roared like a primordial giant ape, the overwhelming power spreading out, as if it were raging waves crashing upon the starry sky one after another. Entering the Super Saiyan 2 state. Crack. The shackles were broken. His power surged from the second layer of the god realm to the third layer. Oh, not yet done. Whis shed blood tears, his emerald eyes turning blood red, his aura growing increasingly evil, akin to an ancient demon. He is truly going to darken. The high priest shuddered, the last glimmer of hope in his heart shattered instantly. He vanished from his spot, not daring to remain here for a second longer. After the high priest left, Whis' condition changed again. The powerful force stirred the cosmic magnetic field, the silver arcs dancing around, suddenly forming thicker bolts of lightning. They tore through the starry sky, like thunder annihilating the world. Boom! Whis' hair began to grow long, and his eyebrows disappeared. When his golden hair reached his waist. Super Saiyan 3. In the span of a T-session, Whis directly broke through from Super Saiyan full power to Super Saiyan 3. His power surged to the pinnacle of the third layer of the god realm in an instant. Crack! The shackles were shattered again, breaking into the fourth layer of the god realm. This was the true power level of a god of destruction. The destructive aura erupted, pure power roaring. In an instant, the galaxy shattered. The surrounding star domain collapsed in an instant, and the recently restored Galactic Patrol headquarters was destroyed once more. Demigula, I will make you pay for this. Extreme rage filled Whis' mind. The death of Tai Si made even breathing feel painful. With a wave of his hand, a spatial rift appeared in the starry sky, and he jumped in. After Whis left, the high priest and the group of angels returned here. Beerus held Whis tightly, worriedly, saying, "Whis, what's wrong with Whis? He wouldn't be going to the dark demon realm, would he? Tai Si's death has hit him too hard. Extreme rage has driven him to break through from the second layer to the fourth layer of the god realm. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be heading to the dark demon realm." Unlike Beerus and Whis' reactions, Chris' brows were furrowed as she already realized what was happening. Clearly, the dark demon realm wanted to activate Whis' memories and bring him back to the dark demon realm. But what is going on now? Chris looked at the high priest with a puzzled expression. The high priest shook his head. He too was confused. Whis had just unleashed an aura that was extremely evil, had he not darkened. Did he only possess the power of the fourth layer of the god realm? Why had his powers not awakened? How could this be? Earth, the divine temple. Bobo walked into the temple. His usual indifferent expression was gone, replaced by a joyful demeanor. Walking through the corridor, he descended the stairs, passing through the graveyard of the gods. He arrived at a pitch-black space where the aura was extremely dense and exceedingly evil. "Bobo, you came to play with me." A small coffin opened, and a completely black Erasure jumped out, blinking big eyes, innocent and naive, yet exuding an extremely evil aura. It was very dissonant.